Didn't you just say that it's fine? Xia Ruofei asked in surprise. Wasn't this girl's change of stance a little too fast? Lu Yu said anxiously, I just suddenly don't want to go in. Why are you so motherfucking? Please help me. Take it out. Just bring it to the entrance of the farm. Lu Yu's words had a hint of coquettishness in them, and she seemed to be a little nervous. Xia Ruofei didn't think too much about it. He smiled and said, all right, I'll do my best. How long will it take you to get there? You can come out now. I'll be there in 5 minutes at most. Lu Yu said. Then, she added, my mom said. That will take 5 portions in total. Xia Ruofei almost laughed out loud. He had never told Tian Huilan a clear number, and he believed that Tian Huilan would not take the initiative to ask for a few portions. This was clearly Lu Yu's fake imperial edict. However, he was too lazy to expose her now. He laughed and said, I know. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei went back to the villa and found a paper bag. Then, he took out the jaded skin ointment from the spirit map space and put it in the paper bag. He came to the courtyard and said to Madame Song, I'm so sorry. My friend has something to discuss with me. Please take a seat, I'll be back at the entrance of the farm. Go ahead, Ruofei. Madam. Song nodded kindly. We're here to talk to Uncle Li, you don't have to worry about us. When Xia Ruofei walked to the gate of the farm with his bag, Lu Yu arrived in her BMW Mini. She turned her head in the spacious open space at the entrance, parked the car, and then stepped out. Lu Yu looked around the farm nervously and then walked toward Xia Ruofei. Did you bring your things? Lu Yu looked at the paper bag in Xia Ruofei's hand and asked. Xia Ruofei chuckled and nodded. He handed the paper bag to Lu Yu and said, it's all inside. Thanks. Lu Yu took the paper bag and said something in a hurry. Then, she turned around and walked toward the car, as if she was in a hurry to leave this place. Xia Ruofei laughed behind Lu Yu and said, by the way, Miss Lu, when Secretary Tian called me, he didn't say how many portions of jade skin cream he wanted. Lu Yu stopped in her tracks. She turned around and said without changing her expression, oh, really? But when my mom told me, she told me to bring 5 back. Oh. That's fine too. Xia Ruofei said with a half-smile, I originally prepared 8 portions for Secretary Tian. Since she only wants 5 portions, I can save some. Xia Ruofei was not spouting nonsense. This time, he had made more than 30 sets of jaded skin ointment at once. Considering that Tian Huilan would mail 2 or 3 sets to Tian Huixin, then keep 2 or 3 sets for himself, and then leave 2 or 3 sets as a gift at a suitable time, he calculated that 8 sets were more suitable. Lu Yu's eyes widened when she heard that. She quickly said, What did you just say? Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, it's nothing. You should go back. Be careful on the road, I have guests at my villa, so I won't keep you. Wait, Lu Yu called out. A man keeps his word. You said you would give me 8 portions, so you should give me 8 portions, but you only want 5. Xia Ruofei put on an innocent look and said, I will definitely follow Secretary Tian's instructions strictly. With that, Xia Ruofei actually turned around and walked into the farm. Wait. Lu Yu shouted anxiously from behind, hey, wait. Xia Ruofei's back was facing Lu Yu. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. However, he was also a little puzzled. With Lu Yu's personality, she should have caught up to him by now. However, although Lu Yu was shouting anxiously, she actually stood still on the spot and did not move. After Xia Ruofei took a few steps, he confirmed that Lu Yu would not chase after him. He did not want to tease her anymore. He stood still and turned around. Miss Lu, the jaded skin ointment I gave to Secretary Tian is all in that paper bag. Take a look and see if the number is correct. With that, Xia Ruofei smirked at Lu Yu and strode into the farm without stopping. When Lu Yu heard Xia Ruofei's last sentence, which seemed to have made no sense, she also felt that something was wrong. She quickly opened the paper bag and counted. 1, 2, 3, 8. There were a total of 8 porcelain bottles, not a single one more or less. Lu Yu bit her lower lip lightly and looked at Xia Ruofei's back view that was getting further and further away. She stomped her feet in anger and shouted, "Xia Ruofei, you bastard! You're playing with me again." After saying that, Lu Yu felt a little embarrassed. She could not help but burst out laughing with a red face. She had always had a cold and elegant image. After she revealed a smile, she appeared particularly moving. Even Hong Tao, who was on guard at the door, could not help but be a little dazed. Lu Yu glanced at the farm nervously. Then, she quickly got into the car with the paper bag and drove away quickly. Xia Ruofei returned to the villa and chatted with Li Jifu and the others in the yard. Then, he asked Mrs. Song and Song Rui to stay for dinner. Mrs. Song agreed after a few polite words. As for Song Rui, who had been drooling over Taoyuan vegetables for a long time, he didn't even try to be polite. Instead, he smiled and brought out a bunch of dishes he wanted to eat. He did not treat himself as an outsider. Seeing that it was almost time, Xia Ruofei returned to the villa to prepare dinner. However, he didn't plan to do it himself. He went to the kitchen, connected to the space with his mind, and took out a pile of vegetables, fruits, and 2 fish. Then, he called Yi Lingyun out and asked him to prepare dinner. There were a lot of people having dinner today. Besides Xia Ruofei, Li Jifu, and Yi Lingyun, Peng Hao was also working here. Naturally, he could not be absent. Including Madame Song and her son, there were a total of 6 people. They had to prepare a few more dishes. Xia Ruofei saw that Peng Hao did not have much to do today, so he called him over and let him help Yi Lingyun in the kitchen. Xia Ruofei went to the courtyard to chat with Li Jifu and the others. After chatting for a while, Song Rui asked for a tour of the farm. Xia Ruofei invited Mrs. Song and Li Jifu to the living room for tea while he brought Song Rui to tour the farm. The 2 brothers had not seen each other for some time. Xia Ruofei smiled as he walked and said, "Young Master Song, you've been living quite a carefree life in the 3 mountains, haven't you?" "Don't even mention it," Song Rui said with a bitter face. "I have to go to work at my family's company during the day and stay overnight outside. I have to go back to my residence in Guling. It's no different from going to jail. I thought I could be free in Sanshan, but I was too naive. This is a huge loss. Come on. What are you going to do in your own company?" Xia Ruofei sneered. "I guess you're only focused on harming the young girls in the company? Bullshit. I'm very dedicated to my work, okay?" Song Rui stiffened his neck and said. However, he quickly put on a long face and said, "Brother, I also want to talk about life and ideals with the girls in the company. But my old man transferred 2 people from Beijing to The company in Sanshan. These two hot-headed young men are in charge of me every day. Although they're members of the Song family's external branch, they're still my elders. The key is that if I do anything out of line, they'll report it to my father. I can't afford to hurt them. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You're just digging your own grave." Who was the one who said that he wanted to train in the company at Sanshan and spend more time with Elder Song? The two of them had unknowingly reached the top of the orchard. They stood on the stone that Xia Ruofei and Wu Liqian had sat on earlier today and looked out at the sea in the distance. Song Ruwei said gloomily, "Brother, can you stop mentioning it? I'm so regretful that my intestines are turning green." Then, Song Ruwei said with grief and indignation, "And are you Fei, do you know? My mom also came here with a mission, I know." Xia Ruofei said, "Your mother must be here on behalf of your father to show her filial piety." "I'm not talking about that." Song Ruwei said gloomily, "My family has arranged a marriage for me. Don't you think that's nonsense? I haven't played enough yet. I don't want to get married at all." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Brother, the wedding night and the golden rolls inscription are all good things in life. Even if you're not grateful, at least you don't have to frown. It's not like I'm sending you to the execution ground, is there a need to? Why not? I met the girl yesterday, and she's also a beauty. But he's not my type at all. I don't feel anything at all," Song Ruwei said excitedly. Then, he looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said sadly, "And I'm still a kid." "You're still a child?" Xia Ruofei laughed as he looked at Song Ruwei's body, which had been hollowed out by wine and women. He said seriously, "Well, that's right. It's just that you're a child who has mastered the high-end skills of poison dragon, ice and fire." Song Ruwei chuckled and scratched his head, "I'm just putting on an act. You know what I mean, I don't know shit." Xia Ruofei said without mercy, "Young Master Song, I think your father is right. If you don't find a woman to tie you down soon, you'll die in a gentle place sooner or later." "Is it that serious?" Song Ruwei mumbled, "I say, Ruofei, you can't help an outsider. You must stand on my side in this matter. I'll support you in spirit." Xia Ruofei laughed. "What's the use of that?" Song Ruwei cried and said, "You have to help me think of a way. I will never yield to fate." Xia Ruofei felt strange and asked, "Aren't all the descendants of big clans like you? It's normal for the family to arrange a political marriage for you. And you said it yourself, the other party is a beauty. You're already very lucky. Okay? It's better than arranging a fat woman with pockmarks all over her face for you, right?" Hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Song Ruwei couldn't help but shiver and said, "Don't continue. I'm scared just thinking about it. That's why you should be content." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Why don't you just accept your fate?" Song Ruwei came back to his senses and said, "Impossible. I will definitely not yield. Why should my lifelong happiness be decided by my family? I'm telling you, although I'm usually quite flirtatious, that's all just an act. As the saying goes, I've passed through 10,000 flowers without a single leaf touching me. If I don't meet a woman who can move my heart, I'll never get married." Xia Ruofei nodded and gave Song Ruwei a thumbs up. "You have ambition. Song Ruwei, I will support you in spirit." Song Ruwei's anger was instantly deflated. He said gloomily, "Are you Fei, you brat, you've been going around in circles For so long, but you're still not willing to help me. Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders and said innocently, I'm just a small businessman. I can't meddle in your big family's affairs. Aren't you from the special forces? Song Ruofei said. Xia Ruofei looked frightened and said, Young Master Song, you're not asking me to kill that woman so that you'll never have any trouble again, are you? I'm telling you, I, Xia Ruofei, am a good warrior who has been trained by the party for many years. I'm definitely famous and professional. I will never do anything that violates the law. Song Ruofei looked at Xia Ruofei in disdain and said, What are you thinking? Am I that vicious? Then what do you mean? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Although there was no one on the mountain, Song Ruofei still looked left and right, then lowered his voice and said, Ruofei, I want to run away from home. But my mom has sent people to keep a close eye on me. There are even people guarding outside when I go to the toilet. She's afraid that I'll run away. You're so good at fighting, can you help me? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Young Master Song, no one knows your son better than your mother. Mrs. Song knew that you would slip away. Are you Ruofei, tell me, are you going to help or not? Song Ruofei asked. I won. Xia Ruofei shook his head and said firmly. Hey! Are we brothers or not? Song Ruofei was so angry that he shouted, You just need to knock out those guys who are responsible for protecting me. You don't have to worry about the rest. Moreover, you and I know about this. Even if I'm caught, I definitely won't rat you out. Song Ruofei, calm down. Xia Ruofei said, Although Huaxia is huge, where do you think you can hide with the power of the Song family? I promise you'll be caught in 3 days. And I don't think they need to arrest you, they can just stop your credit card. Without any source of income, how many days do you think you can last? I have a passport, okay? Song Ruofei said, As long as I can escape, I will be overseas. No matter how powerful the family is, they can't extend their reach overseas. And then? Xia Ruofei asked calmly, You can't even speak English properly, and you don't have money. How long can you live abroad? Song Ruofei was speechless. He sadly realized that Xia Ruofei was right. If his family cut off all his sources of income, no matter where he ran to, he would not be able to escape from the palm of Buddha. Although he was usually glorious, if he really got rid of the halo of being the young master of the Song family, his survival ability was far inferior to that of a brother who came out to work. However, Song Ruofei had a carefree personality, so he quickly put these things to the back of his mind. He chuckled and said, Are you Ruofei? Are we brothers? Get straight to the point. Xia Ruofei said warily. Do brothers and friends have a sense of righteousness? Song Ruofei looked at Xia Ruofei expectantly and said, When I'm down and out overseas, shouldn't you sponsor me? Xia Ruofei was both angry and amused. After all this talk, this kid still hadn't given up on escaping. And she actually had her eyes on him. Xia Ruofei replied without hesitation, Don't even think about it. Do you think the bosses of the Song family are all useless? I still want to live a little longer. Song Ruofei's idea just now was indeed a spur of the moment idea. He thought about it carefully and felt that it was impossible. With the power of the Song family, even if Song Ruofei went abroad, it would be easy for them to find out his financial transactions. By then, he would be able to survive overseas for a while, but that would be a huge blow to Xia Ruofei. Thinking of this, Song Ruofei also felt a little guilty and said, Ruofei, it's my fault for not considering this. Then, he sighed and said, it seems like I really have no other way out. Xia Ruofei glanced at Song Ruofei and saw his pitiful look. He couldn't help but say, things shouldn't be that bad, right? Do you think the Song family wants you to get married immediately? No. Song Ruofei said, the girl hasn't even graduated from college yet. But even if they weren't getting married for the time being, they still couldn't stand it. My mom is almost forcing me to go on a date with a gun. And I'm being watched so closely that it's impossible for me to go out and play. Isn't it depressing for me every day? Xia Ruofei glanced at Song Ruofei and said, I think this is the main point, right? With the marriage agreement, you can't play around anymore. Song Ruofei laughed dryly and said, that's part of the reason. But my main goal is freedom. What era was this? I'm strongly against those feudalistic arranged marriages. Xia Ruofei pouted, obviously not believing Song Ruofei's nonsense. However, Song Ruofei treated him like a brother. He did not want to hurt Song Ruofei at this time. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, I think the key to this matter is the woman. What do you mean? Song Ruofei immediately perked up. If the other party agrees to the marriage from the bottom of his heart, or if he is deeply attracted to you after seeing you and can't extricate himself, Xia Ruofei said and looked at Song Ruofei. However, the possibility of this is infinitely close to zero. We cannot consider such a situation. Hey, what do you mean? Song Ruofei immediately shouted. I'm as handsome as those celebrities. Every time we go out to play, we're always in a daze. Xia Ruofei looked at Song Ruofei with a faint smile and asked, you think those girls are attracted to your looks? Song Ruofei's eyes widened. He opened his mouth and then said dejectedly, fine. They're more interested in my identity as the Song family's young master. What a painful realization. Xia Ruofei shrugged and asked, what's your fiancé's attitude this time? Song Ruofei thought for a while and said, I don't think she's willing to do it either. Anyway, that woman was quite cold, and the way she looked at me seemed to have some disgust. The more Song Ruofei spoke, the more he felt a deep sense of defeat. Although he had no feelings for the fiancée that the family had forced on him, it did not mean that he did not have any vanity. He carefully thought back and realized that the girl was really cold to him, and the disgust in her eyes was almost undisguised. That means the situation is not the worst, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. What do you mean? Song Ruofei asked expectantly. It's a very simple logic. Since both of you are unwilling, then the probability of this marriage is even lower. It's much better than you struggling alone. Xia Ruofei said. But I think the other party will most likely surrender. Song Ruofei said helplessly. Many times, the children of these big families were actually not happy, especially when it came to personal feelings. It was almost impossible for them to make their own decisions. And in the end, it was almost always a political marriage. There can't be someone at home watching you guys when you're on a date, right? Xia Ruofei asked. I don't think so. Song Ruofei said. Then the next time you meet, I suggest you make it clear to the other party. Xia Ruofei said, make it clear. Then, both sides can go back and fight. That's the only way. But I don't think it'll work, Song Ruofei nodded. Song Ruofei, do you know how to act? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. What do you mean? Song Ruofei asked. puzzled. I'm just pretending to be an obedient baby. Xia Ruofei said unhappily, you need to show your obedience, assertiveness, and positive side. In short, you have to be the kind of person that Master Jia wants you to be. Then, what's the point of me living? Song Ruwei said dejectedly. Short-sighted. Xia Ruofei said mercilessly, the reason I asked you to do this is to make your family lower their guard against you. And then I'll take the opportunity to escape? Song Ruwei's eyes lit up. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why is your mind filled with running away? Didn't I just say it? You won't be able to escape from the palm of the Buddha. Then what's the use of acting like an obedient baby? Nonsense. After your family let down their guard against you, they won't send people to monitor you every day, right? At that time, you won't be restricted in every way. Like you are now, right? If you occasionally go out to fool around, there shouldn't be anyone to care about you, right? Xia Ruofei said, you've said it yourself. She hasn't even graduated from college. Even if she wants to get married, it'll be a few years later. Don't you want to live a more comfortable life for the next few years? That's true, Song Ruwei's mind finally turned. Xia Ruofei continued, let's think deeper. Let's say that you're very active in your family's company. Then, you'll mention that you want to study abroad for an MBA or something at the appropriate time. Is that possible? Maybe your father will be so happy that he'll cry. Song Ruwei's eyes lit up. And his mind became more active. He continued Xia Ruofei's words, yeah. If I really study abroad for 2 years and get an MBA, I might be able to support myself by then. I can totally stay abroad and not come back. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. This guy still hadn't given up on the idea of escaping. He was really persistent. Xia Ruofei said, I'm just giving you an example. I'm just providing you with an idea. Actually, there are many benefits to being a good boy. You can slowly experience it in the future. Good. Good, good. Ruofei, this is a good idea. Thanks. Song Ruwei said happily. Well said, well said. Xia Ruofei patted Song Rui's shoulder and said, we are good brothers. Let's go, dinner should be ready. Let's go down and eat. After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he said in his heart, Elder Song, Governor Song, Madam Song, don't blame me for teaching your young master the wrong way. My original intention was to persuade him to do good, but he misunderstood it. I hope that if this guy is exposed, he won't say that I instigated him. The two of them went down the mountain and returned to the villa. Yi Lingyun and Peng Hao had already prepared dinner, and everyone sat around the dining table to eat. Xia Ruofei even took out a bottle of drunken eight immortals, the kind that had flower petal solution added to it. The wine was so strong that even Madame Song couldn't help but take a small sip. Song Ruwei was full of praise for the wine. He had never drunk such a strong and fragrant wine in his life. In contrast, Madame Song repeatedly gave a thumbs up to the taste of the peach, garden vegetables and space grass carp, repeatedly saying that they were delicious. What had this pampered official's wife not eaten before? However, he was still conquered by the delicious taste of the paradise vegetables, without any suspense, and ate an extra bowl of rice than usual. After the meal, Mrs. Song took Song Ruwei and left. Before leaving, Xia Ruofei did not forget to go upstairs to get 5 portions of jade skin cream for Mrs. Song. When Madame Song Saw the jaded skin cream, she treated Xia Ruofei even more kindly. She invited Xia Ruofei to Xiangnan province as a guest with great enthusiasm. Xia Ruofei smiled and said that he would definitely go if he had the chance. After sending off Mrs. Song and Song Rui, Xia Ruofei was ready to go upstairs to his room. At this moment, Li Jifu stopped him and said, "Xia, wait a minute. I have something to tell you." Xia Ruofei stopped in his tracks, turned around, and asked with a smile, "Old Mr. Li, what's the matter?" "Xia. I want to bring Ling Yan back to Mount Wuyi in the next 2 days." Li Jifu said. Xia Ruofei frowned and said, "Mr. Li, your condition has not stabilized yet. You need to continue receiving my Chinese medicine treatment. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to go back now." Xia, Li Jifu said with a bleak expression, "It's the same whether the illness is treated or not. I've thought about it. I think we should go back to Wuyi Mountain." Xia Ruofei never told Li Jifu about the treatment. He only gave him a dose of Chinese medicine every day. In order to avoid shocking the world, Xia Ruofei didn't add much petal solution into the Chinese medicine. So, Li Jifu's body was recovering at a slow speed, but he didn't feel it. Xia Ruofei did not tell Li Jifu that he had the confidence to cure his cancer. On one hand, he had some selfish motives. Li Jifu would definitely teach Yi Lingyun everything he knew under such circumstances. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei knew that even if he said it, Li Jifu would probably think that he was comforting him and would not believe him. Xia Ruofei didn't expect Li Jifu to suddenly want to go back after staying for less than half a month. He didn't expect it. "Mr. Li, are you not used to living here?" Xia Ruofei asked after a moment of silence. No, little Xia, don't misunderstand," Li Jifu said. "I just feel that since I'm suffering from this illness, there's no point in staying in Sanshan. People still hope to return to their roots when they're old. I don't want to die." In a foreign land, Li Jifu paused for a moment and looked at Yi Lingyun, who was clearing the dishes. "Also, considering that Ling Yun has been learning from me for a while, I'm planning to bring him back to Wuyi Mountain. It's not good to practice with leaves every day here. Furthermore, the key steps will require some special tools. It's more convenient to go back." Hearing this, Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. He knew that Li Jifu was going to pass on all his skills to Yi Lingyun. This was a good thing. "Mr. Li, since you've said so, I won't try to persuade you any further. There's no problem on Ling Yan's side. I've made the decision for him. I'll be more at ease with him by your side to take care of you." "Thank you, Xia." Li Jifu said. Strictly speaking, Yi Lingyun was still Xia Ruofei's employee. Li Jifu also knew that Yi Lingyun had always listened to Xia Ruofei. If Xia Ruofei didn't agree, he might really refuse to bring Yi Lingyun back to Wuyi Mountain. "I should be the one saying thank you." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "We are very grateful that you are willing to pass on all your knowledge to Ling Yun. Let's not talk about this. Ling Yun is a smart and hard-working kid. I believe he will pass down my tea-making skills to the next generation," Li Jifu said, with a wave of his hand. "Definitely." Xia Ruofei nodded. "Old Mr. Li, it's best if you inform Old Song that you're leaving," Xia Ruofei continued. "Don't worry. I'll talk to little Song and he won't make things difficult for you," Li Jifu said with a smile. "Thank you, old Mr. Li." Xia Ruofei said, "Also, I will brew the Chinese medicine for 3 days tonight. I will send someone to bring you the medicine every 3 days. You must take the medicine on time every day. Even if traditional Chinese medicine was kept in cold storage, it was best not to last more than 3 days. Otherwise, the medicinal properties might change. Since Li Jifu insisted on going back, Xia Ruofei could only use this stupid method. Fortunately, Sanshan City was not far from Wui Mountain. A one-way trip would take about 2 hours. Now that Hong Tao and Lei Hu were at the farm, it was not too troublesome to send someone to deliver the medicine every 3 days. I don't think it's necessary, Xiao Xia, said Li Jifu with a smile. That's too much trouble for you. Besides, you know that my illness, Mr. Li, this is my only request. If you can't do it, I can't let you leave. Xia Ruofei said seriously, and you don't have to be so pessimistic. Although your condition is a little tricky, you're not in despair yet. I'm confident in treating colon cancer with Chinese medicine. Li Jifu thought that Xia Ruofei was just trying to comfort him. He smiled bitterly and said, "Okay, little Xia, I promise you. I'll get Ling Yun to supervise your daily intake of medicine." Xia Ruofei smiled and said half-jokingly, "You can't go against my words. I'll definitely follow the doctor's advice." Li Jifu laughed. Xia Ruofei nodded and beckoned Yi Ling Yun over. He said, "Ling Yun, hand over the work on hand to Lei Hu tomorrow, then accompany old Mr. Li back to Wui Mountain." Brother Xia, what about the farm? If I leave? Yi Ling Yun asked. Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded, "You really think the earth won't spin without you? Don't worry about the farm. I'll give you 2 tasks. The first is to take good care of old Mr. Li and make sure he takes his medicine on time every day. The second is to learn from old Mr. Li. You're not allowed to return to the 3 mountains until old Mr. Li says you can finish your apprenticeship. Do you understand?" "Oh, I know." Yi Ling Yun was obviously not in a good mood. Xia Ruofei frowned and said, "Why do you look so weak? Can you complete the task I've given you?" This was the most common sentence used by the chief when he was in the army. Yi Ling Yun stood at attention almost reflexively and said loudly, "Yes, I can." "Very good." Xia Ruofei patted Yi Ling Yun's shoulder in satisfaction and said, "Pack your things tonight and hand over the work tomorrow morning. When you're not at the farm, Lei Hu will be in charge of the security. Tell him everything you need to tell him, and then go back with old Mr. Li. Do you understand?" "Understood," Yi Ling Yun said without hesitation. Xia Ruofei then greeted Li Jifu and went straight upstairs to his room. That night, Xia Ruofei boiled the Chinese medicine in the spirit map space and sealed them in 9 vacuum-sealed bags. Then, he went downstairs and placed them in the kitchen refrigerator. This time, Xia Ruofei appropriately increased the amount of the spirit heart flower petal solution. He estimated that according to this ratio, Li Jifu's cancer cells would be completely cleared in about 10 days to half a month. That night, Elder Song even called Xia Ruofei personally. He called Xia Ruofei immediately after Li Jifu's call. It was clear that Elder Song cared about Li Jifu. Over the phone, Xia Ruofei reported Li Jifu's condition in detail to Elder Song and said that he would continue to follow up. He would send someone to Wui Mountain to deliver medicine every 3 days. Yi Ling Yun would also be by Li Jifu's side to take care of him. Once there were any changes in his condition, he would immediately let Li Jifu return to the 3 mountains. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Elder Song was slightly relieved. Especially when Xia Ruofei said that Li Jifu's condition was recovering steadily. Elder Song was even more relieved and thanked Xia Ruofei for his hard work. The next morning, Li Jifu left Peach Blossom Farm with Yi Lingyun, who had finished handing over his work. Xia Ruofei asked Hong Tao to drive his Night 15 carriage and send the two to Mount Wui. The reason why they used this eye-catching monster class SUV was mainly because it was much more comfortable than a pickup truck. After all, Li Jifu was an old man. He had to consider comfort during a long journey. In addition, the Night 15 also had a car-mounted refrigerator, which could store the Chinese medicine that Xia Ruofei had brewed in advance. People from the military had no resistance to cool-off road vehicles like the Night 15. Hong Tao and a few others had been drooling over this car for a long time. So when Xia Ruofei asked Hong Tao to drive Li Jifu and Yi Lingyun, Hong Tao was so happy that he jumped up. Lei Hu and the other two were also quite envious. Xia Ruofei was also looking forward to Yi Lingyun's trip. He knew that when Yi Lingyun returned to the Three Mountains, his farm would have a new tea-making expert. By then, the mother tree de Hong Pao that he had planted in the farm could be harvested. When the time came, Yi Lingyun could make the best de Hong Pao. Whether it was for himself or for someone else, it would be great. After sending Li Jifu and Yi Lingyun off, Xia Ruofei's life returned to its usual tranquility. With two less people, the villa was even more peaceful. 10 days passed quickly, and the weather in the Three Mountains gradually warmed up. In the past few days, the cherry saplings that Xia Ruofei purchased online in Shandong were transported to Taoyuan Farm through the logistics company. He organized Chow Tai-shu and the others to plant all the cherry trees in the orchard at the back of the mountain. Of course, he did not forget to secretly take 2 or 3 and plant them in his spirit map space. Chow Tai-shu was also rather puzzled by Xia Ruofei's introduction of these saplings, which were only suitable for planting in the north. However, he now had a kind of blind confidence in Xia Ruofei, so he did not have any doubts. In any case, whatever the boss asked him to do, he would follow it to the letter. When no one was around, Xia Ruofei went to the water tower and added a lot of the spirit heart flower petal solution. The orchard was equipped with an automatic watering system. After watering the cherry tree once, the sapling, which had lost a lot of water due to the long distance transportation, suddenly became energetic and swayed gently in the breeze. This also made Chow Tai-shu and the others click their tongues in wonder. The other half of the lychee tree had not only survived, but its growth rate had also exceeded that of ordinary species. Chow Tai-shu and the others all said that looking at this situation, it would definitely be able to bear fruit on a large scale in the summer of the year after. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei laughed to himself. He knew that within 3 years, these fruit trees would be able to enjoy the nourishment of the spirit heart flower petal solution every 3 to 5 years. Even if there would not be a large number of fruits this summer, they would definitely be able to bear fruits by next summer. However, he naturally wouldn't reveal it. In any case, Chow Tai-shu and the others would naturally know when the time came. Now, most of the 8 vegetable greenhouses of 100 meters long and 10 meters wide in the entire Taoyuan farm had been planted with Taoyuan vegetables. These vegetables were also planted in batches according to the variety and growth cycle, which could ensure that there was a sufficient supply to several partner companies every day. If the greenhouse was running at full capacity, the supply could increase by a large amount. However, these few partners could probably take all of it. If Xia Ruofei wanted to expand his influence further, he had to continue to expand the scale and build more vegetable greenhouses. However, Xia Ruofei did not have such plans for the time being. To make a name for himself, the current scale was enough. Now, the orchard was also full of fruit trees, and only the fish pond in the periphery was still empty. Chow Tai-shu had looked for Xia Ruofei several times about this matter. He felt that it was a pity to leave such a good fish pond empty. Xia Ruofei did not think so. He had been thinking about the use of the fish pond these days, but he did not have a good idea. He felt that it was better to leave it empty and wait until he found a suitable project instead of raising the commonly used fish. This was because grass carps, chubs, and carps could be sold at several times the market price even with the Paradise Corporation's brand. In Xia Ruofei's opinion, the profit was not much. Moreover, these common edible fish would not help to expand the Paradise Corporation's brand influence. After all, his fish pond was only so big. Even if he expanded it, it was impossible to achieve a large-scale breeding. Hence, before he could find a suitable project, Xia Ruofei would rather leave the fish pond empty. The space was also thriving. The iron-skinned Androbium in the original space was almost ready to be picked. The ginseng, Phoebe Jinan, and the young red dragon were all growing very well. In the new space, the hornet's nest had grown a lot bigger. Xia Ruofei was delighted to find that the bee colony's scale seemed to have expanded. With the increase in his mental strength, he could now easily control nearly 300 hornets' nest. Blackie and the rest were nourished by the rich spiritual energy every day and grew very fast. They were all fat and strong. Xia Ruofei was prepared to bring them out to the outside world after a while. With them enlightening, the safety of Peach Blossom Farm would be more guaranteed. In these 10 days, Xia Ruofei did not forget to make the body-tempering soup and the spirit-nourishing soup. During this period, he had taken the body-tempering soup 3 more times. Although the effects were not as obvious as the previous 2 times, he could still make great progress with each consumption. He could now practice the second set of movements of the little golden man and could persist for about 10 minutes. After practicing non-stop every day, Xia Ruofei's physical fitness had improved a lot. He had never practiced any lightness skills, but he felt as light as a swallow. As for his strength, it had increased by a lot. Now, Xia Ruofei did not dare to experiment recklessly in the medium, but he secretly tried it on the back mountain. When he punched a rock, he actually left a deep mark, but his hand was not injured at all. Besides, Xia Ruofei had also taken the pregnancy soup. Similarly, the spirit-bearing soup was the same as the body-tempering soup. Although it could be consumed for a long time, the effect would definitely not be as good as the first and second time. Even so, Xia Ruofei was still able to restore the contents of the 3rd page of the booklet after using it. However, to Xia Ruofei's slight disappointment, the content could not fit in 1 page. The 3rd page probably only contained a small part of the content, and he could not figure out anything. Perhaps he would have to restore the 4th or even 5th page to complete it. However, according to the contents on the 3rd page, Xia Ruofei felt that the spiritual puppet recorded here should not be simple. Just the materials recorded on the 3rd page alone were many that Xia Ruofei had never heard of. He could not wait to restore the 4th page, but with his current spirit power, it was beyond his ability. He could only wait patiently. On this day, Xia Ruofei brought some Taoyuan vegetables and a few space grass carp and drove to the city in a pickup truck. Lin Qiao was going to take the college entrance examination this year. Xia Ruofei was worried that Huzi's mother would not be willing to spend money, so he would send some vegetables, fruits, and fish from the interspace every once in a while. These agricultural products in the interspace were rich in nutrition and were the most suitable for Lin Xiao to take the college entrance examination. Xia Ruofei arrived at the Forestry Bureau's residence that Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao had rented. Just as he was about to carry his things upstairs, the phone in his pocket rang. Xia Ruofei placed the things in his hands back into the car and took out his phone to take a look. He realized that it was Lu Yu calling. "Miss Lu, what's the matter?" Xia Ruofei laughed and asked, "Don't tell me you want the jaded skin ointment again? I'm telling you, my jaded skin cream is very effective. You don't have to use it every day." "Xia Ruofei, I have something that I need your help with, Lu Yu said directly. She ignored Xia Ruofei's joke and seemed to be in a bad mood. "As long as you don't have any ideas about my jaded skin cream, everything else is fine." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Tell me, what is it? Shall we meet and talk?" Lu Yu said, "Do you have time in the afternoon? Let's have a meal together." Xia Ruofei hesitated for a moment. It was almost lunchtime and Lin Xiao was about to leave school. Every time he brought Taoyuan vegetables to Huzi's mother's place, he would stay behind to help with the house's cleaning and then have a meal with the mother and daughter. However, Xia Ruofei could feel that Lu Yu seemed to be a little helpless now. He rarely heard Lu Yu speak in such a weak tone. If he rejected her, he would not be able to bear it. After a moment of silence, Xia Ruofei said, "All right, see you in half an hour. You decide the place." I'll send you the location in a bit," Lu Yu said hurriedly. After Xia Ruofei hung up the phone, he took his things and went to Huzi's mother's house. After talking to her for a while, he told her that he had other things to do in the afternoon and had to leave the Forestry Bureau's family courtyard before Lin Xiao finished school. If Lin Xiao came back, it would be difficult for Xia Ruofei to get away. Lu Yu had already shared the location with Xia Ruofei through WeChat. Hence, after Xia Ruofei went downstairs, he drove the pickup truck straight to his destination. Lu Yu's restaurant was located in an elegant environment in the YL district. It was about a 7 to 8 minutes drive from the Forestry Bureau's family residence. Soon, Xia Ruofei arrived at the restaurant called Impression of Jiangnan. After parking his car in the parking lot, Xia Ruofei walked into the restaurant and took out his phone to call Lu Yu. "I'm here." Xia Ruofei asked, "Where are you?" As soon as Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he saw Lu Yu standing up from a nearby booth. She was holding her phone in one hand and waving at him with the other. Xia Ruofei smiled and put away his phone. He strolled over to Lu Yu. Xia Ruofei casually sat down in the seat opposite Lu Yu. He took a big gulp of the lemon water in front of him and then asked with a smile, "What's the matter? You're in such a hurry to find me." Lu Yu's eyes flickered, but she did not look at Xia Ruofei. She just pushed the menu to Xia Ruofei and said, "Take a look and see what you want to eat first." "Woof. The vegetables here are not cheap." Xia Ruofei glanced at the menu and said, "Let me make this clear. I left in a hurry today and forgot to bring my wallet." Lu Yu couldn't help but glare at Xia Ruofei and said, "Order whatever you want. It's my treat today." Xia Ruofei laughed. Of course, he was joking. With his current wealth, he could afford a restaurant that was 10 times more expensive than this one. In fact, he saw that Lu Yu was a little depressed and wanted to lighten the mood. He picked up the menu and randomly ordered 2 or 3 dishes, then asked, "What do you want to eat?" "I've already ordered," Lu Yu said. Xia Ruofei nodded and passed the menu to the waiter. "That's all for now. I'll add more if it's not enough." "Alright, please wait a moment." The waiter took the menu and said respectfully. After the waiter left, Xia Ruofei took another sip of water and asked, "What do you need help with? Can you tell me now?" Lu Yu hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and said, "Be my boyfriend." Xia Ruofei had not swallowed the mouthful of water in his mouth. When he heard what she said, he spat it all out. Fortunately, he had lowered his head to look at his phone, so his saliva had landed on the table. Otherwise, it would have landed on Lu Yu's face. I'm sorry, Xia Ruofei said as he randomly took out tissues from the tissue box to wipe the table. "What did you just say?" Xia Ruofei looked at Lu Yu with a strange expression and said, "Is there something wrong with my ears?" Lu Yu's face turned slightly red. At the same time, she felt a little angry. She thought to herself, "Am I that unlikable to you?" He was actually so scared. Lu Yu's expression became a little cold as she said, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not asking you to be my boyfriend. I just want you to help me put on an act. I'm in a bit of trouble and I'm afraid I can't get rid of you, so I want to ask you for a favor." Xia Ruofei seemed to understand. He smiled bitterly and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend? It can't be that melodramatic, right?" "Lu, you didn't say anything." She just looked at Xia Ruofei quietly. The bitterness on Xia Ruofei's face intensified. Needless to say, he must have guessed it right. It was so melodramatic. After calming down, Xia Ruofei said calmly, "Tell me the situation in detail." Lu Yu's expression flickered. She lowered her head and said softly, "There's a guy who's pursuing me, and it's not convenient for me to reject him. I'd like to ask you to pretend to be my boyfriend and make him give up." "Is it really that simple?" Xia Ruofei asked, frowning. Lu Yu bit her lower lip and nodded. "It's that simple. Xia Ruofei, I don't have any friends of the opposite sex, so I can only ask you for help. You must help me." Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. He felt that things were not as simple as Lu Yu had made them out to be. What was Lu Yu's identity? She didn't like him, so why couldn't she reject him? Xia Ruofei felt that something was wrong, but he could not figure it out. At that moment, his phone flashed and a WeChat notification came in. Xia Ruofei picked up his phone and opened WeChat. It was a message from Song Ruofei. "Brother, I'm meeting that girl today to clear things up. I'm going in now. Haha, no matter how I think about it, your idea is still the most reliable." After reading Song Ruofei's message, Xia Ruofei suddenly had an idea. He stared straight at Lu Yu's face. All his questions seemed to have been answered. A few days ago, Song Ruofei had said that his family had arranged a marriage for him. Today, Lu Yu had said that he had a suitor that he could not directly reject. Moreover, Tian Huilan had a very close relationship with the Song family and was a hardcore political ally. The answer was obvious. Lu Yu's hair stood on end under Xia Ruofei's gaze. She asked unnaturally, "What are you looking at me for?" Xia Ruofei's expression turned cold. He asked, "Lu Yu, the suitor you're talking about is Song Ruofei, right?" Lu Yu's expression changed when she heard this. She opened her mouth and wanted to explain to Xia Ruofei, but Xia Ruofei had already stood up and said coldly, "Do I look like a silly boy that can be used so easily?" Lu Yu's face was a little pale. She said weakly, "Xia Ruofei, I didn't." Xia Ruofei was not interested in her explanation and walked out of the door. Just as he reached the door, Xia Ruofei saw Song Rui walking in. The moment Song Rui saw Xia Ruofei, he was so surprised that his mouth was wide open. When Xia Ruofei was about to walk past him, he grabbed Xia Ruofei and shouted, "Are you Ofei? What are you doing here? Did you receive the WeChat message I sent you?" Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "Oh, I'm having lunch here." "Are you meeting that woman at this restaurant? Then quickly go in." With that, Xia Ruofei walked out. Song Rui shouted behind him, "Hey! Are you Fei, don't go yet." Song Rui called him a few times, but Xia Ruofei did not turn around. He waved at Song Rui with his back facing him and made a phone call gesture before he continued to walk out. "This kid, why is he acting so weird today?" Song Rui muttered to himself. He didn't think too much about it and just shook his head before walking into the restaurant. Song Rui found Lu Yu's seat and saw her sitting there in a daze. She was unmoved by his arrival and her eyes were a little red. "Lu Yu, are you all right?" Song Rui asked. Only then did Lu Yu raise her head. When she saw that it was Song Rui, she frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Mr. Song, I'm sorry, I have something to attend to, so I have to leave first." Lu Yu stood up after she finished speaking. Song Rui quickly said, wait. "Lu Yu, I asked you out today because I have a few words to say to you. I won't take up too much of your time." Lu Yu furrowed her brows. There was a hint of disgust in her eyes, but she still sat down and said coldly, "Then tell me." "To make it short, I really have something urgent to do." Lu Yu's attitude was very cold, but Song Rui didn't take it to heart. On the contrary, he was secretly delighted. He could tell that Lu Yu wasn't interested in him at all. Since that was the case, the rest would be easy to discuss. Song Rui didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Actually, I just want to make things clear to you. Although the elders on both sides are willing to get married, I personally don't have any feelings for you. You also know that you can't force things. If you force yourself to be together, neither side will be happy." So, in the beginning, Lu Yu's expression was very calm. However, the more she heard, the more surprised she became. Her beautiful eyes could not help but widen. "You mean," she said, "I don't think you'd want to get engaged to someone you don't know at all?" Song Rui said, "So, we are on the same side on this matter. I will try my best to fight against my family. I hope you will do the same. This way, the chances of the elders in my family changing their minds will be higher." "I agree." Lu Yu immediately nodded. When Song Rui heard these two words, he suddenly felt relaxed and blurted out, "That's great." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Rui seemed to feel that something was wrong and quickly said, "Lu Yu, I'm not saying that you're bad. The main thing is," Lu Yu waved her hand and said, "there's no need to explain. I understand. What you said just now was actually what I wanted to tell you. Since we've come to an agreement, that's for the best. Mr. Song, I really have something urgent to attend to." After saying that, Lu Yu stood up and walked out. After taking 2 steps, she turned back and said, "By the way, please help me place the order later." After saying that, Liu took out her wallet and took out 200 yuan bills. Song Ruofei quickly said, Don T, Don T, Don T. I'll just pay the bill. However, Liu shook her head and placed the money on the table. Then, she quickly left the restaurant. Song Ruofei was dumbfounded. He muttered to himself, why is everyone so strange today? As he spoke, his eyes could not help but fall on the cup in front of him. There was half a cup of water in it. It was obvious that someone had been sitting there and had chatted with Liu for a while before leaving. What's the situation? Song Ruofei scratched his head and muttered to himself. After Liu walked out of the restaurant quickly. She immediately looked around but did not see Xia Ruofei. She sighed faintly and felt a little lost. Xia Ruofei's cold gaze before he left was like a needle that pierced her heart. Standing on the street where the cars flowed like water, the warm spring sun shone on her body, but you could not feel any warmth at all. She felt as if she had lost something very important, and there was no trace of it even if she wanted to find it. Xia Ruofei drove the pickup truck out of the city, still filled with resentment. In the past, Liu had the temperament of a spoiled princess. When she was with him, there were always quarrels. However, Xia Ruofei would not fuss about it. In his eyes, Liu was just a spoiled child, but she was not a bad person. But this time, Liu had gone too far and Xia Ruofei was very angry. Liu clearly knew that she, Song Ruofei, and the Song family all knew each other. Xia Ruofei still remembered that a few days ago, Liu had come to Taoyuan farm to get the jaded skin cream. She had heard on the phone that Madame Song and Song Ruofei were visiting the farm. After that, she had acted out of character and did not enter the house. Instead, she had asked Xia Ruofei to give the jaded skin cream away. Now that he thought about it, the marriage had already been decided at that time. Both parties must have met. Under such circumstances, Liu actually concealed the truth and made him her shield. This was a little too much. Xia Ruofei did not have much of an identity or background. He only got to know those high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen by chance. He did not have much of a background. Moreover, Liu did not know beforehand that Song Ruofei was also extremely against this marriage. She even thought that Song Ruofei had asked her out today to pursue her further. Under such circumstances, Liu should be able to think of the consequences of using Xia Ruofei as a shield. The best-case scenario was that Xia Ruofei and the Song brothers would turn against each other. The worst-case scenario was that Xia Ruofei might offend the Song family, a wealthy family, and Tian Huilan, a member of the Standing Committee of the Southeast Province. No matter which side it was, Xia Ruofei was unable to resist them. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Xia Ruofei's thriving business could suffer a devastating blow overnight, unless he completely gave up the domestic market and switched to overseas. Although Xia Ruofei knew that all of this would not happen, Liu could not have predicted it from her perspective. However, she still called Xia Ruofei along. It was already the time she had agreed to meet Song Ruofei, but she still did not tell Xia Ruofei everything. This made Xia Ruofei feel as if he had been deceived. In addition, he was very clear about Song Ruofei's thoughts and knew very well that Liu did not need a shield. Hence, he got up and left the dining room without hesitation. The car was speeding along the highway around the city, and rock music was playing in the car. Xia Ruofei's expression was ugly as he stepped on the gas pedal. Only the speed of the car could vent the dissatisfaction in his heart. After Lu Yu left Impression Jiangnan restaurant, she did not return to school. Instead, she drove around the city aimlessly. Unknowingly, she had arrived at the bank of Min River. After she parked the car, she came to the bank of Min River and sat there, staring at the surging river in a daze. Unknowingly, Lu Yu had sat for the entire afternoon. For the entire afternoon, her mind was in a mess. The scenes of her past interactions with Xia Ruofei flashed through her mind like a movie. Her eyes unknowingly became wet. Night fell quietly. Lu Yu stood up. She heard loud music in the distance and saw flashing neon lights. She walked in that direction. The Midnight Dream Bar was located on the north bank of Min River. Next to it was the river beach. That was full of tourists. It was not far from the old Min River dock. It used to be an old warehouse, but after the old dock left the stage of history, the warehouse had lost its original function. It was rented and transformed into the bar today. The bar adopted a rough industrial design, and the original appearance of the entire building was almost completely preserved. The mottled concrete floor was full of potholes, the red brick wall left with the mark of time, the painted wall with mottled paint, and the irregular barbed wire. The outer wall of the bar was covered with unruly graffiti. After being blocked by the thick soundproof door, the loud music inside seemed a little dull. Lu Yu stepped on the soft sand and walked to the entrance of the Midnight Dream Bar. After pushing the door open, the distant music seemed to be amplified by 10 times. The intense sound waves made Lu Yu frown slightly. She didn't like such a lively and noisy place. However, she was in a rather low mood today. She only hesitated for a moment before walking into the bar. The waiters holding trays walked through the crowd, the DJ shouted at the top of his lungs, and the people in the bar waved their arms and twisted their bodies willfully with the music. Under the swaying of the spotlights, the leisure and tranquility outside formed a sharp contrast, as if it was a strange and grotesque world. Lu Yu walked through the crowd and came to the bar counter. She found an empty high stool and sat down. "What would you like to drink, madam?" the bartender asked with a smile. "Wine," Lu Yu said concisely. The bartender was slightly stunned. Of course, she came to the bar to drink, but there were hundreds of types of alcohol here. What kind of alcohol was she going to drink? A beautiful lady would always be treated well. The bartender did not get impatient because of this. He still had a warm smile on his face and asked, "May I ask what kind of wine you would like to drink?" "Anything is fine, as long as you can get drunk," Lu Yu said indifferently. A strange look flashed in the bartender's eyes. He nodded silently and then got busy behind the bar. Very quickly, the bartender pushed a glass of wine in front of Lu Yu and said, "Please enjoy your Bacardi rum." Lu Yu nodded silently. She raised her glass and took a look. The glass of wine looked like plain water, colorless and transparent. There were a few pieces of ice floating on it. She brought it to her nose and sniffed. A strong smell of wine assailed her nose, making her feel a little dizzy. It was hard liquor. Lu Yu nodded and took a big gulp from her glass. The burning wine had a strong smell, like a ball of fire burning in his mouth. After he swallowed the wine, the burning feeling started to spread along his esophagus and into his stomach. This was the first time Lu Yu had drunk such strong alcohol. She immediately coughed violently, and tears filled her eyes. However, She showed a faint smile. After drinking the wine, the slight dizziness made her suddenly feel relaxed, as if all her troubles were beginning to slowly leave her. Lu Yu took out a piece of tissue and wiped her mouth. She picked up the glass and took another sip. This time, she didn't take such a big gulp, and she was already mentally prepared. Her performance was much better than the first sip. Not only did she not cough, but she even showed a trace of enjoyment. She seemed to have experienced the beauty of this strong wine. Lu Yu held the glass and drank it mouthful by mouthful. Very soon, the glass of wine was empty. Her eyes became a little dazed, and under the effect of alcohol, 2 red clouds rose on her delicate face, making her even more charming and moving. Lu Yu slammed the empty cup on the bar counter and shouted, "Another cup. Please wait." The bartender said. He was already used to seeing such customers. Working in this kind of place, he could meet such single female customers who drank to drown their sorrows every day. However, the one today was a little too beautiful. And he couldn't help but feel a trace of regret. It was because he had already seen the gazes of several tables of customers glancing in Lu Yu's direction. They were all regular customers of the bar and were also experienced in hunting for women. A few of them could meet different women here almost every day. The beautiful girl in front of him was obviously not a regular at the bar. If she met those masters of hunting for beauties, she would definitely be eaten up until not even her bones were left. It was just that he didn't know which lucky guy would benefit from it. As the bartender thought to himself, his hands did not stop. Very quickly, he pushed a glass of rum in front of Lu Yu. Although he could predict what Lu Yu might encounter, the bartender couldn't warn her. He knew that it would be useless even if headed. Furthermore, if he wanted to continue working here, he had to know when to speak and when to shut up. Lu Yu picked up a new glass of wine. A few people at the table beside her exchanged glances. Then, a man in an expensive casual suit stood up and walked towards Lu Yu with a glass of wine in his hand. The man in the white suit was quite good looking. In addition to his branded clothes, he had a somewhat elegant appearance. He sat down on the high stool beside Lu Yu and leaned one hand on the bar counter. He turned to Lu Yu and revealed a smile that he thought was very charming. He raised his glass to Lu Yu. "Miss, it's so lonely to drink alone. Why don't we have a chat?" The man in the white suit said. Lu Yu didn't even lift her eyelids. Her gaze was completely focused on the glass in her hand. She picked up the glass and took another sip of rum. The man in the white suit was rebuffed, but he wasn't discouraged. The smile on his face became brighter and he said, "Miss, get lost." Lu Yu coldly spat out a word. The man in the white suit was stunned for a moment. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes, but he concealed it very well. He only smiled and shrugged his shoulders before leaving Lu Yu's side. When he returned to his seat, he looked at Lu Yu, who was in front of the bar, while talking to his companions. At that moment, his eyes revealed an undisguised desire. Lu Yu was simply too beautiful. She was like a shining star in this bar. They naturally wouldn't let go of such a top-grade product easily. One after another, a few people who thought they were gentlemanly went up to strike up a conversation, but without exception, they were all rejected. These people did not leave after being rebuffed. They just returned to their seats and observed, silently, waiting for an opportunity. He was waiting for Lu Yu to get drunk. In fact, these experienced hunters knew very well that Luyu didn't need anyone to persuade her to drink and add fuel to the fire. She would get drunk very soon, and their chance would come then. The problem was that there were more wolves than meat, and it was not clear who would end up the winner. The regular customers of these bars had even begun to observe their respective opponents in secret, hoping to seize the opportunity. At this time, in a corner of the bar, a fierce-looking burly man took out his mobile phone and made a call. "Master Luo, there's a high-quality item on the first floor. You'll definitely be interested," the burly man said in a low voice while holding his phone. After saying a few more words, he sent a photo with his phone. The second floor of the bar was not open to the public, but there was a luxuriously decorated private room. A man in his 30s was sitting on an expensive leather sofa. On his left and right were two scantily dressed girls who were smiling and feeding lychees to the man. There were also 4 black-clothed men standing in the private room. In the dimly lit private room, they were all wearing black sunglasses. Each of them had a cold expression and stood straight, turning a blind eye to everything in front of them. The man's name was Fang Luo, and he was a natural-born desperado. Fang Luo's past experience of dejection had also made him pay special attention to the enjoyment of life. He had never lacked women in his bed. Today, Fang Luo had brought a few of his personal bodyguards to this midnight dream bar that belonged to him. Initially, he had just come to have some fun, but he had not expected to have an unexpected harvest. One of his underlings who was having fun downstairs found a beautiful woman. Fang Luo's phone vibrated, and he retracted his large, rough hand. He picked up his phone and glanced at it, and his eyes lit up. The lighting and the composition of the picture could be said to be an amateur among amateurs. However, the graceful figure and the side profile that was so exquisite that it was suffocating made Fang Luo's hormones stir. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile as he raised his chin. A burly man in black immediately came to his side and slightly lowered his body, shouting, "Master Luo, what are your orders?" "Go down and find Ali," Fang Luo said calmly. He then showed the photo on his phone to the man in black and said, "I want this woman to appear in my room tonight." "Yes." The man in black replied respectfully, then turned around and quickly left the private room. The lady next to Fang Luo saw the photo as well. She put her arms around Fang Luo's neck and said coyly, "Master Luo, now that you have another beauty, do you not want her any more?" After she finished speaking, she laughed. Fang Luo's expression did not change at all. He said indifferently, "My bed is big enough for 8 to 10 people, but—" he said. At this point, a sharp glint flashed in Fang Luo's eyes, and he slapped her as fast as lightning. He said coldly, "Since when is it your turn to comment on my matters, you slut?" The woman's teeth were loosened, and blood was flowing out of the corner of her mouth from Fang Luo's slap. However, she did not dare to make a sound. Her entire body was trembling uncontrollably, and her eyes were filled with extreme fear. The other girl was also so scared that she kept quiet out of fear, not even daring to breathe. Fang Luo stretched out his hand to caress the lady's face and asked gently, "Does it hurt?" The woman was so scared that she couldn't say a word. Her body trembled involuntarily, and her eyes revealed a pleading look. "You're very scared?" A smile appeared on Fang Luo's face as he asked calmly. The woman nodded, then quickly shook her head, her face completely pale. Fang Luo stretched out his hand and patted the lady's face twice. He said indifferently, "Don't be afraid, I've always been gentle to women, Master. Master Luo. Have mercy," the woman finally spoke as she begged. "I told you, I'm very gentle to women. Why would I want your life?" With a smile on his face, Fang Luo said, "I'm going to be a groom again today. For the sake of my bride, you guys can get lost." The two girls felt like they had been granted amnesty and quickly said, "Yes. Thank you, Master Luo. Thank you, Master Luo." After that, the two of them left the private room. A cruel glint flashed in Fang Luo's eyes as he ordered indifferently, "Send them to the Black Rock nightclub. If they can't sell for $1 million, let them stay there." "Yes, Master Luo." A black-clothed man immediately responded and then went to make the arrangements. On the first floor, the burly man who had called Fang Luo earlier stood up and walked toward Lu Yu. Many people in the bar noticed this scene, including the man in the white suit. All the experienced beauties sighed in their hearts that Qian had wasted her efforts tonight. She definitely didn't have a chance. The frequent customers all knew the identity of the burly man. The people behind him were not people they could afford to offend. Since the burly man had made a move, this woman must have caught the eye of the fearsome Master Luo. They wouldn't dare to have any ideas about the woman that Master Luo had his eyes on. Some people even started to leave. They were the people who had hit on Lu Yu before. These people were worried that Master Luo would harm them, so they all left the bar as if they were escaping. Lu Yu, on the other hand, was completely unaware of the approaching danger. She continued to drink her rum. At this moment, there were already 3 empty glasses in front of Lu Yu. She was holding her 4th glass of wine and drinking slowly. She felt that the noisy world in front of her was not so annoying. Under the influence of alcohol, the world in her eyes became a little blurred and dreamy. The lingering worries had also disappeared at this moment. She had long gotten used to the strong rum, and the frequency of her drinking was getting faster and faster, taking more and more big mouthfuls. At this moment, a rough voice sounded, "Miss, our boss would like to invite you for a drink." Lu Yu didn't even turn around and said coldly, "Get lost." She couldn't remember how many people had come to hit on her tonight. When dealing with these people, she would, without exception, tell them to get lost. Groups of people came up to strike up a conversation with her and then backed off. Lu Yu was already used to this kind of atmosphere in the bar. But this time, this person was different from the others. After Lu Yu scolded him, not only did he not walk away, but he took a step closer and said, "Young miss, you'd better be obedient. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Lu Yu suddenly felt a sense of danger. She turned her head and saw the burly man beside her staring at her with a burning gaze. He did not hide his dominance at all. Furthermore, the few customers beside her, including the bartender at the bar counter, had all disappeared. It was as if she had become a vacuum. Lu Yu's drunkenness was reduced by half. She said coldly to the burly man, "Quickly, go away. Otherwise, I'll call the police." It seems that the young lady has chosen to drink the wine of punishment. The burly man's mouth twitched, revealing a mocking smile. Then, he came forward and grabbed Lu Yu's wrist. A hint of panic appeared on Lu Yu's face. People would react subconsciously when they were panicking. Lu Yu's subconscious reaction was to pull hard and then raise her leg to kick him. Lu Yu did not realize that the speed and strength of her kick were stronger than before. In fact, the medicine that Xia Ruofei had given her to treat her aunt's pain contained the petals of the spirit heart flower. Not only did the petals cure her period pain, but it also improved her physical condition. Although this improvement wasn't very obvious, Lu Yu was able to burst out with much more strength than usual under such a tense situation. The burly man was also caught off guard. He didn't expect Lu Yu's kick to be so fast, and he couldn't dodge it in time. Moreover, Lu Yu was wearing leather boots today. The sharp and hard leather boots kicked the burly man's crotch heavily. This was also the most vulnerable part of a man's body. The burly man immediately let out a blood-curdling scream and released his hand that was holding onto Lu Yu's wrist. He covered his lower body and arched his body like a prawn. Lu Yu quickly took the opportunity to grab her handbag and escape. However, she had only run 2 steps when she realized that several burly men were surrounding her from the entrance. The road had been blocked. Lu Yu hurriedly changed direction and rushed into a room in a panic. Then, she locked the door tightly. Ah. Fuck, Lu Yu heard a few screams and turned around. It was only then that she realized that she had actually rushed into the men's bathroom. A few men who were relieving themselves were shocked by this beautiful woman who had suddenly barged in. Their hands trembled and they peed in their pants. Lu Yu also shrieked and turned around with her face and ears red. However, she didn't dare to go out. There were already noisy footsteps coming from outside, and soon, someone started to knock on the door. Lu Yu couldn't be bothered with the few men in the bathroom who looked embarrassed. She quickly took out her phone from her handbag. At such a critical moment, the first figure that appeared in her mind was not her mother, Tian Huilan, who was a provincial minister, but Xia Ruofei. Lu Yu found Xia Ruofei's number and dialed it without hesitation. At this moment, the bathroom door was slammed loudly. Lu Yu held the door tightly while shouting in her heart, "Quickly pick up the phone, quickly pick up the phone." However, the bell rang again and again. But there was no response. Lu Yu's heart gradually sank to the bottom, and she revealed a bitter expression on her face. "It seems like he's really angry with me. He's not even picking up my calls." The phone beeped. No one is picking up. Lu Yu slowly felt a sense of despair. The force of the door slamming was getting stronger and stronger, and she was almost unable to hold on. Lu Yu gritted her teeth and used all her strength to push against the door. She opened her WeChat and sent a message to Xia Ruofei with trembling hands. "Midnight Dream Bar, save me." Lu Yu had just sent this message when she felt a huge force coming at her. She could not hold on any longer. She was pushed forward and staggered a few steps before falling to the ground. The bathroom door was also knocked open, and 7 or 8 burly men in black rushed in. The burly man who had gone to look for Lu Yu first was among them. He looked at Lu Yu with a ferocious expression and shouted, "Little bitch. You actually dared to kick me." After saying that, he walked in front of Lu Yu in a somewhat strange posture. It was obvious that he had kicked Lu Yu hard just now, and he had not fully recovered yet. Lu Yu gritted her teeth and looked at the burly man with hatred. "You still dare to stare at me? I'll beat you to death." That burly man raised his hand and slapped Lu Yu's face. This burly man's attack was filled with hatred. If it hit, Lu Yu's face would definitely swell up. However, before this slap could land on Lu Yu, it was blocked by a hand. One of the Men in black said coldly, Ali, this is the woman that Master Luo has his eyes on. You beat her up so badly that her face is swollen. How is Master Luo going to use her tonight? The burly man couldn't help but tremble and quickly said, I'm sorry, Brother Hu, I was wrong. Brother Tiger let go of Li's hand gently and squatted down in front of Lu Yu. Miss, our boss just wants to be friends with you. You don't have to be so nervous. Lu Yu snorted coldly and turned her face away, not saying anything. She had heard what Brother Hu had said just now. Naturally, she would not be so naive as to think that he really just wanted to be friends with her. Brother Tiger looked at Lu Yu coldly, then stood up and said, Please invite this lady upstairs. Yes, Brother Hu. A few burly men immediately came forward, picked Lu Yu up, and dragged her out of the bathroom. Lu Yu struggled with all her might and shouted, Help! Help me! The few men in the bathroom were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe. They watched helplessly as Lu Yu was taken away. No one dared to come forward to help. No matter how much Lu Yu struggled, she was no match for a few strong and burly men. She was quickly dragged out of the bathroom by them. Tao Yuan Farm, Villa. Xia Ruofei's room was very quiet. The spirit painting was placed on his bed quietly. The phone on the bedside table vibrated for a while, before it went silent again. Xia Ruofei was playing with Blackie and the rest in the new space. Today, he felt very stuffy, as if there was a knot that could not be released. So, after a quick dinner, he entered the new space, wanting to relax in the spirit map space that was rich in spiritual qi. However, Xia Ruofei still felt uneasy. As a special forces elite, his sixth sense was stronger than the average person's. He had a feeling that something was about to happen. Soon, Xia Ruofei decided not to stay in the medium any longer. He returned to the outside world. After keeping the painting in his body, Xia Ruofei muttered to himself, What's wrong with you today? As he spoke, he picked up his phone from the bedside table. Usually, Xia Ruofei would not bring his phone into the realm since there was no signal there. Hence, he would check for missed calls and messages after he left the realm. Xia Ruofei saw a missed call from Lu Yu after he lit up the screen. Xia Ruofei furrowed his brows. He thought that Lu Yu wanted to explain to him what had happened today. However, to be honest, he didn't want to hear Lu Yu's explanation at all, so he naturally wouldn't return her call. Xia Ruofei turned off the missed call notification. Just as he was about to keep his phone, he saw a red one on the WeChat icon, indicating that there was a new unread message. Hence, Xia Ruofei opened his WeChat. This unread message was from Lu Yu. Xia Ruofei's expression changed when he opened the call. His heart skipped a beat when he thought of the missed call. He grabbed his jacket, opened the door, and rushed downstairs. Soon, the Night 15 let out a loud roar and rushed out of the villa, running wildly out of the farm. Hong Tao, who was on duty at the entrance, opened the gate when he heard the sound of the engine. He immediately recognized the engine and knew that Xia Ruofei was going out. As soon as the door opened, Hong Tao seemed to see a black lightning bolt. When he came back to his senses, Night 15 had already rushed out of the farm, and a bend was not far in front of him. Hong Tao even saw the Night XV's heavy body make a drift amid the sharp friction sound of the tires, and then it lightly passed the bend and disappeared from his sight. Brother Xia, where are you going in such a hurry? Hong Tao muttered to himself as he closed the farm gate. On the highway around the city, Xia Ruofei stepped on the gas pedal and controlled Night 15 to speed forward. At the same time, he searched for Midnight Dream Bar on the car navigation system and set the route. His brain was also spinning rapidly. When he saw the message, it was 2 minutes after the message was sent. According to the planned route, it would take about half an hour to get to the Midnight Dream Bar from here to Sanshan City. However, Xia Ruofei ignored the traffic rules and drove at a special speed. He should be able to get there in 15 to 20 minutes. Xia Ruofei did not dare to imagine what would happen in the middle of such a long period of time. He was a little anxious at the moment. Xia Ruofei knew that it was very likely that Lu Yu had gone to the bar to get drunk because of today's incident. Although Xia Ruofei was very angry with Lu Yu's actions today, he would still feel very guilty if something had really happened to her. Of course, they could not rule out the possibility that Lu Yu was lying. With Miss Lu's princess-like temper, she might have used fake news to trick Xia Ruofei into coming out. However, Xia Ruofei did not dare to take the risk. The only thing he could do now was to rush to the bar that Lu Yu had mentioned as fast as possible. Fortunately, there was only one bar called 0 Point Dream in the entire Sanshan City. It was located by the North River, so there should not be a traffic jam on the way from San Juan Road. Xia Ruofei's face was ashen as he sped all the way. The speed limit cameras along the way also flashed. After entering the city, Xia Ruofei ran a few red lights in a row. There were a few times when he almost collided with other cars, but he dodged them all with his excellent driving skills and extraordinary reaction speed. However, he estimated that after this, his driving license points would not be enough for the deduction. 18 minutes later, the Night 15 rushed to the entrance of the Zero Dream Bar with a roar like a monster. Xia Ruofei jumped out of the car and ran to the entrance of the bar without even locking the door. As he pushed open the heavy door, a burst of noisy music could be heard. It was as if the entire earth was shaking. Xia Ruofei frowned. His sharp eyes quickly scanned the room and then went straight to the bar counter. Outside the bar, a few burly men scattered in 2s and 3s saw the murderous Xia Ruofei rush in. They looked at each other and quickly gathered together, following him into the bar. Xia Ruofei rushed to the bar counter and knocked away a few drunkards on the way, causing a wave of curses. However, Xia Ruofei did not care. When he reached the bar counter, he grabbed the collar of the bartender who had come forward to ask questions and asked, "Where is Lu Yu?" The bartender was pulled by a huge force, and his body involuntarily leaned forward. He felt that he was almost out of breath. A trace of panic flashed through his eyes, and the figure of the beautiful girl who had just been drinking here appeared in his mind. "Sir, you. What did you say?" "I don't understand," the bartender stammered. Xia Ruofei said coldly, "A very beautiful girl. She was drinking here 20 minutes ago. Where is she now?" The bartender forced a smile and said, "Sir, who are you talking about?" "The ladies here are all very beautiful," Xia Ruofei snorted coldly. His left hand grabbed the bartender's collar, while his right hand took out his phone. He quickly found a photo of Lu Yu. It was taken at the flower exhibition a few days ago. Xia Ruofei put the phone in front of the bartender and said, "Look carefully. Don't tell me you've never seen her before." The bartender recognized Lu Yu immediately, and his heart sank. As expected, the girl's friend had come looking for him. However, when he thought of Fong Luo's ruthless methods, the bartender did not dare to say anything even if he died. He quickly said, "Sir, I've really never seen this girl before. There are so many people in the bar, and I can't possibly remember every customer's face." Xia Ruofei had already caught the panic in the bartender's eyes when he saw Lu Yu's photo. He was even more certain that Lu Yu had really appeared in this bar and that something must have happened. He was even more anxious. This had happened 20 minutes ago. For a girl, being held hostage for 20 minutes was enough for anything to happen. At the thought of this, Xia Ruofei exerted force and grabbed the bartender. Just then, Xia Ruofei squinted his eyes. Even though he did not turn around, he could already hear a strong gust of wind. Xia Ruofei let go of the bartender and he rolled back to the bar counter. At the same time, Xia Ruofei lowered his body and accurately dodged the punch that came from behind. Xia Ruofei didn't even turn his head. He followed up with a side kick and accurately kicked the abdomen of a burly man behind him. The 180-pound man was sent flying by Xia Ruofei's kick and smashed heavily on a table behind him, crushing it into pieces. There were also screams from the bar. Xia Ruofei turned around and saw 5 or 6 burly men surrounding him with fierce gazes. They were obviously the people who were in charge of the bar. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate. He clenched his fists and rushed forward. Every second was precious. He did not want to waste it on these people. Under the bar's lustrous lights, Xia Ruofei's figure was like a ghost. After he rushed into the middle of 5 or 6 burly men, a muffled sound of beating could be heard. No one saw Xia Ruofei's movements clearly. In at most 5 seconds, these men all fell to the ground and lost their fighting ability. Xia Ruofei turned around and saw that the bartender was nowhere to be seen. However, he didn't mind. These people who were watching the place definitely knew more. Xia Ruofei stepped on the face of the man closest to him and put the phone in front of him. He asked, "I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Tell me where this girl is now." The man gritted his teeth and glared at Xia Ruofei. Then, he tried his best to look away. Xia Ruofei's eyes flashed and he stomped down heavily. The burly man cried out in pain. His face was a bloody mess. And his cheekbones and nose bridge were broken. Soon, the burly man fainted from the pain. Xia Ruofei's face remained calm as he continued to walk towards the second burly man. The burly man was scared out of his wits when he saw what had just happened. He tried his best to move back, but he had been hit in the abdomen by Xia Ruofei and had basically lost his ability to move. Xia Ruofei arrived in front of him in 2 steps. Just like before, she stepped on the burly man's face and showed him the photo on her phone. 3 seconds. "Tell me where she is," Xia Ruofei said. I don't know." Xia Ruofei's eyes flashed with a cruel light. Just as he was about to do the same thing, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He turned slightly and saw a black shadow coming at him from the corner of his eye. Xia Ruofei waved his hand to block it. It was a bar stool, but its speed and strength were not bad. After Xia Ruofei blocked it, he felt a slight pain in his arm. The bar stool was sent flying and hit a ball-shaped spotlight on the dance floor. With a bang, the spotlight was hit, and sparks and smoke came out of it. Then, it hit the center of the dance floor. At this time, the music in the bar had stopped long ago. However, the people who Came to the bar, generally liked to watch the fun, so many people did not leave. 2 unlucky people were hit by the spotlight and fell to the ground with blood flowing out of their heads. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. There were also screams in the bar. Everyone realized the danger and ran out of the door. After Xia Ruofei had sent the bar chair flying, he slowly turned around and saw a cold-looking man in a black suit moving his wrists and fingers as he steadily walked towards him. The few men on the ground quickly shouted, "Brother Tiger, help!" Xia Ruofei left the wailing man behind and walked towards Brother Hu in a black suit. The 2 of them stared at each other with lightning-like eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, as if there was an invisible murderous aura between the 2 of them, causing the temperature in the room to drop by a lot. When they were about 4 to 5 meters apart, Brother Tiger started to speed up and clenched his fist. Xia Ruofei could clearly see a few cold glints on his fist. Brother Tiger was obviously wearing brass knuckles. Brother Tiger's aura had risen, but Xia Ruofei was still maintaining a constant speed. There was no change in his expression. The distance of 4 to 5 meters was closed in an instant. Brother Tiger's eyes flashed with a cold light and he did not hesitate to throw a right hook at Xia Ruofei. The fist made a whooshing sound and it was so fast that ordinary people would not be able to react in time. Xia Ruofei didn't seem to see it. He didn't even try to dodge. Brother Tiger could already see the fist landing on Xia Ruofei's face and the flesh and blood splattering. However, just as his fist was about to touch Xia Ruofei's skin, Xia Ruofei mysteriously disappeared. Brother Tiger's expression changed drastically, and at the same time a sense of extreme danger rose in his heart. He could be considered as a battle-hardened man. Subconsciously, he dodged. However, in the eyes of Xia Ruofei, who had been strengthened by the body-tempering soup several times, he was as slow as a snail. Xia Ruofei's simple punch landed on Brother Tiger's soft ribs. With a crack, his ribs were broken. Then, Xia Ruofei took a step forward and appeared in front of Brother Tiger. In a very short period of time, he threw a dozen or 20 punches, each one aimed at Brother Tiger's chest and abdomen. The burly men lying on the ground could not see Xia Ruofei's movements clearly. They only felt that Xia Ruofei's hands were like phantoms, and they could hear the continuous muffled sounds of beating. Then, they saw Brother Tiger fall to the ground without even making a sound. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He was obviously seriously injured. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Xia Ruofei dodged, counterattacked, and punched continuously in one go. Those burly men looked as if they had seen a ghost. Each and every one of them even forgot the pain in their bodies as they couldn't help but open their mouths. Was he still human? They had the same thought in their hearts. Brother Tiger was Master Luo's #1 subordinate and also their company's top fighter. He had once participated in underground fighting competitions and defeated many world-class masters. They had never seen Brother Tiger lose in a fight before, let alone being completely crushed without any suspense. Even Xia Ruofei's breathing was as steady as usual. There was no change in his expression, as if he had just completed an insignificant task. He looked coldly at Brother Tiger, who was lying on the ground unconscious. Then, without hesitation, he raised his foot and stomped down. With a crack, Brother Hu's right wrist was crushed by Xia Ruofei's foot. The intense pain woke him up from his coma, and he groaned. However, Brother Tiger was also a man. He did not scream in such a heart-wrenching pain. He just gritted his teeth tightly, and beads of sweat quickly appeared on his forehead. Xia Ruofei squatted down and calmly lit up the screen of his phone. He showed the photo to Brother Hu and asked, "Tell me where she is." Brother Tiger obviously had a higher status than the other men, so Xia Ruofei went to him directly. Brother Tiger sneered and glared at Xia Ruofei. He kept his mouth shut and was not prepared to speak. Xia Ruofei had already expected this. His expression did not change at all. With a flip of his hand, a sharp military dagger appeared in his hand like magic. Then, Xia Ruofei waved his hand and cut it without hesitation. The dagger that was shining with a cold light cut off Brother Tiger's left thumb as if it was tofu. Ah! Brother Tiger let out a shrill cry and his entire body was struggling frantically. However, Xia Ruofei's knee was pressing down on him, and he could not break free at all. Xia Ruofei replied indifferently, "My patience is limited. I won't ask a second time. From now on, I will cut off one of your fingers every 5 seconds. If you don't open your mouth after 1 minute, not only will you lose all your fingers, but you will also have to say goodbye to your lifeblood. If you still don't open your mouth after becoming a eunuch, your eyeball will be the next one to say goodbye to you. The time starts now. Who are you?" Hu Zi's voice trembled as he asked. I've never seen that person before." Xia Ruofei looked at Brother Tiger quietly, his face emotionless. He paused for a moment, then said calmly, "Time's up." After he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate at all. He waved the dagger in his hand and Brother Hu's left index finger was cut off. Arg! Ah! Brother Tiger's body trembled from the pain, and he couldn't help but let out a heart-wrenching scream. Xia Ruofei did not react to this. He did not even blink. He continued to look at Brother Tiger calmly. His expression was the same as before. You devil. Kill me. Kill me if you have the guts." Brother Tiger screamed hysterically. "Time's up." Xia Ruofei only said these 3 words calmly. Then, with a steady wave of his hand, he cut off Brother Hu's left middle finger. "Ah! You son of a bitch, kill me if you dare. If you don't dare to kill me, you're my grandson." Brother Tiger gritted his teeth and shouted. The expression on his face was as mournful as the devil's. He knew that he was already crippled, and his heart had long been disheartened. However, that kind of heart-piercing pain was simply unbearable. The pain spread from the nerve endings to the brain, making him feel so much pain that he wanted to die. "You're a man," Xia Ruofei said indifferently. "I've decided to leave a few of your fingers behind so that you won't be unable to take care of yourself in the future." Brother Tiger panted heavily and stared at Xia Ruofei. In his eyes, Xia Ruofei's delicate face was scarier than a demoness, especially Xia Ruofei's extremely stable tone and the fact that he didn't have any change in expression in the face of such a bloody scene. It made Brother Tiger feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. The other burly men were so scared that they almost peed their pants. Each and every one of them was as silent as cicadas in winter, not even daring to breathe. "You're that kind?" Brother Tiger stared into Xia Ruofei's eyes and said, "I've said it before, my patience is limited." Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "Since I've left you with a few fingers, I'll give you 5 more seconds. If you still can't tell me where she is, I'll..." At this point, the dagger in Xia Ruofei's hand began to move down Brother Tiger's lower abdomen slowly and finally stopped between his legs. He said, "You understand? The countdown begins." "No. Don't. Don't." Brother Tiger started to struggle in vain again. 5, 4, 3. Xia Ruofei's expression was cold. "Stop. I'll tell you. I'll tell you." Brother Tiger finally had a mental breakdown and cried out in fear. "You still have 2 seconds. Xia Ruofei said calmly. "He's on the 2nd floor." The second room on the left was Master Luo's personal resting room. "The woman is inside," Brother Tiger quickly said. His mental defense had been completely destroyed by Xia Ruofei. The only thought in his mind was to get as far away from this demon as possible. As soon as Brother Tiger finished speaking, he felt his vision blur and Xia Ruofei disappeared. In the next moment, Xia Ruofei's figure appeared at the entrance of the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. Brother Tiger panted heavily as he stared at Xia Ruofei's ghostly back. His eyes filled with fear. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate today. Even Master Luo would not be able to do much in front of this ruthless person. Brother whose only hope was that Master Luo had not done anything to that girl yet. Otherwise, he could not imagine how he would face Xia Ruofei's anger. Time went back to 20 minutes ago. Luyu was forcefully dragged to Feng Luo's exclusive lounge on the 2nd floor by Brother Tiger and his men. On the way, Luyu was struggling with all her might, but it was to no avail. She was a weak woman. How could she be a match for a few big men? "Brother Hu, what do we do now?" one of the men asked. Brother Tiger pointed to a bottle of wine on the bedside table and said, "Serve this lady until she's finished." "Understood." The burly man grinned hideously as he walked over to open the wine bottle. The remaining few people grabbed Luyu's arm tightly. No matter how hard you struggled, it was to no avail. "Let me go. Let me go. You bunch of animals," Luyu shouted as she struggled. However, all of this was a futile effort. Very quickly, the burly man started to pour wine into Luyu's mouth. Luyu shook her head desperately, trying to avoid it. However, the burly man inserted the bottle into her mouth and started to pour the water in. Luyu choked and coughed violently. A lot of the wine flowed out from the corners of her mouth and even her nostrils. The smell of wine filled the room, but most of the wine was forced into her stomach. Luyu had already drunk quite a lot of strong rum, and after mixing it with so much foreign wine, she very quickly felt dizzy. After the alcohol hit her, her strength to struggle also disappeared, and her entire body slowly collapsed onto the bed. "Xia Ruofei. Save me," Luyu, who had already lost her ability to move, mumbled as her chest heaved up and down. Brother Tiger gestured for the few men to lay Luyu on the bed. At this moment, the burly man who had poured the wine for Luyu looked at Luyu with a burning gaze. Then he moved closer to Brother Tiger and laughed. "Brother Hu, do you want to give this girl some aphrodisiac?" The few underlings beside him also showed a smile of understanding. Tonight's beauty was really of the highest quality. Although these people could only look at her and not touch her, they were all tempted. Moreover, they were even fantasizing that after Feng Luo had used her, he would give her to them and his brothers. Even if Feng Luo had used it before, they would still drool over it. Brother Tiger looked at the man coldly and asked, "How long have you been with Master Luo?" The burly man was stunned for a moment before he said weakly, 3. 3 years. You've been with Master Luo for 3 years. Haven't you learned the basic rules? Brother Tiger said coldly, do you know the consequences of acting on your own? The burly man suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and his face turned pale. He quickly said, Brother Hu. I know I was wrong. Brother Tiger snorted and said, don't do it again. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Tiger took a look at Luyu, who was on the bed. At this moment, Luyu had already fallen into a state of heavy drunkenness. Her body was slightly twisting on the bed. Any man who saw her would be unable to help but feel their hearts palpitate. However, Brother Tiger's eyes were as cold as ever, without the slightest ripple of emotion. Leave one person outside to keep watch, Brother Tiger said. Unless there's an emergency, no one is allowed to come in. Yes, Brother Tiger. Everyone responded in unison. Brother Tiger left the room and went straight to the large private room next door. In the private room, Fong Luo was leisurely sipping a glass of red wine. There were two gorgeously dressed girls beside him, and they slithered around him like water snakes. A few burly men in black stood guard at the door like iron towers. Brother Tiger walked up to Fong Luo, bowed slightly, and leaned down to whisper into Fong Luo's ear, Lord Luo, everything has been arranged. Fong Luo's ferocious triangular eyes suddenly lit up. He patted Brother Tiger's shoulder in satisfaction and said, Tiger, thank you for your hard work. With that, Fong Luo stood up and walked out of the private room in big strides, leaving the two girls behind. Although he had only seen a side profile photo, Fong Luo's heart was already itching for a fight. He could feel his evil fire stirring, and he couldn't wait to go back to his room and dote on that exquisite beauty. Fong Luo had only taken 2 steps when his phone rang. He immediately frowned. This was his personal phone, and not many people knew the number. The person who could make this call must be someone close to him. Fong Luo gestured to Brother Hu, who immediately strode over to the coffee table and picked up his phone. When he saw the caller ID, his expression froze. He quickly walked to Fong Luo with his phone and said in a low voice, Master Luo, it's young Master Liang. Fong Luo immediately took the phone. Brother Hu waved his hand and led the men in black and the 2 girls out of the room. Fong Luo's success was not only due to his ruthlessness, but also due to the support of the rich. Otherwise, a gangster like him, who only knew how to fight and be ruthless, would have died many times over. Fong Luo's benefactor was the mysterious young Master Liang. Therefore, Fong Luo did not dare to neglect young Master Liang's call. No matter how anxious he was, he would not dare to reject the call. To put it bluntly, even if his father was dead and he had to go to the funeral soon, he would still have to answer the call first. Brother Tiger waited outside the door for more than 10 minutes before he saw Fong Luo walking out with a happy expression. He must have had a good chat with young Master Liang. However, as a subordinate, Brother Tiger should not be guessing what benefits young Master Liang had offered him. Brother Tiger was able to gain Fong Luo's trust. Other than being skilled, his loyalty and loyalty were also extremely important reasons. He did not say anything more. He made an inviting gesture at Fong Luo and led him to the room next door. Fong Luo's eyes were filled with unconcealed desire. After opening the door, he turned around and said, even if the sky falls, you're not allowed to disturb me. Yes, Master Luo. Fong Luo walked into the room, and Brother Hu and the others stood guard outside the door. The bedroom had been specially soundproofed, so even if the wall was smashed from the inside, no sound would be heard from the outside. After all, Fang Luo often spent the night with women here, and he did not have the habit of broadcasting his sexual activities to his subordinates. Brother Tiger had only stood outside for 2 to 3 minutes when the sound of fighting came from the first floor. The screams of the lackeys were heart-wrenching. Brother Tiger ordered a few subordinates to guard the door and then went downstairs to check. He used to be the king of underground fighting and had never met a worthy opponent in Sanshan City. He did not expect to be severely injured by Xia Ruofei after going down and even be crippled by him. When Xia Ruofei rushed up to the second floor, there were 5 burly men in black suits standing guard at the door of Fang Luo's bedroom. When they saw Xia Ruofei, they were stunned for a moment before they quickly reacted. Without any hesitation, they pulled out the machetes hidden at their waists and rushed towards Xia Ruofei. Even Brother Tiger couldn't deal with the enemy, so these black-clothed men were naturally very cautious. They took out their weapons and attacked as a group, not daring to take it lightly. Xia Ruofei knew that every second was precious. He didn't waste any more time. He stomped on the ground and turned into a shadow as he rushed into the crowd of men in black. The knife flashed, but the men in black were shocked to find that they could not see Xia Ruofei's figure clearly. Xia Ruofei's thin body moved nimbly among the airtight knife lights. Soon, someone felt a pain in his wrist and let go of his knife. The knife fell to the ground. Then, a strong force hit his chest and abdomen. He flew up involuntarily and slammed heavily into the wall, unconscious. Punches, kicks, kneecaps, elbows. Xia Ruofei used every part of his body to the extreme. He was originally from the Special Forces and was an expert in grappling in the army. After being strengthened by the body-tempering soup, his strength, speed, and reaction ability had all undergone a complete transformation. It was naturally extremely easy to deal with these knife-wielding big men. In just 3 seconds, the machetes fell to the ground and the 5 men in black were lying on the ground. None of them made a sound because they had all fainted from Xia Ruofei's heavy blow. From the moment Xia Ruofei entered the room to the moment he took care of the guards on the second floor, it was only a short 2 to 3 minutes. It could be said that he had already exerted his ability to the extreme. Ever since he retired from the army, especially after taking the body-tempering soup, this was the first time Xia Ruofei had fought with a real weapon. He realized that the fighting skills that he had learned before were now very smooth and flexible. His combat power had definitely increased by several times. Xia Ruofei's eyes were filled with killing intent, and his entire body was exuding a strong murderous aura. He started to walk toward Fang Luo's bedroom. 5 minutes ago. After Fang Luo locked the door, his fiery gaze landed on Lu Yu, who was on the bed. Lu Yu's face was flushed red, and she was still calling Xia Ruofei's name unconsciously. Her body was twisting gently, and she looked extremely helpless. Fang Luo's eyes were turning red, and his breathing was getting heavier. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, chuckling. "My beauty, big brother is here, bang! Bang!" With a loud bang, the specially made heavy door of the bedroom flew up and smashed heavily on the thick carpet, making a dull sound. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Fang Luo sprang up without any hesitation and pounced toward the bedside table. Fang Luo had always prepared some life-saving measures in places where he often went and stayed, and there was a small and exquisite pistol in the bedside table. Fang Luo's first reaction was that his enemies had come. He had been in the underworld for more than 10 years, and it could be said that he had countless enemies. Although he was now a famous boss, he would still be attacked several times every year. It was only because of the protection of Brother Hu and other subordinates that he was able to escape from danger every time. He was right beside the bed, less than a meter away from the bedside table. In addition to his quick reaction, he immediately rushed over as soon as he heard the door being kicked open. The whole process took at most 1 or 2 seconds. Fang Luo pulled open the nightstand, and his other hand had already grabbed the pistol, whose safety was always off. Just as a crazed look appeared on his face and he was about to turn around and shoot, there was a sudden whistling sound. He felt an intense pain, and he could not help but let out a heart-wrenching scream. The next moment, Fang Luo was shocked to find that his hand that was holding the gun had been nailed to the drawer of the bedside table by a military dagger that glinted coldly. The pain caused the muscles on his face to tremble. He raised his head and saw a thin, fair-skinned young man walking in step by step with a murderous look. Although this young man looked gentle, like a young student who had just walked out of the school gate, the strong murderous aura that he exuded made even a ruthless person like Fang Luo's heart tremble. Fang Luo had taken human lives, and he had been living a life of bloodshed for more than 10 years. He was very sensitive to such a murderous aura, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Such a strong murderous aura. How many people had this person killed before? After Xia Ruofei entered the room, he did not even look at Fang Luo. His gaze landed on Luyu, who was cuffed to the bed. Although Luyu was not in a clear state of mind, her clothes were still intact even though they were a little messy. Xia Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief. He was not late. He walked to the bed in a few steps, grabbed the pair of alloy handcuffs with both hands, and separated them with force. With a crack, the solid alloy chain broke like a plastic toy. Fang Luo's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He looked at Xia Ruofei's broad back, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and used his other hand to grab the handle of the gun. "Go to hell!" Fang Luo shouted crazily. However, as soon as he raised the gun, Xia Ruofei did a clean and swift roundhouse side kick, as if she had eyes in the back of her head. She accurately kicked the wrist of Fang Luo's hand that was holding the gun. The silver pistol was kicked away by Xia Ruofei, and Fang Luo's wrist quickly swelled up. Xia Ruofei turned around slowly. There was no emotion in his eyes as he stared coldly at Fang Luo, who was in a state of madness. Fang Luo was panting heavily. Without any hesitation, he used his injured hand to grab the military dagger that was nailed to his left palm. He gritted his teeth and pulled the dagger out. The intense pain caused Fang Luo to let out a muffled groan. However, he was indeed a ruthless person. He looked at the dagger that was still dripping with blood, and a hysterical smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fang Luo leaped up and swung the dagger in his hand at Xia Ruofei's throat with a dazzling cold light. The corners of Xia Ruofei's mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes revealed a hint of disdain. Facing the menacing Fang Luo, he did not move at all. He only raised his hand when the dagger was almost within reach. Xia Ruofei's movements looked slow, but he managed to catch Fang Luo's wrist accurately. Then, Xia Ruofei gripped it lightly without any expression. Crack. Fang Luo's wrist bone was crushed by Xia Ruofei's casual grip, and the dagger fell to the ground with a clatter. Fang Luo was like a mad demon. He waved his hand, which was pierced by the dagger, and hit Xia Ruofei. It had to be said that Feng Luo had a kind of ruthlessness that came from his bones. However, such ruthlessness was useless in the face of the huge gap in absolute power. Xia Ruofei tilted his head slightly and dodged the fatal blow easily. Then, when Feng Luo lost his balance, Xia Ruofei pulled him slightly and Feng Luo's entire body fell forward involuntarily. Xia Ruofei grabbed Feng Luo's shoulders and kneed him without hesitation. He hit Feng Luo's chest with his knee, making a dull sound. Poochie. The impact was extremely heavy, and Feng Luo spat out a mouthful of blood. Xia Ruofei dodged lightly and avoided the blood that Feng Luo spat out. At the same time, he let go of his hands and Feng Luo immediately fell to the ground. Xia Ruofei's mouth twitched. This person looked very powerful, but his actual combat power was not even comparable to Brother Hu. He had completely lost his combat power without any effort. At that moment, Feng Luo was leaning on the bedside table, his upper body naked. The corners of his mouth and his chest were covered in ghastly bloodstains. One of his palms had been pierced through, and it was still bleeding. His other wrist was broken at a strange angle. His entire person was as white as a sheet of paper, and he looked rather dispirited. However, Xia Ruofei did not have the slightest bit of sympathy. The situation in the room was already very clear. If he had not arrived in time, Xia Ruofei did not even dare to imagine what kind of tragic ending Lu Yu would have had tonight. The whips, candles, and other things at the side also showed that the person in front of her had some perverted hobbies. To Lu Yu, that was a nightmare-like experience. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not have any sympathy for such a scumbag. His gaze landed on Lu Yu, who was on the bed. At this moment, Lu Yu was still in a state of deep drunkenness. There was still a trace of fear and helplessness on her face. Perhaps the movement just now had allowed her to regain some consciousness. She started to mutter softly again. Xia Ruofei. Save me, seeing this scene, Xia Ruofei felt a sharp pain in his heart. Lu Yu's helpless look had touched his heart. He walked forward and leaned over to Lu Yu Seer, saying, "I'm here, it's fine now." Lu Yu tried her best to open her eyes, but her vision was still blurry. However, Xia Ruofei's voice seemed to have a magical power. She stopped mumbling and her expression became more peaceful. She twisted her body slightly and fell asleep again. Only then did Xia Ruofei straighten his body and turn to look at Feng Luo, who was like a dead dog. Feng Luo was still gasping for air, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Xia Ruofei's knee attack had obviously hurt his internal organs. Who are you?" Feng Luo asked with much effort. Xia Ruofei pointed at Lu Yu on the bed expressionlessly and asked, "Do you know who she is?" Feng Luo's mouth twitched, and a lot of blood flowed out again. However, he did not care at all and chuckled. "A woman. And a top beauty, scumbag." Xia Ruofei coldly spat out these two words. Feng Luo started to laugh, and it became more and more hysterical. As he laughed, he started to cough violently, and blood kept coming out of his mouth. "You don't have to say anything. I know. You must be this girl's friend," Feng Luo said. Xia Ruofei looked at Feng Luo quietly without saying a word. "You don't have to look at me like that," Feng Luo continued. I haven't had the chance to touch her yet, so?" Xia Ruofei asked, coldly. "So We, actually, don't have any irreconcilable hatred, Fong Luo said with much difficulty. If you let me go, maybe we can still be friends. The name of Master Luo in the southern city. You should have heard of it. That's me. Friend? Xia Ruofei's lips curled into a mocking smile. Yeah. You'll know the benefits of being my friend in the future, Fong Luo said nonchalantly. I know you're good at fighting, but most of the time, fighting skills are useless. A few of my men are better at fighting than me, but I'm still their boss, right? Brother. Leave a way out, and we'll be on good terms in the future. If you go too far today, our Iron Fist Club will definitely make you pay a painful price. Fong Luo's breathing became smoother as he spoke. Although he was still lying on the ground like a dead dog, his tone was more confident. However, when he spoke, the viciousness in his eyes did not escape Xia Ruofei's eyes. Xia Ruofei picked his nose and asked, "What if I don't want to?" Fong Luo laughed and said, "Young man, don't be too impulsive. You've already vented your anger. Don't tell me you still dare to kill me?" Xia Ruofei's expressionless face gradually revealed a harmless smile. If anyone who knew him saw this scene, they would immediately know that Xia Ruofei had a strong killing intent in his heart. Fong Luo, however, did not notice it at all. He smiled and said, "That's right, he who understands the times should act. It's true that I don't dare to kill you directly," Xia Ruofei interrupted Fong Luo and said calmly, but, at this point, Xia Ruofei suddenly raised his foot without warning and stomped down hard. Crack! Crack! Two terrifying sounds were heard. Fong Luo, who was caught off guard, let out a heart-wrenching scream. Xia Ruofei had just crushed his knees. This time, Xia Ruofei did not hold back. Fong Luo's weak kneecaps were crushed under his heavy stomping. His legs were bent at a strange angle. Even a ruthless person like Fong Luo couldn't help but lose his mind and soul when he saw his leg in such a terrible state. The bone-piercing pain almost drove him crazy. Xia Ruofei had no intention of letting Fong Luo off the moment he saw how fragile Luyu was. Even if he couldn't kill him directly, he would cripple him and make him suffer like hell. Fong Luo's screams lasted for a while before they gradually stopped. He panted heavily and stared at Xia Ruofei. The muscles on his face trembled in pain. But he still forced a smile that was uglier than crying and said, You've got guts. Come on. Again. Again. It'd be best if you could kill me. Ha. Ha ha. As you wish, Xia Ruofei said expressionlessly. Then, he looked around the room and happened to see the empty wine bottle on the bedside table. The wine in the bottle had all been poured into Luyu's stomach. Xia Ruofei picked up the wine bottle and held the thinner part of the top. He weighed it in his hand and walked to Fong Luo. He squatted down and slowly pulled Fong Luo's hand that was pierced by the dagger. Then, he raised the wine bottle and smashed it down. Ah, Fong Luo could not help but let out a terrible roar again. Xia Ruofei didn't even blink. Once, twice, thrice. Every time, it was very precise. The interval was exactly the same, just like an automatic machine. Soon, all 5 of Fong Luo's fingers had been smashed into a bloody mess. All the bones had been shattered, and his fingers were as thin as a piece of paper, lying on the ground. Then, Xia Ruofei slowly pulled Fong Luo's other hand. An ordinary person would have fainted under Such pain. However, Fang Luo was always conscious, perhaps due to his special physique. At this moment, he would rather have a weaker tolerance than faint. This kind of heart-piercing pain made him wish he could die immediately. In Fang Luo's eyes, Xia Ruofei was like a demon, even scarier than a demon. Kill. 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 Me. Just kill me. Fang Luo's bloodless lips trembled as he spoke. Xia Ruofei was still expressionless. He slowly raised the wine bottle that was already stained with blood. 1, 2. Fang Luo's other hand was smashed by Xia Ruofei as he screamed in pain. Xia Ruofei threw the bottle away and picked up the military dagger that had accompanied him for many years. He wiped the blood on Fang Luo's clothes slowly and then smiled innocently. He asked, "Now, do you still want to be my friend?" Demon. You demon, Fang Luo said weakly, if you have the guts. Kill me, Xia Ruofei whispered into Fang Luo's ear, I think it's more interesting to make you suffer a fate worse than death. Don't you like to play with women? I think it's an illness, so I'll cure it for free today, Fang. Luo's expression changed drastically, and he cried out in a trembling voice, You. What do you want to do? Xia Ruofei's lips curled into a cruel smile. Then, the military dagger in his hand slowly slid down Fang Luo's chest, past his lower abdomen, and finally stopped between his legs. Xia Ruofei used a little force and the military dagger easily cut Fang Luo's pants. Fang Luo could feel the cold blade on his skin, and he could not help but shiver. He shrieked, No. No. I beg you, she begged. He had already guessed what Xia Ruofei was going to do. He was scared out of his wits, and this was the first time he had begged for help. Today, Xia Ruofei said indifferently, I'm sure you've defiled quite a number of girls over the years. Today, I'll seek justice for them. No. Don't, Fang Luo shouted crazily. Xia Ruofei's eyes did not even waver. With a twist of his wrist, he cut down ruthlessly. Ah! Ah! Fang Luo screamed hysterically. In the end, his head tilted to the side, and he fainted as he had wished. Xia Ruofei carefully wiped the blood off the dagger on Fang Luo's clothes. After putting the dagger away, he stood up and walked to the bed to carry Lu. You. Then, he walked out of the room that reeked of blood. A few men in black were still unconscious. At the door, Xia Ruofei walked down the stairs step by step. The burly men who had been beaten by Xia Ruofei also heard Fang Luo's screams from the second floor. They were so scared that they kept quiet out of fear. When Xia Ruofei came down, they all avoided him like the plague. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and went to grab a big man. He asked him to bring him to the surveillance room in the corner of the first floor. The screen in the control room showed the images from all the cameras in the bar, including the one at the door. These images were recorded repeatedly, and could be kept for at least a few days. Xia Ruofei carried Luyu on his shoulder and gave her a hard kick. The metal case exploded from Xia Ruofei's kick, and sparks flew everywhere. The server that stored the video recording could not be more useless. Xia Ruofei easily found the hard drives in the wreckage of the case. The burly man had been chased away by Xia Ruofei. He immediately put the hard drives into the spirit map space with a thought. Then, he carried Lu Yu out of the monitoring room and left the bar. As he walked out, in addition to the few burly men he had injured, there were more than a dozen burly men who were not injured. However, no one dared to stop him, who was full of killing intent. Wherever he went, those people hurriedly made way for him, each and every one of them silent, like cicadas in winter. Xia Ruofei walked to the door, turned around, and said, "If you don't want your boss to bleed to death, you'd better call 120 now." With that, Xia Ruofei put Lu Yu down from his shoulder and carried her in a princess carry. Then, he walked out of the bar. Xia Ruofei carried the unconscious Lu Yu to the front of the Night 15 SUV. He carried Lu Yu on his shoulder and opened the door of the front passenger seat. Then, he stuffed Lu Yu into the car and carefully fastened the seat belt for her. Xia Ruofei saw that Lu Yu was sitting in the seat and her body was leaning to one side involuntarily. Hence, he leaned back in the front passenger seat so that she could lie down. Then, Xia Ruofei thought for a while and took off his coat to cover Lu Yu. He then closed the door, walked around the front of the car, and climbed into the driver's seat. Xia Ruofei lit a cigarette and turned to look at Lu Yu. He started to think about how to arrange her. However, things had gotten out of hand today, so Xia Ruofei decided to leave first. He started the car and quickly left the Midnight Dream Bar. When the car reached Jiangbin Road, Xia Ruofei made the decision to bring Lu Yu back to Taoyuan Farm. His first thought was to send Lu Yu home, but now that Lu Yu reeked of alcohol and was completely drunk, he would definitely be punished if Tian Huilan found out. Moreover, Lu Yu usually stayed in the school dormitory. As long as he did not say anything, Tian Huilan would definitely not notice. Hence, Xia Ruofei quickly decided to help Lu Yu hide this matter. As for sending her back to her dormitory, Xia Ruofei quickly rejected the idea. There were too many people in the dormitory, and Lu Yu was so drunk. As long as he sent Lu Yu back, it would probably spread throughout the entire Sanshan University the next day. That would be no different from telling Tian Huilan directly. Of course, Xia Ruofei could also find a hotel nearby to settle Lu Yu in. However, in this case, he would have to stay in the city to take care of Lu Yu. He would have to book 2 rooms and bring a girl to the room. It would not sound good no matter what. Furthermore, there would definitely be surveillance cameras everywhere in the hotel. In the future, if Tian Huilan found out about what happened in the bar today, those surveillance videos would definitely not be able to hide from her. Then, Xia Ruofei would not be able to explain himself even if he was full of mouths. Hence, after weighing the pros and cons, Xia Ruofei decided to bring Lu Yu back to Taoyuan Farm. Anyway, it was night time now. Other than the construction site, there were only Lei Hu and a few other security guards. Even Yi Lingyun and Li Jifu had gone to Mount Wui. There was no one else in the villa. He would not cause any gossip if he brought Lu Yu back. After making up his mind, Xia Ruofei immediately turned the car around and went down the side road of Jiangbin Road. He passed through the city and went on the highway from the north of the city. Then, he drove directly to Taoyuan Farm. The Taoyuan Farm was quiet at night, and it was peaceful and quiet. Xia Ruofei parked the car in the villa's yard, then turned around and gently touched Lu Yu's shoulder. He tried to call out, "Lu Yu, Lu Yu." Lu Yu had no reaction. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and shook his head. After he got out of the car, he went around to the front passenger seat and opened the door to unbuckle Lu Yu's seat belt. Without the restraint of the safety belt, Lu Yu's body tilted towards Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei held her and carried her on his shoulder. Then, he closed the car door and carried her into the villa. Xia Ruofei carried Lu Yu up to the second floor and opened the door to the room next to his. This was the second bedroom on the second floor. Yi Lingyun and the others usually stayed on the first floor. This room had never been used, but the bed sheets and blankets were ready. It also had its own bathroom, but it was slightly smaller than the master bedroom and did not have a large balcony. Xia Ruofei placed Lu Yu on the sofa first. Then, he opened the cabinet and took out the bedsheets and blankets. He made the bed very quickly and carried Lu Yu to the bed. There was a strong smell of alcohol on Lu Yu's body. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but shake his head. This girl really didn't know the severity of the situation. She actually dared to drink so much in a chaotic place like a bar. Xia Ruofei did not know that even though Lu Yu had drunk a lot, she was not that drunk. She was only like this now because Fang Luo's subordinate had forced her to drink an entire bottle of wine. After Lu Yu laid on the soft bed, she turned her body unconsciously. With the blanket between her legs, she adopted a more comfortable position. Xia Ruofei's heart wavered when he saw this. He quickly took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then, he gently pulled the blanket from under Lu Yu's body and carefully covered her with it. At this moment, Lu Yu suddenly muttered, "Xia Ruofei. I didn't mean to use you. But I had no other choice. Don't ignore me." Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He raised his head and looked at Lu Yu. He realized that Lu Yu had not woken up. Her eyes were still closed. These words were just her subconscious murmurs. Xia Ruofei sighed and said softly, "I won't blame you anymore. You should have a good sleep. You'll be fine when you wake up tomorrow." This afternoon, Xia Ruofei was indeed very angry. He had a feeling that he had been deeply deceived. However, now that he thought about it, Lu Yu had been pampered since she was young and her family was well off. Perhaps she did not think so deeply and did not know that if he really became her shield, he would be in a very bad situation. Thinking about this, Xia Ruofei's anger dissipated by half. In addition, Lu Yu had obviously gone to the bar for a drink because they had parted on bad terms at noon. Now that she was so drunk, she was still thinking about this matter. The trace of unhappiness in Xia Ruofei's heart had long disappeared. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to stand up, Lu Yu, who was on the bed, twisted her body again. Her face revealed a panicked expression as she muttered, "Don't come over. Let me go. No. Xia Ruofei. Save me. Save me." Xia Ruofei quickly patted Lu Yu's back gently through the blanket and comforted her in a low voice. After a while, Lu Yu slowly calmed down. Xia Ruofei sat on the bed and looked at Lu Yu's beautiful face. He had mixed feelings in his heart. This was probably the first time in her life that this girl had suffered such a huge shock. He wondered if it would leave a psychological shadow. Xia Ruofei sat for a while. Seeing that Lu Yu had calmed down, he prepared to go back to his room to take a shower. However, at this moment, Lu Yu suddenly coughed again, and it was a very bad cough. Oh, Lu Yu coughed and coughed until she vomited. She was lying on her side and vomited all over the bed. The pillow, bedsheets, and blanket were all in a mess. Xia Ruofei was patting her back to calm her down and was caught off guard. His body was also stained with a lot of vomit. A sour and stinky smell immediately filled the room. "Who have I offended?" Xia Ruofei could not help but laugh bitterly and shook his head helplessly. He couldn't be bothered. to clean up the vomit on his body. He quickly went over to help Lu Yu up and moved her to the relatively clean side of the bed. He let her lean against the head of the bed in a half-lying position. If she was still lying flat, the vomit might block her respiratory tract and cause her to suffocate. Then, Xia Ruofei took out a tissue from the tissue box on the bedside table and cleaned up the vomit on his body. He then ran to the bathroom to get a hot towel and carefully cleaned Lu Yu up. Xia Ruofei wiped her face and mouth clean of the vomit. Then, he carried Lu Yu and walked towards his bedroom. Yingying's room could no longer be slept in. It was messy and filled with the smell of alcohol and a sour smell. He went to his bedroom and placed Lu Yu on the bed. Xia Ruofei turned on the heater and took out a set of warm autumn clothes from his closet. There were no women's clothes here, so he could only let Lu Yu wear his own. Xia Ruofei took the clothes he had just changed out of to the bathroom, washed the vomit off them, and threw them all into the washing machine. As for the bedsheets, pillows, and blankets in the other room, Xia Ruofei rolled them up and threw them on the balcony. He was going to throw them away the next day. Xia Ruofei returned to his room and went to the bathroom to take off his dirty clothes. He washed off the vomit on them and threw them into the washing machine. He poured in some detergent and turned on the switch. He then went to the bathroom to take a shower. When he came out, Xia Ruofei saw that the washing machine was still running. He changed into clean clothes and went to the balcony to smoke a cigarette. His mind was also thinking about what had happened today. The incident at the bar today was quite big. Although he had taken all the surveillance data with him before he left, it was hard to guarantee that he would not be traced back to him. Lu Yu would definitely have a lot of things to do when she woke up tomorrow. Also, he had gone to the city to set up a bunch of red lights today. Those traffic tickets would be a problem. The more Xia Ruofei thought about it, the more confused he felt. He decided not to think about it and wait until he woke up tomorrow. At this moment, he heard the sound of the washing machine, indicating that the clothes had been washed. Xia Ruofei took the washed clothes to the balcony and hung them up. Then, he returned to his room. He thought about it and was still a little worried about Lu Yu. In addition, the room next door had a sour smell. Xia Ruofei did not want to sleep in that kind of environment. With a thought, he took out a sleeping bag from the spirit map space and spread it out on the floor. Then he got into the sleeping bag. After a while, the room was filled with Xia Ruofei's soft snores, and there was also the sound of soft breathing in between. Lu Yu felt that she had a long dream. In the dream, she was being chased by a ferocious-looking monster. She could only keep running, but no matter how she ran, the monster would always follow closely behind her. Moreover, she seemed to have fallen into a maze. The road under her feet seemed to be exactly the same, and the surrounding scenery did not change at all. She ran until she was exhausted, and just as she was about to be buried in the bloody mouth of the monster, she suddenly felt that the ground under her feet was empty, and her entire person fell into an endless abyss. Lu Yu woke up with a start. She first felt a splitting headache. She said in her heart, luckily, it was just a dream. It was so scary. The birds outside the window are chirping, the sky should be bright now. I have to get out of bed. I still have Professor Lu's elective class in the morning. Wait. The chirping of birds. There aren't even any trees near the dormitory. Where did the chirping come from? At this moment, what happened last night? surged into her mind like a tide. Lu Yu's face instantly turned pale, and she immediately sat up on the bed. When she realized that she was lying on a large bed in an unfamiliar room, her expression changed drastically. And she subconsciously looked down. Her coat and wool sweater were gone, and she was only left with a very large piece of thermal underwear. Lu Yu couldn't help but scream. Xia Ruofei was sleeping in a daze. Last night, Lu Yu did not sleep well. She would let out panicked cries from time to time in her sleep. He had woken up a few times in the middle of the night and could only sleep peacefully for a while. After 4 o'clock. However, he had only slept for 2 to 3 hours before he was awakened by Lu Yu's screams. Xia Ruofei sat up and ran to the bed. Lu Yu was covering her face with both hands and crying bitterly. She had already completely remembered what had happened last night. Of course, the only memory she had was that she had been forcefully dragged to the room on the second floor and forced to drink a large bottle of wine. She had no impression of what had happened after she had completely fallen drunk. Now that she had woken up in an unfamiliar room, and even her clothes had been changed, Lu Yu felt that it was self-evident what had happened last night. She had been pampered since she was young and had never experienced any hardships or setbacks. She had never thought that one day she would encounter such a tragic nightmare. Her pure body was violated by a hooligan. The more she thought about it, the sadder she felt, and she couldn't help but cry. Lu Yu, what's wrong? Xia Ruofei quickly walked to the bed and asked with concern. Get lost. Get lost. Lu Yu screamed hysterically and scratched at Xia Ruofei frantically. When she saw the person in front of her hands froze and her face revealed an expression of disbelief. Xia Ruofei? Why are you here? Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you want the people in front of you to be the scumbags from last night? Lu Yu quickly shook her head and then asked, what's going on? I was going to ask you. Xia Ruofei said unhappily, why would a girl like you go to that kind of place to drink? Don't you know that this is very dangerous? If I didn't see your WeChat message last night and rushed over, you would have. Xia Ruofei did not continue after that and glared at Lu Yu. In the past, if Xia Ruofei spoke to Lu Yu with such an attitude, she would definitely be angry and argue with Xia Ruofei. But today, Lu Yu acted out of character and didn't argue with Xia Ruofei. On the contrary, when she saw Xia Ruofei's angry look, a warm current flowed through her heart. Lu Yu lowered her head and said softly, I'm sorry, Xia Ruofei. Saw that Lu Yu's attitude towards admitting her mistake was so good and didn't have the heart to say anything more. After all, she was still in shock after last night's incident. Xia Ruofei looked at Lu Yu and asked, your head hurts, right? Lu Yu nodded pitifully and then asked, where is this place? Where else could it be? It's the Taoyuan farm. Xia Ruofei said, I was the one who carried you back last night. I didn't expect you to be so heavy, despite your slim figure. You really can't judge a book by its cover, I didn't. Lu Yu quickly glanced at Xia Ruofei and said, I'm only 50 kilograms. Lu Yu was very tall and was more than 1.7 meters tall. A weight of 100 pounds was already considered very slim. Xia Ruofei saw that Lu Yu was still concerned about whether he was heavy or not and couldn't help but laugh. Alright, you rest for a while. I'll go get you a bowl of hangover soup. Oh. I'll have to trouble you then, Lu Yu said softly. Xia Ruofei smiled and walked out of the door. At this moment, Lu Yu suddenly realized something and quickly asked, Xia Ruofei, what's with my clothes? Xia Ruofei stopped in his tracks and an awkward expression appeared on his face. However, when he turned around, his expression had already turned into one of annoyance. He said, you still say it. You vomited a lot last night, you know? I originally arranged for you to stay in the guest room next door, but as soon as you laid down, you vomited all over the bed, and even vomited on me. Your own clothes were also dirted. Lu, you didn't expect this to happen either. She immediately looked apologetic and said, I'm sorry. I don't remember, he said. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, forget it, it's fine. Remember not to drink so much next time, he said. Oh. I know. Lu Yu said. Then, she immediately thought of the clothes and asked, then, my clothes? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but sigh. This girl was really stubborn. Your clothes are covered in what you vomited, he said helplessly. You can't wear them anymore. There's no one else in my villa at night, so, Lu Yu looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, You helped me change? Xia Ruofei nodded silently and immediately explained, but I was helping you change behind you, I really didn't mess around, don't say any more. Lu Yu's ears turned red. She said hurriedly, go and help me make some hangover soup. Oh. Xia Ruofei immediately opened the door and left the room as if he was escaping. Lu Yu was wearing Xia Ruofei's thermal underwear as she sat on the bed. Her face felt hot. She lifted the blanket and realized that she was still wearing the pair of jeans. Luckily, he only changed his clothes and not his pants. When she thought of this, Lu Yu could not help but cover her face again. It was already too much for her to change her clothes. She could clearly feel that she was empty inside. This meant that Xia Ruofei had even taken off her bra. That guy said. He didn't look around, who knows? Lu Yu thought shyly. At this moment, she looked up and saw her clothes hanging on the balcony. So, he had already washed my clothes last night. Lu Yu couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. Then, she saw the black lace bra hanging on the hanger. She couldn't help but imagine Xia Ruofei sitting behind her last night and taking off her clothes one by one. In the end, she even took off her bra. She couldn't help but blush. This time I really don't have the face to see anyone. Lu Yu wailed in her heart. After a while, there was a soft knock on the door, followed by Xia Ruofei's voice. Lu Yu, can I come in? Lu Yu subconsciously clutched the blanket tightly before saying, come in. Xia Ruofei pushed open the door and entered the room with a bowl of hot sour and spicy soup. He did not know how effective the soup was, so he had added some spirit heart flower petal solution in it. Lu Yu heard Xia Ruofei's footsteps and quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at Xia Ruofei. Drink it while it's hot, Xia Ruofei said gently, it should help relieve your headache. Lu Yu nodded and said in a mosquito-like voice, thank you. Then, she reached out and took the bowl from Xia Ruofei's hands. Throughout the entire process, she did not dare to look at Xia Ruofei, and her face was red and hot. It was also Xia Ruofei's first time seeing Lu Yu acting like a little wife. He couldn't help but find it funny. However, he naturally knew why Lu Yu was so embarrassed, so he didn't want to provoke her and deliberately bring up the topic of changing clothes. After Lu Yu vomited last night, her stomach was empty. When she smelled the sour and Spicy soup, her appetite was aroused. Very quickly, she finished the entire bowl of soup in big gulps. Not long after she finished the soup, she felt her headache getting better. She looked up at Xia Ruofei and said gratefully, "Thank you." Xia Ruofei smiled and sat down on a stool by the bed. He asked, "How do you feel now?" "Much better." Luyu lowered her head and said softly, "Xia Ruofei, thank you." "You've already said thank you." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's just a bowl of hangover soup. It's not that big of a deal." "I'm not talking about the hangover soup." Luyu raised her head and looked at Xia Ruofei. She said seriously, "I'm saying that I'm really grateful for what happened last night." Xia Ruofei nodded silently. After a while, he said, "Don't do this again. That kind of bar is full of people from all walks of life. It's not suitable for a girl like you." "I know," Luyu said softly. "I wasn't in a good mood yesterday, so I didn't think too much." Actually, Xia Ruofei had already guessed the reason why Luyu went to drink, so he did not continue the conversation. He only said indifferently, "Well, a fall into a pit, a gain in your wit. Just pay more attention next time." Xia Ruofei stood up and picked up the empty bowl on the bedside table. "You can sleep for a while longer. I'll go downstairs and cook you some porridge. You were very drunk last night, so it's better for your stomach to eat something light in the morning." With that, Xia Ruofei walked out of the door. Luyu's white teeth bit her cherry lips lightly. She raised her head and called out, "Xia Ruofei, wait a moment." Xia Ruofei stopped in his tracks, turned around and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" "Lu." You blushed and hesitated for a while before saying, "I want to explain what happened yesterday. I know you're close to the Song family, and I heard from my mother that you cured Elder Song's terminal illness. You're also good friends with Song Ruofei, so I thought that asking you to help would make Song Ruofei give up on the marriage. I really didn't think that much, and I didn't mean to use you." With Luyu's princess like temper, even if she was wronged, she would not explain anything to Xia Ruofei. Yesterday afternoon, she sat by the river in a daze and did not take the initiative to look for Xia Ruofei. However, after the bar incident, her attitude seemed to have changed a lot. After she finished speaking, Luyu looked at Xia Ruofei nervously. At this moment, she had already forgotten the awkwardness that Xia Ruofei had felt when he helped her change her undergarments. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I know." Then Luyu bit her lower lip and asked, "Are you still angry with me?" Xia Ruofei smiled. "I was very angry at first, but then I thought about it. With your temper, I don't think you'd think about such a deep problem. It was probably an unintentional mistake. That's why I'm not that angry." "I'm sorry," Luyu said softly. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Forget it. It's all in the past. I'm not such a petty person." Then Xia Ruofei asked again, "But after you met Song Ruofei yesterday, did you realize that the problem was not as serious as you thought? Actually, you should have told me earlier. That way, there wouldn't have been so many misunderstandings." You already knew that Song Ruofei?" Luyu asked in surprise. Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "He's my good brother. I already knew what he was thinking, but Song Ruofei didn't tell me that you were his marriage partner. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many misunderstandings later on." Luyu couldn't help but glare at Xia Ruofei and said angrily, "Then why didn't you tell me you were going to leave the restaurant yesterday?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You've already set me up." Why should I tell you so much? Besides, Xia Ruofei is already at the door. You'll naturally talk it out when you see him. Why would I do anything unnecessary? Liu Yu was also speechless. Alright, is there anything else? I'm going to make congee, Xia Ruofei said. Liu Yu still had an angry look on her face and ignored Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei laughed, pushed the door open, and walked out of the room. After Xia Ruofei left, Liu Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Her pretty face was red, and she didn't look angry at all. Xia Ruofei made congee with pork and century egg for Liu Yu. Since Yi Lingyun and Li Jifu had gone to Mount Wui and there was no one else living in the villa, Xia Ruofei brought the pressure cooker into the house. The two of them sat in the bedroom and ate breakfast together. After eating, Xia Ruofei went downstairs to clean up the pots and bowls. He returned to the room and said to Liu Yu, your clothes aren't dry yet. I think you should rest here for today. All right, Liu Yu said immediately. Oh. You should stay in your room during the day. Don't go out. Xia Ruofei said, there are people working downstairs during the day and there are many workers on the farm. If you go out from here, I won't be able to explain myself. Liu Yu laughed and said, I know. I won't go anywhere, I'll even eat in my room, okay? Xia Ruofei nodded and said, yes. I'll bring you lunch. As the two of them were talking, Liu Yu's phone rang. She took her handbag from the bedside table and took out her phone. She quickly made a shushing gesture to Xia Ruofei and said, it's Yaya. Hey, Yaya. Liu Yu looked at Xia Ruofei and said guiltily. Yu. Why didn't you go back to the dormitory last night? Jiang Yu asked with concern. Oh. I'm going back to my grandfather's house. Liu Yu's face turned slightly red. I see. Don't you usually go back on the weekends? Why did you suddenly run back yesterday? Jiang Yu asked curiously. Something came up at home. Liu Yu said, by the way, Yaya, help me apply for leave from Professor Lu's elective class this morning. I'm not feeling well, so I don't want to go. Are you okay? Are you sick? Oh, it's nothing. Just a little cold. Liu Yu quickly said, Yaya, my grandfather is calling me. I won't talk to you anymore. Remember to ask for leave. For me. After she finished speaking, Liu Yu hurriedly hung up the phone. When she looked up, she saw Xia Ruofei looking at her with a smile that was not a smile. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed and said, What are you looking at? It's all because of you. How is it related to me again? Xia Ruofei spread his hands and said, Am I wrong to help you wash your clothes? If you didn't leave in a huff yesterday, would I have gone to the bar to drink? Liu Yu rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, It's all your fault. Fine, Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, Miss Liu, I'm impressed by your logic. Liu Yu laughed and rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei. She didn't say anything else. Xia Ruofei said, I'll go out first. If you're bored, you can watch TV or go online. Call me if you need anything. I know. After Xia Ruofei left Liu Yu's room, he went straight to the study. Xia Ruofei had a laptop in his own bedroom. He rarely used the study room, but there was still a desktop in it. Xia Ruofei turned on the desktop case and took out the hard drive that he had taken out from the 0 Degrees Fantasy Bar last night from the Spirit Map space. He found the backup power cable and data cable in the case and connected the hard drive to the computer. Then He turned on the power supply of the case. After entering the system, Xia Ruofei took a quick look and realized that the system had recognized the hard drive with only one drive symbol. It seemed that the kick yesterday had not damaged the hard drive. He immediately clicked on the hard drive, and sure enough, it contained a copy of the surveillance video. The images from each camera were stored in different folders. Xia Ruofei searched through them and quickly found the video file that was an hour around the time when Lu Yu sent him the WeChat message. Xia Ruofei opened the player software and started to look at the videos. He wanted to know what had happened before he rushed to the bar yesterday, and at the same time, he wanted to make a backup of these videos. Last night, he had made a scene at the bar and a few people had been seriously injured. This matter could be big or small. In an emergency like yesterday, it was impossible to make it watertight, so Xia Ruofei had to plan ahead. These videos were the best evidence. Xia Ruofei first turned on the surveillance video from the camera at the entrance of the bar. Very soon, he saw Lu Yu's figure on the surveillance screen. Lu Yu was all alone. She had a look of hesitation on her face. She hesitated at the door of the bar and walked in. Xia Ruofei took a look at the time displayed on the surveillance screen. Then, he quickly found the surveillance video of the bar's interior. He pulled the progress bar to the corresponding time and saw the scene of Lu Yu walking in from the door. Xia Ruofei saw Lu Yu sitting in front of the bar counter. Hence, he found the image of a camera behind the bar counter among the many surveillance cameras. After zooming into the corresponding time, he saw Lu Yu in the image. This camera was facing Lu Yu's position, so he could see it very clearly. The surveillance video was playing on the computer. Xia Ruofei lit a cigarette and sat in front of the computer, watching silently. Seeing Lu Yu ordering a strong rum with a bleak expression and drinking alone at the bar, Xia Ruofei felt his heart ache. For no reason. In the image, Lu Yu's expression was wooden as she drank one cup after another. During this time, many people came to strike up a conversation with her, but they were all rejected by Lu Yu coldly. After watching for a while, Xia Ruofei's eyes narrowed. He saw a burly man, who was obviously a bar guardsman, walking behind Lu Yu. As expected, a conflict broke out very quickly. Lu Yu ran away after kicking the burly man and disappeared from the surveillance camera's range very quickly. Xia Ruofei saw a few burly men chasing after Lu Yu. Although he knew that Lu Yu did not suffer any substantial injuries in the end, Xia Ruofei's expression still turned very ugly. Very quickly, he found Lu Yu's figure in the surveillance video of the corridor outside the bathroom. When he saw Lu Yu hiding in the bathroom and a few burly men kicking at the door outside, he could not help but clench his fists. Xia Ruofei looked at the time and then turned on his phone. This was the time when Lu Yu had called him for help, but to no avail. She then sent him a WeChat message. Xia Ruofei could imagine how helpless Lu Yu must have felt at that time. His heartstrings could not help but tremble again. Very quickly, the men broke through the door and left. Then, Lu Yu, who was resisting fiercely, was carried to the second floor by them. He was simply lawless. Xia Ruofei snorted in his heart. He had been ruthless the day before. A few of them would definitely be crippled for life. He had attacked in a fit of anger and had not considered much. Now that he had seen these videos, Xia Ruofei felt that he had been too lenient. He should have crippled every single one of them. Xia Ruofei also noticed that Lu Yu had been awake throughout the entire process and had been resisting fiercely. However, when he saw her, she was completely drunk. He thought of the empty wine bottle he saw in the room last night and understood what was going on. Naturally, there were no surveillance cameras in that room. However, Xia Ruofei still watched for a while. He realized that after Luyu was locked in that room, Feng Luo's figure only appeared on the surveillance screen after more than 10 minutes. Xia Ruofei was also rejoicing. If Feng Luo had not delayed her for more than 10 minutes, Luyu might not have been able to wait for him to save her and would have been defiled by that bastard. After all, Taoyuan Farm was 20 to 30 kilometers away from the city. Xia Ruofei could not fly there. Soon, Xia Ruofei saw himself in the video with a murderous look on his face. At this time, he had already finished off Brother Hu and the others on the first floor and was rushing up. A few burly men who were guarding the door rushed forward and were easily defeated by Xia Ruofei. Then, he kicked the door open without hesitation and quickly pulled out a military dagger and threw it. The video ended there. Due to the angle, the camera could not see what was happening in the room. However, since Xia Ruofei had experienced it personally, there was no need to see it anymore. After Xia Ruofei finished watching the video, he leaned back in his chair and heaved a long sigh of relief. He was still afraid. At this moment, he suddenly felt heavy breathing behind him. He quickly turned around and realized that Luyu was standing behind him. Her eyes were fixed on the computer screen. Her eyes were filled with fear, and her body was trembling. Xia Ruofei quickly stood up. He had focused all his attention on the surveillance video just now. In addition, he was in an absolutely safe environment. He did not notice when Luyu had appeared behind him. From the looks of it now, it was obvious that Luyu had been here for a while. She must have seen the scenes that had left a huge psychological shadow in her heart. Xia Ruofei went up and put his arm around Luyu's shoulder. Don't be afraid. It's all in the past. Luyu nodded her head heavily and could not help but lean her face against Xia Ruofei's broad chest. Tears flowed out of her eyes and quickly drenched Xia Ruofei's clothes. Xia Ruofei hugged Lu Yu with one hand and patted her back with the other. He kept consoling her. Lu Yu's entire body was trembling. She had just watched the entire process again, and her heart was filled with fear and lingering fear. She was very clear that last night could be said to have been a close call. If Xia Ruofei had not arrived in time, she did not dare to imagine the consequences. At that time, even if her mother was a member of the standing committee of the provincial party committee, it would be of no use. Even if Tian Huilan had thousands of ways to annihilate Feng Luo's entire gang after the incident, even if she were to hack Feng Luo into pieces, the damage done would never be fixed. Luyu had also seen Xia Ruofei rush up to the second floor and beat up those big men like he was chopping melons and vegetables. Then, he had broken into the room. At that moment, she suddenly felt a huge sense of security. Even when she was watching the video, when she saw Xia Ruofei's figure in the video, she still felt as if she had found a safe harbor. She had been pampered and pampered since she was young. She had never experienced such helplessness or even despair. Because of this, the sense of security she felt after seeing Xia Ruofei was precious, so she also hugged Xia Ruofei tightly. A charming beauty was hugging him like this and crying like a pear blossom bathed in rain. From time to time, there was a faint fragrance that assailed his nose. This made Xia Ruofei's body stiffen and he did not know where to put his hands. He knew that Lu Yu's emotions were very unstable now, so he didn't dare to push her away rashly. He could only stand there and comfort her in a low voice. After a while, Lu Yu's emotions finally calmed down. Only then did she realize that she had hugged Xia Ruofei so tightly and had buried her head in his broad chest. Lu Yu quickly got out of Xia Ruofei's arms and reached out to wipe her tears. She blushed and said softly, "I'm sorry." Xia Ruofei smiled. "It's okay. It's all in the past. It's all fine now. You don't have to be afraid." "Yes," Lu Yu nodded her head gently and said, "Thank you." Xia Ruofei smiled. "You're welcome. Next time, don't go to these places where the good and the bad are mixed together. It's really dangerous." "I understand," Lu Yu said obediently. Ever since Xia Ruofei met Lu Yu, he had never seen her so submissive. He was not used to it. He sat back down next to the computer and copied the videos he had just selected into a folder. Then, he opened a video editing software. Lu Yu, who was at the side, asked curiously, "Xia Ruofei, what are you doing?" Xia Ruofei turned to her and smiled. "Edit these videos. Last night's attack was a little heavy. Although I have taken back the surveillance hard drive, it's hard to guarantee that it won't be filmed. Even if the police come to find me, I will have evidence to use." "Ah? Yesterday, Lu Yu asked, "You didn't kill someone, did you?" "No, I didn't." Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Lu Yu immediately felt relieved. If Xia Ruofei really got into a murder case because of her, she would feel even more apologetic. Although those scumbags deserved to die and Xia Ruofei was only trying to save people, if someone really died, Xia Ruofei would still have to bear some responsibility. Besides, even Tian Huilan might not be able to protect Xia Ruofei. Besides, if it wasn't absolutely necessary, Lu Yu definitely didn't want Tian Huilan to know about yesterday's incident. Xia Ruofei continued, "I've only crippled a few people. I think 3 or 4 of them will be disabled. As for that Master Luo who ordered his men to arrest you, he probably won't be able to leave his wheelchair for the rest of his life, and he won't be able to harm other girls anymore." Lu Yu's face blushed slightly when she heard this. She naturally understood what Xia Ruofei meant. Although Xia Ruofei was very ruthless and made her feel a little scared, she also felt a warm current in her heart. Xia Ruofei did not say anything more. He dragged the videos to the video editing software and started editing and combining them. Of course, he had also made a copy of the original video material. Lu Yu moved a chair over and sat beside Xia Ruofei, quietly watching him work. It was strange that after she had cried in Xia Ruofei's arms, she no longer felt afraid when she saw the videos. Xia Ruofei was very focused on operating the computer, and Lu Yu would sneak a glance at Xia Ruofei from time to time. Then, she quickly turned her eyes back to the computer screen. A seed seemed to be quietly sprouting in the young girl's heart. Perhaps even Lu Yu herself did not realize it. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei edited and synthesized a short video. The entire process from the moment Lu Yu entered the room to the moment she was forcefully carried to the second floor and locked in a room by a few burly men was clear at a glance. Xia Ruofei browsed through the app once and confirmed that there were no problems. Then, he clicked to create the video. Then, he threw the mouse away and said with a smile, "Done." It took some time to generate the video. Xia Ruofei turned around and said to Lu Yu, "The workers are all at work now. Peng Hao is still working on the first floor, so I'll have to trouble you to stay upstairs for the day. Otherwise, it'll be hard to avoid misunderstandings. If others see you. Lu Yu nodded. It's okay. Besides, my clothes are still wet. I can't just wear this and wander around your farm. Xia Ruofei looked at Lu Yu, who was wearing his large thermal underwear, and could not help but laugh. The heater in the room was very strong, so Lu Yu did not wear a coat. Xia Ruofei's clothes were very loose on Lu Yu. The hem almost covered her thighs. It was like a short skirt, and it looked very flirtatious when it was loose. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but take a few more glances. Lu Yu was a little embarrassed by Xia Ruofei's gaze and could not help but lower her head. The moment she lowered her head, her face turned red. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and glared at Xia Ruofei. I'll get you a coat, Xia Ruofei said. With that, Xia Ruofei left the study room as if he was escaping. He went to his bedroom to find a sports suit jacket and returned to the study room to pass it to Lu Yu. When Lu Yu saw Xia Ruofei enter, she subconsciously used her hands to block her chest and said with a red face, "Put it on the side." Good, 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 Xia Ruofei said, then I'll go out first. I still have to go to the orchard and the construction site to take a look. You can do as you please. They can read or play on the computer, but they won't come upstairs without my permission. I know, Lu Yu said with a red face. Xia Ruofei quickly left the study and went downstairs. Lu Yu was no longer as unruly as she used to be in front of him. She would even blush from time to time. Xia Ruofei was really not used to it. However, he also realized that if Lu Yu was not being unreasonable, her delicate appearance was actually quite likable. Of course, this thought only flashed past his mind for a moment before Xia Ruofei forced it out of his mind. Now that he already had Ling Qingxue, he subconsciously felt that he shouldn't think about those things. With this thought in mind, Xia Ruofei did not return to the second floor for the entire morning. Instead, he wandered around the greenhouse, the construction site, and the orchard. Even Chao Taishu and the others were muttering in their hearts, is boss not very satisfied with everyone's recent work? Usually, it was very difficult to see the boss. Why did he walk around so many times today? They were much more active in their work. If they knew the reason why Xia Ruofei was wandering around, they would not know whether to laugh or cry. In the afternoon, Xia Ruofei made a simple lunch for himself. When it was close to noon, Peng Hao went to the bank in the city to settle some matters. Xia Ruofei did not need to leave any food for him. He brought it all upstairs and had lunch with Lu Yu. Then, Xia Ruofei let Lu Yu take a nap in his bedroom while he continued to wander around the farm. It was only until the workers had all left work in the evening and Lu Yu's clothes were completely dry that he brought Lu Yu downstairs after she had changed her clothes. Then, he drove her back to Sanshan University. The night had just fallen, and the lights were dim. On the campus of Sanshan University, some students were walking to the internet cafe outside the school in groups of 3 to 5, some were heading to the sports field in sports attire, and many were rushing to the self-study rooms with books in their hands. The flashy Night 15 walked through the campus, earning a lot of heads. Xia Ruofei specially found a place that was relatively far away from Lu Yu's dormitory and very secluded to park the car. Lu Yu didn't say much along the way. She just sat quietly in the front passenger seat in a daze. It was only when the car stopped that she woke up from her dream and said, "Ah. We've arrived." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Miss Lu, what were you thinking about on the way here? I feel like I'm in a daze." Lu Yu was a little depressed. She said softly, "Nothing. Xia Ruofei, thank you for sending me back." I'm leaving," Xia Ruofei smiled. And nodded. "And, quickly go back. I don't want your classmate to worry." The look of disappointment on Lu Yu's face disappeared in a flash. She unbuckled her seatbelt silently, opened the door, and got out of the car. Just as she took 2 steps, she suddenly heard Xia Ruofei call out, "Lu Yu." A hint of joy flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. She quickly turned her head and asked, "What is it?" "I'll keep what happened yesterday a secret," said Xia Ruofei, "but you have to remember not to go to such a dangerous place again." The trace of anticipation in Lu Yu's eyes gradually dissipated. She lowered her head and said softly, "I know, goodbye." Xia Ruofei smiled and waved at Lu Yu. Then, he stepped on the accelerator and the Night 15 off-road vehicle drove away from Lu Yu. Lu Yu turned back and looked in the direction that Xia Ruofei had left in. She only let out a sigh after the tail lights of Night 15 had disappeared and walked back to the dormitory. After Xia Ruofei left Sanshan University, he did not return to Taoyuan Farm. Instead, he asked Ling Qingxue out for a meal. After the meal, the two of them even went to Sanshan Square to watch a movie. After the movie ended, Xia Ruofei went shopping with Ling Qingxue. The two of them were usually busy with their own things and did not have much time to date, so they treasured their time together. Xia Ruofei even gave Ling Qingxue 3 portions of jaded skin ointment. It looked like he had found it in the trunk of the car, but in reality, Xia Ruofei had taken it out of the spirit map space when Ling Qingxue's line of sight was blocked, and put it in a paper bag in the trunk. Ling Qingxue was a natural beauty. She was tall and slender. Even Xia Ruofei was mesmerized by her long, elastic legs. After using the jaded skin cream recently, her skin became even more tender and delicate. Xia Ruofei almost couldn't control himself. Lu Yu's youthful and beautiful body yesterday had already made him feel a little angry, but he had been suppressing it forcefully. Today, ever since they met, Ling Qingxue had been sticking to Xia Ruofei. Whether it was watching a movie or shopping, she would always hold Xia Ruofei's arm tightly. Her delicate body was tightly pressed against Xia Ruofei's. As they rubbed their heads against each other, Xia Ruofei's heart naturally itched even more, and he couldn't bear it. It was a pity that Ling Xiaotian was also at their riverside villa today. Naturally, Xia Ruofei could not go back to have sex with Ling Qingxue. Xia Ruofei wanted Ling Qingxue to follow him back to Taoyuan Farm, but Ling Qingxue hesitated for a long time before rejecting him. After all, she was a girl, and it was definitely not good for her to not return at night. Although Ling Xiaotian might not mind, Ling Qingxue was still too thin-skinned. Xia Ruofei was also helpless about this. He could only send Ling Qingxue home like a gentleman and then drive back to Taoyuan Farm alone. For the next few days, Xia Ruofei was very well behaved and basically stayed in Taoyuan Farm. Of course, he had also been paying attention to the local news these few days. Although the news did not report the conflict at the 0-degree Dream Bar that night, he did not take it lightly. These days, he had been living in seclusion, trying to avoid showing his face in the city. In reality, Xia Ruofei was so careful, because he had promised Lu Yu to keep her secret. If he had told Tian Huilan directly, not only Would he be fine, but Feng Luo and his gang would not be able to escape from prison even if they were disabled. They might even get shot. All these years, Feng Luo had caused quite a bit of trouble. 4 girls. If Tian Huilan were to get involved in this matter personally, then all the things that he had done would definitely be exposed. They would find out everything about him. Even stealing a dog when he was young would not be able to escape the investigation. However, since he had promised Lu Yu, Xia Ruofei could only be more careful and wait for this period of time to pass. After all, if they were to strictly follow the law, even if Xia Ruofei had a reason to save her, he would still be suspected of intentional injury if he were to be so heavy-handed. However, there was no such thing as an impervious wall in this world. Moreover, there were many guests in the bar when Xia Ruofei had rushed in that day. Hence, even though Xia Ruofei lived in seclusion on the farm, trouble still came knocking on his door. It had only been 2 days since the incident at the 0-degree Dream Bar. One day, Xia Ruofei was strolling around the orchard with Lightning when he received a call from Lei Hu, saying that a few police officers had come to the farm to look for him. Xia Ruofei was mentally prepared for this. He immediately turned around and walked down the mountain. When he arrived at the villa, Xia Ruofei saw a valiant female police officer standing in front of his Night 15 off-road vehicle. Her eyes were filled with adoration. The policewoman was about 25 or 26 years old, and her well-fitting police uniform outlined her figure perfectly, especially her chest, which was quite large at first glance. The police uniform was stretched tightly, and the buttons on her chest seemed to be in danger of bursting at any time. There were 2 other police officers beside the policewoman, both in their 30s, but they looked more like her subordinates. The 2 of them stood at the side. Their expressions were far less relaxed than the policewoman's, and their faces were full of vigilance. Lei Hu also greeted them from the side, but the 3 of them had no intention of talking to Lei Hu. When he saw Xia Ruofei walking in with Lightning, Lei Hu shouted, "Brother Xia." There was a trace of worry in his eyes. The 3 policemen obviously came with ill intentions. He had seen their IDs, and they were all from the city police detachment. Usually, when the criminal police were dispatched, it would definitely not be a small case. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded at Lei Hu, giving him a comforting look. When the 2 male police officers saw Xia Ruofei, they squinted their eyes at the same time. Then, they quietly moved a few steps towards the door, blocking Xia Ruofei's way out. Lei Hu could not help but frown. Xia Ruofei naturally saw the 2 policemen's actions, but he had a faint smile on his face and pretended not to see Jian Jia. In fact, if Xia Ruofei really wanted to leave, even 10 times more people would not be able to stop him, let alone 2 of them. But his career was here, and even if the police were here for the 0-degree Dream Bar, what happened that night wasn't a big deal. He wouldn't run away for this. When the big-breasted policewoman heard the noise, she finally looked away from the Night 15 and turned to look at Xia Ruofei. "Police comrades, is there something you need from me?" Xia Ruofei asked indifferently. His eyes subconsciously swept over the policewoman's impressive chest. At this moment, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but have a thought. With such a big burden on her, how could the policewoman run when she caught the thief? She should have been doing office work. Why did she become a criminal police officer? In fact, Xia Ruofei could not be blamed for this. The policewoman's chest was too eye-catching. It was hard not to attract Xia Ruofei's attention. The female police officer sharply felt Xia Ruofei's gaze, and a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. In fact, she was very troubled by this. She had met many similar gazes over the years, and it made her feel very embarrassed every time. The female police officer glared at Xia Ruofei and asked stiffly, "You're Xia Ruofei?" Xia Ruofei nodded and continued to ask, "Why are you looking for me? Is this car yours?" The female police officer ignored Xia Ruofei and continued to ask. Xia Ruofei frowned and said indifferently, "Police officer, what do you want from me? My time is precious." The policewoman snorted coldly and said, "Aren't I interrogating you? Is this car yours or not?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel angry. He said, "Interrogation? What crime have I committed that I need to be interrogated? Don't you know that in your heart?" The female police officer asked Xia Ruofei with a half-smile. Xia Ruofei's expression turned cold as he said, "I don't want to play riddles with you anymore. Officer, no matter what questions you have, please show me your identification. This request of mine isn't too much, is it?" The female police officer glared at Xia Ruofei and almost lost her temper. However, when she saw the other two police officers looking in her direction, she suppressed her anger and reached into her shirt pocket to take out her police badge. Xia Ruofei clearly saw the peaks on the female police officer's chest tremble a few times when she took out her identification card. He couldn't help but secretly click his tongue in wonder. He didn't expect that she could still put an identification card in such a tight place. The female police officer showed her ID to Xia Ruofei and said, "We're from the Criminal Police Division of the City Public Security Bureau. We need your assistance in an investigation of a case." Xia Ruofei picked his ears and said calmly, "It was too fast, I didn't see clearly, what do you mean by that?" The female police officer glared at him and asked sternly. Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "I didn't see clearly. Even a god wouldn't be able to see you clearly, right? Who knows if your ID is fake? Recently, there have been a lot of scammers pretending to be soldiers and police. Although our Taoyuan farm is a small business, it's hard to guarantee that we won't be targeted by scammers. Xia Ruofei, watch your attitude. Who are you calling a liar?" The female police officer gritted her teeth and asked. "I'm just saying that it's possible." Xia Ruofei said innocently, "Officer, your ID isn't something that can be seen by others. Didn't your superiors teach you that you should take the initiative to show your ID to the public when you're on a mission?" The female police officer's face was ashen. She opened her police badge and showed it to Xia Ruofei. Then, she said through gritted teeth, "Take a good look." Xia Ruofei grinned and suddenly pounced forward. The female police officer's expression changed slightly. The two police officers behind Xia Ruofei also subconsciously reached for their waists. The female police officer's vision blurred, and then the police badge in her hand disappeared. She took a closer look and saw Xia Ruofei smiling as he held the police ID. He said as he looked at it, "Don't be nervous. I just want to see it clearly." The female police officer and her two colleagues looked at each other, and all three of them showed a hint of vigilance. Xia Ruofei's movements were too fast. It was so fast that the three of them did not see it clearly. Especially the female police officer. She didn't even have time to react before her police badge was already in Xia Ruofei's hands. What if it wasn't a police ID, but a gun? This person was extremely dangerous. A thought came to the policewoman's mind. She took 2 steps back without a sound and raised her hand slightly, slowly reaching for the holster at her waist. Xia Ruofei seemed to be very interested in the police ID. After looking at it for a long time, he said with a smile, "Qin Xiao. You, good name. It's just that using such a demure name on you seems a little. TSK, you're already a vice captain at such a young age, amazing." The police ID showed that the policewoman named Qin Xiaoyu was the deputy captain of the first criminal investigation team of the City Public Security Bureau's Criminal Police Detachment. She was only 25 years old this year. Qin Xiaoyu's expression was very ugly. She snorted coldly and asked, "Have you seen enough?" Xia Ruofei pouted and threw the ID to Qin Xiaoyu, saying, "Isn't it just an ID? I don't think you'll lose anything later." This ID looks real." Qin Xiaoyu caught the police badge, and when she heard Xia Ruofei's words, her lungs were about to explode. She shouted, "What do you mean? It looks real? We are the police." Xia Ruofei shrugged non-committally and said, "All right, I've seen the documents. Officer Qin, if you have any questions, ask." Qin Xiaoyu glared at Xia Ruofei and took a deep breath to calm herself down. She then asked in a business-like tone, "Mr. Xia Ruofei, may I know where you will be on the 18th of April, from 8 to 8:30 p.m.? What do you want me to do?" "On the 18th, I was at the farm," Xia Ruofei answered without thinking. "You're lying." Qin Xiaoyu immediately interrupted Xia Ruofei's words. "Many surveillance cameras in the city have captured you driving this overbearing off-road vehicle and running several red lights in a row. Finally, you went to the direction of the 0-degree Dream Bar by the North River." Qin Xiaoyu stared into Xia Ruofei's eyes when she was talking, especially when she was talking about the 0-degree Dream Bar. She stared at Xia Ruofei closely, but she did not see any change in his expression. Xia Ruofei furrowed his brows and said, "Am I done?" "Officer Qin, do you know that it's very impolite of you to interrupt someone like this?" Qin Xiaoyu's face revealed a cold smile and said, "Didn't you just say you were on the farm?" Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "I said that I was at the farm the entire day. I went out to pick up a friend at night. I can't remember the exact time. I don't know if it was the time you mentioned." Qin Xiaoyu cursed in her heart, cunning. During the whole process, the other two police officers did not speak. This case should be directed by Qin Xiaoyu. Although the two male police officers were older than Qin Xiaoyu, they were likely to be her subordinates. In fact, Qin Xiaoyu and the others did not have any substantial evidence. After receiving the report that night, they found out that all the surveillance data had been taken away. The gangsters who were beaten up could not give a reason, and Fang Luo and brother who were still in a coma. However, Qin Xiaoyu had retrieved the information from the surveillance cameras at the intersection and immediately noticed that there was something wrong with Xia Ruofei's off-road vehicle. It was rushing towards the direction of 0-degree Dream like a madman. So, she brought two subordinates to investigate. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw the off-road vehicle. Qin Xiaoyu was about to continue asking when her phone rang. She glared at Xia Ruofei and took out her phone. "Hello? I'm Qin Xiaoyu. Right? That's great. I'll ask for a reward for you later." After Qin Xiaoyu hung up the phone, she looked at Xia Ruofei with an unfriendly gaze. Xia Ruofei saw Qin Xiaoyu's expression and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew that the investigators must have gotten some evidence, and it was very likely that the evidence was pointing to him. In fact, this was the case. The case of the 0-degree dream bar was definitely not a small case since it had been transferred to the criminal police. Qin Xiaoyu was the leader of the team who had arrived at the scene that night. She had seen the tragic state of the gang of gangsters with her own eyes, especially Brother Hu and Fang Luo's appearance. Even as a police officer who was used to crime scenes, she still felt a chill in her heart. That method was too vicious and cruel. Especially when they found Fang Luo on the second floor. Qin Xiaoyu almost vomited on the spot. When the other male police officers saw the scene, they clamped their legs together subconsciously. Qin Xiaoyu was the person in charge of this case, and her police officers had split up to handle the case. She had brought two of her subordinates to question Xia Ruofei, who was a suspect of the crime, while many other police officers were doing interviews and investigation work. It was another group of police officers who had just received the news. They had found a few customers who had spent at the bar that night and had taken photos of Xia Ruofei beating up the big men who were guarding the place. Brother Tiger and Fang Luo, who were lying in the hospital on the verge of death, had identified the photos as the culprits. Hence, Xia Ruofei had suddenly become the prime suspect. Qin Xiaoyu stared into Xia Ruofei's eyes and said, "Xia Ruofei, you're suspected of an intentional injury case. I'm now officially summoning you on behalf of the Criminal Police Detachment of the Sanshan Public Security Bureau. We'll make up the relevant documents immediately, so please come with us now." Brother Xia Lei Hu, who was at the side, looked at Xia Ruofei nervously. Xia Ruofei calmly waved his hand at Lei Hu and then said to Qin Xiaoyu, "All right, let's go." Qin Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment and took out the handcuffs from her waist. Xia Ruofei squinted his eyes and said, "Officer Qin, I've already agreed to go back with you. Is there still a need for this? And do you think this thing can handcuff me?" "Cut the crap." Qin Xiaoyu snorted coldly and said, "You're a suspect now, what right do you have to bargain?" After that, Qin Xiaoyu walked up with the handcuffs. To be honest, Qin Xiaoyu was actually very nervous at this time. One would know if there was an expert once they made a move. Although Xia Ruofei had only shown a little bit of his skills, Qin Xiaoyu could tell that Xia Ruofei's skills were definitely better than hers. The two police officers were also on guard, their hands already on the handles of their guns. Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders and did not resist. Instead, he stretched out his hands with a relaxed expression. With two clacking sounds, the bright handcuffs were placed on Xia Ruofei's wrists. Xia Ruofei raised his hand and looked at it indifferently, while Qin Xiaoyu gently pushed his back and said, "Let's go." Xia Ruofei followed the two police officers unhurriedly to the Santana police car that they had driven over. He did not forget to stop and tell Lei Hu to pass on the message to Peng Hao that he would be temporarily in charge of the farm work. When they reached the police car, one of the police officers opened the back door and got in first. The other police officer gently pushed Xia Ruofei, signaling him to get in. At this time, Qin Xiaoyu also opened the door of the front passenger seat and was ready to get in. "Officer Qin," Xia Ruofei called out. "Qin Xiao." You turned around and saw Xia Ruofei holding the pair of handcuffs in his hand. He said with a smile, "You should keep it well. There's no place to buy this thing if we lose it." Qin Xiaoyu was stunned. She had clearly handcuffed Xia Ruofei to his hands just now, and she had deliberately done it very tightly. in order to make Xia Ruofei suffer. She had never thought that Xia Ruofei would be able to get his hands off his hands so easily, and the three of them had not even noticed. In fact, Xia Ruofei had already learned this trick when he was in the army. After taking the body tempering soup a few times, Xia Ruofei's control of his muscles and bones had improved. It was easy for him to break free from the handcuffs. While Qin Xiaoyu was still in a daze, Xia Ruofei laughed and hung the handcuffs on the open door handle, then got into the police car. Qin Xiaoyu finally came back to her senses. She couldn't help but glare at Xia Ruofei fiercely and picked up the handcuffs with a dejected face. She didn't mention the handcuff on Xia Ruofei anymore. Since Xia Ruofei could break free so easily, wouldn't it be humiliating to handcuff him again? I hope there won't be any more trouble on the way, Qin Xiaoyu said in her heart. The other policeman had a strange look on his face. He looked at Xia Ruofei before getting into the car. The other two policemen sandwiched Xia Ruofei in the middle. However, they still didn't feel safe at all, and their hearts were in their throats the whole way. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. The car drove all the way to the city police station. After entering the fast way around the city, Xia Ruofei even started to snore softly. Xia Ruofei was sleeping soundly after the bumpy ride. He was still snoring even after the police car stopped in the courtyard of the criminal police detachment. Qin Xiaoyu was in a state of fear along the way, afraid that Xia Ruofei would suddenly attack her. On the way, Qin Xiaoyu even investigated Xia Ruofei's file through the internal system. However, she could only find out that Xia Ruofei had served in a military group before and retired from active service early last year. She could not see any detailed information about his service. Period. This made Qin Xiaoyu even more worried. She could vaguely feel that it was not that Xia Ruofei's file was incomplete, but that she did not have enough authority to see it. Her superb skills and mysterious military service experience had made Qin Xiaoyu quite vigilant, and her heart was hanging on the edge along the way. So, when she saw Xia Ruofei sleeping soundly, Qin Xiaoyu was also furious. She motioned for the police officer beside Xia Ruofei to get out of the car, then bent down and shouted, "Hey! Get up!" Xia Ruofei smacked his lips, adjusted his position, and continued to sleep. Qin Xiaoyu was so angry that she pushed Xia Ruofei and shouted, "Quickly! Get up!" She had never seen such a big-hearted criminal suspect. He was already caught in the police car and could still sleep. He even slept the entire way to the police station and refused to wake up. This was really weird. Qin Xiaoyu called out a few times before Xia Ruofei woke up in a daze. "Get out of the car," Qin Xiaoyu said coldly. Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders and slowly got out of the car. Qin Xiaoyu and the two police officers brought Xia Ruofei into an interrogation room that was already prepared. The interrogation room was equipped with cameras from multiple angles. Other than that, the furnishings were very simple. In front of it was a long desk with 3 seats. One of the seats had a computer monitor in front of it. Opposite the desk was a metal chair fixed to the ground. There was a fence around the chair, a little like a small table for children to eat. There were 2 thick metal rings on it, which were obviously for the person who was being sent to sit. After Xia Ruofei entered, he walked over and sat on the chair. One of the police officers went forward to lock the buckle and took out the handcuffs from his waist. He hesitated for a moment and looked at Qin Xiaoyu, who was in a daze, at Peach Blossom Farm. Xia Ruofei's amazing skill of getting rid of the handcuffs had left a deep impression on him. Now, he was a little hesitant about whether he should handcuff Xia Ruofei and whether there was any meaning to it. Qin. Xiaoyu frowned and shook her head slightly. The policeman immediately kept the handcuffs and walked back to the table to sit down. The other police officer had already turned on the computer with both hands on the keyboard. He was obviously in charge of taking notes. Qin Xiaoyu, who was sitting in the middle, said with a hint of sarcasm, "You're very familiar with the procedures. Do you go to the police station often?" "It's all right, Xia." Ruofei smiled faintly. "Officer Qin, if you have anything to ask, can you ask now?" Qin Xiaoyu snorted coldly and asked in a business-like tone, "Name?" "Xia Ruofei." "Age?" After the first few routine questions, Qin Xiaoyu said coldly, "Xia Ruofei, tell me in detail where you went and what you did the night before yesterday, from 8 to 8:30 p.m. on the 18th of April. Qin Xiaoyu paused for a moment and added, "We already have clear evidence in our hands. You'd better think clearly before you answer. I don't need to repeat the principle of leniency to those who confess and severity to those who resist, do I?" Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "I was surfing the internet at home on the farm that night. After I received a WeChat message from my friend, I went to the 0° Dream Bar in the Beijiangbin area and picked her up. Then, I went home. If I remember correctly, it should be around the time you mentioned picking up a friend?" Qin Xiaoyu sneered and said, "Did nothing else happen?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "The owner of the bar is too nice to my friends. He insisted on having my friend stay, so I had to use some tricks." "Xia Ruofei, don't be so cheeky. Correct your attitude. This is the Public Security Bureau." Qin Xiaoyu rebuked. Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders, still looking relaxed. Qin Xiaoyu stared at Xia Ruofei and asked, "That night, there were a total of 13 people who were injured. This is the little trick you were talking about?" Xia Ruofei pouted. "That's impossible. I know what I'm doing. No one will die." "So, you admit that you were the one who hit him?" Qin Xiaoyu continued to ask. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes, I did." Qin Xiaoyu and the other two police officers looked at each other and saw a trace of joy in each other's eyes. Qianqian's case had been solved too smoothly. In less than 3 days, the murderer had been caught. Qin Xiaoyu said to the policeman on her right, "De Chong, go and settle the relevant procedures and arrest him." "All right." De Chong stood up and said, "Officer Qin, don't you want to know why I hit you?" Xia Ruofei's tone turned cold as he asked, "Don't you police know anything about that Master Luo? I wonder what kind of person he is." Qin Xiaoyu said coldly, "No matter what the reason is, no matter what the victim did before, it's illegal for you to hit someone. Moreover, you hit him so seriously." Then Qin Xiaoyu continued to speak in a business-like manner. "Xia Ruofei, describe in detail how you attacked him." Xia Ruofei sneered. "Yes, I know that even if that Master Luo is a scumbag, he's still protected by the law. But do you know what would have happened to my friend if I hadn't arrived in time that night? She just went to the bar to spend some money, and she was taken to his room by the subordinate of the victim you mentioned. She was even forced to drink an entire bottle of wine. Perhaps it was because of the danger that day." Xia Ruofei's emotions became agitated. He took a deep breath and continued, "Do you know that if I had been a minute late, my friend would have been ruined by that scumbag? Why did I hit him so hard? Because I'm racing against time. If I wasn't ruthless, how could I have asked for my friend's whereabouts at the first moment? Also, did you guys see the scene that day? There were whips, candles, and collars in that room. It was obviously made for that scumbag's sexual pleasure. Who knows how many victims there were before. Xia Ruofei continued, have you checked these? Qin Xiaoyu was also slightly moved. She looked at Xia Ruofei with a complicated expression and said, we don't understand the situation you're talking about, but we'll investigate it. If Fang Luo and the others are suspected of committing crimes, they'll be severely punished by the law after they're discharged. I can understand that you're in a hurry to save your friend, but you shouldn't have crippled him. It's not worth it to sacrifice yourself for those hooligans. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Officer Qin, you haven't been a police officer for long, have you? Qin Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. Her attitude had softened a little, but after hearing Xia Ruofei's words, she couldn't help but glare at Xia Ruofei and said, is this any of your business? In fact, Xia Ruofei was right. Although Qin Xiaoyu was the deputy captain, she had not been in the police force for long. In fact, she had only been in the Sanshan Public Security Bureau for 2 months. In other words, Qin Xiaoyu's frontline work experience was actually very lacking, which was why she had such a big reaction to Xia Ruofei's words. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, I think an old policeman should be able to easily tell what it means for Fang Luo to be so lawless. Besides, I don't hold grudges, because I usually take revenge on the spot, especially for that kind of scumbag. If I don't personally cripple him, how can I avenge the girls who were victims in the past, and how can I vent my anger for my friend? You. This is a society ruled by law. Your way of thinking is very dangerous. Qin Xiaoyu said. These words were a bit of heartfelt advice. Qin Xiaoyu knew that Xia Ruofei was very skilled and was even a retired soldier. If such a person's thoughts went to the extreme, he would seriously endanger society and become an extremely unstable factor. Like a time bomb. That was why she consciously gave some advice. Xia Ruofei smiled and did not say anything. He could tell that Qin Xiaoyu was just a greenhouse flower who grew up in an ivory tower. She had never seen the cruelty of the outside world, and her words and actions revealed a sense of idealism. Qin Xiaoyu saw that Xia Ruofei was not listening to her and sighed in her heart. She then said, do you have anything else to say about this case? We'll record everything down for you. Xia Ruofei said, everything that happened to my friend at the bar was recorded by the bar surveillance camera. I've already edited the video. I hope it will be helpful for your investigation. Oh? Where's the video? Do you still have the original surveillance data? Qin Xiaoyu immediately perked up and asked. As the police officer did not handcuff Xia Ruofei, he could move his hands freely. He put his hands into his pockets to pull out the USB with the edited surveillance video. Qin Xiaoyu and the police officer in charge of recording were shocked. Qin Xiaoyu shouted, don't move. Slowly take your hands out of your pockets, then raise them up. Xia Ruofei's action of taking out his pocket reminded Qin Xiaoyu that Xia Ruofei was a dangerous person, so she was extremely nervous. Xia Ruofei showed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He slowly took his hand out of his pocket and showed Qin Xiaoyu the USB drive in his palm. Officer Qin, don't worry, I'm just taking out the video USB. Qin Xiaoyu also felt that her reaction just now was a little too big, and showed a trace of embarrassment. she gestured to the police officer beside her. The police officer immediately took Xia Ruofei's USB drive and inserted it into the computer's USB port. He then copied the video that Xia Ruofei had edited into the computer that was recording the statement. Qin Xiaoyu motioned for the police to open the video. The video started playing. It showed Lu Yu hesitating at the entrance of the bar before walking in. The moment Qin Xiaoyu saw Lu Yu's figure, her eyes narrowed and revealed a look of disbelief. Qin Xiaoyu grabbed the mouse and paused the video, then leaned closer to the screen to watch it carefully. The policeman who was operating the computer gave up his seat. The expression on Qin Xiaoyu's face was very interesting. After she carefully identified it, she raised her head and asked, "Your friend is the girl sitting at the bar?" "Officer Qin, won't you know if you continue to watch?" Xia Ruofei smiled faintly. In fact, Xia Ruofei had seen Qin Xiaoyu's expression just now, and he was also muttering in his heart, could she have recognized Lu Yu? It can't be such a coincidence, right? He heard that Lu Yu was usually very low key. Even her classmates in university did not know her identity. Qin Xiaoyu looked at Xia Ruofei with dissatisfaction and focused her attention on the computer screen. She pressed the spacebar and let the video continue to play. As the video played, Qin Xiaoyu's face became more and more unsightly. Her hand that was holding the mouse had unknowingly tightened and her eyes seemed to be spewing fire. The scene stopped after Xia Ruofei knocked down a few men at the door of the room on the second floor like he was chopping melons and vegetables and kicked the door open. Qin Xiaoyu raised her head and looked at Xia Ruofei, asking, "Your friend. Is he hurt?" "I arrived in time," Xia Ruofei said indifferently. "If I don't use some methods to force him on the first floor and take my time to use emotions and reason, it would be too late by the time I find my friend." Qin Xiaoyu's expression became a little awkward. She knew that Xia Ruofei was referring to what she had just said. Extreme times called for extreme measures. Qin Xiaoyu understood this logic, but after seeing the scene that day, she was indeed frightened by Xia Ruofei's thunderous methods. So her first impression of Xia Ruofei was that he was fierce and brutal. However, when she found out that the lady who was almost defiled by Feng Luo was Lu Yu, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly felt that Xia Ruofei's methods were not cruel at all. When a person's perspective was different, their perspective on the problem would also be different. Qin Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, stood up and said to the policeman who was taking the statement, "I'm going to verify something. Call De Chong back first. Don't go through the detention procedures for now. Wait for me to come back." "Yes," the policeman quickly replied. Qin Xiaoyu strode out of the interrogation room. "Officer Qin." Xia Ruofei called out from behind Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu stopped in her tracks and turned around to look at Xia Ruofei. She furrowed her brows and said, "What is it?" Xia Ruofei looked into Qin Xiaoyu's eyes and said, "My friend. She doesn't want her family to worry about her. I hope you can keep this a secret, Officer Qin." Xia Ruofei had basically confirmed that Qin Xiaoyu had recognized Lu Yu's identity. As for how Qin Xiaoyu knew that Lu Yu was Tian Huilan's daughter, Xia Ruofei had no idea. However, he knew that Qin Xiaoyu was going out to report to her superiors. In the end, this matter would be reported to Tian Huilan, and this was something Xia Ruofei did not want to see. Qin Xiaoyu said lightly, "How to handle the case is our police's business. You are still a suspect now. You should worry more about your own affairs." After that, Qin Xiaoyu left the interrogation room without looking back. Xia Ruofei's heart was filled with anger. This small chair could not trap him, but this was the Public Security Bureau. He could not possibly hold Qin Xiaoyu hostage and not let her report it, right? Even if Xia Ruofei had done that, the matter would have blown up and Tian Huilan would have gotten the news. He could only shake his head gloomily and say in his heart, Lu Yu, it's not that I don't want to keep your secret. Who knew that this beautiful policewoman would recognize you at first glance? After Qin Xiaoyu left, the police officer in charge of taking the statement was a little nervous. He kept staring at Xia Ruofei, afraid that Xia Ruofei would burst out and hurt someone. He had been to the scene that night. The tragic scene made his heart turn cold just thinking about it. The thought of the killer who had created that tragic scene was right in front of him. And the policeman felt weak. Xia Ruofei yawned out of boredom. He stretched his body and said, Brother, the police officer was shocked. He looked at Xia Ruofei warily and asked, What is it? Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Xia Ruofei revealed a harmless smile and said, Do you have a cigarette on you? I left in a hurry and forgot to bring my cigarettes. The police officer hesitated for a moment, then took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and placed it in front of Xia Ruofei along with the lighter. He then quickly took a few steps away and watched Xia Ruofei vigilantly. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the police officer. He took out a cigarette from the box and lit it. He took a deep puff and leaned back in his chair, looking very pleased. The interrogation room was filled with smoke. Xia Ruofei and the police officer did not say anything and the atmosphere was a little cold. In the office area of the criminal police detachment upstairs, Qin Xiaoyu took the USB and went straight into her office. The working conditions in the city bureau were not bad. The 3 leaders of the first criminal investigation unit had their own small offices. Qin Xiaoyu turned on the computer monitor and tapped on the keyboard a few times to wake the computer up. She then inserted the USB drive into the computer and made a copy of the video that Xia Ruofei had edited. Then she picked up the phone on her desk, dialed a string of numbers, and quickly hung up before the call connected. Qin Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, her face showed a trace of guilt, then she picked up the phone again. This time she dialed another string of numbers. If Xia Ruofei was here, he would be shocked because the number that Qin Xiaoyu dialed the last time was actually Tian Huilan's private number. A mere deputy section chief policewoman had actually called Tian Huilan directly, and she had even called Tian Huilan's personal phone. This Qin Xiaoyu was no ordinary person. Qin Xiaoyu muttered to herself, Yu, I really can't cover up for this. I can only report this to Auntie Tian. Don't blame me. The phone rang a few times before it was connected. Tian Huilan's voice came from the phone, Xiaoyu. Hello, Aunt Tian. Qin Xiaoyu immediately greeted sweetly. Tian Huilan chuckled, Xiao. You're actually calling me during working hours. Did you get into trouble at work again? Aunt Tian, am I really a troublemaker in your eyes? Qin Xiaoyu immediately retorted. Girl, have you ever stopped? Tian Huilan's voice was filled with adoration. Auntie Tian, I'm very well behaved, okay? Qin Xiaoyu said coquettishly. Who doesn't know about the daughter of the Qin family in Beijing? You think you're obedient? Tian Huilan chuckled and continued to ask, what's the matter? I have a meeting in 15 minutes. Qin Xiaoyu immediately said seriously, Auntie Tian, I have something to report to you. Tian Huilan was stunned for a moment when she heard Qin Xiaoyu speak in such a formal tone. She then asked, Xiaoyu, is it about work? That's true, and not exactly, Qin Xiaoyu said, Aunt Tian, before I report this, you have to promise me that you won't be angry. Yo. He was already bargaining. And you say you didn't cause any trouble? Tian Huilan smiled and said, go ahead. As long as it's not a big mistake, I won't be angry with you. Auntie Tian, it's not my business. Qin Xiaoyu pouted and said while operating the computer, are you in the office now? I'll send you a video. You'll know when you see it. What's the matter? So mysterious, Tian Huilan said. The video was about 500 megabytes and it would take some time to upload to the email. Qin Xiaoyu continued, Auntie, this has something to do with Yu, but you don't have to worry. She's fine. Yu? Tian Huilan couldn't help but be shocked when she heard this. She hurriedly asked, did Yu go out and cause trouble? Aunt Tian, it's like this, Qin Xiaoyu said. The day before yesterday, we received a report that there was an armed fight at the 0 Degree Dream Bar in the Beijiangbin area. I led a team to the scene that night. Qin Xiaoyu used a few simple sentences to report the entire matter to Tian Huilan, then said, that's what happened. I thought it was just a normal fight, but when I saw the surveillance video that the suspect kept, I was shocked. The friend he saved was Yu. Tian Huilan sucked in a breath of cold air and cried out, how could this be? Yu never goes to those messy places. At this time, there was a ding from the computer and Qin Xiaoyu said, Auntie Tian, the video has been sent to your email. You'll know after you take a look. Alright, Xiaoyu, thank you. Tian Huilan said, don't hang up. I'll watch the video first. Alright, he said. Tian Huilan quickly downloaded the video and played it on her computer. At the beginning of the video, Yu was loitering at the entrance of the bar for a moment before pushing the door open and walking in. Tian Huilan was naturally very familiar with her own daughter. She did not need to look at her daughter as carefully as Qin Xiaoyu. Even if it was just a vague back view, Tian Huilan could recognize her at a glance. How slow, Tian Huilan muttered, her eyes filled with disbelief. When she saw Yu being chased and blocked by a few burly men in the bar, she could not help but shiver when she saw them rush in and drag her to the second floor after she hid in the men's bathroom. Tian Huilan's husband had been a police officer in his early years, but he had sacrificed himself on the line when Yu was very young. She and Yu had only each other, and Yu, her daughter, was her greatest spiritual sustenance. When she saw her daughter in the video, Tian Huilan was angry, but also worried. Even though Qin Xiaoyu had said that Yu was fine, she still couldn't help but feel worried. After Xia Ruofei had edited the video, the waiting time in the middle had been removed. Soon, Xia Ruofei's voice appeared in the camera, and the few men who had blocked him were swept away like chickens and dogs. Little Xia. Tian Huilan couldn't help but exclaim. She didn't expect Xia Ruofei to save Yu at such a critical moment. It was strange, but her heart, which had been clenched, calmed down a lot after seeing Xia Ruofei. Perhaps Xia Ruofei had created too many miracles in the past 6 months. The video finished playing very quickly. Tian Huilan's face was a little pale, and the hand holding the phone was even slightly trembling. This vice, provincial Official had lost his cool when it came to matters related to his daughter. Tian Huilan took a few deep breaths and calmed herself down. She then said, Xiaoyu, I've finished watching the video. Qin Xiaoyu didn't hang up the phone just now. She asked, tentatively, Auntie Tian, do you know the person who saved you? Yes, Xiaoyu, Tian. Huilan said indifferently, Xiao Xia has helped me a lot. This time, he saved Yu and taught a lesson to a group of scumbags who were worse than beasts. Let's put an end to this matter. Let him go immediately. Oh. Okay. Qin Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment and said. After hanging up the phone, Qin Xiaoyu quickly returned to the interrogation room. She looked at Xia Ruofei with a complicated expression and said to the police officer, Open the chair. Captain Qin, the police officer hesitated. I told you to open it, so open it. Qin Xiao. You said impatiently, what are you waiting for? Yes. The police opened the chair that trapped Xia Ruofei, and Qin Xiaoyu said coldly, you can leave now. Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders and walked out without a second word. After Qin Xiaoyu recognized Lu Yu, Xia Ruofei had already guessed the result, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. The police officer looked at Qin Xiaoyu in disbelief and then watched Xia Ruofei leave the interrogation room and walk out of the door. Captain Qin, what's going on? The police officer asked. Don't ask so much. It's just teaching a few scumbags a lesson. Do you really want to make things difficult for them? Then wouldn't we be helping the evildoer? Qin Xiaoyu said, I will report to Bureau Chief Chen personally. Yes. The policeman said. All right, let's call back our brothers. Qin Xiaoyu said, everyone has worked hard these 2 to 3 days, hurry up. And rest, maybe there will be a big mission soon, is that so? The police officer was immediately excited and asked, Captain Qin, what's the big mission? Let's leak some information first. Qin Xiaoyu said, you'll know when the time comes. In short, everyone should take this 1 or 2 days to rest. In a few days, we'll definitely be fighting continuously. Understood. Qin Xiaoyu left the interrogation room after she was done explaining. As soon as she came to the corridor outside, she saw the director of the City Public Security Bureau, Chen Bo, walking over in a hurry. As soon as Chen Bo saw Qin Xiaoyu, he immediately said, Little Qin, so you're here. Hurry up and follow me, Secretary Tian has an urgent mission. Qin Xiaoyu was well aware of this and immediately replied, yes. Then, she quickly caught up with Chen Bo. Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel excited. After 2 to 3 months, he finally had the chance to show his skills. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei walked straight out of the Public Security Bureau. He had come in the police car, but there was no police car to send him back now. So, he stood by the road in front of the Public Security Bureau, ready to hail a taxi back to the farm. At that moment, a BMW Mini sped towards the police station. Xia Ruofei did not even see it clearly before the car passed him like the wind. However, just as the car was about to enter the gate, it suddenly braked and quickly reversed to the side of the road. A pretty girl opened the car door and got out, running towards Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei was also dumbfounded. Lu Yu? What are you doing here? Lu Yu had a worried look on her face. When she saw Xia Ruofei, she quickly asked, Xia Ruofei, I heard that you've been arrested by the police. Is it because of what happened a few days ago? They didn't make things difficult for you, right? Lu Yu's barrage of questions left Xia Ruofei scratching his head. He smiled bitterly and said, Lu Yu, are you from the CIA or the KGB? He's so well informed. From the time Xia Ruofei got into Qin Xiaoyu's police car at Taoyuan farm to the time he was released, it had only been about an hour. Even Ling Qingxue did not know about this, but Lu Yu had already received the news and rushed to the Public Security Bureau. If Xia Ruofei had not been released, Lu Yu would have barged into the police station. Lu Yu's face heated up slightly, and she said, "It was your farm staff who told me." "Don't ask so much, what's the situation now? Will you be all right?" Actually, ever since she had been rescued from the 0 Degrees Fantasy Bar by Xia Ruofei and spent a night at the Peach Blossom Farm, a figure had left a place in Lu Yu's heart that had never been touched before. These few days, Lu Yu had not been eating or drinking and was always absent-minded in class. Xia Ruofei's shadow would flash in her mind from time to time. Lu Yu was very clear about Jiang Yu's feelings for Xia Ruofei. She had also vaguely sensed that she seemed to have developed some feelings for Xia Ruofei. Thus, Lu Yu always felt a little guilty in front of her best friends. Naturally, she would not confide in Jiang Yu about this kind of trouble and kept it in her heart. Today, she finally couldn't take it anymore. She didn't think of a proper reason to meet Xia Ruofei, so she drove to Taoyuan farm alone. In reality, when Lu Yu was on the road, Xia Ruofei was sleeping soundly in the police car. However, the winding highway was a one-way closed-off route. Lu Yu naturally did not notice that Xia Ruofei was in a police car that flashed past on the opposite lane. When she arrived at the farm, Lei Hu, who had witnessed Xia Ruofei being taken away in handcuffs, was anxiously trying to get rid of a retired soldier like him. He did not know anyone else in Sanshan City and could not think of any solutions. Lu Yu had been here a few times, and Xia Ruofei had even specifically told them to let Lu Yu through when they saw her car. Thus, Lei Hu knew Lu Yu. When he saw Lu Yu at the door, he immediately told her about Xia Ruofei being taken away by the police of the Criminal Investigation Detachment of the City Bureau. In his opinion, it was always better to have one more person to think of a solution. Moreover, Lu Yu was so young and could drive a BMW Mini that cost hundreds of thousands. Her family must be quite well off and might be able to help Xia Ruofei. The moment Lu Yu heard that Xia Ruofei had been taken away by the police, she immediately thought that it might be because of the incident at the 0 Degree Dream Bar a few days ago. She didn't have time to think and immediately rushed to the city police station anxiously. Fortunately, Lu Yu saw Xia Ruofei before she even entered the Public Security Bureau. Otherwise, she might really cause a scene at the Public Security Bureau. For Xia Ruofei, she could not care about keeping a low profile, nor could she worry about her mother finding out about what happened that day. Seeing Lu Yu's worried expression, Xia Ruofei felt warm inside. He smiled and said, "It should be fine. They just wanted to find out more about the situation." "Really?" Lu Yu didn't quite believe it. She had seen the surveillance video. Although she did not see Xia Ruofei break Feng Luo's fingers one by one and cut off his manhood, she had seen Xia Ruofei's attack on the big men who were guarding the bar. Even the accomplices were in such a miserable state, so how could the culprit, Feng Luo, have a good time? Thus, Lu Yu knew the severity of the matter. She did not dare to believe Xia Ruofei's casual statement. "Yes, the police let me go after a few questions, but," Xia Ruofei said. "But what?" Lu Yu hurriedly asked, "Could it be that they will catch you in the future?" "I don't think so. Xia Ruofei shook his head and said apologetically, Lu. I don't think I can hide what happened that day from Secretary Tian. Oh, so what if you? No. Lu Yu said indifferently, it's fine as long as you're fine. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, I provided the police with the surveillance footage from that day. I didn't expect that policewoman to recognize you at a glance. Then she left for a while and came back to let me go. I think this matter has already been reported to Secretary Tian, so you should be mentally prepared. I understand, Lu Yu said softly. Then she raised her eyebrows and asked, you said female police officer? Does she have a chest? A good figure. About 24 or 25 years old? Xia Ruofei nodded awkwardly and said, she's Qin Xiaoyu, the vice captain of the 1st Criminal Investigation Team. It really is her. Lu Yu had a look of sudden realization. Lu Yu, do you know this female police officer? Xia Ruofei asked. Lu Yu nodded. Yes, we've known each other for many years. Xia Ruofei, I don't blame you for this. Who knew that it would be such a coincidence? It just so happens that Sister Xiaoyu is working on this case. Lu Yu was very clear that Tian Huilan must have already found out about what happened that day. Although Qianshan and Qin Xiaoyu had a good personal relationship with her, they would never and would not dare to help her hide such a thing. It was because this was no longer a small matter, and if it was not handled properly, it could very well escalate into a problem between the two families. Lu Yu had also thought it through. She smiled and said, let's not talk about this. Xia Ruofei, I don't have a car, right? I'll give you a ride. There's no need to go through so much trouble, right? Xia Ruofei said, it's tens of kilometers to and from here. I'll just take a taxi, no trouble at all. I don't have class today anyway. Lu Yu said. Xia Ruofei hesitated and said, all right then, get in the car. Lu Yu immediately said happily. The two of them got into the car, and Lu Yu started the BMW Mini and drove in the direction of the city exit. It was very quiet in the car, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Lu Yu's personality was a little cold, especially since she rarely spent time alone with a guy like this. Although she had been wanting to see Xia Ruofei for the past few days, when Xia Ruofei was really sitting beside her, she could not find anything to talk about. Moreover, her heart was beating so fast that her driving became a little stiff. Xia Ruofei sitting beside her made her a little nervous. It was Xia Ruofei who broke the silence and asked, Lu Yu, have you been well these 2 days? Lu Yu's face turned red for no reason. She said guiltily, it's pretty good. Oh. That's good. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I was worried that you would have a nightmare after going through that kind of shock. Only then did Lu Yu realize that Xia Ruofei was asking about this. She felt a slight warmth in her heart and quickly turned to look at Xia Ruofei. I had a good night's sleep. I didn't have any nightmares, she added in her heart, I dream of you every time. Of course, Lu Yu did not dare to say this out loud. At this moment, Lu Yu's phone rang. As she slowed down the car, she took out her phone and took a quick look. Her expression changed slightly as she said, my mom called. Xia Ruofei said, you can take it first. Since it has happened, there's no point in running away. At most, you can just apologize to her and promise that you won't do it again. With Xia Ruofei's encouragement, Lu Yu seemed to be more confident. She nodded, took out her Bluetooth earphone, hung it up, and pressed the answer button. Mom. Lu Yu called out guiltily. Lu Yu, where are you? Tian Huilan asked. Although her tone was very calm, Lu Yu knew her mother quite well. Every time Tian Huilan spoke in such a seemingly calm tone, a storm was brewing. Only when Tian Huilan was truly angry to a certain extent would she speak in such a tone. Lu Yu looked at Xia Ruofei nervously and then said, I'm driving. Xia Ruofei is going back to the farm. I'll send him there. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but widen his eyes and smile bitterly. He thought to himself, this girl is too honest. You sold me out with just 2 sentences. Tian Huilan was also slightly taken aback after hearing this. She said in surprise, you're with Xiao Xia? Without waiting for Lu Yu's reply, Tian Huilan immediately continued, then come to my office with Xiao Xia. I have something to talk to you about. Lu Yu was so scared that her face turned pale. She had only been to Tian Huilan's office a few times in her life. Even if there was something, Tian Huilan would go home and talk to her. This time, she actually asked her to go to the office directly and even brought Xia Ruofei along. It was clear that Tian Huilan was really angry. Lu Yu stopped the car by the side and covered the microphone with her hand. She whispered to Xia Ruofei, what do we do? My mom wants us to go to her office together. Xia Ruofei forced a smile and said, what else can we do? Go. I'm sorry. Lu Yu said weakly. When Tian Huilan had asked her where she was, she didn't know what was wrong with her, but she had directly said that she was with Xia Ruofei. Not only would she be criticized, but Xia Ruofei would also be kidnapped. She felt extremely guilty. On the other end of the phone, Tian Huilan saw that Lu Yu had not said anything and could not help but ask, Yu, did you hear that? Oh. I got it. I'll be right there, Lu Yu said quickly. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yu looked at Xia Ruofei nervously. Seeing that Xia Ruofei didn't seem angry, she started the car again and drove towards the municipal party committee compound. On the way, the two of them were silent for a long time before they said in unison, Well, you go first, Lu Yu said, a little embarrassed. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, nothing. I just wanted to tell you that no matter what Secretary Tian says later, you must not talk back to her. No matter how angry she is, it's all because she cares about you. I know, Lu Yu asked timidly, what about you? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Secretary Tian, you're only looking for me to verify some things, right? Perhaps you'll charge me with the crime of not reporting the information? I don't know if they'll seal off my Taoyuan farm. Lu Yu was shocked. That won't happen. If my mother dares to take revenge, I will run away from home, she said. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Look at how nervous you are. I was just joking with you. Your mother is such a big leader, she doesn't need to go that far. And what enmity do I have with her? It's nothing like using public office to take personal revenge, okay? Why are you so bad? Lu Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xia Ruofei. Even Lu Yu herself did not realize that she actually knew how to speak with such a coquettish expression. Moreover, the other party was a boy. Xia Ruofei was also a little dazed. In the past, although Lu Yu had a cold and elegant temperament, she always gave people the impression of being unruly. The Lu Yu that Xia Ruofei met these few times would occasionally reveal a little girl's side. In all fairness, Lu Yu's occasional pouting expression added to her beauty. I just saw that you were a little uneasy, so I made a little joke to ease your tension. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I didn't expect you to take it seriously, I'm too lazy to bother with you. The car quickly drove into the municipal party committee's compound. Lu Yu's car had a pass, so they let her in at the entrance. The two of them walked side by side into the municipal party committee office building. When they took the elevator up, Lu Yu looked at the number of floors that kept increasing, and she became more and more nervous. Very quickly, the two of them arrived at Tian Huilan's office. The outer room was where the secretary worked. Xiaomei was rather surprised to see Lu Yu and Xia Ruofei walking in together. It was obvious that Tian Huilan's schedule didn't have such an arrangement. Sister Xiao, is my mom here? Lu Yu asked softly, a little nervous. As the secretary, Xiaomei was naturally familiar with Tian Huilan's family. However, she had the impression that this was Lu Yu's first time in Tian Huilan's office. Yu, she said, the secretary is meeting the officers from the Public Security Bureau. Should I go in and ask the secretary? No need, no need. Lu Yu hurriedly said, let's just wait here for a while. Lu Yu couldn't wait for Tian Huilan to be busy the entire day. That way, she wouldn't have time to reprimand her. Xiaomei smiled and nodded. She then smiled at Xia Ruofei and started to prepare tea for the two. Lu Yu and Xia Ruofei sat in Xiaomei's office and waited for about 20 minutes before the door of Tian Huilan's office was opened. The director of the city's public security bureau, Chen Bo, and Qin Xiaoyu walked out one after another. When Qin Xiaoyu saw Lu Yu, she was obviously stunned for a moment. A trace of guilt flashed in her eyes. After all, she was the one who sold her best friend out. Although she had no choice, she still felt very embarrassed. Yu, Qin Xiao. You called out. Qin Xiaoyu wanted to say something but stopped herself, because her superior, Chen Bo, was also there. Lu Yu smiled at Qin Xiaoyu naturally and called out affectionately, Sister Xiaoyu, you're here to report on work? Qin Xiaoyu looked at Lu Yu with a complicated expression and then at Xia Ruofei, who was beside her. She said, yes, I'm here with our chief to accept a mission. Chen Bo also nodded at Xia Ruofei and Lu Yu with a kind expression. Although Tian Huilan had always kept a low profile and he did not know Lu Yu's identity, he had a deep impression of Xia Ruofei. Previously, at the Chongqing County's Linhai police station, Tian Huilan, who was still the mayor at the time, had personally brought him over for Xia Ruofei's matter. The two of them exchanged a few words in Xiaomei's office. Chen Bo and Qin Xiaoyu were in a hurry to go back and deploy the special operation to crack down on the underworld and evil, while Lu Yu and Xia Ruofei were still thinking about meeting Tian Huilan later, so no one was in the mood to chat. Soon, Chen Bo left with Qin Xiaoyu. Lu Yu and Xia Ruofei walked to the door of Tian Huilan's office to arrange for their daughter to meet her mother. Naturally, there was no need for the secretary to inform them. Lu Yu directly raised her hand and knocked on the door, then walked into Tian Huilan's office with Xia Ruofei. Tian Huilan was leaning back in her chair, resting with her eyes closed. Her hands were gently rubbing her temples, and her face revealed a tired expression. She opened her eyes when she heard footsteps. Her gaze swept past Lu Yu and landed on Xia Ruofei. Tian Huilan revealed a kind smile and said, Ruofei is here. Good day, Secretary. Tian Xia Ruofei said in a neutral tone. He couldn't help but take another look at Tian Huilan. Although Tian Huilan looked tired, she looked much younger than before. Lu Yu also used the jaded skin cream, but she was born beautiful and, more importantly, she was so young. Hence, the contrast wasn't very obvious. Strictly speaking, this was the first time Xia Ruofei had seen the magical effects of his jaded skin cream. Ruofei, Tian Huilan said with a smile, the cosmetics you gave me last time were very effective. Thank you. You're welcome. It's just a small token of my appreciation, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Tian Huilan had been talking to Xia Ruofei the entire time, and completely treated Lu Yu as heir. Lu Yu felt uneasy all over. She knew that her mother must be very angry this time and had also expected to be scolded by Tian Huilan the moment she entered the office. However, there was nothing. Tian Huilan just treated her as if she did not exist. This made Lu Yu's heart feel even more uneasy, because this meant that Tian Huilan's anger was stronger than any other time she had caused trouble. Mom, Lu Yu couldn't help but call out weakly. Tian Huilan was still smiling as she asked Xia Ruofei about the farm's recent situation. Xia Ruofei was embarrassed. He didn't know whether he should answer or not. Lu Yu raised her voice and shouted, Mom. Only then did Tian Huilan sweep a glance at Lu Yu. The smile on her face was completely wiped away as she said indifferently, You go out first, I have something to say to Ruo Fei. Mom, Lu Yu lowered her head slightly and said, If you're angry, you can scold me. Don't ignore me. I told you to leave, didn't you hear me? Tian Huilan's tone was still calm. Oh. Lu Yu answered pitifully. Then, she took another look at Xia Ruofei before turning to leave the office. After Lu Yu left, Tian Huilan sighed and said, Ruofei, don't just stand there. Come and sit. Tian Huilan then pressed the call button on the table and ordered, Little Xiao, bring in a cup of tea. Then, Tian Huilan stood up and brought Xia Ruofei to the reception area in front of the French windows on the south side of the office. The two of them sat down on the sofa. Xiaomei quickly knocked on the door and entered the office with a cup of tea. She gently placed the cup in front of Xia Ruofei and carefully turned the cup handle to Xia Ruofei's direction. Then, Xiaomei walked to the desk, picked up Tian Huilan's cup, and filled it up with water from the water dispenser. She also brought it to the reception area and placed it in front of Tian Huilan. After that, Xiaomei quietly left the office and gently closed the door. It could be seen that Xiaomei was getting more and more comfortable with the service guarantee work, and she had matured a lot in terms of dealing with people and other things. She was no longer the young and inexperienced new secretary. Working beside a big leader would improve one's personal ability and quality very quickly. After Xiaomei left, Tian Huilan sighed and said, Ruo Fei. It's all thanks to you again. Otherwise, Yu will be in danger. Secretary Tian, Xia Ruofei said awkwardly, I didn't report Lu Yu's matter to you in time. It's my fault. This is a small matter. Tian Huilan waved her hand and said, You saved Yu. I can't thank you enough. Why would I blame you? Besides, Yu must have told you not to say it. This child is getting more and more worrisome. Xia Ruofei laughed drily. He thought to himself, since Secretary Tian is so preconceived, I'll let Lu Yu take the blame. Anyway, Lu Yu doesn't have to worry about her debts. Besides, they're mother and daughter. There won't be any overnight grudges. Tian Huilan continued, although Yu was a little unruly in the past, she was still a well-behaved child. This time, she actually went to a bar and was alone. I'm so disappointed. How did she become like this? Could it be that I don't care about her enough? Ever since Tian Huilan found out that Lu Yu almost got into an accident at the bar, she had been reflecting on herself in her office. As her position became higher and higher, her work also became busier and busier. Naturally, the time she spent with her daughter and family became less and less. She didn't know if this was the reason why Lu Yu had become more rebellious. Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to respond to Tian Huilan. However, it was not appropriate to be silent at this time. Xia Ruofei pondered for a while and said, Secretary Tian, perhaps Lu Yu is just curious and wants to try something new. I don't think it's as serious as you said. Tian Huilan sighed and waved her hand. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Then, she calmed herself down and asked, Ruofei, you seem to be on good terms with the child of the head judge of the province, Song Jin, right? Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know why Tian Huilan would suddenly ask this question. His mind turned quickly. Did she notice something? I swear to God, I didn't do anything at all in this matter. It's mainly because both Song Ruofei and Lu Yu were strongly against the marriage alliance and had no feelings for each other at all. It was all you elders who randomly matched the couple. Secretary Tian, Xia Ruofei said cautiously, Song Ruofei and I hit it off pretty well. We can be considered good friends. Yes. Tian Huilan nodded and said, Sume and I. Oh, Song Ruofei's mother. We were university classmates and very good friends. It turned out that Mrs. Song's original name was Wang Sume. She was Tian Huilan's best friend. In the same dormitory for 4 years. Even Song Ruofei's father, Song Jingping, was in the same university as Tian Huilan. However, he was 2 years older than Tian Huilan and Wang Sume and could be considered their senior. In fact, Wang Sume's family was also quite well off, although it was not as prominent as the Song family. Her father was also the founding general and was also an old subordinate of elder Song. Song Jingping and Wang Sume's marriage was also arranged through marriage. The difference was that the two were truly in love. They had started dating in university, which was rare among the children of aristocratic families. It was also because of his relationship with Wang Sume that Song Jingping and Tian Huilan were more familiar with each other in university. Tian Huilan had met Lu Yu's father, who was studying at the University of Political Science and Law, during their university days. Back then, the 4 young people often played and ate together, and they had a good relationship with each other. After graduating from university, Tian Huilan followed Lu Yu's father to the southeast province to work. Wang Sume and Song Jingping, like most of the children of aristocratic families, started their careers in the capital. However, they had always kept in touch through letters, and their friendship during college had not weakened because of the geographical barrier. Everyone even jokingly, agreed that if their children were 2 boys in the future, they would become brothers of the opposite sex, too. Girls would become sisters, and if a boy and a girl were born, they would become husband and wife. This was the legendary pre-pregnancy marriage. Of course, at that time, Tian Huilan and Wang Sume weren't even pregnant. Later on, Tian Huilan and Wang Sume got pregnant and gave birth one after another. It was really a boy and a girl. The boy was Song Ruofei, and the girl was Lu Yu. Of course, it wasn't as convenient for them to contact each other back then, and they didn't have many chances to meet. Hence, Lu Yu and Song Ruofei didn't have much interaction with each other. A few years later, Lu Yu's father, who was already a police officer, was shot in the head during a mission and died on the spot, leaving Tian Huilan and her mother behind. After Song Jingping and Wang Sumei found out about the situation, they even took leave to visit Tian Huilan in Sanshan City. From then on, Song Jingping and Wang Sumei also took care of Tian Huilan. The Song family's influence spread all over the country, and the southeast province had always been within the Song family's traditional sphere of influence. With the Song family's care, in addition to Tian Huilan's natural talent in politics, her political acuity seemed to be innate. Thus, she had triumphantly advanced in her official career, like a fish in water, and slowly climbed up to the position of a vice-provincial leader. Although Tian Huilan had been branded by the Song family at her level, her influence was already very strong. It could be said that even if she was a member of the Song family, she was still one of the top few important figures in the Song family. She had the ability to give the Song family strong support in many ways. Song Ruofei and Lu Yu were already in their 20s. A joke from back then had now become an important link between the Song family and Tian Huilan, strengthening their close and cooperative relationship. This time, when Wang Sumei came to visit Elder Song, the marriage between the two families was naturally put on the agenda. Xia Ruofei naturally didn't know about the 20 to 30 years of history between Tian Huilan and the Song family. When Tian Huilan mentioned that she and Wang Sumei were best friends during university, Xia Ruofei just listened quietly because he knew that Tian Huilan would continue. As expected, Tian Huilan continued. This time, Sumei came to Three Mountains to visit Elder Song and fulfill her filial duty on behalf of provincial head Song. On the other hand, she came to discuss the marriage of the two children with me. Xia Ruofei had already known about this, but he could only pretend that he had just heard the news. He looked surprised and said, "Marriage? Secretary Tian, Lu Yu hasn't even graduated from university, right? Isn't it too early to discuss this?" Actually, before the two children were born, our two families had an agreement to marry in the future, Tian Huilan said. Xia Ruofei really didn't know about this. He couldn't help but criticize in his heart, what era was this? There was still this preconception offer, pregnancy marriage. "Oh, I see," Xia Ruofei said. He didn't know why Tian Huilan was telling him this, so he could only feign civility. Tian Huilan continued, "Ruofei, Yu seems to be a little resistant to this matter. You're on good terms with Xiao Ruofei, and you've saved Yu this time. So, I'd like to ask you to help set them up so that Xiao Ruofei can take the initiative. You can also help me persuade Yu and try to get in touch with Xiao Ruofei." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. So Tian Huilan had been talking for so long to get him to help Song Ruofei and Lu Yu build bridges. He said in his heart, "If Secretary Tian knows that I gave Song Ruofei the idea and caused him to have a showdown with Lu Yu, and now that the two of them have formed an alliance, I wonder if he will have the urge to kill me." Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said cautiously, "Secretary Tian, I won't hide it from you. Actually, Song Ruofei told me about the marriage. However, I didn't know that the fiancé his family arranged for him was Lu Yu." "Oh?" Tian Huilan also revealed a strange expression, and then asked with concern, "What's Xiao Ruofei's attitude?" Xia Ruofei forced a smile and said, "He told me this, because he wanted to confide in me." "What do you think his attitude would be? Tian Huilan immediately looked very disappointed. She muttered, how did this happen? Our parents have known each other for decades, and the two children are a perfect match. Why is Xia Ruofei also? Xia Ruofei looked at Tian Huilan, and after a quick thought, he made up his mind and said, Secretary Tian, I don't know if I should say this. Tell me, I won't blame you no matter if you're right or wrong. Tian Huilan immediately said. When she heard Xia Ruofei say that even Song Rui was against this marriage, she was already very confused. At this time, she naturally wanted to hear Xia Ruofei's opinion. Xia Ruofei said, Secretary Tian, this is your family matter. I shouldn't have said anything. However, as Song Rui and Lu Yu's friend, I still want to be bold and give you a few words of advice. You can't force a melon to be sweet. Everyone knows this. Of course. I also understand the wishes of the older generation. I'm sure you all see Song Rui and Lu Yu's marriage as a continuation of your friendship. Xia Ruofei added in his heart, there was definitely a consideration of political interests in this. Of course, Xia Ruofei was not stupid. He would not say that. Tian Huilan nodded in agreement and said, Sume and I had the same thoughts, but we didn't expect. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I just didn't expect Lu Yu and Song Rui to not appreciate it. Secretary Tian, I think that your wish is good, and it's not a problem to work hard in this area. But at least for now, I personally think that we should try to let nature take its course. Oh? Why do you say that? First of all, Lu Yu is still in university. It's too early to talk about marriage. Xia Ruofei had completely let go. He said, also, you know that Lu Yu is rebellious. The more you force her to do something she's not willing to do, the more intense her reaction will be. At this point, Xia Ruofei paused for a moment, then said meaningfully, for example, this time, Lu Yu suddenly went to a bar to get drunk alone. I don't think it's an isolated incident. Instead of feeling sad and bitter, it's better to find out the reason why she did this and prevent similar dangers from happening in the future. Actually, Xia Ruofei knew that Lu Yu went to the bar most likely because of the argument they had at the restaurant the other day. However, Xia Ruofei would not be so silly as to bring it up himself. Tian Huilan immediately revealed a pensive expression. After a long while, she sighed and said, Are you au fait? You've really enlightened me. I might have been a little too hasty in this matter, Secretary Tian. I'm just making a wild guess. Please don't forget what I've said. Xia Ruofei quickly said. Tian Huilan waved her hand. I won tea. Your analysis is quite reasonable. Thank you. You're welcome. Secretary Tian, if there are no other instructions. All, Xia Ruofei said. All right, come visit us when you're free. My father often talks about you. Tian Huilan said with a smile. Definitely. Xia Ruofei stood up and said, then I'll take my leave. All right, Tian Huilan nodded and said, let Yu in. I need to talk to her. All right, he said. After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he strode out of Tian Huilan's office. Outside, Lu Yu was sitting uneasily on the sofa. When she saw Tian Huilan's office door open and Xia Ruofei walk out, she stood up immediately and asked uneasily, Xia Ruofei, what did my mom say to you? She didn't criticize you, right? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, no. We were just casually chatting and asking about my recent situation. Lu Yu didn't really believe it, but seeing that Xia Ruofei's expression was normal, she was Relieved. Secretary Tian wants you to go in. Xia Ruofei said, I'm not going to wait for you. I have a lot of things to do at the farm. I have to hurry back. Oh. All right. Lu Yu said. She took 2 steps towards Tian Huilan's office and looked pitifully at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei, I'm a little scared. How am I supposed to tell my mom? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but find it funny. He thought for a while and walked to Lu Yu's side. As Xiaomei was still in the office, it would be inconvenient to say it directly. Hence, Xia Ruofei leaned over to Lu Yu's ear and whispered, you can pretend to be pitiful. And agreed later. If Secretary Tian asks, you can say that you were upset about the marriage, so you went to the bar. Xia Ruofei's mouth was almost touching Lu Yu's ear. The breath he exhaled made Lu Yu's neck itch. Her body was hot and soft, and her face turned red. However, when Lu Yu heard Xia Ruofei's words, she even forgot about her shyness. She widened her eyes and asked in a low voice, This will work? Xia Ruofei winked at Lu Yu and said with a smile, if you believe me, just say it like this. I guarantee that you'll be able to get through this difficult time, and maybe you'll even get a pleasant surprise. I'll listen to you. Lu Yu nodded and said. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, go in. I'll be leaving first. After that, Xia Ruofei bade Xiaomei goodbye and left the office. Lu Yu stood at the door of Tian Huilan's office. She took a few deep breaths, gritted her teeth, pushed the door open, and walked in. Lu Yu carefully walked into Tian Huilan's office. At this moment, Tian Huilan was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out the window in deep thought. Mom. Lu Yu carefully called out. Mom. Tian Huilan came back to her senses and looked at Lu Yu with a complicated expression. She pointed to the guest sofa at the side and said, sit down. Lu Yu walked to the sofa and sat down. She was very nervous. She knew very well that she had caused a big trouble this time. Her mother was quite angry, and she didn't know what kind of anger and punishment she would face. Tian Huilan walked back to the guest sofa and sat down next to Lu Yu. Then, she said, Yu, isn't your mother being unreasonable? Lu Yu said uneasily, Mom, I didn't. I shouldn't have gone to such a dangerous place alone. Please don't be angry with me, can you tell me why you suddenly went to the bar to get drunk? Tian Huilan waved her hand. Lu Yu's face turned slightly red. She didn't know how to answer him. Suddenly, she remembered what Xia Ruofei had said and immediately understood. She looked upset and her eyes turned red. She lowered her head and said, I'm just very annoyed. I want to go for a walk. Upset? Tian Huilan frowned and said, you've never been short of food and clothes since you were young. Your family's conditions are better than most people's. Moreover, whether it's your grandfather or me, we've both doted on you like a baby. What else is there for you to be upset about? Lu Yu looked like she wanted to say something but stopped. Seeing this, Tian Huilan sighed and waved her hand. Forget it, I can guess even if you don't tell me. Is it because of the marriage with the Song family? Lu Yu lowered her head and bit her lower lip. She didn't say anything with tears in her eyes. It wasn't because she was good at acting. In fact, when Tian Huilan mentioned the marriage, she felt all kinds of grievances. She had been troubled by this for the past few days. She had even angered Xia Ruofei the other day, all because of this damn marriage. Tian Huilan had seen Lu Yu's expression. In addition to what Xia Ruofei had said, she was even more certain of her judgment. She couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. She didn't expect her daughter to be so resistant. She didn't have the courage to watch the surveillance video a second time. If Xia Ruofei hadn't appeared in the bar in time, she couldn't imagine what kind of harm her daughter would have suffered. She felt like she would go crazy just thinking about it. If he really caused that kind of damage, it would be useless even if he dismembered Feng Luo and the others into 1,000 pieces. At the thought of this, Tian Huilan was filled with gratitude towards Xia Ruofei. At the same time, an alarm bell rang in her heart. She felt that she had really pushed Lu Yu too hard. If this continued, she really did not know what would happen. You can tell me if you're feeling anything, Tian Huilan said. How could you go to such a complicated place to drink alone? Mom, I know I was wrong. Don't be angry anymore. I won't do it again, Lu Yu said with tears in her eyes. Tian Huilan sighed. I know you're very resistant to this marriage. Forget it. You're still in college, so you should put your studies first. We'll talk about it after you graduate. Lu Yu suddenly raised her head and asked in surprise, Mom, really? I said I won't force you to interact with Xia Ruofei, and you're that happy? Tian Huilan said dejectedly. No. I'm just, Lu Yu stuttered. Say no more. Since I promised you, I won't force you these few years. Tian Huilan said, but don't be happy too soon. This marriage was decided by your Aunt Wang's family and I. A long time ago. If we cancel it rashly, there will be too many implications. We can only do this for now. I know, Lu Yu said. This time, not only was she not punished, but she even got Tian Huilan's promise that she would not force her to date Song Ruofei while she was in college. This was already a great surprise to Lu Yu. As for what would happen after graduation, there were still a few years to go. He would just talk about it when the time came. Tian Huilan then repeatedly reminded Lu Yu that if Song Ruofei asked her out, even if she rejected him, her attitude shouldn't be too stiff. Lu Yu naturally agreed. Now that she knew Song Ruofei's position, she didn't feel any pressure. Following that, Tian Huilan naturally gave all sorts of instructions to Lu Yu, telling her not to do anything stupid in the future, especially in places like bars and nightclubs. She absolutely couldn't set foot in them. Lu Yu, who was in a good mood, naturally agreed. As the secretary of the municipal committee, Tian Huilan's schedule was very full. Naturally, she couldn't talk to Lu Yu for too long, so she quickly let Lu Yu leave. When Lu Yu walked out of the municipal party committee office building, she still felt like she was in a dream. When she'd come, she'd had the tragic image of a warrior who'd never return. She'd already mentally prepared herself to be severely reprimanded or even grounded by Tian Huilan. She didn't expect the final result to be far beyond her expectations. Not only was there no punishment, but her attitude towards the marriage had also loosened. This was simply a huge surprise. This was all thanks to the advice that Xia Ruofei had given him before he left. Hence, the moment Lu Yu came out, she couldn't wait to call Xia Ruofei. At this time, Xia Ruofei was sitting in the taxi. The car was about to reach Taoyuan Farm. He looked at the caller ID and picked up the phone with a smile. Xia Ruofei, guess what my mom told me? Lu Yu asked happily. Xia Ruofei smiled. Miss Lu, I can feel your joy even through the phone. It must be something good, right? Not only did my mom not scold me, but she also promised me that she would stop urging me to date Xia Ruofei during my university days. Lu Yu said happily, Xia Ruofei, that trick of yours worked. It seems that my mom is really scared this time. Xia Ruofei was speechless. He had scared his mother so badly, yet he was still so happy. This was the legendary naughty child. Don't talk nonsense. When have I ever given you any advice? Xia Ruofei said, this is all your own idea. He couldn't admit to this. Even if he was beaten to death. If Tian Huilan found out, wouldn't she hate him to death? Lu Yu chuckled and said, you're the one who taught me this. Xia Ruofei, why don't you just stay on the farm? Let's have a meal to celebrate. Xia Ruofei quickly said, let's not eat. I have a lot of things to do at my farm, and I'm almost there. Do you have the heart to make me go back? Lu Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. She pouted and said, if you don't come, I'll tell my mom that you were the one who taught me to say those words today. Lu Yu was in a rather good mood today. She felt as if a heavy rock that had been weighing down on her for the past few days had been lifted. When she spoke to Xia Ruofei, she was a little unruly like before. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, Miss Lu, you can't be like this. Aren't you burning the bridge after crossing the river and killing the donkey when the grinding is done? Lu Yu chuckled and said, aren't you a donkey? And it's a dumb donkey. At this point, Lu Yu's eyes could not help but have a strange look. However, even someone as smart as Xia Ruofei did not understand the hidden meaning behind Lu Yu's words. He only smiled bitterly and said, Lu Yu, I really can't do it today. Lei Hu knows that I'm in jail. My brothers must be worried about me now. Another day. I'll treat you to a meal some other day. If it was in the past, Lu Yu would not have let Xia Ruofei off so easily. But today, she acted differently. She thought for a moment and said, all right. Then it's a deal. I'll be waiting for your treat. Xia Ruofei felt like he had been granted amnesty and quickly said, good, good, good. I'll treat you to a private meal another day. When Lu Yu heard the word alone, her eyes immediately lit up and she said, I'll hang up first. After she finished speaking, she quickly hung up the phone and held the phone in front of her chest. Her heart was still beating fast and a bright smile appeared on her face. After a long time, she put the phone away and hummed a song softly before driving away from the municipal party committee compound. Xia Ruofei alighted at the entrance of Taoyuan farm. Lei Hu, who had been guarding the entrance, immediately came out from the security room and asked, Brother Xia, the police didn't make things difficult for you, right? Xia Ruofei smiled. It's nothing. They're just here to understand some things. Lei Hu thought to himself, he's even handcuffed. How can he just understand the situation? However, since the boss didn't say anything, he naturally wouldn't get to the bottom of it. Xia Ruofei then asked about the farm. Fortunately, Lei Hu followed his instructions and did not spread the news of him being taken away by the police. Even on Peng Hao's side, Lei Hu only said that Xia Ruofei had something to do and had put him in charge of the farm temporarily. Hence, everything on the farm was running as usual and there was no chaos. Only then did Xia Ruofei relax. He praised Lei Hu and then walked towards the villa on the farm. In the following days, Xia Ruofei's life returned to normal. Then inspecting the construction site, the greenhouse, and the orchard on the farm, he rarely interfered with the general specific affairs. He spent most of his time reading books, surfing the internet, and of course, taking care of the animals and plants in the interspace. Lei Hu still drove to Mount Wui to deliver medicine to Li Jifu regularly. Every time, he would bring back news that Yi Lingyun was studying at Mount Wui. What made Xia Ruofei happy was that under Li Jifu's hands, on teaching, Yi Lingyun's learning progress was very fast. The facts proved that he was indeed quite talented in making tea. Li Jifu's unique skills could be considered to have a successor, and Xia Ruofei was about to gain a great master. Xia Ruofei would also return to the city from time to time, mainly to go on dates with Ling Qingxue. People in love would love to stick together all day, but they both had their own careers, so they could only meet occasionally. Of course, this did not affect their relationship. On the contrary, almost every time, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and they would have sex in the hotel room that Xia Ruofei had booked in advance. Every time, it would end with Ling Qingxue panting and begging for mercy. The body-tempering soup strengthened Xia Ruofei in all aspects, including his ability in that aspect. During this period of time, Xia Ruofei would take the body-tempering soup and the spirit-nurturing soup on time when the time was right. His body and spiritual power were constantly improving. However, after drinking the soup twice, Xia Ruofei was still unable to restore the contents of the 4th page of the booklet. As for the spiritual spirals described on the 3rd page, Xia Ruofei was still unable to see the whole picture. However, according to the information he had now, this soul puppet seemed to be different from anything that Xia Ruofei had obtained before. He could feel the magic of this thing from the description in the booklet. Xia Ruofei's appetite had been whetted, and he was looking forward to the contents of the 4th page. The days passed uneventfully for more than 10 days. The new complex on the farm was finally completed. Liang Weiman personally asked about it and sent the best team. The workers worked in almost 3 shifts, so the progress of the project was surprisingly fast. This was Taoyuan Farm's first new building, so Xia Ruofei still held a ribbon-cutting ceremony. He had invited quite a few special guests. Xia Ruofei invited his future father-in-law, Ling Xiaotian, the chairman of the Ling GF&B, President Xing of Shi Jiangyu, Liang Qichao's father, Liang Weiman, and others. In addition, the executive deputy head of Chongping County, Wu Liqian, the deputy head of Jianggang Town, Wu Gang, and the director of Dongqing Village, Wan Fugue, were also on the list. The words Taoyuan Farm Complex's ribbon-cutting ceremony were pasted on the inflatable arch rows of chairs. Were placed neatly below. The main participants of the ribbon-cutting ceremony were the construction workers, the workers of Taoyuan Farm, and the guests invited by Xia Ruofei. The workers had all changed into clean and tidy clothes, and each of them was sitting in their seats excitedly. There were more than 30 apartments in this complex building. Even the local workers, such as Chao Taishu and the others, were given a room for lunch, but it was the kind where a few people lived together. As for Lei Hu and the others, each of them would be given a small apartment with 1 bedroom and 1 living room. Although the area was not large, it was already super good compared to the security guards of other companies. There was also a staff cafeteria on the 1st floor of the complex. When it officially opened in the future, all employees would be able to enjoy a free lunch there. were many flower baskets on both sides of the arch. They were all sent by President Xing, Ling Xiaotian, and the others in the name of their respective companies. Dongqing Village and Jianggang Town were also very supportive and sent flower baskets. Xia Ruofei had also changed into a well-ironed suit today. He was standing in front of the building to welcome the guests personally. Just as Xia Ruofei was chatting with Wu Gang and Wan Fugue, a black Passat car silently drove into the small square in front of the building. Before Xia Ruofei could react, Wu Gang's eyes had already lit up. He quickly walked up to them with Wan Fugue. Xia Ruofei took a closer look and saw Wu Liqian, who was dressed in a beige business suit, getting out of the car with a smile on her face. At this time, Wu Gang had already jogged over to Wu Liqian. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but exclaim, "These officials are really good at reading people and their reaction speed is too fast." Wu Liqian responded to Wu Gang and Wan Fugue's greetings with a reserved smile on her face. Then, she walked towards Xia Ruofei, the smile on her face gradually spreading. Wu Liqian obviously didn't inform Jianggang Town. Otherwise, not only would the invited deputy mayor come, but their secretary and mayor would have come to wait at Taoyuan Farm long ago. Xia Ruofei naturally walked up quickly and extended his hand from afar. "County Head Wu, welcome, welcome." Wu Liqian's eyes were smiling as she said, "Ruofei, congratulations. The business is getting bigger and bigger." No, it's just a small fight." Xia Ruofei replied humbly and then said, "But you look younger and prettier." When Wu Gang heard this, his heart couldn't help but race. It was rare to see someone who dared to speak to Wu Liqian in such a manner in Chongqing County. Although this beautiful deputy county head was young, she had already established her prestige among the cadres and the masses. She had a lot of power in her hands and was an important figure in Chongqing County. In fact, if there weren't so many people present, Xia Ruofei would have spoken to Wu Liqian more casually. Moreover, after Wu Liqian used the jaded skin cream, she did look much younger, and she was in high spirits. Wu Liqian's face blushed a little, but quickly returned to normal. After a few words of greeting, Xia Ruofei led Wu Liqian to the guest area. The ribbon cutting ceremony was to start at 9:38 in the morning. Liang Weiman had helped the feng shui master calculate the auspicious time. As property developers believed in feng shui, Liang Weiman had taken the initiative to help arrange the ribbon cutting ceremony, so Xia Ruofei could not reject his good intentions and had to do as he had arranged. There was still some time before the ceremony started. Xia Ruofei was chatting with Wu Liqian and the others in the guest area. Naturally, Wu Liqian became the center of attention. Although Liang Weiman, President Xing, Ling Xiaotian, and the others were all countless times richer than Wu Liqian, in Huaxia, where officials were the most important, an executive deputy county head still carried quite a lot of weight in such an occasion. Ling Qingxue, who had accompanied Ling Xiaotian to the ribbon cutting ceremony, was also standing beside Xia Ruofei. For some reason, ever since Wu Liqian had arrived, Ling Qingxue had subconsciously moved closer to Xia Ruofei. She even held Xia Ruofei's arm tightly, as if she was declaring her ownership. A woman's intuition was sometimes quite sharp. Xia Ruofei didn't notice anything strange. Wu Liqian was also in the crowd as usual. Only when no one noticed did her eyes flash with a faint sense of loss. As they were talking, 3 black Mercedes-Benz cars drove into the small square in front of the complex. Xia Ruofei looked over in confusion. All the guests he had invited were here. Who could it be? The car door opened quickly. Xia Ruofei recognized the woman who got out of the car in front. She was the person in charge of Hengfeng Group in the southeast province of Hong Kong. The woman's name was Feng Yun. She used to be the manager of the southeast branch of Hengfeng Jewelry. Later, due to her outstanding performance, she was transferred to the southeast branch of Hengfeng Group as the person in charge and coordinated all of the Hengfeng Group's business in the southeast province. A middle-aged man in his early 40s got out of the other car. He was also wearing a well-tailored suit and had an extraordinary aura. However, Xia Ruofei did not recognize him. As for the third car, it was quietly parked on the spot, and no one got out. Since they were guests, Xia Ruofei greeted Wu Liqian and the others, and went up to them with a smile. Feng Yun, who had gotten off the car first, walked up to Xia Ruofei and said with a respectful expression, "Mr. Xia, I've been entrusted by the head office's President Ma to congratulate your company on your housewarming." Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He felt that Ma Xiong was making a mountain out of a molehill. He had only built a building on the farm. Although it was the company's first building, it was still a little too much to call it housewarming. However, Xia Ruofei still smiled and expressed his gratitude. Feng Yun immediately asked the driver and assistant to bring the big flower basket to the arch. Then, she took out an exquisite gift box from her bag and handed it to Xia Ruofei. She smiled and said, "Mr. Xia, this is a small gift from our company. You're too kind, Chairman Ma." Xia Ruofei said as he took the gift box. Xia Ruofei opened the box and saw a jade thumb ring and a jade bangle. These two jade products were obviously made from the same material. Xia Ruofei had been in contact with so many jade materials that he was already used to it. Hence, Xia Ruofei could not help but exclaim, "The king's green." The jade ring and bracelet were all made of the best imperial green jade. Although it was not as transparent as the ice type, the ring and bracelet were worth at least hundreds of thousands or even a million. "This gift is too expensive," Xia Ruofei said with a bitter smile. "Manager Feng, I dare not accept it." "Mr. Xia, this is the chairman's kind intentions," Feng Yun said with a smile. "If you don't accept it, I won't dare to take it back. Besides, these are our company's own products, and the cost isn't as high as the market price." Hengfeng Group started out in the jewelry business. Now, Hengfeng Jewelry's influence in the world, especially in Greater China, was still one of the best in the industry. For them, the thumb ring and jade really didn't cost that much money. "Mr. Xia," Feng Yun continued, "our chairman said that the bangle is for your girlfriend. You can't possibly reject this too, right?" Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. "Manager Feng, please thank Chairman Ma on my behalf. I'll accept the gift." "All right," he said. Xia Ruofei gestured for Peng Hao to lead Feng Yun to the guest area and take her seat. Then, he turned to look at the middle-aged man who had just gotten out of the Mercedes-Benz behind them. When Xia Ruofei and Feng Yun were talking, this middle-aged man had been waiting at the side with a smile and did not look impatient at all. Before Xia Ruofei could ask, the middle-aged man introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Xia. I'm the United States of Xingbang Corporation in China, Zhou Qing." Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment before he reacted. "Isn't Xingbang Corporation the company of Elder Tang in the United States?" "So it's CEO Zhou, nice to meet you," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Zhou Qing had a warm smile on his face and said, Mr. Xia, I'm here today on behalf of the head office's chairman, Mr. Tang He, to congratulate your company on your housewarming. These words were exactly the same as what Feng Yun had said earlier. Xia Ruofei was speechless. Why did Elder Tang, who was on the other side of the ocean, also come to join in the fun? Xia Ruofei wasn't surprised that Old Master Tang had received the news. Liang Weimin was the one who had organized Qianqian's ribbon-cutting ceremony. Old Master Tang was Liang Weimin's uncle, so he must have been the one who told him. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei suddenly thought of Liang Qichao. He had followed Elder Tang to the ocean, but he had not even called him for a long time. He did not know if he had gotten what he wanted and was sent to work at Paradise Farm in Australia. Of course, this was just a fleeting thought. Xia Ruofei immediately smiled and said to Zhou Qing, Elder Tang is too polite. It's just a small complex, there's really no need for this. I'm really sorry to trouble you to make a trip down personally, General Manager Zhou. This kind of building that cost millions of dollars was indeed nothing in the eyes of Tang He, a super rich man with a net worth of tens of billions of dollars. He could buy a yacht or a villa for more than this price. Of course, Xia Ruofei also knew that this was just Elder Tang's way of expressing his goodwill. It's no trouble at all. This is a task personally assigned by Chairman Tang. Zhou Qing chuckled and said, besides, I've long heard of Mr. Xia. You're indeed young and promising. Director Zhou, you're too kind. Xia Ruofei said humbly. Zhou Qing had also brought a large flower basket. 2 assistants had already carried the flower basket to the arch. This was a common practice in China. It was not about how much the flower basket was worth, but how important the name or company on the flower basket was. The more important it was, the more face the master would have. Therefore, after the 2 flower baskets from Hengfeng Group and Xingbang Group were moved over, Ling Xiaotian, President Xing, and the others looked at Xia Ruofei in a different light. These 2 companies, which were both big companies in the world, had actually sent flower baskets over at the same time. And it was just for the opening ceremony of an office building inside a farm. Especially Ling Xiaotian, when he looked at Xia Ruofei, the smile on his face was much more amiable than usual. He was even more satisfied with his future son-in-law. Zhou Qing pointed to the brand new Mercedes-Benz at the end and said, Mr. Xia, that car is a housewarming gift from Chairman Tang. After the event is over, please send someone to hand it over to us, and there are some necessary procedures to be done. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but take a deep breath. This Old Master Tang and Old Master Ma were really generous. Xia Ruofei recognized the brand new Mercedes-Benz at a glance. It was the new S-Class of this year. This was a high-end imported business car. The entry-level version cost more than 1 million yuan. The top 4.0T model cost nearly 1.9 million yuan. And with Elder Tang's status, how could he possibly give a beginner-level gift? Xia Ruofei did not even need to look to know that the car must be of the best model. Sure enough, Zhou Qing smiled and said, Mr. Xia, Old Master Tang said that although you have a Night 15 off-road vehicle, you don't have the company's business car. His 4.0T Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan can barely match your status. It's the most suitable for business purposes. The corner of Xia Ruofei's mouth twitched. He smiled bitterly and said, President Zhou, I'm just a small company. I don't have to be so particular about this. But since Elder Tang has spoken, I'll accept this gift. Please convey my gratitude. All right. Zhou Qing said with a smile. It's almost time. Director Zhou, please follow me to the guest area. Xia Ruofei said. Mr. Xia, please. Zhou Qing said courteously. As a senior executive of Xingbang Corporation, Zhou Qing did not look down on Xia Ruofei just because he was a young boss. On the contrary, he even treated Xia Ruofei with a trace of respect. This was naturally because of Grandpa Tang He. Fortunately, Liang Weiman had left some space for himself when he was preparing for the ribbon cutting ceremony. There were also some extra seats in the guest area, including the golden scissors used during the ribbon cutting ceremony. Without waiting for Xia Ruofei's instructions, Liang Weiman had already taken the initiative to call the MC and the hostess to the side. After changing the schedule at the last minute, Zhou Qing and Feng Yun would definitely have to go on stage to cut the ribbon. Meanwhile, Ling Xiaotian and the others had already started to chat with Zhou Qing and Feng Yun. Even Wu Liqian was smiling warmly as she chatted with the two of them. These two were the middle and upper echelons of large financial groups. If they could pull in one or two investments for Chongping County, it would be a resounding political achievement. Of course, Wu Liqian didn't realize at this time that there was actually a peach blossom farm in the Chongping County under her rule. Its future political achievements were already extremely brilliant. Moreover, this Taoyuan farm was personally introduced by her, so others couldn't snatch it away even if they wanted to. About 10 minutes before 9:38, another car drove into the small square. After Xia Ruofei received Lei Hu's reminder, he could not help but smile bitterly. What was going on today? It was just a small ceremony, so why were there so many uninvited guests? I wonder who will return this time. Xia Ruofei stood up from his seat and walked towards the car. It was a flashy Porsche Cayenne. Just as Xia Ruofei was trying to guess which tycoon it was, he saw a thin figure jump out. Isn't that Song Ruwei? Why did he come to join in the fun? Song Ruwei was carrying a long paper box under his arm. He walked towards Xia Ruofei with his signature wicked smile. Xia Ruofei simply stood still and waited for him to greet his brothers. He was too lazy to welcome them. The ceremony was about to start, and Xia Ruofei had to go on stage to give a speech soon. Young Master Song, what's the situation? Xia Ruofei waited for Song Ruwei to come before he asked, why did you come here today? Song Ruwei grinned as he looked at Ling Qingxue, who was holding Xia Ruofei's arm tightly. He asked, are you au fait? This must be my sister-in-law. Ling Qingxue's face blushed slightly, but she was very happy in her heart. Xia Ruofei nodded his head casually and introduced her to Ling Qingxue. Qingxue, this is my good brother, Song Ruwei. My girlfriend, Ling Qingxue, he said to Song Ruwei. Song Ruwei immediately bowed slightly to Ling Qingxue and said, good day, sister-in-law. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but criticize, this kid is obviously a few years older than me, but he's so thick-skinned and calls me sister-in-law. He's really good at acting young. Nice to meet you, Song Ruwei. Ling Qingxue blushed and said, sister-in-law, Ruofei and I are good brothers. You can just call me Xia Ruofei. Song Ruwei said enthusiastically. Ling Qingxue had a good impression of Song Ruwei, who kept calling her sister-in-law and was rather friendly. She immediately smiled and said, "All right, I'll call you Xia Ruofei then." When Wu Liqian saw that Xia Ruofei, Ling Qingxue, and Song Ruofei were chatting happily, she couldn't help but look thoughtful. She had been working for Tian Huilan for many years. She had accompanied Tian Huilan to Xiangnan province for an inspection and had seen Song Jingping, Wang Sumei, and Song Rui's family. Song Jingping was a governor and a relative of Elder Song, a legendary general and one of the core leaders of Huaxia. Wu Liqian naturally had a deep impression of this family, so she recognized Song Ruofei as soon as he arrived. Wu Liqian was talking to the people beside her, but her attention had already shifted to Xia Ruofei. Just then, Xia Ruofei asked, "Young Master Song, why are you here? Don't tell me you're here to freeload a meal?" At this time, Song Ruofei's words made Wu Liqian couldn't help but reveal a horrified expression. Song Ruofei smiled and said, "Don't belittle me. Am I such a person with no class? I'm here with a mission today. My old man heard that you moved to a new office building and sent me here to congratulate you." Wu Liqian's head was buzzing. She couldn't believe her ears. Wasn't Song Ruofei's old man the old man who had appeared in the news almost every day in the past few years? For a small farm in Chongqing County, an office building that cost less than a few million yuan was completed, and he even sent his grandson to congratulate him. Could it be that after a few years of retirement, the old man had become so idle? Of course. Wu Liqian knew that an old chief like Elder Song, even if he was no longer in his position, his influence in the country was still unparalleled. What's more, although he had retired, the Song family was still one of the top families in China's political scene. No matter what, it was impossible for them to have the time to pay attention to such a small farm. The only explanation was that Xia Ruofei had a very high status in the old man's heart. Wu Liqian couldn't help but take a few more glances at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei was also surprised. He said, "No way? The old general is actually concerned about such a small matter. What right do I have to do so?" "I think so too," Song Ruofei grinned and said, "You must have brainwashed my grandfather." Xia Ruofei punched Song Ruofei's chest and laughed. "Get lost. I was just being humble, and you took it seriously. I don't think you're overwhelmed by the favor." Song Ruofei laughed and said, "If this were any other person, they would have gone crazy with joy, right?" "Nonsense, who are you? I've seen big scenes," Xia Ruofei said. After he finished speaking, he reached out to Song Ruofei and said, "Hand it over." "What do you want?" "Nonsense. Since the bureau chief sent you here, would he let you come empty-handed?" Xia Ruofei said bluntly, "Since you're here to congratulate me, then quickly bring out the gift." "You're really not holding back," Song Ruofei smiled bitterly and handed the long paper box to Xia Ruofei. "Hold on to it. This is a piece of calligraphy that the old master personally wrote this morning." "You're lucky," Song Ruofei's tone was sour. Because Elder Song rarely gave inscriptions to others, his calligraphy was priceless. Even Song Ruofei, as Elder Song's grandson, had begged him several times but failed to get an posthumous child. Of course, it was also possible that Elder Song knew what kind of person his grandson was, so he didn't write for him easily. But no matter what, Song Ruofei was very envious when he saw Xia Ruofei get Elder Song's calligraphy so easily. As for Wu Liqian, who had been paying attention to the situation here, she was even more shocked. After hearing it, Xia Ruofei felt as if he had found a treasure and quickly took the paper box. Elder. Song's personal inscription was not as exaggerated as an amulet, but at least it had a significant meaning. At this moment, Liang Weimin came over to remind Xia Ruofei that the auspicious time had arrived and that he had to prepare to go on stage to give his speech. He said it as if Xia Ruofei was a groom waiting for the wedding ceremony. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not have the time to introduce Song Rui to the entrepreneurs and officials. He asked Peng how to find a seat for Song Rui. As for Elder Song's calligraphy piece, Xia Ruofei handed it over to Ling Qingxue and said, "Qingxue, you have to help me take good care of it. This thing is too precious, don't worry. I'll keep my hand on it." Ling Qingxue chuckled. "Yes, don't give it to anyone else," Xia Ruofei said. After he finished speaking, he walked towards the temporary stage in the small square. After 2 steps, Xia Ruofei hurried back and took out the gift box from Hengfeng Group from his pocket. Xia Ruofei stuffed the gift box into Ling Qingshue's hands and said, "This is a gift from Mr. M.A. from Hong Kong. Please keep it well for me. There is a pair of bracelets inside for you. Open it and see if you like it." Ling Qingxue nodded. "I understand. Ruofei, you can go now," she said. The MC that Liang Weimin had invited had already started speaking on stage. After a brief opening speech, Xia Ruofei went up to the small stage amidst the applause of the audience. Now that Xia Ruofei had seen the world, he did not prepare a script and started his speech in front of the microphone. Of course, the content of the speech was nothing more than to thank the local government for their support, to thank the higher-ups, to thank the business partners, and so on. In the end, Xia Ruofei also announced that the first batch of foreign employees of Paradise Corporation would be allocated a single apartment in the mixed-use building. If the employees got married and brought their family members over, they could apply to change to a 2-bedroom apartment. Xia Ruofei had specially reserved more than 10 2-bedroom apartments. Besides 5 for entertaining guests, the remaining 10 were reserved for the employees. Following that, Xia Ruofei also announced some incentive systems. For example, those who were promoted to supervisor level would receive better treatment in terms of housing. In reality, at the current stage of Taoyuan Farm, the only supervisors were Chao Taishu and Lei Hu. Peng Hao and Yi Lingyun were considered to be in the middle level of the company, and their positions were slightly higher than Chao Taishu and the others. Of course, Xia Ruofei also announced that the company was going to recruit a few cleaners and chefs. In addition, he was going to recruit a new batch of farm workers and expand the security team. The farm would provide free lunch for the employees, and the company's cafeteria would provide breakfast and dinner. The employees could use their credit cards to pay for their meals, so the food would naturally be much cheaper than outside. When the employees of Taoyuan Farm heard this, they cheered. At the same time, when they heard that Xia Ruofei wanted to continue recruiting, their thoughts started to wander. Taoyuan Farm's treatment could be said to be first class in the surrounding areas. It was even better than some of the companies in the city. As for the treatment of the factories in the county and town, it was not on the same level as that of Taoyuan Company. Other than salary, the company also offered various benefits such as insurance, overtime allowance, and so on. Chao Taishu and the rest walked around the village with their heads held high. They all felt proud and the villagers were quite envious of them. Now that the company was recruiting again, Chao Taishu and the others wanted to quickly send the news back to Yingluo. Everyone was a local, so who didn't have relatives or friends? This was inside information. If one's relatives and friends could be one step ahead of others, they might have the upper hand. The construction workers who attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony with them were very envious of Ing Luo and the others who worked on the construction site. They were dirty and tired. Many of them were not even treated as well as the farm workers. Xia Ruofei's speech wasn't long, and it was time to cut the ribbon. Originally, Xia Ruofei had arranged for Wu Liqian, Liang Weimin, Ling Xiaotian, President Xing, and himself to be there for a total of 5 people. Now, with the addition of Feng Yun and Zhou Qing, the ribbon-cutting guests had become 7 people. Fortunately, the company in charge of the ceremony had also prepared spare golden scissors, plates, and so on. They had just lengthened the red silk cloth temporarily and made 2 more silk flowers. Then, they had also pulled the 2 girls in charge of welcoming guests over to act as etiquette ladies. Xia Ruofei and the others cut the red silk at the same time. The red silk was divided into several sections. On each tray was an auspicious red silk flower. Then, Lei Hu and the others, below the stage, divided the work according to their division of labor. Some twisted open the flower, and some went to the other side of the square to light firecrackers. The ribbon-cutting ceremony was completed in a lively manner. After that, the workers who weren't there to make up the numbers were dismissed. The guests, accompanied by Xia Ruofei, began to tour the complex. The first floor of the building was mainly used for security, surveillance, canteen, storage, and some administrative office. The second floor was mainly office space, including the chairman's office, the finance office, and other important places. This building was quite different from the office buildings in the city. It took up a large area, and each floor was spacious. Xia Ruofei was used to being the boss, so he didn't waste time setting up an entire floor of large offices here. The 3rd to 6th floors were all dormitory rooms. There were single apartments, 2-bedroom apartments, and spare rooms. There were a total of 5 suites used as guest houses, 10 2-bedroom apartments, and more than 30 single apartments. It was enough for the current peach blossom farm. As for the company's future development, it didn't matter. The company's headquarters definitely wouldn't be in this remote countryside for a long time. Now that Paradise Corporation's reputation was growing, in the future, it was necessary to set up human resources, administrative logistics, finance, and other departments. The company's headquarters would definitely be moved to the office building in the city. Otherwise, it would not fit the image of a big company. This place was mainly in charge of the operation of the farm base, so these employee apartments were definitely enough. Besides, Xia Ruofei only needed to ensure that the first few batches of employees had rooms to live in. If the new recruits did not have rooms, then so be it. There would only be incentives if there was a difference. Xia Ruofei had helped Liang Weimin a lot last time, so he put in a lot of effort into this project. Not only did he ask Manager Li to keep an eye on the project, but he also came a few times to supervise the progress. It could be said that Liang Weimin didn't earn a single cent from this project. If the same cost was based on the market price, it could only build 4 to 5 floors at most. Moreover, the interior decoration was all made of high-quality materials with a good price-performance ratio. They were environmentally friendly, durable, and did not waste money. Everyone looked around, and those who knew the ropes were secretly amazed. Even those who didn't know much about the farm were all exclaiming that the benefits of the farm's employees were too good. The conditions were too comfortable. In fact, Xia Ruofei's Taoyuan farm was different from ordinary farms. The cost of raw materials was similar to that of ordinary farms, and they did not use chemical fertilizers. The cost expenditure was very low, and the price of the agricultural products was several times or even dozens of times the market price. It made a huge profit. That was why Xia Ruofei did not mind giving his employees a higher salary and benefits. He felt that it was worth it to use this limited effort to exchange for the loyalty of his employees. He was not being a fool. Even if the price off the land was slightly more expensive than the market price, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate to decide on the rental of land in Dongqing village. If the other farms were to spend as extravagantly as Xia Ruofei, they would close down at any moment. After the tour, Xia Ruofei led the guests to the newly built staff cafeteria. In China, when people came to support you, as the host, you naturally had to treat them well. At least, you would get to eat. Naturally, Xia Ruofei could not travel alone. All the facilities in the staff canteen were brand new. Although they had not hired a chef yet, Xia Ruofei had a future father-in-law who was a food and beverage chain magnate. Naturally, it would not be a problem for him to hire a chef. The executive chef of Ling GF and B personally led a few chefs to the canteen to prepare a sumptuous lunch. The majority of the ingredients used were vegetables, fruits, and fruits produced by Taoyuan farm. The meat ingredients were also top-grade products that Ling Xiaotian had arranged for someone to purchase from the supplier of Ling Ji food and beverage. Chao Tieshu's heart ached for Xia Ruofei to use so many Taoyuan vegetables to entertain his guests. He was the most aware of the value of these Taoyuan vegetables. Seeing Lei Hu and the rest move boxes of fresh vegetables from the greenhouse to the canteen, Chao Tieshu's heart trembled. If these vegetables were to be sold, they would be worth at least a few thousand or even 10 to 20,000 HXB. Naturally, Xia Ruofei did not feel the pinch. Not only did he use Taoyuan vegetables, but even the wine for the luncheon was all aged drunken eight immortals from Xia Ruofei's interspace. The customers naturally enjoyed the meal, especially those who loved to drink. They couldn't stop praising the improved drunken eight immortals. Ling Xiaotian did not miss the opportunity to promote the new winery that they had acquired. After learning that the white wine at the luncheon, which was not inferior to the Maotai Wuliangye, would be on the market in more than half a month, the guests were all very interested and began to chat with Ling Xiaotian and Xia Ruofei. Song Ruwei was envious of Xia Ruofei when he saw that Xia Ruofei was doing well. Xia Ruofei was 2 years younger than him, but his career was already doing well. On the other hand, he had to study in his family's company and face all kinds of restrictions. The children of the big families looked bright on the outside, but only they knew what they felt in their hearts. Xia Ruofei's company wasn't big, but the sense of freedom and success from starting a business was enough to make Song Ruwei envious. As Song Ruwei's identity was special, Xia Ruofei did not introduce him to the guests in detail. Therefore, Wu Liqian was still the core of the lunch. Song Ruwei was naturally not unhappy about this. He was a person who advocated freedom, which could be seen from his desire to escape from marriage and go abroad. Therefore, he did not like such social events. Besides, this was his good friend Xia Ruofei's luncheon. He would not put on airs in front of Xia Ruofei. Song Ruwei obviously didn't recognize Wu Liqian, who he had met once a few years ago. Wu Liqian knew the rules, so she didn't talk to Song Ruwei rashly. She just toasted him a few more times. The luncheon ended successfully in an atmosphere of joy, and the guests took their leave. As the host, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue shook hands and bid farewell to each and every one of them in the small square of the complex. Ling Qingxue had gradually gotten into the role of the female host and did not leave with her father. She and Xia Ruofei had not been together for a few days. Now that she had a valid reason, she naturally had to stay to relieve her longing. To Xia Ruofei's surprise, Wu Liqian was not in a hurry to leave. After all the guests had left, Wu Liqian walked up to Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue. She smiled and said, "Little Xia, congratulations again. His business is getting bigger and bigger." "Thank you, Sis Wu." Xia Ruofei smiled. Since the outsiders had left, Xia Ruofei naturally wouldn't address Wu Liqian as Mayor Wu in all seriousness. Ling Qingxue held on to Xia Ruofei's arm, looked at Wu Liqian and asked, "Since County Head Wu stayed behind, he should have some other instructions, right?" Wu Liqian could feel the slight hostility from Ling Qingxue, but she did not mind. She looked at the paper box that Ling Qingxue had been holding in her hand and said, "I wouldn't dare call it an instruction. I'm just interested in the inscription Elder Song wrote for Xiao Xia, so I presumptuously stayed to have a good look." Then Wu Liqian glanced at Xia Ruofei and asked, "Xiao Xia, I don't know if this request of mine is a little abrupt?" "Sis Wu, so you know Song Ruofei?" Xia Ruofei was surprised. Xia Ruofei did not introduce Song Ruofei to the guests during the event. The guests thought that Song Ruofei was just Xia Ruofei's brother from a rich family. He did not expect Wu Liqian to recognize Song Ruofei. Wu Liqian smiled. "I went to Hunan province with Secretary Tian in my early years. I met the family of the provincial head judge, Song Jin, once. But I'm sure you don't remember me anymore." Xia Ruofei suddenly realized that Song Ruofei's identity in Xiangnam province was the top son of the rich and powerful. To put it bluntly, even the son of Xiangnan's secretary wasn't as impressive as him. After all, he was the eldest son and grandson of the Song family. Therefore, Song Ruofei had countless social events all year round. He had only had a meal with Wu Liqian once, so it was normal for him to not remember. "Before the ceremony began, I accidentally overheard your conversation," Wu Liqian continued. "I know that this painting was specially created by Elder Song for you. I couldn't help but be curious and want to take a look." This time, it was Ling Qingxue's turn to be confused. "County Head Wu, the Elder Song you mentioned, you should ask your boyfriend," Wu Liqian said with a smile. "He knows such a powerful chief, but he didn't report to you. This shouldn't be." Wu Liqian glanced at Xia Ruofei with a half-smile and Xia Ruofei could only laugh awkwardly. Ling Qingxue had been subconsciously hostile towards Wu Liqian at first, but after a few words, the hostility gradually disappeared. Especially after Wu Liqian's joke. Ling Qingxue was very pleased. Ling Qingxue smiled at Wu Liqian and said, "County Head Wu. He never tells me these things. Why don't you tell me? Which bureau chief is this Elder Song?" Qingxue, "Did you watch the news a few years ago?" Wu Liqian asked. Ling Qingxue was stunned for a moment before she nodded and said, "I do occasionally." There were only a handful of people in China who had never watched the news broadcast. Although many people did not have the habit of watching it on time every day, they would definitely have seen it on different occasions. "Then you should have seen the chief I just mentioned on TV," Wu Liqian said. Ling Qingxue was also a smart girl. Since she would occasionally see that chief on the news, it must be one of the top few chiefs in the corps. There were only a dozen chiefs in the corps leadership. In the 2 terms, and only one of them had the surname Song. Ling Qingshue's mind raced, and she opened her mouth wide in surprise. Could it be Song? Stop guessing, it's him. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, Elder. Song has been recuperating in Sanshan City. I've met him a few times. Wu Liqian thought to herself, it's not as simple as just meeting him a few times. Elder Song would not personally write an inscription for a young man he has only met a few times. However, Wu Liqian naturally wouldn't reveal it, and Ling Qingxue didn't think there was anything wrong with her words. After all, she didn't know how precious Elder Song's inscription was. But that was the head judge of the Central District. Meeting a few times was already a very amazing thing. Moreover, the chief had even written an inscription for Xia Ruofei. Ling Qingxue could not help but feel proud of her boyfriend. At the same time, she subconsciously held the paper box tighter. Ling Qingxue then thought of another matter and couldn't help but ask, Ruofei, does this mean that Song Rue? Ling Qingxue felt like she was in a dream. Song Rue's mental age was probably younger than Xia Ruofei's, and he was not arrogant at all. He was always smiling and polite to people. She couldn't believe that the young man who called her sister, in law just now had such a prominent identity. In fact, Ling Qingxue had never seen the other side of Song Rue. He only hid his naughty side because of Xia Ruofei. After all, it was the ribbon-cutting ceremony for Xia Ruofei's new company building. In fact, Song Rue was quite famous among the Red disciples in the capital. He was just a bad boy who didn't know how to get along. He is Elder Song's grandson, Xia Ruofei said casually. And then jokingly said, don't look like that. Actually, this grandson is quite a good person. Ling Qingxue and Wu Liqian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, why do your words sound so bad? He's Elder Song's grandson. Xia Ruofei shrugged innocently. I didn't say that he's my grandson. Wu Liqian was laughing so hard that she could barely stand up straight. Ling Qingxue could not help but secretly pinch Xia Ruofei and said, how can you be so bad? Song Rue will be furious if he hears this. He's Elder Song's grandson, Xia Ruofei said in all seriousness. Then, he looked at Ling Qingxue with a smirk and said, besides, I don't even have a son. How could he have such an old grandson? You're the one who thought of that. Ling Qingxue blushed and said, I know you're good at talking. I can't be bothered to talk to you. Wu Liqian couldn't stand it anymore. She said, all right. If the two of you want to flirt, can't you wait until I'm gone? Why don't you consider my feelings as a single person? Ling Qingxue blushed. Big sis Wu, it's all that guy's fault. He's so bad, she said. Ling Qingshue's prejudice against Wu Liqian had long disappeared. Naturally, she also called Wu Liqian sis Wu like Xia Ruofei. Xia, I've been waiting for a long time, Wu Liqian said with a smile. It's time for me to see Elder Song's calligraphy, right? Yes, Ling Qingxue said immediately. Let's open it and see what the chief wrote for you. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly, we can't do it here. If you break it by accident. Let's go to the office. The ribbon cutting of the building had been completed, but the relocation was still in progress. In fact, the main areas were security and finance. The company's framework had not been set up yet, and there was no large administrative team. However, Xia Ruofei's chairman's office had been tidied up immediately, so he brought Ling Qingxue and Wu Liqian to the office on the second floor. Although Xia Ruofei did not want to be extravagant and wasteful, the office was still more than 80 square meters. It had a reception area, a lounge, and a secretary's office. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not need a full-time secretary now, so the office was empty. The office's decorations were made of the best materials. But there was still a faint smell of decorations. He could only open the windows to let in the air. And it would be fine after a while. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei did not have the awareness to work for a long time. He was used to being a hands-off shopkeeper. Today, he had only come to this office to find a place to observe Elder Song's precious calligraphy. After the three of them entered the house, Xia Ruofei took the paper box from Ling Qingxue and opened it. There were 2 rolled-up pieces of rice paper inside. Xia Ruofei took out the bigger piece of paper and pressed one end on the paperweight on his desk. Then, he carefully and slowly unfolded it. Elder Song's calligraphy was slowly revealed to everyone. My heart is far away from me. This was a famous sentence from Tao Yuanming's The Origin of Peach Blossoms, which was suitable for the Tao Yuan Company. Moreover, Elder Song's signature and seal were not missing from this piece of calligraphy. It was a complete inscription. This value was high. To Xia Ruofei's surprise, Elder Song's handwriting was elegant and did not have the murderous aura of a man from the military. However, one could still vaguely feel a trace of golden spear and iron horse's artistic conception between the strokes. In fact, Elder Song's early works were silver hooks and iron drawings, and the force penetrated through the back of the paper. People who knew the industry could tell at a glance that this was the work of a great general. However, as Elder Song's status rose, his calligraphy style gradually changed. He no longer showed off his abilities and became more of a biding time artist. But this time Elder Song had experienced a serious illness, and it seemed that his perception of life had also undergone a great change. His calligraphy had also become more otherworldly. In addition, this time, he was writing a famous sentence like The Origin of Peaches, which brought out the best in this calligraphy style. Xia Ruofei also noticed that the words "for my young friend Ruofei" were written at the end of the piece of calligraphy. If this was the work of a famous calligrapher, after it was marked as a gift to someone, it might cause the market value of the work to decline. The reason was simple. People who had money to buy collectibles were most likely unwilling to buy a work that was written as a gift to another person, let alone hang it at home. However, Elder Song's inscription was the exact opposite. First of all, Xia Ruofei would never sell this piece of calligraphy. Even if he was poor too. The point of insanity, he would never do that. In this case, the calligraphy that Elder Song had given to Xia Ruofei was definitely a super protective talisman. Even those powerful families would have to think twice if they wanted to touch Xia Ruofei. Elder Song's gift was too valuable. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ling Qingxue saw Elder Song's name at the bottom of the page and the words "Gift to Xia Ruofei" written on it. She was very excited and felt as if she was in a dream. Wu Liqian was full of envy. At the same time, she also felt a little pity for Ying Luo. If Xia Ruofei was someone in the system, this piece of calligraphy could save him many years of hard work. At that moment, Ling Qingxue saw another rolled A piece of rice paper at the side. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Ruofei, there's another one. Quickly open it. And take a look. In fact, Xia Ruofei had also noticed it. However, his attention was attracted by this self-biased painting, and he did not care about the smaller one. Hearing what Ling Qingxue said, Xia Ruofei's curiosity was piqued. Elder Song had written for him, and one piece was enough. In fact, there was no point in writing another piece. Why did the old man write 2 pieces at once? Under the curious gazes of the 2 beauties, Xia Ruofei slowly unfolded the piece of paper. When the contents were presented, the 3 of them gasped at the same time and revealed a look of disbelief. This piece of calligraphy was smaller than the previous one, and Elder Song didn't sign his name or stamp. There were only 4 big words, but the shock it brought to the 3 of them was greater than the previous one. Because the content of this piece of calligraphy was full of envy for the Paradise Farm. Yes, this piece of Shan paper only had the words Peach Blossom Farm on it. But the meaning behind it was extraordinary. A bureau chief at Elder Song's level basically wouldn't give an enterprise a name, let alone a small enterprise like Taoyuan Farm. Of course, occasionally, there would be a head of a central government official who would give a name for company. However, such a rare situation would only happen in large central enterprises, if Xia Ruofei remembered correctly. This was the first time he had ever given name for private company. Although there was no signature or seal, this was the real deal. If the name was used on a farm, an average person might not be able to tell, but how could people of a certain level not tell that it was Elder Song's handwriting? Not only that, Xia Ruofei's company would be called Paradise Corporation. He could use the first 2 words in the name inscribed by Elder Song on the company's logo, including the company's exclusive correspondence letters and other places that could be printed with the company's logo. This time, even Xia Ruofei could not believe it. This gift was too expensive. He was not even confident. Xiao Xia, this is the chief's inscribing for your company? Wu Liqian couldn't believe her eyes and asked, with uncertainty. Ling Qingxue said excitedly, "Are you Ruofei, you're amazing. If this inscription was used on a company logo, it would be." Xia Ruofei took a few deep breaths and said, calm down, calm down. I need to confirm first. Yes, 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 Wu Liqian quickly said. It's better to ask clearly. If everyone misunderstood and Elder Song was only giving Xia Ruofei this calligraphy piece as a personal gift, but Xia Ruofei used it on the company's logo, then things would get out of hand. Xia Ruofei did not dare to be careless. He quickly picked up his phone and called Manager Lu. The call went through quickly, and Manager Lu's hearty laughter came from the other end. Haha, President Xia, I heard that your company is moving to a new building today. Congratulations. Xia Ruofei smiled. Bitterly, Manager Lu, please don't make fun of me. What, President Xia? You can just call me Little Xia. Haha. Little Xia, I've been waiting for your call. My phone never leaves my body. Manager Lu said with a smile. Manager Lu, did you know that I would call? Xia Ruofei asked, stunned. Manager Lu smiled. The chief said that you'd definitely call. Xia, you've opened the gift the chief gave you, right? Yep. The bureau chief's gift is really too precious. Xia Ruofei said, I can't even believe it, so you called to confirm? Manager Lu asked with a smile. Xia Ruofei smiled and did not say anything. Manager Lu continued, Xiao Xia, the chief asked me to tell You that it's just a piece of calligraphy. He has already given it to you. You can do whatever you want with it. You don't have to ask for further instructions. Although he had already guessed the answer, Xia Ruofei still couldn't help but feel ecstatic. He quickly said, "Thank you, Manager Lu. Please help me convey my thanks to the chief." "I'll definitely pass it on," Manager Lu said with a smile. "Xiao Xia, the chief heard that you sent people to Wui Mountain to deliver medicine to old Mr. Li every 2 or 3 days. He is very pleased and also asked me to tell you that it has been hard on you during this period of time. After old Mr. Li has recovered, he will specially host a banquet to express his gratitude." Xia Ruofei quickly said, "You're too kind, Chief. It's just a small matter. Besides, old Mr. Li is teaching my staff how to make tea. It's my duty to treat him." "Ha ha ha. That's what you say, but the only one who can have such a hand of rejuvenation is you, little Xia." Manager Lu laughed. When he spoke to Xia Ruofei, he didn't put on the airs of a deputy director at all. Besides Xia Ruofei's relationship with Elder Song, a large part of the reason was Xia Ruofei's superb medical skills. Anyone who ate grains would fall sick in the face of an incurable disease, no matter if you were an old farmer with his back facing the earth or a country's leader. You would still be powerless to save the situation. To be able to maintain a good relationship with Xia Ruofei was like adding a reliable insurance to his health and life. Xia Ruofei and Manager Lu chatted for a while and then hung up. Wu Liqian and Ling Qingxue were still looking at Xia Ruofei nervously. Xia Ruofei clenched his fists and said, "We guessed it right. This is the title that the bureau chief specially gave to the Paradise Corporation. We can use it anywhere." "Yay!" Ling Qingxue couldn't help but cheer. Although Ling Qingxue didn't know much about politics, she didn't need to know anything about it. Even an old farmer in the village would know what Elder Song's personally written inscription meant. Even Wu Liqian couldn't help but look excited. She was really happy for Xia Ruofei. Naturally, Xia Ruofei could not suppress his joy. He quickly picked up the phone on his desk and made a call in front of Ling Qingxue and Wu Liqian. "Little fatty. How's the progress with your finance department?" Xia Ruofei asked. Peng Hao had been working in a guest room on the first floor of Xia Ruofei's villa. Sometimes, he would sleep in the office when he was late. The living conditions were rather tough. With the completion of the new building, the finance department now had a spacious, bright, fully equipped office. Considering that Peng Hao's family lived in the city, Xia Ruofei had even reserved a single apartment for him. He could live on the farm now and return to the city on weekends. "I've moved more than half of it," said Peng Hao over the phone. "It's mainly some bills and accounts that I want to sort out before moving, so as not to mess them up and make it difficult to file." "Bring the scanner to my office first," Xia Ruofei said directly. Xia Ruofei had specially equipped Peng Hao with a scanner because the farm now had to provide a large amount of Taoyuan vegetables to the business partners every day. In the beginning, it had been a daily payment, but now it had been changed to a weekly payment. However, there was still a lot of receipt payment. Xia Ruofei had requested that all the receipts had to be scanned and saved into an electronic file. This way, it would be more convenient to manage and check. That was why he had specially bought a scanner. "All right. I'll be right there." After a short while, Peng Hao arrived at Xia Ruofei's office with a scanner in his arms, panting. Xia Ruofei took the scanner and quickly connected it to the computer in the office. Then, he picked up the 4 words Peach Blossom Farm and put it into the scanner. This question wasn't too big. Xia Ruofei scanned it into the computer in 2 tries and quickly used a software to piece the entire question together into a complete picture. Actually, there was a special instrument for scanning calligraphy outside. However, Elder Song's calligraphy was not big and it was not a complicated Chinese painting. It was easy to piece it together, so Xia Ruofei decided to do it himself. Peng Hao asked curiously from the side, "Ruofei, these words are really nice. Who gave you the questions?" Xia Ruofei chuckled. "You don't have to worry about who did it. Anyway, it's an amazing person." Then, Xia Ruofei sent the generated image file to Peng Hao's email and said, "Little fatty, I have a temporary task for you. Go ahead, I've already sent this piece of calligraphy to your email. Go back to the city immediately and find a reliable advertising company to help us create a signboard for Taoyuan Farm." Xia Ruofei said, "These 4 words will be hung on our farm's gate. Go to the gate and take a few photos later. As for the specific design, let the advertising company come up with a plan. My request is that it must be beautiful and grand. Of course, the most important thing is that these 4 words must be perfectly copied without any changes. Understood?" Peng Hao immediately said, "I have a relative who works in Lido advertising. I'll definitely do a good job for you." "Alright. Then you go now." Xia Ruofei said, "Let them come up with a few more proposals. It doesn't matter if they are more expensive." "Alright," Peng Hao said. Then, he chuckled and said, "Ruofei, I've been wasting time riding my motorcycle back and forth. What do you think?" Xia Ruofei immediately took out the pickup key and threw it to Peng Hao. "Be careful on the road." Peng Hao had just gotten his driver's license recently, and his car addiction was at its peak. He took the key and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Although I'm a new driver, I'm good at driving." After he finished speaking, he ran out. Xia Ruofei then said to Ling Qingxue, "Uncle Ling knows a lot of people. I would like to ask him to help me get someone to frame that calligraphy and hang it in the office." "Alright. I'll bring it back in a while." Ling Qingxue said without hesitation. "Try to find the best framing master." Xia Ruofei said and then added, "Keep your mouth shut." Elder Song's signature and seal were on the piece of calligraphy. Although Xia Ruofei was going to hang it in his office after he framed it, he did not want the news to spread during the framing process and for everyone to know. "Okay, I'll remember that." Ling Qingxue replied obediently, "I'll tell my dad." Xia Ruofei nodded. He rolled up the words carefully and put them into the paper box. Then, he put it aside. As for the Taoyuan Farm painting, Xia Ruofei naturally would not hang it up, but he cherished it very much. He called Lei Hu to get a few pieces of rice paper, a preservation film, and a sealed bag. Then, he covered the calligraphy with blank Xian paper, rolled it up carefully, and wrapped it with a layer of preservation film. Finally, he put it in a sealed bag and put it in the safe in the corner of the office. Most of the time, mounted paintings were harder to preserve. Since the words would not be hung out, Xia Ruofei's current method was the most appropriate. If he folded it casually, it would leave marks or even damage after a long time. He rolled it up with paper as a base, wrapped it in a plastic wrap, and put it in a sealed bag. This could basically isolate the words from the air and prevent it from being oxidized over time. After he was done with the calligraphy, Xia Ruofei smiled and invited Wu Liqian and Ling Qingxue to the reception area of the office to sit down. Then, he personally made tea for the two beautiful ladies. Although Xia Ruofei's office had just been tidied up, it had everything that should be there. The small refrigerator next to the coffee table even had high-quality tea leaves, black tea, green tea, and white tea. These were all prepared by Liang Weiman's people in advance. From these details, it could be seen that Liang Weiman was very concerned about Xia Ruofei's matter. Wu Liqian took a sip of tea from her teacup and asked, "Xiao Xia, now that your farm has taken shape, do you have any plans for the future?" Xia Ruofei skillfully poured a cup of tea for Ling Qingxue, then smiled and said, "I do have short-term goals. For example, the production of the vegetable greenhouses has not reached its maximum capacity yet, so I'm going to recruit a new batch of workers. In addition, the efficiency of the farm is not high, including the fish pond in the south that has been idle. In addition to the orchards, there are still many lands in the back mountain that can be further developed and utilized. Sis Wu, do you have any good suggestions?" Xia Ruofei asked. Wu Liqian had been working for Tian Huilan for many years and was now the executive deputy county head. Although she didn't have much experience in the business world, she was very familiar with the economy. Xia Ruofei wanted to hear her opinion. Wu Liqian pondered for a moment and said, "First of all, you said that we can increase production and further improve farm efficiency. These are all good ideas. But I think we can be a little more daring." "Oh? What do you mean?" Xia Ruofei asked with interest. Wu Liqian did not answer Xia Ruofei's question immediately. Instead, she asked, "Little Xia, the vegetables, melons, and fruits produced by your farm should be very popular, right?" Xia Ruofei nodded. "We don't have to worry about sales at the moment. I have 3 regular partners, Lingji F&B, Shijiang Moon Club, and Hong Kong's Hengfeng Group. Even if the production capacity of the greenhouse reaches its limit, my 3 partners can still take in the production. It's just as I expected," Wu Liqian said with a smile. "So my first suggestion is to further expand the scale of the farm and build more vegetable greenhouses. I can see that there are still a lot of unclaimed lands around your farm, which are useless in the village. You can expand the scale of your farm to twice or even thrice its current size. Should we continue to expand the farm?" Xia Ruofei asked after some hesitation. In fact, Xia Ruofei was not very willing to do this. Although the current scale of the farm was not large, the benefits it had created had exceeded many large farms. Besides, Xia Ruofei felt that although he could earn a lot of profits from selling ordinary peach orchard vegetables, which was enough to make most people jealous, he did not think much of the rate of return. He had the spirit map space in his hands, so it would be a waste to manage these ordinary vegetables and fruits. Wu Liqian seemed to have read Xia Ruofei's mind. She smiled and said, "Xiao Xia, your Taoyuan vegetables are indeed very well known now, but you only supply to 3 companies. If ordinary people want to eat Taoyuan vegetables, they can only choose Lingji Restaurant or Shijiangyu Club, at this point." Wu Liqian looked at Ling Qingxue and said with a smile, "Qingxue, I'm not saying that your Ling's restaurant isn't good." Ling Qingxue giggled and said, "Big sis Wu, I know. You can continue." Naturally, Ling Qingxue would not be unhappy that Wu Liqian was trying to help Xia Ruofei. Besides, girls were more inclined to outsiders. Even if Lingji Restaurant And Peach Blossom Farm had a conflict of interest. She was still on Xia Ruofei's side. Wu Liqian smiled and continued, Xiao Xia, your products are indeed in short supply now, but your current business model is not very beneficial for you to further expand your reputation and reach the province or even the country's reputation. You should further expand your supply range so that customers can see your paradise vegetables in more restaurants and even supermarkets. In all fairness, Wu Liqian's suggestion was not good for Ling's restaurant. Because West River Moon Club's target customers were the upper class society, the peach blossom vegetables that was being sold to the general public in Sanshan City was almost monopolized by Lingji restaurant. Just this alone would bring in a large number of consumers for Lingji restaurant. If the supply range was expanded, this monopoly situation would no longer exist. After Xia Ruofei heard Wu Liqian's words, he felt a little enlightened. He had always adhered to the high-quality product route. He had put in a lot of effort in the early stages to build up the ordinary vegetable and fruit markets. It was nothing more than to increase the reputation of Paradise Corporation. Therefore, after Wu Liqian's reminder, he immediately realized the disadvantages of his previous business model. In this day and age, even the fragrance of wine was afraid of the depths of the alley. The Ling's restaurant was based in Sanshan City, and its influence was limited to the southeast province at most. This was indeed not very beneficial to rapidly expanding the reputation of Paradise Corporation. However, Xia Ruofei was still a little hesitant, mainly because he was considering the impact of expanding the supply range on Ling GF and Wu Liqian seemed to have guessed Xia Ruofei's concerns. She smiled and said, I know that Ling's restaurant is Qingshua's family's company, and the expansion of the supply range will inevitably affect the operations of Ling's restaurant. However, I don't think the impact is as big as you think, and it's still controllable. For example, you can use a tiered system to give Lingji a more favorable price, or even directly increase the delivery unit price of new partners. I'm sure that with the cost advantage and the fact that Lingji is a very strong chain restaurant, it shouldn't be unable to compete with other restaurants in the same industry, right? Wu Liqian then added, of course, the short-term impact is inevitable. Xia Ruofei felt that it made more sense. Ling Qingshui had been a little worried at first, but after hearing Wu Liqian's words, that worry disappeared. The Lingji F&B had already gotten out of its most difficult stage and was now in a period of development. Not only had it set foot in the hotel industry, but it had also begun to open branch stores in prefecture-level cities. It had even gotten the title of a designated reception unit of the municipal party committee. It was the time of prosperity. If they adopted a level system like Wu Liqian had said, even if it was affected in the short term, it would definitely not be a serious blow. Xia Ruofei nodded. Sis Wu is right. Why don't I get in touch with Director Wan from the Dongqing village and expand the farm? Whether it was the new land or the new greenhouse according to the original standards, it would cost a lot of money. However, the money did not need to be taken out all at once. Besides, Xia Ruofei earned hundreds of thousands of yuan every month just by relying on Taoyuan vegetables. He could totally claim land first, then gradually add vegetable greenhouses and expand the production capacity step by step. I can help you talk to the people in the town and village, Wu Liqian said. There shouldn't be any resistance. Then I'll have to thank Sis Wu. There definitely won't be a problem if you personally take care of it. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, actually, I'm just lazy. I'm having a headache thinking about renegotiating the lease contract, looking for people to build the greenhouse, and recruiting new workers. That's the second suggestion I'm going to give you, Wu Liqian said with a smile. There's a second suggestion. Ling Qingxue smiled and said, Sis Wu, tell me. Xia Ruofei belongs to the type of person who moves with every lash of the whip. He's very lazy. Xia Ruofei smiled helplessly. He felt very innocent about Ling Qingxue's comment. Qingxue, my second suggestion is to make it easier for Xiao Xia, Wu Liqian said with a smile. Then, Wu Liqian turned to Xia Ruofei and said, Xia, you should set up the company's framework as soon as possible and leave the management to the professional managers. This is also an inevitable trend. With the development of your company, the evaluation and recruitment of personnel should be managed by someone. You would need a human resources department, and you would have to go to court if there were contract disputes or infringement of rights when you were discussing contracts with your partners, right? You need to have a legal department as well as finance, sales, and so on. If there's a dedicated manager in charge of every work, and a few capable general managers and deputy general managers, you don't have to take care of everything by yourself. As the boss, you just have to grasp the general direction. Ling Qingxue was very much in favor of this. Her family owned a company, and it was a very large food and beverage chain. Naturally, she was very experienced in company management. However, Ling Qingxue was also a little hesitant as she said, Sis Wu, the expenses will be much higher this way. Wu Liqian said with a smile, we can set up the framework first. We don't even have to rent an office building. We can work in this building for the time being. We can slowly recruit more people as the company develops. Actually, the expenses won't be too high. That makes sense. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'm very interested in suggestions that can make me lazy. But I don't know where to find the general manager and vice general manager. Chubby Boy can be the chief financial officer, but the legal department, the human resources department, and the sales department all need someone with the relevant work experience. Ruofei, there are quite a few headhunting companies right now. You can use them to recruit people, Ling Qingxue said. Qingxue's right, Wu Liqian nodded and said, it's a good idea to go through a headhunting company. Also, I have a good candidate on my side. She's my college classmate with good work experience and qualifications. She just recently resigned. Xia Ruofei said hesitantly, Sis Wu, your classmates should all be successful people with successful careers now, right? Would you be willing to work for a small company like mine? I can help build a bridge. You guys can meet up and get to know each other. Wu Liqian said, she's free anyway. I'll call her. She'll definitely come. I'm not sure if she's willing to stay and work. Alright. Then I'll have to trouble Sis Wu to contact them and arrange for us to meet up in the next few days. Xia Ruofei said, let's meet here. At the same time, I can also observe the working environment. No problem. Wu Liqian nodded. After that, Wu Liqian stood up and said with a smile, all right, I should go back. I'll be annoying if I stay here. Ling Qingxue blushed and said, Sis Wu, we won't despise you. Xia Ruofei also laughed and said, that's right, my farm is still in your land. I wouldn't dare to look down on you. I really have to go. There's still a lot of work to do in the county. Wu Liqian said with a smile. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue sent her to the door, but she didn't allow them to do so. Alright, you guys don't have to come out. I can go down myself. Wu Liqian said. Xia Ruofei did not insist. He watched Wu Liqian walk to the stairs, before returning to the office, with Ling Qingxue and closing the door behind them. He didn't feel anything when Wu Liqian was around, but now that they were alone, an ambiguous atmosphere began to fill the air. Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei affectionately. Xia Ruofei also felt a ball of fire burning in his heart. They had not been together for 3 days. For a man and a woman who were in love, this was a very long time. Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue and smiled evilly. Qingxue. I don't think we've done it in the office before. Ling Qingxue's face turned pale and she shouted, No, go. Go back to your villa, she said. Before she could finish her sentence, Xia Ruofei's lips were blocked by his domineering kiss. Strictly speaking, today was the first day that Xia Ruofei had moved into the new office. Although Jianjia could foresee that the new office would be less used, a unique and exciting private celebration added a lot of joy to this meaningful first day of relocation. Bad guy, Ling Qingxue pouted and said, You're so bad. This is the office. What if someone barged in? Xia Ruofei chuckled. Wife, don't you know whose territory this is? Who would dare to enter this office without my permission? Only you can. Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes. Xia Ruofei got up from the bed and walked towards the door of the lounge. Lie down and rest for a while, I'll get you a glass of water, he said. Xia Ruofei went to the office outside and filled half a cup with warm water. Then, he took out a small porcelain bottle from the spirit map space that contained the solution of the spirit heart flower petals and filled the cup to the brim without hesitation. After putting the porcelain bottle back into the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei walked to the bed with the cup and said, Come, drink some water. I don't have any more strength. Help me up. Ling Qingxue said coyly. He smiled slightly. With one hand holding the cup, he reached out his other hand to hold Ling Qingxue's shoulder. He easily helped her up and then fed her the water. Ling Qingxue had actually recovered some of her strength. Naturally, it was impossible for her to not be able to lift a cup of water. However, she enjoyed Xia Ruofei's care. At this moment, her heart was filled with happiness. Ling Qingxue rested for a while more. The spirit heart flower petal solution began to take effect, and the feeling of weakness in her body gradually disappeared. Ruofei, I should go back. Ling Qingxue said softly after putting on her clothes. Don T. Don't leave tonight. Xia Ruofei said, I'll take you to the beach. Then, we'll have grilled fish in the villa's yard tonight. Ling Qingxue's eyes flashed with anticipation, but she hesitated and said, I'll pass on staying overnight. It's not good. There's a lot of things to do at the company, so I'll go back first. I'll come and see you next time. Xia Ruofei knew that Ling Qingxue was easily embarrassed. Ling Xiaotian had also attended the event today and knew that she was at Taoyuan Farm. Under such circumstances, she would definitely not spend the night here. In fact, Xia Ruofei felt that Ling Xiaotian would not care about these things at all. In fact, Ling Xiaotian would be even happier if he knew that he had such a close relationship with Ling Qingxue. However, Xia Ruofei still respected Ling Qingxue's wishes. He did not try to persuade her any further. He quickly put on his clothes, picked up the calligraphy piece on the desk, and sent Ling Qingxue out. In Front of the mixed-use complex, Xia Ruofei watched as Ling Qingshua's car left, then returned to the building. Xia Ruofei did not forget to open the windows after he was done cleaning the office. Even without the smell of hormones, a newly renovated office like this would need a long time to be well ventilated. He strolled out of the complex, planning to take a walk around the farm and then go back to make dinner. Since Ling Qingxua didn't stay, the plan to grill the fish was naturally cancelled. He would eat alone, making 2 side dishes and a bowl of noodles. Xia Ruofei first went to the Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan that was parked quietly in the small square in front of the building. The car was a gift from Old Master Tang's Xingbang Group. Xia Ruofei had already asked one of the 4 veterans, Su Wei, to hand over the transfer procedures to Xingbang Group. He was going to put the car under the company's name. The brand new Mercedes Benz looked extraordinary under the setting sun. Xia Ruofei circled the car. Although he did not like this kind of business-like car, he had to admit that German cars were indeed beautiful. Boss. Xia Ruofei heard the voice behind him and turned around. He saw Cao Taishu standing somewhat cautiously behind him. His trousers were rolled up, and his feet were stained with some mud. He had obviously come from the vegetable greenhouse. Old Cao. Xia Ruofei revealed a friendly smile and asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen at the greenhouse?" No. Cao Taishu hurriedly said, "Boss, I have something to discuss with you." Oh? What's the matter? Boss, when we cut the ribbon this morning, I heard you say that our farm is looking for workers? Cao Taishu asked. Xia Ruofei immediately understood. He smiled and said, "Yup. Old Cao, do you have any relatives or friends that you want to recommend? I can consider it first." Cao Taishu had been helping him manage the vegetable greenhouse in good order for the past few months. He was also very loyal to the farm. As long as the person he recommended had the basic quality and good character, Xia Ruofei was willing to give him face. They were going to recruit people anyway, so who didn't they recruit? Then, do you need anyone to go to the staff cafeteria? Cao Taishu asked. I want my wife to come and try. Sister-in-law is also a chef? Xia Ruofei asked in surprise. I can't be called a chef. Cao Taishu waved his hand and said. However, she used to work in the town middle school's cafeteria, so her cooking skills are not bad. Whenever there's a red and white wedding in the village, everyone will invite her to cook. Then, Cao Taishu nervously asked, "Boss, my wife doesn't have a chef's certificate. I wonder if she meets the requirements for the job?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "No problem. We're the staff cafeteria, not a big hotel. Why do we need a chef's certificate?" Cao Taishu laughed in a simple and honest manner, his eyes filled with hope. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and asked, "Cao, is sister-in-law willing to work on the farm? Will you be too busy with the work at home?" "She's willing." Cao Taishu quickly replied, "I went home this afternoon and asked her. Boss, our family only has a few acres of land now. There's not much work. She's also studying at a university in another city, so there's only us at home. It won't affect her much if she works on the farm." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay, old Cao, let sister-in-law try it tomorrow. Why don't you find another person and let her help sister-in-law in the kitchen and do some chores? The kitchen hands salary may be slightly lower, but sister-in-law's salary and treatment are the same as our farm workers. Is that okay? Chow Tai-shu was pleasantly surprised. Yes. Yes. Boss. Isn't the salary a little too high? She's just cooking, isn't it a little inappropriate to take 5,000 a month? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, that's a chef's position. 5,000 was not considered high. It's settled then. By the way, old Chow, I still need to hire 2 cleaners for my farm. I prefer to find them in your village, which is more convenient for me to get to work and get off work. Why don't you help me look for them? The salary will be the same as that of a kitchen hand, so let's set it at 3,500 a month for now. After listening to Wu Liqian's suggestion, Xia Ruofei had made up his mind to expand the farm. However, he wanted to get in touch with Wu Liqian's classmate first. If he was satisfied with his ability and was willing to work on the farm, then he could hand over the contract negotiations with the village, the recruitment of new workers, the construction of new greenhouse infrastructure, and other specific tasks to the new general manager. If he could slack off, Xia Ruofei would not be willing to do such tedious work. However, Chow Tai-shu's visit to him had also reminded Xia Ruofei that Kongtong Farm had not expanded yet. The recruitment of new workers was not urgent, but the staff canteen had to be operated first. This was also to fulfill the welfare promise to the employees. It would also be convenient for him to eat when he did not feel like cooking in the future. In addition, with the building in use, the janitors couldn't wait either. They had to be hired immediately. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to take this opportunity to recruit the people in these 2 positions. Chow Tai-shu was also very happy after hearing this. He quickly said, no problem. Boss, I'll definitely be strict. He didn't know where Chow Tai-shu had learned the phrase strict security, but it was quite appropriate to use it here. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. After some thought, he said, by the way, old Chow, I'll get a chef from the restaurant to come over. Let him take care of sister-in-law for the time being. Xia Ruofei was mainly thinking about the modern kitchen facilities in the employees' cafeteria. Chow Tai-shu's wife might not know how to use them. Furthermore, being a chef for a wedding in the countryside was different from being a chef in a company's cafeteria. It would be better to have a proper chef from a restaurant teach some hygiene standards for a period of time. Chow Tai-shu didn't think too much and immediately said, that's great. My wife only knows how to cook some countryside dishes, so she can learn more from the city's chef. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'm just here to help look after them. It won't take long. I think that since sister-in-law can cook for someone else, her skills must be good enough. Aren't our workers all from the countryside? Chow Tai-shu chuckled and nodded. The problem of the restaurant's chefs could be easily solved. Xia Ruofei's future father-in-law's family was running a chain restaurant. He dared not say about other things, but there must be many chefs. Xia Ruofei gave Ling Xiaotian a call in front of Chow Tai-shu. He did not pretend to be polite with Ling Xiaotian. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he directly stated his request. Ling Xiaotian had always been very satisfied with his future son-in-law. Now that the 2 of them were working together to set up a winery, such a small matter was naturally not a problem for him. He immediately expressed that he would send the executive head chef of the flagship store in the city center over to guide him. Wasn't this like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Xia Ruofei jumped in shock and hurriedly declined. After much persuasion, Ling Xiaotian reluctantly agreed and changed the chef. Although it was not the head chef of a chain restaurant, it was still an experienced chef. It was the most suitable to come and guide Chao Taishu's wife. After Xia Ruofei finished his call, Chao Taishu expressed his gratitude to Xia Ruofei before returning to the vegetable greenhouse. Of course, before he reached the greenhouse, he couldn't help but take out his mobile phone and call his wife. He couldn't wait to tell her the good news. At the same time, Chao Taishu also wanted his wife to quickly find a kitchen helper and 2 cleaners. Xia Ruofei had given him this task out of trust. Who in the village didn't know of the famous peach blossom farm? Everyone, young and old, was envious of Xia Ruofei's first batch of 15 workers. Many people were eagerly waiting for the farm to recruit new people. Therefore, the 3 quotas in Chao Taishu's hands, no matter who he gave them to, would not be a small favor. Because of this, while Chao Taishu was grateful to Xia Ruofei, he also constantly reminded his wife to choose the right person, or else she would be letting down the boss's trust. In fact, Xia Ruofei would not care about such a small matter. It was just a cleaning job. If the person was not suitable, he could just fire him and replace him. The relocation work was completed in 2 days. Peng Hao moved the finance department to the accounting office that was specially installed with iron doors and windows, and rearranged the accounts. He had also entrusted the design of the farm's signboard to the Lidu Advertising Company, and they would soon come up with 3 alternative plans. Lei Hu, Hong Tao, and the other 4 security guards had also moved the monitoring terminal, which was originally placed in the guest room on the 1st floor of the villa, to the monitoring room on the 1st floor of the new building. They had also recalibrated the circuit. The 4 of them were assigned to a single apartment with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and a balcony, so they were all more motivated. Chao Taishu's wife and the kitchen helper and janitors that Chao Taishu had helped to find had also arrived. Xia Ruofei did a simple interview and found that they were all simple and honest rural women who were very active in their work. He was very satisfied. Under the guidance of the chef sent by Ling Ji Dining, Chao Taishu's wife quickly threw herself into work. The staff cafeteria was also officially opened, and all the employees began to enjoy their free lunch. Although it was only a meal, it was very effective in gathering people's hearts. Everyone's enthusiasm for work was clearly raised to a higher level. When the villagers heard that Peach Blossom Farm provided free lunch, they naturally became even more envious. They all asked the workers when Peach Blossom Farm would recruit more workers. Naturally, the workers did not know when they would be hiring. On the day of the ribbon cutting, it was said that they would be hiring new people, but other than recruiting 2 cleaners and 2 chefs, there had been no other news for the past 2 days. What they didn't know was that this situation happened because their boss was too lazy. Xia Ruofei wanted to wait for the new general manager to take office before he started the work. On the 3rd day, the professional manager that Wu Liqian had helped to contact finally arrived in Sanshan City and Taoyuan Farm. Feng Rao was driving her red BMW Z4 on Provincial Highway 215, entering Chongping County. The city was already far behind her, and there were large patches of farmland and barren land on both sides of the road. Feng Rao's expression became more and more depressed, and her delicate nose wrinkled slightly, as if she was dissatisfied. Feng Jing was the professional manager that Wu Liqian had introduced to Xia Ruofei. She was also Wu Liqian's university classmate. Feng Jing's resume was brilliant and brilliant. She obtained an MBA from Wharton at the University of United States. After graduation, she returned to China and entered the world-famous accounting firm, PricewaterhouseCoopers, as a senior consultant. After working for a year, Feng Jing got tired of the less challenging consulting job and jumped ship to a famous internet company in the country as the senior vice president. She resigned 2 months ago and was currently unemployed. A high-class overseas returnee like Feng Jing was naturally highly sought after by headhunting companies. In the past 2 months, she had received countless offers, but she didn't even read through them carefully, let alone interact with them. In the past 2 months, Feng Jing only did one thing, and that was to carry a simple bag and travel around the world, completely emptying her mind. Feng Jing had just returned home when she received Wu Liqian's call. She was preparing to rest for a few days before setting off for the Tibetan plateau. Wu Liqian told Feng Jing that a good company was currently hiring a general manager. Naturally, Feng Jing couldn't reject her best friend from her university days like how she rejected a headhunter company, so she tried to find out more about the situation. When Feng Jing heard Wu Liqian's brief introduction of Paradise Corporation's scale and current situation, she even thought that Wu Liqian was deliberately joking with her. No, in her opinion, this company couldn't even be called a company. Strictly speaking, it could only be considered a workshop. At best, it was a slightly larger workshop. How could she, who was a Wharton MBA and once had a senior consultant manager at Pricey House, be in charge? Was he using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Using a cannon to kill a mosquito? It wasn't until she confirmed it a few times that Feng Jing realized that Wu Liqian was serious. Also, Wu Liqian had told her over the phone that although the company was small, it had amazing potential. She strongly advised her not to make a decision immediately, and it was best to observe it on the spot. Perhaps it was out of trust for her best friend of many years, or perhaps Feng Jing was too free recently, or perhaps her brain had suddenly gone haywire. But in any case, she agreed to Wu Liqian's ridiculous suggestion. As the surrounding environment became more and more desolate, Feng Jing felt that the third possibility was the most likely reason why she agreed to come here. His brain was really damaged. However, they had already driven for more than 100 kilometers. Feng Jing's hometown was Quangang City in the southern part of the Southeast Province, and she had already made an appointment with the other party. Naturally, Feng Jing couldn't just go home at this time. Even if it was for Wu Liqian's sake, she still had to go through the motions. With this kind of mentality, Feng Rao arrived at Taoyuan Farm with the help of the GPS. There was not even a sign outside the farm. In fact, there had been one a few days ago. However, after Xia Ruofei had gotten Elder Song's name, he had asked Peng how to find an advertising company to design a new sign. The old sign had been removed. A security guard wearing a black suit and a headset solemnly gestured for Feng Jing to stop in front of the yellow no entry line. The security is pretty decent. It's like a military restricted area. Feng Jing stopped the car and mumbled to herself. However, this didn't give Feng Jing any bonus points. The security guard on duty today was Qin Xiaojun. He walked to the car and knocked on the window. Feng Rao rolled down the car window. Qin Xiaojun asked, "Who are you looking for?" "What's the matter?" Feng Rao revealed a graceful smile and said, "I have an appointment with your director Xia today. Please inform him." "Are you Miss Feng?" Jing? Qin Xiaojun asked immediately. Feng Zhu nodded. Qin Xiaojun immediately replied, Miss Feng, the chairman has already instructed that you can go in directly after you arrive. He is waiting for you in the office of the complex. I'll arrange for a colleague to show you the way. I'll have to trouble you then. Feng Rao smiled. Qin Xiaojun's attitude made Feng Rao feel very comfortable. No matter what, Qin Xiaojun still took his presence very seriously. However, Feng Jing thought to herself, any small company of this size would definitely place a lot of importance on an overseas graduate from Wharton's MBA, right? In reality, Xia Ruofei had not even looked through Feng Rao's resume carefully. Although Wu Liqian had given him a copy, it was only out of his trust in Wu Liqian. He was only paying attention to the talent that Wu Liqian had introduced. Qin Xiaojun contacted his comrades through the walkie-talkie, and soon, Lei Hu appeared at the entrance in an electric car. In order to make it easier for the security guards to patrol the farm, Xia Ruofei had recently purchased 2 of these 4-seater electric vehicles. The roads inside the farm had been well planned from the beginning and could be said to be accessible in all directions. With these electric vehicles, Lei Hu and the rest could patrol without any blind spots and were very efficient. Qin Xiaojun greeted Lei Hu before turning to Feng Rao, Miss Feng, you can just follow the electric car in front. I want to walk in, Feng Jing said. I'll take a look at the farm while I'm there. Is that okay? Qin Xiaojun hesitated for a moment before he replied, no problem, please park your car on the side. I'll take good care of your car. Thank you. Feng Rao smiled. She drove the car into the farm's gate and parked it by the side of the road. Then, she got out of the car and said to Lei Hu, who was leading the way, I'll have to trouble you. Lei Hu made an inviting gesture and said, Miss Feng, this way please. Qin Xiaojun returned to his post. He looked at Feng Jing's back and muttered to himself, this woman is too beautiful. Brother Xia is amazing. He still didn't know that the seemingly weak and lovely young woman just now was very likely to become his superior. Under Lei Hu's lead, Feng Rao looked around as they walked, and she asked Lei Hu some questions. Lei Hu had not been working here for a long time, and there were many things about the farm that he was not very clear about. However, Xia Ruofei had instructed him to receive Feng Jing warmly, so he could only briefly explain what he knew. Naturally, Feng Jing couldn't get the information she wanted. However, when she saw the rows of beautiful modern greenhouse, she couldn't help but show a look of admiration. These greenhouses were up to 100 meters in length and neatly arranged on both sides of the farm road. The neatly arranged brand new greenhouses under the sun were pleasing to the eye. Very quickly, Lei Hu brought Feng Jing to the newly completed complex. When Feng Jing saw the 6-story complex that took up quite a lot of space, she couldn't help but be stunned. Is this your farm's office building? Feng Jing's first thought was that it was such a waste. A small farm and an office building of this size didn't even take up half of the space. It had been many years since Feng Jing returned to the country. She knew that many government agencies and units had beautiful and luxurious office buildings. In some poor counties in the country, the tallest and most beautiful building in the county was the government office building. However, very few bosses of private companies did this. They were all spending their own money. And no one would waste it like this. When Lei Hu heard Feng Rao's question, he immediately showed a proud expression and said, "This is our comprehensive building. The first and second floors are the cafeteria and office, and the third floor and above are the staff apartments and the farm guest rooms. Miss Feng, the conditions of our farm are very good. There's a free lunch every day, and even as security guards can be assigned to a single apartment, with one bedroom and one living room." After hearing this, Feng Jing was suddenly enlightened, and her impression of Taoyuan farm improved a little. Her impression of the chairman Xia she was about to meet also improved a little. At least this little boss was good to his employees. Of course, this kind of good impression was very limited. After all, compared to the company she used to work in, Taoyuan Farm was really small. Very quickly, Lei Hu brought Feng Jing to Xia Ruofei's office. Xia Ruofei personally stood up to welcome Feng Jing and warmly invited her to the guest sofa to take a seat. At the same time, he asked Lei Hu to quickly prepare some tea. Feng Jing was a little dazed when she saw Xia Ruofei. She thought that she would see a middle-aged man with a big belly, or even a gold chain as thick as a thumb around his neck. However, it was completely different from the image of a nouveau riche in her mind. Xia Ruofei was slightly thin. Although he was not handsome enough to startle the people in the party, he had a sunny and clean aura, which made people involuntarily feel close to him. Although Xia Ruofei's facial features were not as sharp as those of movie stars, they gave people a very comfortable feeling when put together. Especially his eyes, which were so bright, as if they could see through people's hearts. It didn't seem like a bad idea to work with such a handsome young man. Feng Jing suddenly had this ridiculous thought. Then, an even more ridiculous thought appeared in her mind. Could it be that Qian was trying so hard to recommend him because of this handsome guy? From Xia Ruofei's point of view, the young married woman in front of him, who still retained her charm, was obviously distracted. This was because when Lei Hu placed the brewed tea in front of her, she actually did not have the slightest reaction. "Miss Feng," Xia Ruofei called out. Only then did Feng Rao come back to her senses, and her face couldn't help but heat up. What kind of nonsense was she thinking? Although the other party was only a small boss, it was obviously unprofessional to be distracted in such a formal meeting. Feng Rao revealed an apologetic smile and said, "I'm sorry, Director Xia, I was just thinking of something else." "It's fine." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Miss Feng, Sis Wu showed me your resume. I invited you here today to talk to you about work." Sis Wu. As expected, he has a special relationship with Qian, Feng Rao thought to herself. But this time, she won't be distracted. With a professional smile on her face, she said, "Director Xia, I have a general understanding of your company's situation. I have also taken a look just now. With all due respect, your company's scale doesn't seem to be very large. This job might not be what I expected." Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to explain. He just smiled and asked, "Oh? Then, what is the scale of Miss Feng's ideal company?" "I used to be a senior consultant at Pricewaterhouse," Feng Rao said confidently. "My previous job was the senior vice president of Highlang Net. I think your company's size is quite far from the two companies above, right?" Xia Ruofei smiled. "That's for sure. However, I'm also sure that you can't make all the decisions and keep your word in a company of this size, can you?" Feng Rao looked at Xia Ruofei as if he was a monster and said, "Of course. But my company can give you the highest authority." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Being a high-level female worker in a big company, and Leading a small company to grow and expand are two completely different things. Also, since Miss Feng resigned from these two companies, I believe that's one of the reasons, right? When the guard reported that Feng Jing had arrived, Xia Ruofei took out the resume that Wu Liqian had given him and looked through it again. He knew that Feng Jing, who had returned from overseas and was a high-ranking overseas graduate, definitely had the dream of starting a business. Otherwise, Feng Jing would not have given up the position of the senior vice president of Hailing Network. Director Xia, I admit that I'm tempted by the idea of maximum autonomy, but, Feng Jing smiled. I think Miss Feng might as well take a look at our products first. Xia Ruofei said confidently. Product? Feng Rao was stunned. Of course, Xia Ruofei shrugged. Isn't the core competitiveness of a company like us in the field of agricultural products? That makes sense, Feng Rao nodded. I didn't know the details before I came here. Xia Ruofei got up and walked to the lounge. He took out the Taoyuan vegetable samples that he had prepared in the morning from the refrigerator and returned to the reception area to lay them out one by one. Feng Rao looked at the neatly arranged tomatoes and cabbages on the coffee table, her eyes slowly widening. She didn't hide her surprise at all. The appearance of these paradise vegetables was simply too beautiful. The tomatoes were tender and alluring, and the cabbages looked as if they were carved out of jade. It even made people unable to bear to eat them. Chairman Xia, your company. All of your products look like this? Feng Rao couldn't help but ask. Of course, I picked them randomly from the vegetable greenhouse. I didn't prepare any special preparations, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Although Wu Liqian had specifically emphasized the uniqueness of Taoyuan vegetables, Feng Jing could not feel the huge difference between them and ordinary vegetables without seeing it with her own eyes. Moreover, Feng Jing had no direct experience with the name of Taoyuan vegetables in Quangang City. Hence, when Xia Ruofei took out paradise vegetables, Feng Jing was shocked. Xia Ruofei continued, all of our company's vegetables, fruits, and other products are currently in short supply, and the average price is 10 times that of the same type of products on the market. And the cost wouldn't be much higher than a normal product. That means, Feng Jing said, the profits are 10 times that of a normal farm? That's just a conservative estimate, Xia Ruofei replied with a smile. Then, Xia Ruofei threw out another bombshell. Moreover, our peach blossom farm's actual assets are more than 10 million USD. I don't think that this scale will be much worse than what you're expecting, Miss Feng. Feng Jing's attention was completely drawn to the beautiful Taoyuan vegetables. Of course, what attracted her even more was the shocking profit rate that Xia Ruofei had told her about. Hence, after hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Feng Rao replied casually, oh. 10 million US dollars is not a small amount. What? 10 million US dollars? Feng Rao suddenly raised her voice. She was staring at the vegetables in paradise, but she suddenly looked up at Xia Ruofei. Her eyes were wide open, and her face was full of disbelief. Xia Ruofei nodded with a calm expression. Feng Rao quickly calmed herself down and said, Director Xia, your company's products are very competitive, and there's no doubt about their potential. You don't have to exaggerate the company's assets. As she said that, she took out some documents from her bag and quickly looked through them. According to the scale of your company, and the situation that I've just observed, although the construction standards of the hardware facilities are very high, the total assets should be not more than 10 million. There's still a big difference between that and US $10 million. Feng Jing was referring to the situation of Taoyuan Farm. In fact, this valuation had already taken into account the factor of Taoyuan vegetables. If it was just the hardware facilities, even if the newly built building was included, it should be less than 10 million. HXB Xia Ruofei scratched his head and looked embarrassed. When Feng Rao saw this expression, she naturally thought that Xia Ruofei was embarrassed because she had exposed him. Initially, Feng Jing had been interested in this small company because of Taoyuan vegetables. However, Xia Ruofei's exaggeration had made Feng Jing's impression of him worsen. "I'm sorry, Miss Feng," Xia Ruofei said. "The information I provided to Siswu was not complete. In fact, our company's assets are more than that." Feng Jing's eyes flashed, with a hint of mockery. She felt that Xia Ruofei was obviously stubborn. It was obvious that Paradise Corporation's focus was on this farm, and the farm's value was at most 10 million HXB. Could it be that the company had more assets that could be claimed to be worth more than 10 million USD? Then, "Director Xia, please give me a good introduction," Feng Rao said with a smile. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "There are currently 3 assets under the name of the Paradise Corporation. One of them is the Paradise Farm that we're currently in. This is also one of the areas that I'm focusing on developing. I've already planned to rent more land from the local government to further expand the scale of our farm." Feng Rao nodded and listened quietly. Xia Ruofei continued, "The second is that we have invested in a winery with the Lingji F&B Group. The total assets are about 10 million yuan. We have 50% of the shares, which is about 5 million yuan." Feng Rao nodded and thought to herself, this is far from $10 million. Besides, the environment was not good. Many wineries in the country were operating at a loss. It was not a good idea to invest in wineries at this time. Xia Ruofei did not explain the situation of the winery to Feng Rao in detail, nor did he tell her the excellent market prospects of the improved drunken 8 immortals. Xia Ruofei noticed Feng Rao's expression and could guess what she was thinking. He smiled and continued, "The third asset is that we've cooperated with Mr. Tang, the chairman of the Xingbang Group in the United States, to acquire a farm called Pad Inc. in Australia. Well, it has now been renamed Paradise Farm. Our Paradise Corporation owns 51% of the shares. This farm in Australia is valued at about 20 million US dollars, so the assets of Paradise Corporation are definitely more than 10 million US dollars. Feng Rao's eyes widened in shock. Xia Ruofei's words had indeed shocked her. To be honest, 10 million US dollars wasn't a big company. In Feng Jing's eyes, at least, it was still small compared to the 2 companies she had worked for. However, compared to the impression she had of the Paradise Corporation, this was far beyond her expectations. Moreover, the words Australian Farm and United States' Xingbang Corporation naturally had a huge impact on Feng Jing's mental state. Feng Jing's first impression of the company was that it was a small farm in the outskirts of a rural county. However, with the disclosure of information such as Paradise Vegetables and the Australian Cooperative Farm, Feng Jing knew that her judgment seemed to be quite off. In this invisible confrontation, Xia Ruofei had clearly gained the upper hand. Of course, Xia Ruofei was satisfied with Feng Jing's ability. Otherwise, he would not have told her so much. Xia Ruofei walked to his desk, confidently, picked up a stack of documents, and walked back. He handed it to Feng Jing and smiled. "Miss Feng, these are the copies of the winery and Australian farm investment documents that I just introduced to you. There are also some copies of our company's recent sales orders. You can take a look first. Feng Rao received the documents mechanically. She was still in a daze as her mind was filled with thoughts about the $10 million in assets. Feng Rao quickly flipped through the information provided by Xia Ruofei. In fact, she had already believed that Jia and Xia Ruofei would not lie about such an obvious and easily exposed matter. However, when she saw the investment contract signed by the Paradise Corporation and Mr. Tang, she couldn't help but show a surprised look. Then, Feng Jing saw a message that surprised her. It was a receipt from the Southeast Province office of Hengfeng Group in Hong Kong. Chairman Xia, does your company also have business dealings with Hengfeng Group? Feng Rao asked, in surprise. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, yes, in fact, our Paradise vegetables have long appeared on the menu of the 5-star hotels under Hengfeng Group. This cooperation was personally decided by Mr. Ma Xiong, the chairman of Hengfeng Group, and I. From the feedback, the popularity of Paradise vegetables is very gratifying. Hengfeng Group has repeatedly proposed to increase the supply volume, but due to limited production capacity, we can only maintain the original supply. This is also the reason why I am anxious to set up the company's framework and expand the scale of the farm. Feng Rao felt that her brain was not working well enough. Tang He, Ma Xiong. These two were world-class tycoons with assets of more than $10 billion. This young chairman in front of her could actually directly discuss cooperation with them. This shocked Feng Jing even more than the Peach Blossom Company's unexpected $10 million assets. The friendship of a world-class tycoon, a product with amazing potential, and a good-looking boss. Feng Jing, who had only come here to take a break, suddenly realized that this company was becoming more and more attractive to her. Miss Feng, what do you think? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Feng Rao took a deep breath and said frankly, Chairman Xia, if I were to work for your company, I hope to have the greatest autonomy and be able to make decisions on the company's operations independently. Xia Ruofei replied without hesitation, of course. I'm looking for the general manager of the company, so I won't ask about the company's production and operation. You have the final say. Xia Ruofei originally wanted to get out of the tedious administrative work, which was why he wanted to increase the manpower and recruit a professional manager. In a sense, this was in line with Feng Jing's request. Perhaps Xia Ruofei was too straightforward, but Feng Jing was a little embarrassed. The general direction is still in the hands of the chairman, she said. The general manager's opinion will also be an important reference for my decision on the company's development strategy, Xia Ruofei immediately said. Miss Feng can rest assured on this point. In Paradise Corporation, there won't be a situation where an outsider criticizes an expert and interferes with the work. Feng Jing nodded. This was what she cared about the most. The reason why she had resigned from Highlang Network was mainly because a certain company leader had blindly given her instructions in the field she was in charge of. Xia Ruofei looked at Feng Rao and asked, Miss Feng, can we talk about the treatment? Feng Rao thought for a while and finally nodded. Xia Ruofei smiled in satisfaction. This meant that Feng Jing had accepted the position. Xia Ruofei said, Miss Feng. No, I should call you President Feng now. Chief Feng, our company can provide you with an annual salary of 200,000 Chinese dollars. In addition, you'll also enjoy 1% of the company's net profit as a bonus, and you'll be the only executive in the company to enjoy this bonus. Giving shares and dividends to the company's senior management was a common practice in many companies. However, Xia Ruofei knew the huge potential of Paradise Corporation. It was impossible to distribute the shares so easily, not even 1%. However, Xia Ruofei was still bold enough to give 1% of the dividends to the general manager of the company. In fact, Xia Ruofei's offer was not very high. It was more than half of Feng Jing's previous offer. Moreover, based on the company's current revenue, a 1% bonus was just a drop in the bucket. However, Feng Jing nodded without hesitation. I agree. In just a few minutes of interaction, Feng Jing already had a whole new level of respect for this company. She was extremely optimistic about Paradise Corporation's future. She was very clear that this insignificant 1% bonus could bring her a huge fortune in a few years. Of course, compared to earning more money, Feng Jing was more concerned about the fact that she could finally take charge of a company with unlimited potential. Furthermore, she had been in charge of the company since it was young. The sense of accomplishment that came from growing the company into a giant was something that money couldn't compare to. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, CEO Feng, according to the usual practice, you will also have a 1-month probation period after joining Paradise Corporation. This will be written in the contract. Of course, the benefits during the probation period will not change. You don't mind this, right? That's reasonable, Feng Jing said nonchalantly. It's a two-way choice. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, then there's no problem. Chief Feng, happy working with you. With that, Xia Ruofei extended his hand to Feng Jing. Feng Jing also smiled brightly and shook Xia Ruofei's hand. She smiled and said, happy cooperation. Xia Ruofei stood up and walked to his desk. He picked up the phone and made a call. Lei Hu, come to my office for a moment. Lei Hu was already on standby on the first floor. After receiving Xia Ruofei's call, he quickly came to the office. Brother Xia. Lei Hu, from today onwards, Miss Feng Jing will be the general manager of our Paradise Corporation. Xia Ruofei said. Hello, President Feng. Lei Hu quickly said. Feng Rao also nodded at Lei Hu in a friendly manner. Xia Ruofei pointed at the stack of documents on the desk and said, Lei Hu, move all these documents to the general manager's office next door. Then, pack up the easternmost suite on the 3rd floor and give the key to President Feng. Yes. Lei Hu left the office with the documents. Xia Ruofei smiled at Feng Jing and said, Chief Feng, the company's resources are limited. We will first assign you a 2-bedroom apartment upstairs. This way, it will be more convenient for you to go to work and get to work. Also, there is an employee cafeteria on the 1st floor for meals. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner are provided. Of course, you can also choose to cook at home. Thank you, Chairman. Feng Ke said. When can you start work? Xia Ruofei asked. Anytime. Feng Rao's eyes lit up. Indeed, she couldn't wait to get back to work. After resting for more than 2 months, she was full of anticipation for this new job. All right, I'll take you to the office, Xia Ruofei said. When the building was first designed, there were already many offices reserved on the 2nd floor. Before Feng Jing arrived, Xia Ruofei had already asked Lei Hu and the others to tidy up the office next door and set up all the office facilities. When they arrived at the general manager's office, Feng Jing was very satisfied with the clean and bright office environment. After walking around the office, she said to Xia Ruofei, "Chairman, do you have any instructions for the company's development?" Xia Ruofei chuckled. "There's no hurry, CEO Feng. Take a look at the information first. We can have a chat after you're done. I mainly want to hear your thoughts." Feng Jing also knew that her understanding of Paradise Corporation was only superficial. If she wanted to quickly get into work mode, reading the information and understanding the situation was a necessary preparation. "Yes, Chairman, I'll finish reading the documents as soon as possible," Feng Jing nodded. "If you don't have any other instructions, I would like to start looking at the information now." Xia Ruofei was a little stunned. Was he asking the chairman to leave just like that? However, Xia Ruofei was impressed by Feng Jing's professional attitude. If the capitalists wanted to make money easily, they had to rely on these professional employees. "All right, I'll be leaving then." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "President Feng, you can take your time to read these documents. There's no rush." By then, Feng Jing had already sat down behind her desk and was flipping through the document at the top. Without looking up, she said, "I understand, Chairman." Seeing that Feng Jing was already in her work mode, Xia Ruofei did not want to disturb her and left the office. Xia Ruofei heaved a long sigh of relief when he returned to his office. If nothing went wrong, the general manager of the company was finally selected. Of course, Xia Ruofei had to do some research on Feng Jing. If she was not capable enough, she would be fired even if she was introduced by Wu Liqian. This was because Xia Ruofei's goal was to be lazy. A general manager with insufficient ability would definitely affect his ability to be a hands-off manager. When Xia Ruofei thought about how he would be able to leave all the troublesome matters to Feng Jing, he felt a sense of relief. He estimated that it would take Feng Jing a few days to finish reading the information and then think about the necessary things. Hence, Xia Ruofei returned to the villa after sitting in the office for a while. To Xia Ruofei's surprise, Feng Jing called him in the evening and said that she wanted to see him. When Xia Ruofei arrived at the office, he saw Feng Jing waiting at the door with a document that was more than 10 pages long. As soon as she saw Xia Ruofei, Feng Jing immediately handed the document to him and said, "Chairman, these are my thoughts on the company's development. Please take a look." Xia Ruofei was shocked. He glanced at the document and looked up at Feng Jing. He asked, "So fast?" Feng Jing smiled. "Chairman, I haven't made a comprehensive long-term plan. I've just sorted out a few problems that need to be solved. I'm here to report to you." Xia Ruofei nodded. "Yes, we have our priorities." "That's right." He then said, "President Feng, let's sit down and talk. I'll take a look at what you've written." The two of them walked to the sofa in the guest area and sat down. Xia Ruofei personally poured 2 glasses of water and placed one in front of Feng Jing. Feng Rao bowed slightly and thanked him. Xia Ruofei laughed at himself. "My company can't even gather enough people. I can only do things like serving tea and pouring water myself. I've already written that in the report," Feng Jing said immediately. "The first thing we need to do is to set up the company's framework and form an efficient and capable administrative team. Otherwise, we won't be able to carry out much of our work." Xia Ruofei nodded his head in agreement and started to read through Feng Jing's report. Unlike government documents, which were complicated and cumbersome, Feng Jing's report didn't contain any nonsense. She went straight to the point. She sorted out many issues in the report, including recruiting, forming teams, brand promotion, expanding the farm, and so on. After Xia Ruofei quickly looked through it, he raised his head and said to Feng Rao, with a pleasant expression, "President Feng, the things you wrote fit the company's situation very well. You found the main point of the problem and could write such a report in half a day. It's not easy." "Chairman, I'll give you a detailed report," Feng Jing said with a smile. She was holding the same report in her hand. She must have been prepared to report it before she came. Xia Ruofei looked out of the window at the darkening sky and said, "President Feng, there's no rush for this. You've just taken office today, and it's getting dark. Why don't we go eat first?" "There's no rush to eat. The sooner the company gets on the right track, the sooner we can create greater profits," Feng Rao insisted. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He did not understand the working conditions of senior white-collared workers in large companies. In a cruel competitive environment, many people regarded working overtime as a norm. In fact, Feng Jing had long been used to working overtime. Moreover, she had just taken over today and was at her peak. How could she have the mood to eat when she was handed over to manage such an incomplete company? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "CEO Feng, the emperor doesn't need hungry soldiers. How about this, I'll tell Lei Hu to get some food from the cafeteria. We'll talk while we eat." After the staff canteen was put into use, all 3 meals were prepared for Xia Ruofei since Lei Hu and the rest lived on the farm. It was also to make it more convenient for Xia Ruofei to eat when he needed it. The staff in the canteen could eat for free. Chao Tieshu's wife would wait for the staff to finish eating, and then she would have dinner on the farm before going home. Feng Rao nodded in agreement. Xia Ruofei immediately took out his phone and gave Lei Hu a call, asking him to bring 2 servings of food to the office. Feng Jing waited for Xia Ruofei to finish his call and immediately started reporting. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "CEO Feng, I've told you this morning that you can make decisions on all matters of the company, big or small. How about this? We don't have to report the less important things. Let's talk about the important parts." "All right." Feng Rao nodded. "Chairman, I'll talk about forming a team first. I think this is the most urgent work for the company. The entire company's operation is actually irregular now. It may be fine when the business volume is low, but once the business volume increases and the company's scale expands, there will be big problems with the current model. Especially if we encounter an emergency and need crisis public relations or other similar situations, the shortcomings of our current management model will be prominent." "I agree," Xia Ruofei nodded. "That's why I'm looking for you, the general manager." "Thank you for your trust, Chairman," Feng Jing said with a smile. As for the company's administrative team, there was no need for a deputy general manager for the time being. According to their functions, they were divided into 3 major areas: administration, finance, and marketing. The administrative part included human resources, customer service, and training. The finance department was mainly in charge of financial affairs. Marketing, on the other hand, included sales, marketing, and e-commerce. My opinion is that we should first recruit the 3 directors of administrative, finance and marketing. In addition, we should recruit 3 to 5 staff members for each department. The framework of the company can be almost set up. As the company expands, we'll further refine the work of each department and do it step by step. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, Director Feng, I already have a suitable candidate for the financial director. It's a classmate of mine. Since the establishment of the company, he has been helping me with the financial work. However, he has never done any professional financial work in a big company, so I hope you can help him. All right, Feng Rao immediately replied. Then, when we are recruiting finance staff, we can consider recruiting those with strong abilities, preferably those with experience in big companies. As a director, you only need to have good management skills and a certain degree of professional judgment. The finance department was a very important and sensitive department in the company. It was normal for the boss to appoint someone he trusted as the director, so Feng Jing wasn't unhappy about it. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Yes, I agree with all your other suggestions. However, if we don't assign a deputy general manager, then we'll hire an assistant general manager. You can't do some of the administrative work by yourself, can you? Feng Rao's heart warmed slightly as she smiled. Okay, thank you, Chairman. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, CEO Feng, you're in charge of the recruitment. I only have one suggestion. We don't pursue prestigious schools or academic qualifications. Our company is willing to give a stage to young people with ability and let them grow with the company. I agree. Feng Jing agreed. The chairman's idea is the same as mine. Xia Ruofei smiled. Also, even though we're going to move to the city and the office building, for now, the company will definitely be located on the farm. Due to the geographical location, some of the lower level positions may not be attractive. You have to take this into consideration. I understand. That's why my opinion is the same. We shouldn't pursue talents with high academic qualifications from famous schools. Feng Rao said with a smile. Xia Ruofei said, what the company can do now is to provide apartments. Those who work in our company don't have to travel back and forth. They can also save on rent. This should be attractive to young people. There were 30 to 40 apartment buildings in the company, most of which were single apartments with one bedroom and one living room. According to Feng Jing's recruitment plan, even if all the new employees stayed on the farm, they would still be able to settle down. That's great. Feng Jing was also a little excited. She said, Chairman, as for the specific salary and benefits, Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, you'll be fully in charge of this. How about this? Regarding the recruitment, you can just take out a proposal and let me have a look at it. All right. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and added, by the way, Boss Feng, we need to set up an independent department for our company's security. I don't plan to outsource the security work to a security company. How about transferring it to the future chief executive officer? Feng Rao asked. Xia Ruofei shook his head. This work is relatively independent. It's directly managed by the general manager and the chairman. In addition, I'll personally be in charge of the security department and the recruitment of employees. Xia Ruofei had already reserved the position of head of the security department for Yi Lingyun. In the future, the company's security guards would all be comrades in arms who had retired from the army. Xia Ruofei would definitely have to be independent in this job. Otherwise, would he add an executive director above Yi Lingyun's head? Feng Rao didn't think much about it and nodded. All right, he said. Nowadays, many companies didn't have full time security departments. They all outsourced this work. The company's security guards were actually sent by the security company, and some even took turns. Feng Jing did not object to Xia Ruofei's decision to raise a team of security guards. This job was not the core of the company's operations. If Xia Ruofei wanted to be independent and work outside of the administrative work, it would not have much of an impact. After they were done with the recruitment, Feng Jing flipped to another page and said, "Chairman, I think the second thing that's also urgent is brand promotion." Xia Ruofei nodded slightly, signaling for Feng Rao to continue. Feng Jing said, "I looked through some of the company's transaction records today and also searched for Paradise Vegetables on the internet. I found out that Paradise Vegetables' brand influence has not reached the level it should be. It's still quite famous within Sancheon City through word of mouth. However, once it's out of Sancheon City, its influence has plummeted." Although Hengfeng Group's 5-star hotels had already launched Paradise Vegetables, this was not a public environment after all, and the influence was very limited. "I think our product can be said to be a phenomenon. If we operate properly, it shouldn't be as well known as it is now." Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed as he said, "This is my responsibility. To be honest, I'm not familiar with brand operations, and I don't have any specialized plans. I'm just going to let nature take its course. Director Feng, if you have any good ideas, please tell me." Feng Rao smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, "Chairman, your advantage lies in your skills. You can leave the brand marketing to the professionals." Feng Jing cleared her throat and said, "Brand promotion will be the first important task after the company's team is formed." There were many kinds of promotion plans, but the core was to hype up the game. "We can use some local media programs like Food Gang to promote it. Of course, the Sancheon local area is not the focus right now, but such work still needs to be done. In addition, there are many well-known food official accounts and food Weibo's influence that radiate to the whole country. There are also some food forums and food websites, which are the key areas of our work. Also, we need to expand the production as soon as possible. With the quality of Taoyuan vegetables, once we can distribute them all over the country, we won't need to use too many marketing tactics and our brand's popularity will soon go up." Xia Ruofei nodded. "I've already planned to expand the farm. It's not a big problem for the local government. Qianqian is already the official in Chongping," Feng Jing said with a smile. "With her help, there won't be any problems." Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment before he realized that Feng Jing was referring to Wu Liqian. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Actually, the surrounding land all belongs to Dongqing village. I have a good relationship with the village, and they also hope that these barren lands can be exchanged for real money. So, even without Siswu's help, it's not a big problem to contract more land. It's mutually beneficial." "Chairman," Feng Rao said seriously, "I'll talk to the relevant parties about renting the land as soon as possible. Then, we'll start expanding the farm. I wonder if the funds, it's not a big problem." Xia Ruofei immediately said, "After the final payment for the building is paid, the company will still have at least a few million yuan on its account. Moreover, the vegetable greenhouse can bring in a net profit of at least a few 100,000 yuan a month. This money is more than enough to expand production. Then there's no problem." Feng Rao said happily. Following that, Feng Rao reported some other things to Xia Ruofei. The 2 meals that Lei Hu had ordered were almost cold, but Feng Rao was still very serious in reporting of course, Xia Ruofei felt that the advice she gave on the company's management was very professional. He could see that. She had put in a lot of effort into the report. In the end, it was Xia Ruofei's repeated reminders that made Feng Jing stop in embarrassment. The two of them finished their dinner in Xia Ruofei's office. After the meal, Feng Jing continued to talk about her thoughts on the company's management. They only finished their discussion at around 9 in the evening. Through this conversation, Xia Ruofei had a better understanding of Feng Jing's professionalism. So far, Xia Ruofei was very satisfied with Feng Jing. The two of them stood up and left the office. Xia Ruofei personally sent her to the door. Boss Feng, after work tomorrow morning, I will gather all the employees in the company and let you meet them, Xia Ruofei said. Since the general manager had just taken office, she naturally had to hold an all-staff meeting. She had to at least let everyone know that Feng Jing would be the second in command in Paradise Corporation after Xia Ruofei. Only then would she be able to give orders. Feng Jing nodded in agreement with a smile. Then, Xia Ruofei said, "That's all for tonight. CEO Feng, you must be tired from the long journey and working non-stop since you arrived. You must be tired. Go back to your room and rest early. We can talk about it tomorrow." Feng Jing shook her head. "I still have to come up with the recruitment proposal. I don't usually go to bed this early. My room is just upstairs anyway. I'll go back and rest if I'm tired. Chairman, you can go back first. I'll give you the plan tomorrow morning." Feng Jing returned to her office, without waiting for Xia Ruofei's advice. Xia Ruofei looked helplessly at Feng Jing's back as she disappeared out the door. He felt that this strong woman was really too scary. He then thought about how Ling Qingxue was going to inherit the Ling's restaurant in the future, and he couldn't help but say in his heart, "Please don't let Qingxue become like this in the future. I can't stand it." However, Xia Ruofei was still very happy that his company's employees were as dedicated as a scary No, a scary woman. You really get what you pay for. 200,000 a year, with 1% of the bonus, was not an injustice. Feng Rao's swift and decisive actions left a deep impression on Xia Ruofei. The next day at work, Xia Ruofei asked Lei Hu to inform all the employees, including the workers at the vegetable greenhouse and even the 2 employees in the cafeteria, to gather in the meeting room on the 2nd floor. There were only about 20 employees in the company at the moment, so the meeting room wouldn't seem crowded even if all of them were in it. Xia Ruofei announced that Feng Jing had officially joined Paradise Corporation as the general manager. He requested everyone to support Feng Jing's work and obey her orders. Following that, Feng Jing gave a brief introduction. Feng Jing didn't say much. She just wanted to say that from now on, she would be on the same side as her employees, and that she was willing to work hard together to build a strong company. She also hoped that her employees would support her in her work. After Feng Jing's speech, the conference room erupted into a round of applause. To Chao, Taishu, and the others, it was nothing to have another leader in the company. They were all working anyway, and the boss of the company was Xia Ruofei. The benefits and treatment had not changed, so everyone was naturally at ease. After Paradise Corporation's first staff meeting, Feng Jing pulled Xia Ruofei, who was about to go downstairs with the employees, and handed over the recruitment proposal she had written last night. Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly. However, he could not dampen his subordinate's enthusiasm. He could only smile in satisfaction and return to his office with the report. Feng Jing's plan was very detailed. The recruitment included 2 directors, the administrative director and the marketing director. The requirements were relatively high, requiring a master's degree in a relevant field and at least 3 years of experience in the relevant industry. Feng Jing offered an annual salary of 150,000 yuan. In addition, they were recruiting 5 employees. For administration and marketing, 2 for finance, and 1 general assistant. In total, they were recruiting 10 people this time. An ordinary employee's monthly salary was 5,000 yuan, while a general manager's assistant's monthly salary was 7,000 yuan. The requirements for academic qualifications and work experience were naturally more relaxed than that of a director's position. Only a bachelor's degree or above was required, and there were no rigid requirements for working experience. Of course, those with relevant experience would naturally be recruited first. Feng Jing also explained that even though the pay of ordinary employees was similar to that of farm workers, this was a common practice in many large companies. Frontline workers had more work to do, and many of them were paid more than office workers. Moreover, there was a lot of room for the development of an administrative team. Feng Jing had even designed a set of performance evaluations that could measure each employee's performance and give them a corresponding performance bonus every month. Of course, if the employee's performance was poor, they wouldn't even get the bonus and might even be fired. However, overall, if the company's performance got better, the salary of the first batch of administrative team members would definitely rise. In addition, the expansion of the company in the future would further refine the division of labor. For example, the administrative department would gradually build a human resources department, a training department, a customer service department, and so on. If this batch of employees did a good job, they were likely to become the managers of small departments in the future. In addition, although Taoyuan Farm was located in a remote area, it provided free employee apartments, which was naturally very attractive to young people. Xia Ruofei looked at the long list of pages. He couldn't imagine that Feng Jing had spent one night to come up with this. Xia Ruofei was more and more convinced of the general manager's ability. Feng Jing had also placed a form at the top of the recruitment plan, with the chairman's opinion written in the column. In Feng Jing's words, if the company wanted to be standardized and systemized, she had to start now. She had to report this plan to Xia Ruofei and get his official approval before she could start working. Feng Rao was putting herself in the right position, so Xia Ruofei naturally wouldn't find it troublesome. Ying only had to sign the papers, so how troublesome could it be? Xia Ruofei took out a pen from his pen holder and wrote agreed with a wave of the big pen. Then, he signed his name. After signing the proposal, Xia Ruofei did not immediately hand it over to Feng Jing. Instead, he picked up the phone on the table and called Wu Liqian. Over the phone, Xia Ruofei sincerely expressed his gratitude to Wu Liqian. Up until now, Xia Ruofei was very satisfied with Feng Jing's work. Naturally, he had to express his gratitude to Wu Liqian for being the one who had recommended him. Then, Xia Ruofei mentioned that he was going to rent more land to expand his farm. Wu Liqian agreed without hesitation. She told Xia Ruofei that she would inform Jianggang Town immediately and ask Xia Ruofei to go to the village council to get Wan Fugui to approve the land. Xia Ruofei naturally said a lot of words of thanks before hanging up the phone. After making the call, Xia Ruofei made a call to Feng Jing's office and said, "President Feng, I've finished reading your proposal. Come and get it." "Alright, I'll be right there. Feng Rao immediately said. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and took out another jade skin cream from the spirit map space. Then, he opened the drawer of his desk and put it in. Very quickly, there was a knock on the door. Xia Ruofei said loudly, "Please enter." Chairman. Feng Jing went straight to Xia Ruofei's desk. "Sit down." Xia Ruofei smiled and handed the report to Feng Jing. "I've read this recruitment proposal. It's very detailed and reasonable. We'll do as you say and recruit as many people as possible." "All right," he said. Feng Jing took the proposal and said calmly. For this proposal, she had almost stayed up all night. Now, she still had 2 dark circles under her eyes. Even makeup couldn't completely cover them. Therefore, she was very confident in this proposal. Xia Ruofei's direct agreement did not surprise her. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Start the recruitment as soon as possible. In the next 2 days, I'll be going to Dongqing village to discuss the land rental. You'll come with me. In the future, you'll be in charge of contacting the local governments." "Yes, Chairman," Feng Rao replied. "There are only a few people available right now. If you need anyone for your recruitment, feel free to use them. Whether it's Lei Hu and the other 3 or Peng Hao, they'll all be under your command." Xia Ruofei said, "If you need any money, you can get an advance from Peng Hao." In Feng Jing's recruitment plan, she planned to participate in a few job fairs. She had also posted on some recruitment websites that, no matter if it was online or offline, they would all have to pay. She had already listed out the rough budget. She just had to take Xia Ruofei's signed plan and go to the finance department to pay in advance. "Understood," Feng Jing said. "Don't worry, Chairman. I'll definitely complete the recruitment as soon as possible with the best quality." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Feng Jing stood up. "Chairman, if there's nothing else, I'll head over first. I'm planning to post the information on a few mainstream recruitment websites this morning." "Oh, wait a moment," Xia Ruofei said. Xia Ruofei pulled open his drawer and took out the jade skin cream. He passed it to Feng Jing and said, "CEO Feng, this is for you. It's a self-made cosmetic made from pure Chinese medicine. You can use it as a face mask." Feng Rao was slightly stunned. She quickly glanced at Xia Ruofei and took the jaded skin ointment. She said softly, "Thank you, Chairman. I'll go first." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Go. I'll have to trouble you these few days." After Feng Jing left, Xia Ruofei stood up as well. He stuffed his phone and cigarettes into his bag and left the office, humming a song. He returned to the villa. After Feng Jing took office, Xia Ruofei's pressure was greatly reduced. He was finally in a state of being a boss who did nothing. There were still 2 to 3 hours before lunch, and Xia Ruofei did not have to cook by himself. He could just eat at the staff cafeteria when it was time, so he prepared to go to the spirit map space to make the soup of the pregnant spirit. He counted the days and found that he could take the soup today. Xia Ruofei was looking forward to further condensing his mental power after this, and if he could unlock another page of the booklet. Xia Ruofei was filled with curiosity and anticipation towards the spiritual puppet described in the booklet. With this anticipation, Xia Ruofei hurried back to the villa. Now that Peng Hao had moved to the complex to work, the small villa was Xia Ruofei's exclusive territory. Once he locked the door, no one would disturb him unless something big happened at the farm. Xia Ruofei returned to his room and habitually locked all the doors and windows. He pulled the curtains shut and then took out the spirit map scroll from his palm. With a thought, he entered the medium. In the original space, Xia Ruofei skillfully picked out the herbs needed to make the spirit nourishment soup from the medicine rack and started to brew. Now, Xia Ruofei was already very familiar with the process. After several times of refining, he had memorized every process by heart. Soon, a bowl of steaming soup was ready. Xia Ruofei held the bowl of medicinal soup. With a thought, he appeared in the cave in the new space. As his spiritual power grew stronger, Xia Ruofei's control of the spirit map space became purer and more skilled. Now, he could appear anywhere in the space with a thought. The deviation would not exceed 10 centimeters. For example, this time, Xia Ruofei had appeared on the stone bed in the stone room. He directly sat cross-legged on the jade futon, then raised his head and gulped down the entire bowl of spirit-nurturing soup. Xia Ruofei discovered that the jade futon not only had a great effect on recovering mental strength, but it also increased the efficiency of absorbing the soup. A familiar warm current started to build up in his lower abdomen. Xia Ruofei immediately held his breath and concentrated on absorbing the medicinal properties of the pregnancy soup. It was as if he was soaking in a hot spring. He did not feel the pain of being pricked by needles and cut by knives like when he was drinking the body-tempering soup. Unknowingly, the medicinal properties of the entire bowl of soup had been completely absorbed by Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei closed his eyes and felt it. He realized that his spiritual power had become purer. Naturally, his connection with the space had become closer. Xia Ruofei opened his eyes. With a thought, the booklet on the stone platform flew towards him and landed in his hand. In the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei was becoming more and more like a creator. Xia Ruofei flipped to the 3rd page. Focusing his mind, he began to input his mental force into the page. The golden stripes on the page slowly began to move, assemble, and disoppose, and finally formed a golden text. This was Xia Ruofei's 3rd attempt to unlock the 3rd page. The first time, he felt that he was just one step away. However, after taking the soup a few days ago, he tried for the 2nd time and still failed. It was clear that the difficulty of unlocking the 3rd page was getting higher and higher. But this time, Xia Ruofei was full of confidence. He had a feeling that he would have no problem deciphering the contents of the 3rd page. Although he already knew that he would only be able to read the contents of the soul puppet after he had unlocked the 4th page, he was still looking forward to the contents of the 3rd page. This time, Xia Ruofei was not disappointed. The golden words on the 3rd page flashed one by one until the last word appeared on the page. The golden words had completely stabilized. He did not even feel that his spiritual power was unable to continue. Xia Ruofei heaved a long sigh of relief. As he read the contents of the 3rd page, he sat on the jade futon and started to recover his spiritual power. He didn't even try to unlock the 4th page because he knew very well that if he wanted to unlock the contents of the 4th page, he would have to consume the spirit nourishment soup at least 3 to 4 times, or the spirit map space would level up again to allow his mental power to suddenly increase by a large amount. Otherwise, in his current state, it would be a waste of time trying. In comparison, Xia Ruofei was more concerned about the 3rd page. The contents of the jade shirt ointment took up the entire 2nd page, and the 3rd page started off with the contents of the spiritual puppet. This was also the first time Xia Ruofei had read the third page carefully. Although he had read a part of it when he tried to unlock it with his spiritual power, it was not complete. Besides, he had to concentrate all his energy on releasing his spiritual power and could not be distracted by reading the words that had already appeared. The information about the soul puppet was not complete, but Xia Ruofei was still shocked when he read it. Of course, he was more surprised. According to the book's description, this soul puppet was somewhat similar to the puppets in wuxia novels, but there was a big difference. It could execute simple orders from its master and make independent judgments in certain situations. As the content was incomplete, Xia Ruofei could not fully understand the soul puppet. However, it seemed to rely on a core with many complicated symbols to work. This core was obviously the most important part of the soul puppet, equivalent to the human brain. After it was completed, Xia Ruofei needed to store mental strength in the core. It was this mental strength that made the soul puppet not an ordinary puppet but a certain level of self-consciousness. Hence, it would completely listen to the master who injected the mental strength. Xia Ruofei's first thought was, I can finally free myself from all the tedious and repetitive work in the interspace. The spirit map space was Xia Ruofei's ultimate secret. He definitely could not tell anyone, but there were many cumbersome tasks in the space that could only be completed by him alone. If he had the soul puppet, Xia Ruofei would be much more relaxed. As the contents of the fourth page had not been unlocked, Xia Ruofei had no way of making this magical puppet. However, the third page listed a lot of materials and the manufacturing methods of some parts. Xia Ruofei could start preparing now. Feng Luo had not been doing well recently. On that night half a month ago, he had encountered an unexpected disaster. At least in his eyes, it was an unexpected disaster. Because he had only taken a fancy to a girl, and then used some means that he had used countless times in the past. Just as he was about to succeed, a god of death barged into his bar. Then, it was like a nightmare. His arms and legs were broken, and finally, he was crippled by the demon with a single strike. With such a serious injury, his life was hanging by a thread. He was lucky that he was sent to the hospital in time. At least, his life was saved, but some things could never be reattached once they were cut off. Moreover, the killer god was extremely ruthless. He had many comminuted fractures in many places. Even if he recovered later, he would be like this for the rest of his life. He would basically be unable to leave the wheelchair. But this was not the worst-case scenario. For the first few days, he was still lying in the hospital as a victim and receiving treatment. He had a few underlings by his side who took care of him meticulously. These underlings had followed him for many years and fought alongside him on the streets. Although he had become a cripple and was no longer the mighty Master Luo, these underlings were still loyal. However, the situation quickly took a turn for the worse. 2 days later, 2 stern-looking criminal police officers arrived at the ward. From that moment on, Feng Luo was under strict supervision. Although he could still receive treatment, his personal freedom was completely restricted. He had to eat, drink, and defecate under the police's watch. Then, a few of his underlings who came to visit him were arrested by the police. Feng Luo felt like he was going crazy. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that things were serious. He had tried to beat around the bush a lot, but the police officer who was watching him in the ward did not reveal any information. He only coldly warned him to stay put. Fang Luo could not help but smile bitterly to himself. It was impossible for him to be dishonest in this situation. His hands and feet were all broken. How could he run away from the two police officers? Fang Luo knew that he must have provoked someone he should not have, but he would never have thought that the person he should not have provoked was the high-quality prey he had accidentally found that night. Police officer Qin Xiaoyu was very busy recently. It had been 2 to 3 months since he came to Sanshan City. As a middle-level leader of the criminal police detachment, he had finally waited for the opportunity to launch a large-scale operation to crack down on the underworld and evil within the city. Qin Xiaoyu had led the police of the 1st Brigade of Criminal Investigation to fight for days and had already destroyed many underworld gangs. Recently, the occupancy rate of the temporary detention room of the 1st Brigade and several guardhouses in the city had also risen sharply. Although her body was very tired, Qin Xiaoyu was still full of energy, as if she had endless energy all over her body. Whenever there was a task, she was always the first to jump up and rush out with her people. Other than Fang Luo, who was depressed, there was another person who was also in a bad mood recently. His name was Liang Haiming, and he was from the Liang family in Beijing. Liang Haiming was only 23 years old and had just graduated from university. Unlike the elite children of the Liang family, Liang Haiming had no interest in politics. Of course, he had no interest in business either. To put it bluntly, Liang Haiming was a rich man's son through and through. As a qualified nouveau riche, his expenses were actually quite high. Those luxury cars and mansions would not fall from the sky, and keeping a small star was not just based on looks, one had to pay real money. The allowance that the Liang family's children received every month was not even enough for Liang Haiming to hold a party with his bad friends. However, as a rich man, Liang Haiming naturally had his own ways of making money. He had opened a shell company, worked on all kinds of paperwork, and helped people run all kinds of projects. Although his income might have been sky-high compared to ordinary people, for him, who was used to being extravagant, this money could only barely maintain a luxurious life. Sometimes, when one looked at a luxury sports car that had just hit the market, one had to consider the thickness of one's own money. Naturally, Liang Haiming did not want to continue this small fight. Therefore, he set his sights on the southeast coast. Overseas trade had been very profitable in recent years. Of course, this referred to those overseas trade that did not have to pay expensive tariffs. With the golden name of the Liang family, Liang Haiming quickly got to know a group of people and started to do business. Sanshan City faced the sea and had a unique geographical environment, and many ports and docks. Naturally, it became the city that Liang Haiming focused on managing. Other than the people in the government, Liang Haiming also needed some underground forces to serve him. Fang Luo was one of the agents that Liang Haiming supported. A few days ago, Liang Haiming had assigned a mission to Fang Luo, but the next day, news of Fang Luo's serious injury and hospitalization came out. Soon, Liang Haiming received more information. Fang Luo was under strict control by the police, and the few bars and nightclubs under Fang Luo's name had all been closed down. Some of Fang Luo's men who had been recruited under his support had either been captured or had escaped. The other forces that he had spent a lot of effort to cultivate had also suffered a heavy blow. This made Liang Haiming a little flustered and exasperated. His identity was special, so he could naturally get some information that ordinary people couldn't. When Liang Haiming found out that Feng Luo's misfortune was because he was blind and had bad intentions toward Lu Yu, he was so angry that he smashed a precious tea set into pieces. The answer was self-evident. Feng Luo's foolishness was the cause of the unexpected disaster that had befallen the City Fox Society rats in Sanshan City. Many people had seen what happened that night, and naturally, Liang Haiming had seen it. Liang Haiming didn't dare to provoke Tian Huilan. However, the direct trigger of this incident was Xia Ruofei. And Liang Haiming bore a deep hatred for her. At the Kempinski Hotel in the city center, Liang Haiming often had to travel between Beijing and Sanshan for business reasons, so he had booked a luxury suite here for a long time. Liang Haiming was sitting on the soft leather sofa with a gloomy expression. A thin middle-aged man in his 40s was standing opposite him, somewhat reserved. "Young Master Liang, I found out that last year, Secretary Tian's father fainted on the street. Xia Ruofei happened to be at the scene and gave his father some first aid." The middle-aged man said, "Maybe that's why Xia Ruofei and Secretary Tian's family know each other. So, he doesn't have a close relationship with the Tian family?" Liang Haiming asked, with a gloomy face. "According to our information, Xia Ruofei didn't have any interactions with the Tian family other than that time," the middle-aged man said cautiously. "I just want to know how his relationship with the Tian family is." Liang Haiming frowned and scolded in a low voice. The middle-aged man's body trembled slightly as he said, "According to our judgment, they shouldn't be too close. After all, his identity and background are not in the same world as the Tian family." Xia Ruofei's treatment of Elder Song was a top secret. With the middle-aged man's means, he naturally could not find out. What Liang Haiming didn't know was that his cousin Liang Haitao had been severely reprimanded by his family because of Xia Ruofei. He had even been sent directly from the Huaxia military hospital to the border army as a basic military doctor. Because of Liang Haitao's matter, the Song family had tried to negotiate with the Liang family in a serious manner. However, in order to protect Xia Ruofei, the Song family naturally did not mention Xia Ruofei. When Liang Haitao was in the medical team, he didn't even have the patience to listen to Manager Lu's introduction. He only knew that the young Chinese medicine doctor's surname was Xia, but he didn't know Xia Ruofei's full name. Furthermore, this matter was a great humiliation to Liang Haitao, so he naturally wouldn't mention it for no reason. For various reasons, Liang Haiming didn't know that Xia Ruofei had many grudges with the Liang family, and he didn't know that Xia Ruofei was so close to Elder Song and the entire Song family. "Oh? Have you found out his identity and background?" Liang Haiming asked indifferently. "Yes, young Master Liang." The middle-aged man quickly said, "This Xia Ruofei is a local of the Three Mountains. His family background is very ordinary. Among his relatives, there is not even a county-level cadre or above. He himself just retired from the army last year and now he has a farm selling vegetables and other agricultural products." When Liang Haiming heard the word army, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and ask, what rank was he in the army when he retired? Company level or battalion level? The middle-aged man's expression was somewhat strange as he said in a low voice, "Young Liang, he's not a cadre, he's just an ordinary soldier. When he retired, he was probably a sergeant. There's very little information about his service in the army. The only thing we can confirm is that his service as a sergeant hasn't reached the end of his term. It's considered an early retirement. I guess he made a mistake in the army. Liang Hyaming was completely relieved. Now. He smiled and said, so he was only a soldier for a few days. And they were sent back, because they made a mistake. I know. Then, Liang Hyaming's expression turned cold and he ordered, pass down the order. Ask them to keep an eye on Xia Ruofei. Once he comes out, ask Zhao He to take action personally. Tell Zhao He to make him look exactly like Feng Luo. I'll hold him responsible if he doesn't break a single bone. Feng Luo was just Liang Hyaming's dog. He did not do this just to avenge his dog. Liang Hyaming was holding a grudge because Xia Ruofei had ruined his big plan. Liang Hyaming had always been a vengeful person. Xia Ruofei's actions had caused him a lot of losses, so he naturally had to vent his anger. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get over it. A trace of fear flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes, and he quickly replied, yes, young Master Liang, I'll get it done immediately. Taoyuan Farm. Feng Jing brought Qin Xiaojun and Pang Hao to the city to attend a job fair. Xia Ruofei drove the pickup truck out of the farm and headed towards Sanshan City. Yesterday, he had a preliminary understanding of the spiritual puppet situation in the booklet. And his heart had long been itching for it. Most of the materials to make a soul puppet could be bought. Some of them had to be refined and combined with different minerals. However, these minerals were relatively common. Xia Ruofei spent half a day on the internet and found most of the required materials. The e-commerce network was very developed now. After he placed the order, he just had to wait for the logistics to deliver the goods to his door. However, the core of the spiritual puppet required a piece of supreme, grade white jade. The soul puppet core had a very high requirement for the quality of the jade. It had to be a high-quality sheep, fat white jade without the slightest impurity to be able to bear the mind power. This kind of high-quality jade was generally hard to come by. By right, Xia Ruofei could have bought it from the Ma family's Hengfeng jewelry. However, he did not want to trouble them with everything. He thought of going to the jade market in the city to try his luck. It would be best if he could buy it directly. Xia Ruofei felt that something was wrong as soon as he got on the highway. Through the rearview mirror, Xia Ruofei saw an unremarkable black car appear a few hundred meters behind his car. This was the third time the black car had appeared behind his car since he left the farm and went to the highway. Although the car did not tail them, it was obvious to Xia Ruofei, who was a tracking expert. He was being followed. Xia Ruofei frowned. After he retired, Xia Ruofei had offended many people. He did not know who the person who had followed him was and what his purpose was. Xia Ruofei remained silent, and the speed of the car gradually decreased. The driver of the black car obviously had some experience in following people. He didn't slow down immediately. The distance between the two cars began to slowly close. Xia Ruofei glanced at the rearview mirror. As the car had slowed down, many cars had passed by Xia Ruofei's car on both sides. The black car was already behind Xia Ruofei's car. There were no other cars in between the two. At this moment, an exit that could quickly circle around the city appeared in front of him. If Xia Ruofei were to return to the city, he would have to go through at least 4 more exits before he could leave the swirling highway. He drove the pickup truck as usual. However, just as they were about to pass the exit, Xia Ruofei turned the steering wheel and hit the brakes. The car grazed the exit guardrail and forcefully turned into the side road. The defenseless black car drove straight past them. A burly man in sunglasses in the black car slammed on the brakes and stopped the car on the emergency lane. Then, he began to reverse the car on the highway, ignoring the danger. However, as the car behind him honked crazily and reversed into the side road, Xia Ruofei's pickup truck had already turned a few small roads and disappeared from his sight. The big man in sunglasses was livid. While driving aimlessly, he took out his mobile phone and made a phone call. He said dejectedly, "Brother, I lost him." Xia Ruofei's expression was serious as he drove the pickup truck through a small road. After making a few turns, he went through another road and chose to stay away from the winding highway. He continued to drive towards the city from the old road. Xia Ruofei first took out his phone and called Qin Xiaojun, asking him to be on high alert and protect Feng Rao and Peng Hao. Then, he called Lei Hu, who was guarding the farm, and asked him to take note of the farm's security and to keep an eye out for suspicious people around the farm. Xia Ruofei trusted the retired soldiers of the special forces. As long as they were alert, no matter who the other party was, it would be difficult for them to gain any advantage. He thought about it and continued to drive in the direction of the Jade Market. No matter who was following him or dealing with him, he would still respond to the changes by staying the same. He believed that the other party would not stop this time and would definitely come to his door again. In fact, this was the case. After Xia Ruofei returned to the city, he soon realized that he was being followed. This time, the other party seemed to be even more unscrupulous. He only used one car and followed Xia Ruofei. When Xia Ruofei turned left, he turned left. When Xia Ruofei turned right, he turned right. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and sneer. If the tiger doesn't show its might, they'll really think that I'm Hello Kitty. Xia Ruofei began to deliberately drive the car that was following them to a secluded area. There were many shanty areas in the south of the city. When he had just retired from the army and sold his house to treat Hu Zi's mother's illness, he had rented this area and was very familiar with the terrain. Xia Ruofei drove around the city and stopped near a quiet alley. He pushed the car door open, pretended not to notice, and strode into the alley. After Xia Ruofei entered the alley, heavy footsteps could be heard behind him. It was obvious that the other party had no intention of hiding their whereabouts. A faint smile appeared on Xia Ruofei's face. He stopped in his tracks and turned around slowly. He saw a 1.9-meter tall bald man standing still at the entrance of the alley. Due to the light, Xia Ruofei could not see the expression on the bald man's face. However, the familiar murderous aura made Xia Ruofei squint his eyes. This person must have killed someone before. But so what? I can't even count the number of lives I've ended. Xia Ruofei thought of the body-tempering soup he had been drinking and the amazing body-forging movements. The smile on his face grew wider. The bald man, Zhao He, was also observing his opponent. Unlike Xia Ruofei, he found that the young man standing in front of him was very ordinary. Apart from being pleasing to the eye, his opponent was just an ordinary young man. He had no aura from head to toe, and he didn't feel the slightest bit of danger. What's the use of being good looking? It's the same even after being beaten into a pig head. Zhao He's face slowly revealed a sinister smile. He stepped forward without a word and then sped up towards Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei remained standing at the Same spot. Facing Zhao He, who was bursting with murderous intent, his expression was extremely calm. It was only when Zhao He had already rushed up that Xia Ruofei exerted force in his legs and shot out like lightning. His target was Zhao He. Zhao He was shocked by Xia Ruofei's speed. By the time Zhao He reacted, Xia Ruofei was already right in front of him. There was no time to think about how Xia Ruofei could have such a strange speed. Zhao He gritted his teeth and clenched his bull-sized fist, smashing it towards Xia Ruofei's head. However, he only felt a blur in front of his eyes. Xia Ruofei, who was clearly in front of him a moment ago, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Zhao He felt all the hair on his body stand up, and a sense of extreme danger arose in his heart. He almost subconsciously twisted his body and forcibly stabilized his center of gravity. At this moment, Zhao He felt a strong wind coming at him. Before he could react, he felt a strong force on his waist. Then, his heavy body, which weighed more than 180 pounds, was directly sent flying. He hit the wall of the courtyard in the alley with a dull sound. This speed, this strength. Was he still human? Zhao He grunted and thought with an ashen face. At this moment, he had even forgotten about the excruciating pain in his body. In fact, Xia Ruofei's kick had already dealt him a heavy blow, especially when he had hit the wall. He had broken at least 5 bones. Xia Ruofei had never shown any mercy to his enemies. He did not hesitate to step on Zhao He. With 2 cracking sounds, Zhao He's legs were broken by Xia Ruofei. Zhao He trembled in pain. He gritted his teeth so hard that his lower lip bled. But he did not scream. Xia Ruofei frowned slightly. This guy was obviously a tough guy. It would take a lot of effort to get the mastermind out of him. However, it was only a small effort. Xia Ruofei had received professional interrogation training and had endless ways to deal with prisoners. There was a limit to a person's endurance. This was determined by their physiological characteristics. The difference was that people with strong willpower could last a little longer, while people who had received professional anti-interrogation training could last a little longer. Ever since Xia Ruofei joined the army, he had carried out many missions, and there had never been a mouth that he could not pry open. Zhao He was panting heavily. His eyes were like a wild beast's as he glared at Xia Ruofei. A cold smile appeared on Xia Ruofei's face. He squatted down in front of Zhao He and asked indifferently, "Tell me, who asked you to come?" Zhao He clenched his teeth and glared at Xia Ruofei fiercely without saying a word. Xia Ruofei had already expected this and was not surprised at all. It would be strange if Zhao He confessed immediately. Many painful interrogation methods flashed through Xia Ruofei's mind. He had to choose the most effective and painful one from these methods and use it on Zhao He. Xia Ruofei made his choice quickly. He gently clenched his fist, and his knuckles cracked. Then, he slowly reached out and grabbed Zhao He's collar. "Stop. Let go of that man," a cold voice shouted. "Put your hands on your head and turn around." Xia Ruofei was stunned. Why did this voice sound so familiar? When Xia Ruofei turned around, a bitter smile appeared on his face. It was the big-breasted police beauty, Qin Xiaoyu, who had taken him to the police station last time. Officer Qin and 4 other criminal police officers were watching Xia Ruofei vigilantly. In view of the tragic scene, Zhao He's legs were bent at a strange angle. It was obvious that the officers were ruthless. They took out their guns and pointed the black muzzles at Xia Ruofei. Qin Xiaoyu already felt that the back of the figure was familiar, and when Xia Ruofei turned around, she couldn't help but frown. "Why is it you again?" "Officer Qin, I should be the one asking." "You that?" Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. "Are our 8 characters at odds with each other? Why do I bump into you everywhere?" Qin Xiaoyu snorted and looked at Xia Ruofei. "You have nothing to say now that you've hit someone on the street. You'll be sentenced to many years in prison for injuring someone so badly." After that, Qin Xiaoyu instructed the police officer beside her, "Handcuff him and take him away." These days, Qin Xiaoyu had been leading the team to carry out the task of eliminating the underworld and evil. She was a little proud that Xia Ruofei had bumped into her today. She had always been unhappy with Xia Ruofei. She felt that Xia Ruofei was too brutal in the previous incident. Although the other party was a bunch of scumbags, it was a little too cruel to cripple a few of them in one move. However, Tian Huilan had personally come out to protect Xia Ruofei. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had also made a move to save Liu. Qin Xiaoyu had no way to disobey the order and could only pinch her nose and let Xia Ruofei go. However, it was different today. Xia Ruofei had committed a crime on the street and was caught red-handed by the police. Qin Xiaoyu thought to herself, under the high pressure of fighting the underworld and getting rid of evil, Aunt Tian can't possibly help him when he is caught red-handed by the police. Humph. Let's see how you're going to be smug this time. At this moment, the sense of justice in Officer Qin's heart was bursting, as if the noble feeling of maintaining social peace was quietly growing. Xia Ruofei did not wait for the police to take a step and said, "Officer Qin, don't you think you've come to a conclusion too early?" The corner of Qin Xiaoyu's mouth curled up slightly and she said lightly, "You've seriously injured someone. We've seen your illegal behavior with our own eyes. Do you have anything to say?" Qin Xiaoyu thought to herself, "Let's see what else you have to say." It was useless to say anything. "Weren't you so smug last time? Beg me." At the thought of this, Qin Xiaoyu felt her cheeks heat up again. What the hell was this? Do you think I'll let him go if he begs me? This was impossible. I'm the embodiment of justice, Police Officer Qin, who is both beautiful and intelligent. Qin Xiaoyu quickly affirmed her thoughts. Xia Ruofei didn't know what Qin Xiaoyu was thinking. He only said calmly, "Officer Qin, as a law-abiding citizen, I'm sorry for the police's reckless judgment." At this point, Xia Ruofei revealed a wronged expression and said, "I'm clearly fighting against the most vicious of criminals, but you're not giving me a chance to explain yourself by saying that you want to arrest me. Can I take it that you're biased against me?" Xia Ruofei did not even explain that Zhao he had followed him and attacked him. There were no surveillance cameras in this remote alley. He could not explain himself even if he had a mouth. However, to be seen by Qin Xiaoyu in such a place, Xia Ruofei could not help but complain in his heart, he really had a bad luck with this beautiful policewoman. Of course, Xia Ruofei was not lying. Zhao He's murderous aura was so obvious that Xia Ruofei did not believe that this guy did not have a case. It was not a lie to say that he had fought with the criminals. Qin Xiaoyu was both angry and amused, saying, "Fighting with criminals? You sure have a glib tongue. I only saw you cruelly break his legs when he lost the ability to resist." Before Qin Xiaoyu could finish her sentence, Xia Ruofei suddenly raised his hand without looking back. A cold light flashed, and Zhao He, who was behind him, suddenly screamed. Qin Xiaoyu was shocked. She took a closer look and found that Zhao He's palm had been pierced by a sharp military dagger. Blood was oozing out quickly. Qin Xiaoyu's expression changed, and she rebuked sternly, Xia Ruofei. What are you doing? He was too lawless. Dejun, Chong, hurry up and handcuff him. Xia Ruofei pouted and said, Officer Qin, you'd better take a look at what the poor victim was about to take out before you carry out the law. Zhao He's face was ashen. He had lost all hope. Qin Xiaoyu looked at Xia Ruofei suspiciously and gestured to the police officer beside her to go forward and check. The two criminal police officers walked forward carefully. They realized that Zhao He's hand that was pierced by the dagger must have reached into his clothes. However, when he was halfway through, Xia Ruofei threw the dagger at him as if he had eyes on the back of his head. One of the police officers stood guard with a gun in his hand, while the other reached his hand into Zhao He's clothes. His face changed and he shouted, Captain Qin, it's a gun. Qin Xiaoyu's expression changed when she saw the criminal police officer taking out a standard military pistol from Zhao He's arms. The two police officers behind her also became nervous. They took out their guns and surrounded Zhao He, who had lost his ability to resist. A bitter smile appeared on Zhao He's face as he stared at Xia Ruofei with hatred. In fact, Xia Ruofei's guess was right. Zhao He was indeed a wanted criminal who had taken several lives. So when Qin Xiaoyu appeared with the police, Zhao He was already disheartened and had long harbored the mentality of a life-and-death struggle. After all, even if he was a victim, he still had to take a statement and have his identity verified. Moreover, he had a gun with him. He had been too arrogant just now and thought that Xia Ruofei was just an ordinary person. He did not expect that he had made a mistake and was beaten up by Xia Ruofei like a dead dog. He would never have the chance to use this gun again. After the police appeared, Zhao He's gun would not be able to be hidden. Once his identity was verified, it would be enough to shoot him a few times. So, he had no intention to live anymore. He wanted to take out his gun secretly, while Xia Ruofei was talking to Qin Xiaoyu. As long as he could kill Xia Ruofei, he would be satisfied. He really hated Xia Ruofei. If he could really kill or cripple Xia Ruofei, he would have completed young Master Liang's orders. Even if he was caught and shot dead, at least young Master Liang would take care of his family. Zhao He had no feelings for his parents and brothers, whom he had not contacted for more than 10 years. However, he had an illegitimate child with a prostitute a few years ago, and it became his only connection in the world. All of this prompted him to take the risk and pull out his gun to attack Xia Ruofei in front of 4 or 5 policemen. Even if he was shot dead by the police the next moment, he would accept it. However, he did not expect Xia Ruofei to react so quickly. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. His speed had once again exceeded his understanding of human limits. When the shiny military dagger pierced through his palm, he was stunned for a moment before he let out a scream. Zhao He did not resist and allowed the police to twist his hands behind his back and handcuff him. Qin Xiaoyu also stood in a daze for a long time. She looked at Xia Ruofei with a complicated expression and then ordered, Dejun, immediately verify this person's identity. Yes, Captain Qin. The army replied with some excitement. The city was in full swing with the operation to crack down on the underworld and evil. Many small rascals and Ruffians had been arrested, but there were not many major gun-related cases. This was an unexpected harvest, and the police were very excited. Jun quickly took a picture of Xiao He and sent it back to the bureau. At the same time, he took out his portable fingerprint collection device and prepared to collect Xiao He's fingerprints. If Xiao He had a criminal record, the fingerprints would be found immediately. Even if he did not have a criminal record, there were not many class wanted criminals. It would not be too much work to compare them with photos. The results should be out soon. Qin Xiaoyu also asked the police to call the ambulance. Even if Xiao He was a murderer, he was still seriously injured and had the right to receive treatment. Xia Ruofei looked at the excited and busy Qin Xiaoyu and said with a faint smile, "Officer Qin, can I leave now?" Qin Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. She rolled her eyes a few times and then looked at the shocking military dagger in Zhao He's palm. She suddenly smiled. "Xia Ruofei, you can leave now. However, we might need to record your statement later. I hope you can cooperate." Qin Xiaoyu said, then pointed to the military dagger and said, "Since you've helped us, I won't pursue the matter of you privately possessing a controlled knife, but will be confiscating this dagger. You can understand." Xia Ruofei's expression changed, and he smiled bitterly. "That Officer Qin," Xia Ruofei softened his tone and said, "this dagger means a lot to me. Can you not confiscate it?" This Bug and Strider 888 was a trophy that Xia Ruofei had obtained from his first cross-border battle after he became an official Special Forces member. He had carried it with him for many years. This military dagger carried too much of Xia Ruofei's military memories. When he retired last year, the army had specially approved Xia Ruofei to leave the army with this military trophy, which symbolized the honor of the soldiers. 2. Xia Ruofei, it was more like a medal of honor with iron-blooded loyalty than a sharp killing weapon. Qin Xiaoyu saw that Xia Ruofei's attitude had softened and she felt a sense of comfort. A faint smile appeared on her face as she shook her head firmly and spat out 2 words, "No." Xia Ruofei said with a bitter face, "I helped you guys subdue a dangerous person. Can't you just give me some face?" Qin Xiaoyu shrugged her shoulders innocently and said, "I've already stopped pursuing the issue of your possession of a controlled knife. Isn't that giving you enough face?" Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth in anger, but he couldn't do anything to Qin Xiaoyu. She was representing the authorities, and the reason for confiscating the military dagger was also high-sounding. In this matter, Qin Xiaoyu occupied the moral high ground. Xia Ruofei looked at the police officers beside him and said in a low voice, "Qin Xiaoyu, what do you want? I don't have any grudges with you, right? That dagger has an extraordinary sentimental value to me, but to you, it's just a dagger. Is there a need to be so serious?" Qin Xiaoyu's heart bloomed with joy. She glanced at Xia Ruofei, wrinkled her nose and said with a smile, "Is this the attitude you should have when you're asking for help? You're speaking so stiffly." "Humph. Why? Should I be lenient? Are they close to you?" The few policemen looked at each other with a strange expression. It was the first time that they had seen such an expression on Captain Qin's face. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu did not look like an impartial policewoman, but more like a little girl who was angry with her boyfriend. Xia Ruofei suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and softened his attitude. "Officer Qin, what do I have to do to make you return this dagger to me? You have to state your conditions first, right?" Qin Xiaoyu held back her laughter and said with an exaggerated expression, "Conditions? Someone's attitude just now was so bad that I'm a little confused. I can't recall it for a while. Why don't we wait a few years for me to remember you? If I hadn't thrown that dagger, you might have been shot. And now you're confiscating my dagger? Ungrateful, burning the bridge after crossing the river, killing the donkey when the millstone is done, uproot, that heartless." Xia Ruofei was at his wit's end when it came to this policewoman who had seized his weakness, but refused to listen to anything. He could only mumble to her. Although it was only a dagger, it was of great significance to him. Qin Xiaoyu must have also seen this point, that's why she could manipulate him like this. Qin Xiaoyu was in a very good mood under Xia Ruofei's blood and tears complaint. Even when Xia Ruofei said, "Pull that heartlessness," her face only blushed slightly, but she still looked at Xia Ruofei with a smile. No matter what Xia Ruofei said, she was not moved. At this moment, a police officer in charge of contacting the rear quickly walked over and said excitedly, "Captain Qin, I've found it. We've caught a big fish." Qin Xiao. You didn't bother to tease Xia Ruofei and quickly asked, "What's the situation?" The police officer was so excited that his face turned red. He said loudly, "Captain Qin, the guy we caught is an A-class wanted criminal from the Ministry of Public Security. He's Zhao Zhishi, the suspect on the run for the Liaodong case 5 years ago." Xia Ruofei pouted and said weakly, "I was the one who caught him, yes." Xia Ruofei's words were directly ignored by Qin Xiaoyu. She waved her fist in excitement and said, "Well done." They were still waiting for the ambulance, so Qin Xiaoyu simply pulled the police officer to ask about the specific situation. "Are you sure? Is there a mistake?" Qin Xiaoyu was a little worried at this time. Capturing an A-class wanted criminal from the Ministry of Public Security, a case that had been unsolved for 5 years, was a great achievement. He would definitely be able to add a highlight to the animation. "Captain Qin, this guy probably went for plastic surgery. He's a completely different person from the photo in the file, but he got into a fight and was detained when he was young, so his fingerprints are in the system. We just sent the fingerprints we collected back for comparison, so you can rest assured. It can't be wrong." "That's great," Qin Xiaoyu said excitedly. "When luck comes, it really can't be stopped." He was actually able to catch an A-class criminal when he was out on patrol. The police were also discussing excitedly. At this time, Zhao He, who was already cuffed, suddenly let out a scream. Qin Xiaoyu and the others were shocked and quickly turned their heads. "What's wrong with you?" Qin Xiaoyu asked with a frown. My hand," Zhao He's voice trembled from the pain. Qin Xiaoyu's face changed slightly. She turned Zhao He's body around and saw that his hand that was handcuffed behind his back, the military dagger, had disappeared, and there was a penetrating wound that was bleeding. Qin Xiaoyu stood up and turned around to glare at Xia Ruofei. She shouted, "Xia Ruofei!" Xia Ruofei walked over innocently and said, "What's wrong?" When he saw that the dagger had disappeared, his expression changed drastically and he shouted, "Officer Qin, where is my military dagger? Where did you hide it? Are you really going to confiscate it? You can't do that. It's very important to me." In fact, Xia Ruofei was already overjoyed. After he confirmed that Qin Xiaoyu had deliberately used the dagger to embarrass him, he had no intention of letting Qin Xiaoyu go. Therefore, when Qin Xiaoyu was discussing Zhao He's case with the police officers. He immediately recalled the dagger in Zhao He's palm back into the spirit map space. He was standing less than 3 meters away from Zhao He. With Xia Ruofei's concentration, he could easily retrieve the dagger from such a distance. Xia Ruofei was standing right behind Zhao He. There were 2 police officers beside him, but they had their backs to Zhao He as they were discussing the case. No one saw the military dagger being pulled out of Zhao He's hand. Then, it was as if an invisible hand had pulled the dagger towards Xia Ruofei, and it disappeared into Xia Ruofei's palm. Qin Xiaoyu looked at Xia Ruofei coldly and said, "Is there any meaning to this?" Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then said, with a wronged expression, "What do you mean? Don't tell me you thought I took the dagger? Isn't that so?" Qin Xiaoyu sneered and retorted, "Nonsense. I'm a few meters away from him." Xia Ruofei said indignantly, "Besides, I'm with your colleagues. You can ask them. Did I move or not?" Perhaps Xia Ruofei's acting skills were too good, but Qin Xiaoyu was not so sure. However, her instincts told her that it was Xia Ruofei's doing. Qin Xiaoyu turned her eyes to Zhao He and asked coldly, "Did he come to your side just now?" Zhao He's face was pale from the blood loss. He looked at Xia Ruofei with uncertainty and said, "I didn't see clearly." In fact, he knew very well that when the dagger was suddenly pulled out, he subconsciously screamed. However, it only took him a second or 2 at most, before he turned around and saw that Xia Ruofei was standing at the same place. He was quite far away from him too. In theory, it couldn't be Xia Ruofei. However, the police were also far away from him. If it wasn't Xia Ruofei, who would be so bored? Qin Xiaoyu glared at Zhao He with dissatisfaction, then looked at her subordinates and asked, "Sun Hao, you were the closest to Xia Ruofei. Did you see anything?" Sun Hao hesitated for a moment, but he still said, "Captain Qin, he didn't move. He's been standing in the same place." Qin Xiaoyu's brows furrowed and she asked, "Did you see it clearly?" "Don't talk nonsense if you didn't see clearly." Sun Hao's body trembled slightly and he avoided Qin Xiaoyu's gaze. He immediately said without any principles, I'm not too sure." It could be seen that, although Qin Xiaoyu was young, she had a lot of power in the police force. No, she had a lot of prestige. Xia Ruofei immediately protested, "Officer Qin. What's the meaning of this? This police officer clearly testified for me. You're using your power to oppress people." Qin Xiaoyu raised her chin and looked at Xia Ruofei, "Then tell me where the dagger went. Don't tell me it can grow wings and fly?" "You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask?" Xia Ruofei said unhappily, "I should be the one asking you. There are so many police officers here, and a dagger actually disappeared under your eyes. Do you know how important it is to me? Now that I've lost it, who am I going to find to compensate?" Qin Xiaoyu was so angry that she clenched her teeth and her face was flushed red. She came to Sanshan City with a high degree of education and the halo of the ministry. Everything had been smooth, but she had been unable to do anything to Xia Ruofei time and time again. She was quite mad. The police officers looked at each other and couldn't help but show a strange expression. The young man in front of him was the first person who dared to speak to Captain Qin in this way. Captain Qin also seemed to have lost his usual calm and rationality. It was as if his emotions were easily driven by Xia Ruofei, and he was constantly losing control. "You're illegally possessing a controlled knife. It's supposed to be Confiscated. Qin Xiaoyu twisted logic. Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, then you didn't. Oh right. Do you want to search my body? You don't even trust your own subordinates. Why don't you just search it yourself? Xia Ruofei opened his arms and looked like he was at her mercy. Qin Xiaoyu's cheeks blushed and she lowered her eyes. Hooligan, she, a virgin, was going to search his body? Qin Xiaoyu was embarrassed and angry at the thought of the delicate hand touching his body. The police were holding back their laughter. They all thought that Qin Xiaoyu and Xia Ruofei were throwing a tantrum. Rather than saying that they were quarreling, it was more like flirting. However, since he dared to flirt with Captain Qin, the police's admiration for Xia Ruofei was endless like the surging river. As for the dagger's sudden disappearance, although it was a little strange, the police didn't care about it. A few years back, people had a lot of air guns and even shotguns in their homes, not to mention this dagger. It was said that and the counterfeit buck, Strider 888, could be bought at Will on the all-purpose Taobao. Some foreign fans even bought the counterfeit for testing, with the intention of criticizing China's fake and inferior products. However, the result was shocking. The counterfeit was actually of better quality than the original. In all kinds of destructive extreme tests, the counterfeit lasted until the end. Therefore, they didn't think much of the military dagger. Of course, even Sun Hao could not be sure if Xia Ruofei had really taken the dagger from under their eyes. After all, they had been discussing the case excitedly and had not been paying attention to Xia Ruofei. Just as Xia Ruofei and Qin Xiaoyu were arguing, the ambulance finally arrived. The police heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Although it was interesting to watch the show, what if Captain Qin vented his anger on them after the incident? Captain Qin's outburst was very terrifying. The oldest police officer, Song Dajuan, came forward and said, Captain Qin, let's send the suspect to the hospital first. A long night may bring more trouble. Qin Xiaoyu naturally knew what was more important. She glared at Xia Ruofei and said, you're lucky. I'll let you off today, but I'll definitely bring you to justice next time. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, it seems that Officer Qin still doesn't believe me. In order to prove my innocence, I think we should search him. You'd better search thoroughly. After speaking, Xia Ruofei made a gesture to take off his clothes. Qin Xiaoyu screamed in fear, her face turned pale as she hurriedly turned around and walked out of the alley. Xia Ruofei shouted from behind her, Officer Qin, I helped you catch a class-wanted criminal. There should be a reward, right? Don't forget to let me know when you get it. Qin Xiaoyu was so angry that she wanted to turn around and beat Xia Ruofei up, but she held it in and walked out of the alley without looking back and got into the police car. The policeman secretly gave Xia Ruofei a thumbs up and then directed the medical staff to carry Zhao He to the ambulance outside the alley on a stretcher. Xia Ruofei looked at the policeman leaving with the spoils and sighed. You've done a good job, but my lead has been completely cut off. Before Xia Ruofei could extort a confession from Zhao He, Qin Xiaoyu appeared with her men. Now that Zhao He was confirmed as the family murder suspect, he would definitely be closely guarded by the police. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not be able to find any clues from Zhao He about who was after him. Xia Ruofei shook his head helplessly and left the secluded alley. He got into his pickup truck and continued to drive to the jade market in the city. He had already made up his mind that no matter who wanted to deal with him, unless the other party stopped, they would definitely give themselves away. For now, he would focus on his own matters and wait for the other party to come to his door. From the fact that the other party had sent out a desperado like Zhao He, and that Zhao He did not hide his killing intent at all, and had attacked him ruthlessly without saying a word, it could be seen that the other party had come with the purpose of crippling him or even taking his life. Then, it would be a situation where they would fight to the death. Xia Ruofei clenched his teeth and muttered to himself, I don't care who you are, but once I find you, I'll definitely kill you. Since he wanted someone's life, he had to be prepared to be killed by others. Xia Ruofei drove to the largest jade market in Sanshan City and began to choose the best mutton, fat, white jade he needed from the large number of jade materials that were mixed with good and bad, and it was difficult to distinguish whether they were real or fake. Qin Xiaoyu brought a few of her subordinates to escort Zhao He to the hospital. She left all of her subordinates in the hospital to look after Zhao He and called for a few special police officers for reinforcements. Then, she went directly to the bureau chief of the Public Security Bureau to report such a big matter as capturing an A-class wanted criminal from the Ministry of Public Security. Zhao Zhishi? After listening to Qin Xiaoyu's report, the head of the Public Security Bureau, Chen Bo, could not help but raise his eyebrows and ask, has the identity been verified? Qin Xiaoyu stood upright in front of Chen Bo's desk and said, yes, I am. We verified his identity through a fingerprint match. The accuracy is very high, so there's no way we're wrong. Chen Bo slapped his thigh in excitement and said, all right. Little Qin, you've done a great service. Chen Bo had a deep impression of Zhao Zhishi, a wanted criminal from 5 years ago. When Qin Xiaoyu mentioned it just now, the picture on the wanted order from a few years ago suddenly appeared in his mind. This was not only because Zhao Zhishi had committed a family extermination case that shocked the entire country, but also because there was an even more important reason. At that time, several clues pointed to the possibility that Zhao Zhishi had fled to the southeast province. At that time, Chen Bo, who was still the deputy bureau chief, had personally led the police to the airport, dock, station, and urban hotel hostel to carry out a carpet search. Although they did not find Zhao Zhishi in the end, Chen Bo had a deep impression of this wanted criminal. Chen Bo immediately stood up and said with a smile, let's go, Xiao Qin. Let's go and meet this Zhao Zhishi. I really want to ask him if he escaped to the southeast province after committing the crime. I had to stay up a few nights to catch him. Qin Xiaoyu's expression was slightly sluggish as she said, Chief. He's still in the hospital. I'm afraid he won't be able to be interrogated for a while. Chen Bo was stunned for a moment and said, what's going on? Was it an injury sustained during the capture? Was he resisting very fiercely? Are our people all right? Our people are fine. Qin Xiaoyu quickly replied. Chief, actually, when we arrived at the scene, Zhao Zhishi had already been subdued by a passerby. Because we found that Zhao Zhishi had a gun on him, we immediately carried out an identity check on him. We didn't expect to catch a big fish. Qin Xiaoyu didn't know how to describe Xia Ruofei and could only awkwardly call him a passerby. Chen Bo also felt a little surprised. He then smiled and sat back in his seat, saying, Little Qin, your luck is really good. He can even catch an A-class wanted criminal like this. Back then, I was so worried about catching this Zhao Zhishi that my hair almost turned white. In the end, I still couldn't catch him. It's really infuriating to compare people. Chen Bo was in a good mood, so he also joked with Qin Xiaoyu. Chief, it's the Bureau's contribution to capture Zhao Zixi, not mine alone, said Qin Xiaoyu. Chen Bo smiled and nodded. I'll report this to the head immediately and ask for your merits. Oh, right, Chen Bo thought for a moment and said, I remember that the ministry has a reward for those who have rendered meritorious service in capturing Zhao Zixi. If I'm not mistaken, it should be 100,000 yuan. Contact the person who helped us subdue Zhao Zixi. We'll get the bonus in 2 days. Ah? Qin Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment and said, Chief, don't we have to wait for the reward to be allocated by the ministry? There's no need to be in such a hurry. Chen Bo laughed and said, you have to strike while the iron is hot. 100,000 yuan isn't a lot. We'll just pay for it first. The Ministry of Finance will definitely allocate it. How about this, you contact that person first, and I'll arrange for someone to do a preliminary interrogation on Zhao Zixi. After the situation is confirmed, we'll hold a press conference tomorrow or the day after to announce to the public that Zhao Zixi has been arrested, and at the same time, we'll also award a bonus to that enthusiastic person. Oh. Okay. Although Qin Xiaoyu was a little reluctant, she could only carry out the bureau chief's order. Coming out of Chen Bo's office, Qin Xiaoyu had been frowning and urging Chen Bo to ask her to contact Xia Ruofei. But she did not have Xia Ruofei's phone number. He couldn't possibly run to the peach blossom farm again. Qin Xiaoyu frowned at the thought of her going to inform Xia Ruofei about the reward. Who knew how arrogant that guy would be when the time came? No, I can't let him be smug, Qin Xiaoyu said in her heart. However, he had to carry out Chen Bo's orders. Qin Xiaoyu sat in her office and thought for a while and finally thought of a compromise. At Sanchon University, Lu Yu and Jiang Yu carried their books and walked out of the dormitory building, preparing to go to the classroom for class. At this moment, Lu Yu's cell phone rang. She held her book in one hand and took out her cell phone with the other. She took a look at it, then picked it up and said with a smile, Sister Xiaoyu, what brings you here today? Haven't you guys been so busy recently? Yu, I'd like to ask for your help, Qin Xiaoyu said. You should have Xia Ruofei's phone number, right? Lu Yu glanced at Jiang Yu beside her unnaturally. Although the phone's volume was very soft and Jiang Yu could not have heard Qin Xiaoyu's words from the other end, Lu Yu still felt a little guilty. There is. What's the matter? Lu Yu said. Help me call him and tell him that the Public Security Bureau has a bonus for him. Tell him to contact the publicity department in our bureau. Qin Xiaoyu said, I'll send you the contact number later. Qin Xiaoyu did not want to contact Xia Ruofei directly, so she thought of such a roundabout way. She was thinking of telling the publicity department about this matter later. Anyway, they were also in charge of the bonuses and press conference that Chen Bo had ordered. When Xia Ruofei contacted them directly, she would not have to see Xia Ruofei's smug look. However, Lu Yu's curiosity grew after hearing Qin Xiaoyu's words. She took a few steps to the side and asked in a low voice, bonus? Sister Xiaoyu, what's going on? Why did you give him a bonus out of the blue? It's nothing much. He just happened to help us catch a fugitive, and the reward was the reward for the arrest of the suspect, Qin Xiaoyu said lightly. Lu Yu was very interested and said, Sister Xiaoyu, tell me in detail. Why was that guy so good at causing trouble? The farm owner was fine, but he went to catch a fugitive for you. Isn't he trying to steal your jobs? Liu had touched on a sore spot and Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. You can ask him about the specific situation yourself. He would definitely talk about it with great enthusiasm, and he would even want to make himself into a Superman who wore his underwear on the outside. Yu, it's such a small matter. You won't refuse to help, will you? Liu smiled and said, no problem. You can count on me. You want him to contact your publicity department, right? Just send me your number and don't worry about anything else. Thanks. Qin Xiaoyu said, then she was a little worried and reminded, tell him to contact me as soon as possible. By tomorrow at the latest, you won't be able to wait until you're late. I know. Liu Yu said. She was just worried that she had no reason to contact Xia Ruofei. The mission that Qin Xiaoyu gave her was exactly what she wanted. After hanging up the phone, Liu Yu thought for a while and walked to Jiang. You. Yeah, I have something urgent to attend to. Please help me apply for leave. Liu Yu did not look into Jiang Yu's eyes. Although Jiang Yu was not together with Xia Ruofei, and she only had a faint feeling for her, she always felt guilty in front of Jiang Yu. Yu, what's so urgent? Jiang Yu asked, not understanding the situation. Can't you go after class? If you can delay it until after class, then it's not an urgent matter. Liu Yu said as she avoided his gaze. But Teacher Li is very strict in this class. Jiang Yu said worriedly, he takes attendance for every class and if you take leave after you've left, wouldn't you be acting first and reporting later? It definitely won't work. Oh yeah. If you didn't mention it, I would have almost forgotten. This class is Teacher Li's, Liu Yu said. Jiang Yu heaved a sigh of relief. She thought that Liu Yu had changed her mind and decided to go to class. Unexpectedly, Liu Yu's eyes darted around, and she said with a smile, yeah, then I'll give you the glorious task of asking for leave. After she finished speaking, Liu Yu leaned close to Jiang Yu's ear and chuckled, I heard that this instructor Li asked you out for a meal some time ago. If you use a little honey trap, you can definitely settle a small matter like taking a leave of absence. I have high hopes for you. Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. Liu Yu had already turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Liu Yu walked a few steps and returned. She stuffed the book in her hands into Jiang Yu's arms and said, yeah, help me to the end. After class, help me bring my books back to the dormitory. Thank you. I'll bring you some good food. After saying that, Liu Yu quickly left, leaving Jiang Yu with an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. At the thought of having to help Liu Yu apply for leave from that lecturer Li, Jiang Yu's face turned even more bitter. She didn't see the conflicted expression in Liu Yu's eyes when she had her back to her. Liu Yu's heart was always wavering when it came to matters related to Xia Ruofei. It was obvious that she had not thought of how to tell Jiang Yu. Liu Yu shook her head in self-mockery. Actually, she and Jiang Yu are in the same boat. Xia Ruofei already has a tall, beautiful, and well-off girlfriend. Moreover, the two of them are quite in love. What's the point of thinking so much? Very quickly, Liu Yu threw these distracting thoughts to the back of her mind. She found her BMW Mini that was parked in a nearby parking space. After getting into the car, she took out her phone and called Xia Ruofei with a trace of anticipation. Xia Ruofei was at the Jade Market. He had visited many shops and was dazzled by the quality of the jade. However, he was disappointed that there was no high-quality sheep, fat white jade without any impurities. When he received Lu Yu's call, Xia Ruofei was about to return to the house. He did not have much hope and could only ask Hengfeng jewelry for help if it really did not work. Seeing that it was Lu Yu, Xia Ruofei immediately picked up the phone. Lu Yu, what's the matter? Xia Ruofei said. Can't I find you for no reason? Lu Yu asked, almost subconsciously. Of course not. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Miss Lu, it's my honor to have you call me. Although she knew that Xia Ruofei was just teasing her, Lu Yu still felt very good about it. She couldn't help but smile and said, didn't you say you would treat me to a meal alone? It's been so many days. And you still haven't contacted me. Aren't you being too insincere? Xia Ruofei was stunned. He looked at his watch and said with a bitter smile, Miss Lu, it's not mealtime yet, is it? Don't tell me you haven't eaten yet? What time is it already? How could you not have eaten? Lu Yu said in a bad mood, I'm looking for you for something else. Where are you? It seems to be quite noisy nearby. Oh, I'm at the Jade Market. Xia Ruofei said casually, I told you not to come here for no reason. What's the matter? We'll talk when we meet. I'm coming over now. Lu Yu said. Then, she hung up the phone. Actually, Qin Xiaoyu's matter could be explained in a few sentences over the phone, but Lu Yu did not do so. Especially when she knew that Xia Ruofei was in the city as well, she decided to meet him without hesitation. Xia Ruofei was confused. He didn't know what this Miss Lu was up to this time. However, it wasn't good for him to call back and ask. Besides, there was nothing else to see in this jade market. Hence, he decided to go back and wait for Lu Yu at the entrance. After about 10 minutes, he saw Lu Yu's BMW Mini. Xia Ruofei waved at Lu Yu. Actually, Lu Yu had already seen Xia Ruofei from afar. Her heart started to race against her will. After taking a deep breath, she slowly parked the car beside Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei opened the car door and sat inside. He smiled and asked, what's the rush? It's a good thing. Lu Yu said, I heard that you helped the Public Security Bureau catch a fugitive? Xia Ruofei was surprised and said, eh? You sure are well informed. You'll know about it an hour or two ago. Lu Yu raised her chin proudly and said, I have inside information. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Qin Xiaoyu told you, right? Speak. Why did she come in such a big circle to find me? Don't tell me you're giving me a bonus. Lu Yu couldn't help but widen her eyes. She turned to look at Xia Ruofei and said, How? How did you know? This time, it was Xia Ruofei's turn to be shocked. He said, they're really giving me a bonus. What the hell? When did the Public Security Bureau become so efficient? Under normal circumstances, they are always the last to arrive at the scene. It's not as bad as you say. Lu Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, Sister Xiaoyu doesn't have your contact information, so she asked me to tell you to contact the Public Security Bureau's publicity department. Tomorrow, they will arrange for you to receive the award. Oh, okay. Lu Yu then asked, curiously, Xia Ruofei, did you really help them catch the fugitive? Tell me. The Public Security Bureau has given you a reward, so this fugitive must not be simple, right? That's true. Xia Ruofei immediately made up a story. When I was walking on the road, Today, I could tell that that guy wasn't a good person. I think we're good citizens. It's also my duty to maintain social security, right? So I followed him to see what was going on. I didn't expect that the fugitive would actually become suspicious and turn around to attack me. Hee hee. You know how good I am. I subdued him without any effort and beat him until he knelt down and begged for mercy. After that, your sister, Xiaoyu, appeared. After some investigation, I found out that this guy is not a good person. He is actually a wanted criminal. The police officers were extremely grateful. You're not even letting go of my hand, as Luyu listened, she could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. She knew that Xia Ruofei was just spouting nonsense. The real situation would not be so exaggerated. However, she did not expect that the process of Xia Ruofei subduing Zhao, he was even more exaggerated than he had described. If it was someone else, they might really have been crippled by Zhao he. However, she would listen to whatever Xia Ruofei said. Anyway, as long as she listened to Xia Ruofei, she would feel happy. Oh right, what are you doing at the jade market? Luyu asked. Oh, I want to buy a piece of white jade, sheep, fat white jade. Xia Ruofei said. Sheep. Fat white jade? Luyu's expression was a little strange, and she could not help but ask. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, yes, and it's the highest quality sheep, fat white jade without any impurities, you can't buy it. In a place like this, Luyu said with a chuckle. Unless you're extremely lucky, you definitely won't be able to buy it. If you find it, there's a high chance that you've been cheated, Xia Ruofei replied gloomily, yeah. I've been wandering around for half a day and found nothing. Luyu glanced at Xia Ruofei and asked, do you need any help? You can help me buy it? Xia Ruofei quickly asked. Luyu's lips curled up slightly and she said, I can try it on. Do you have any requirements for the size of the jade? Xia Ruofei immediately said, the diameter should not be less than 10 centimeters, and the thickness should be more than 1 centimeter. However, the quality must pass the standard, and there can't be any impurities. After he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei looked at Luyu with a glimmer of hope. If Luyu could help him buy the jade he needed, then he wouldn't have to trouble the Ma family. Wait a minute. Xia Ruofei thought of the Ma family and realized something. Wasn't Wanwan's Ma Jiming Luyu's uncle? She said that she could think of a way. Could it be that she was going to look for Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin? After all, Hengfeng Group started out in the jewelry business and had many channels to get the best jade. If they still needed the Ma family's help after going around in such a big circle, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but hesitate. He couldn't help but ask, Luyu, through what channels are you planning to purchase the jade? Luyu chuckled and said, you don't have to worry about that. Why don't you think about how you'll thank me if I help you with this? Xia Ruofei deliberately pouted and said, even if you don't tell me, I can guess that you're definitely going to ask your aunt for help. Right? Luyu said, I'm not that low. What's the point of asking my aunt for help? Besides, if you want to find them, can't you find them yourself? Why are you trying your luck in this jade market? Actually, Luyu was very smart. She thought about it and knew that Xia Ruofei definitely did not want to trouble the Ma family again and again. That was why he came here to try his luck. Although the Ma family owed Xia Ruofei a huge favor, Xia Ruofei didn't want to give people the impression that he was forcing them to return the favor. Of course, if he couldn't think of a way, he would definitely go to the Ma family to help him buy it. After all, the spiritual puppet was very important to him. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Xia Ruofei was a little surprised. He said, "You're quite smart. You can even think of this." Good. Lu Yu's eyes were smiling. She raised her chin slightly and revealed a smug expression. Compared to the first time they met, Lu Yu no longer had the haughtiness of a proud daughter of heaven when she faced Xia Ruofei. She also no longer had the coldness that kept people at arm's length. She had more of a human aura around her, and Xia Ruofei's impression of her was immediately different. In any case, it was much more pleasing to the eye than before. Lu Yu smiled and said, "Leave this to me. It shouldn't be a big problem." But how are you going to thank me? You can state your conditions. Xia Ruofei said readily, "How about I treat you to a meal? TSK. Nothing new." Lu Yu pouted and said, "Besides, you still owe me a meal." "Then you tell me. How do you want me to thank you?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Lu Yu really tilted her head and thought about it seriously for a while. Then, she said, "I can't think of anything at the moment." "How about you owe me a condition? When I've thought about it, how about you help me with something?" "No problem." Xia Ruofei agreed without a second thought. This was not the first day he had known Lu Yu. He still trusted Lu Yu's character. Although this girl used to be a little arrogant and had a strange temper, she wasn't a bad person in nature. Now that their relationship had completely eased, she definitely wouldn't deliberately put forward difficult conditions to make things difficult for him. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had agreed, Lu Yu smiled happily and said, "Deal. I'll help. You find the jade right now, you can go back and wait for my news. Then I'll leave it to you," Xia Ruofei said. Xia Ruofei alighted from the car. Lu Yu smiled and waved at him, then drove away from the jade market. Xia Ruofei also found his pickup truck and drove back to Taoyuan farm. He was being followed for no reason today. Xia Ruofei was still a little worried. Although Lei Hu and the others had the best military quality, he still had to go back to take charge. Lu Yu drove in the direction of Sanchen University. Cheerful music was playing in the car, and she had a happy smile on her face as she hummed softly to the music. Seeing Xia Ruofei, especially when he had personally promised to owe her the first condition, Lu Yu's mood was as bright as the sun. The traffic jam on the road could not affect her mood. After the BMW Mini entered Sanchen University, Lu Yu drove directly to Professor Tian's villa. Although Tian Huilan was the leader of the provincial party committee and had a villa in the provincial party committee district, Lu Yu spent most of her time either in the dormitory or at Professor Tian's house. She had lost her father at a very young age, and her mother, Tian Huilan, had always been very busy with work. She had spent most of her time living with her grandfather, and Professor Tian had always had a room for her. Lu Yu parked the car and walked into the villa in quick steps. Professor Tian was sitting on the sofa in the living room, reading the newspaper with his reading glasses on. He looked up when he heard footsteps. Professor Tian was also a little surprised to see Lu Yu. He asked, "Yu? Why did you come back? It's not the weekend, is it?" Lu Yu's footsteps didn't stop. She said in a sweet voice, "Grandpa, I'm back to take something, and then I'll leave." By the time she finished speaking, she had already run up the stairs. Professor Tian couldn't help but shake his head and mumble to himself, "This girl, why is she in such a rush?" Lu Yu came to her boudoir and started to rummage through her closet. Soon, she found a red flannel bag in the drawer at the bottom of the closet. She opened the flannel bag and took out a piece of jade. The jade was crystal clear and white, delicate and moist. It was extremely pure and almost flawless, like the fat of a lamb that had just been cut open. Its luster was like condensed oil, and also like the smooth skin of a beautiful woman, moist and moving. Without a doubt, this was a high-quality sheep, fat white jade. The piece of jade was round, about the size of 2 adult palms, and about 2 centimeters thick. It was like a piece of jade, but it was a circle, instead of a ring, formed by 2 concentric circles. There were some patterns carved on the jade, making it look very noble and mysterious. Lu Yu's jade, like fingers, gently touched the surface of the white jade, and her eyes revealed a hint of reminiscence. When Lu Yu was about 6 or 7 years old, there was a period of time when she was particularly sick and often had nightmares at night. At that time, Tian Huixin, who had just married into the Ma family of Hong Kong, specially looked for the famous feng shui master Huang in Hong Kong and asked for a protective talisman. The protective talisman was the white jade in Lu Yu's hand. Of course, only the Ma family of Hong Kong, who held all the shares of Hengfeng Jewelry, could afford to use the best sheep, fat white jade and hire the best carvers to carve it according to Master Huang's requirements. It was said that this piece of white jade had been blessed. Master Huang had requested for this protective talisman to be hung on Lu Yu's bed and could only be taken off when she was 18 years old. It was strange. Ever since Lu Yu hung this piece of white jade on her bed, her body gradually got better, and she no longer had nightmares at night. It was only when Lu Yu graduated from high school and turned 18 that this piece of white jade was kept. Today, when Xia Ruofei said that he needed high-quality sheep, fat white jade, Lu Yu immediately thought of this protective talisman that had accompanied her to sleep every day for the past 12 years. Lu Yu looked at it, and she naturally felt a little reluctant. However, this was just a thought. She quickly put the white jade into the red velvet bag, then stood up and put the red velvet bag into her arms. Anyway, I'm already 18 years old. There's no point in keeping it, Lu Yu muttered to herself. After she took the sheep, fat white jade, she did not stay any longer. She went downstairs to say hello to Professor Tian and then went out to drive to Taoyuan Farm. Xia Ruofei naturally didn't know that Lu Yu's help was actually a protective talisman that was very meaningful to her. If he had known, Xia Ruofei would definitely not have accepted it. He had just returned to the farm. Once they reached the door, Xia Ruofei stuck his head out of the car window and asked, "Who's he? How's the farm?" "Brother Xia, everything is normal." Lei Hu grinned and said, "I've already asked Su Wei to guard the surveillance cameras and Hong Tao to stand guard nearby." Hong Tao had been a sniper in the army, so his observation skills were the keenest. He was also good at hiding, so it was most suitable for him to find a high point nearby and guard the farm. Su Wei used to be in charge of communication and so on, so Lei Hu let him be in charge of monitoring the images of the various cameras, while Lei Hu personally guarded the door. Xia Ruofei nodded. "Everyone, work hard for the next 2 days. Strengthen the security." "Don't worry, Brother Xia," Lei Hu said confidently, "the farm is not big, and there are surveillance cameras everywhere. The 4 of us will definitely not make any mistakes." Then, Lei Hu carefully asked, Brother Xia, did something happen? Xia Ruofei did not hide anything from Lei Hu and said directly, it's not a big deal. When I went out today, I found someone following me. When I got to the city, someone attacked me. I don't know if the other party will attack the farm. Anyway, there's no harm in being careful. Fuck. Lei Hu shouted. There was such a thing. Brother Xia, who is the other party? Should we take the initiative to attack? Xia Ruofei pouted and said, I just knocked him down and didn't have time to do anything. So now, generally speaking, the enemy is in the dark, while we're out in the open. Everyone, be more alert these few days and don't let anyone take advantage of this. Understood. Lei Hu replied. There was no tension in his eyes. On the contrary, there was a faint excitement in his eyes. After coming to Peach Blossom Farm, his work and life had been too comfortable. These former excellent soldiers were so idle that their bones were about to rust. Now that they heard that someone might want to harm the farm, Lei Hu was like a child who had seen his favorite toy and was eager to try. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, oh right, President Feng and Peng Hao are out at the recruitment meeting. It's easy for problems to arise if there are too many people around. Give Qin Xiaojun a call and tell him to be on guard. He must ensure President Feng and Peng Hao's safety. All right, Brother Xia. Xia Ruofei continued to drive after giving his instructions. He parked the car in the courtyard of the villa. Kempinski Hotel, luxury suite. The house was in shambles. The expensive tea set that had just been replaced had once again turned into a pile of ceramic fragments on the ground. Liang Haiming's eyes were red, and he looked ferocious. Not far from him, the middle-aged man stood trembling, not even daring to breathe. You. Tell me what the fuck is going on. Liang Haiming glared at the middle-aged man and asked fiercely, why? Is Zhao He in the police station? The middle-aged man said carefully, young Master Liang, we found out from our acquaintances in the police station that Zhao He was caught by the police this afternoon. I heard that he was subdued by a passerby. So, we're guessing that Zhao He made a mistake. Fuck. How could he have missed? Liang Haiming shouted that Xia Ruofei has such a small body. Zhao He can probably flip him over with one slap. What's going on? The middle-aged man forced a smile and said, young Master Liang, I feel that we might have underestimated Xia Ruofei's skills. If I'm not wrong, the army he's been serving in all these years shouldn't be simple. Liang Haiming frowned, thought for a while, and said, is there any way to get Zhao He out? In the past few years, Zhao He had become Liang Haiming's right-hand man. Zhao He was quite powerful. And Liang Haiming was not willing to lose a capable man like this. Young Master Liang, the police have verified Zhao He's real identity. I heard that there is a squad of armed police guarding Zhao He's ward. The public security bureau is taking him seriously. The middle-aged man said with embarrassment. Could it be that the public security bureau can't find a breakthrough? Liang Haiming asked with a frown, then continued, if you really can't do it, just spend some money. Young Master Liang, the Southeast Province isn't under the family's traditional sphere of influence, after all. The middle-aged man lowered his head and said, the people we can use at the moment aren't very high ranked. Also, I heard that after the Public Security Bureau caught Zhao He, they started to report it to the higher-ups after verifying his identity. now, they might have reported it to the department. There's almost nothing we can do. Liang Hyaming was the son of the two families, and with the help of Jin Yuan, he could indeed win over a group of people, including his people in the Public Security Bureau. However, Zhao He was an A-class wanted criminal in the Ministry of Public Security, and the case he had committed had caused a great impact in the country. It was a great achievement for the leaders of the Public Security Bureau to arrest such a vicious family extermination suspect, so they reported it immediately. Obviously, compared to money, the Public Security Bureau's leaders were more interested in the appreciation of the department leader and a real black gauze hat. This was human nature. Liang Hyaming's face darkened even more, but he still held back his anger. After a long while, he asked helplessly, "Is there no other way?" The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Young Liang, as long as there's a glimmer of hope, we'll try our best to get Zhao He out. But this time, we really have no other way." Liang Hyaming waved his hand and said, "Then forget it." He didn't say anything he shouldn't have. Did he? Liang Hyaming asked again. According to the information we have, the police interrogated him as soon as he finished his operation, the middle-aged man said quickly. But he didn't say anything other than that he was the one who committed the murder. Liang Hyaming nodded and said, "Think of a way to pass him a message, tell him to watch his mouth. Also, tell him that as long as he doesn't say anything, I'll help take care of his child." "Okay, young Master Liang," the middle-aged man immediately responded. Liang Hyaming reached out and picked up the stack of documents on the coffee table. The first page was Xia Ruofei's photo. Xia Ruofei was smiling brightly in the photo. Liang Hyaming stared at Xia Ruofei's photo, his expression turning ugly. Liang Hyaming flipped through a few pages and then slammed the stack of documents on the coffee table. With a dark expression, he gritted his teeth and said, "I want him dead. Mr. Liang, there's a lot of fighting going on in Sanshan City right now. If this gets out of hand," the middle-aged man quickly said. Liang Hyaming raised his head abruptly and stared into the middle-aged man's eyes. He asked, "You're teaching me how to do things?" The middle-aged man's body trembled, and his face couldn't help but turned pale. He said in a trembling voice, I wouldn't dare. Young Master Liang, what I meant was, a batch of goods will be arriving in 2 days. I'm just worried that if there's a murder, it will affect our deal." Liang Hyaming's expression softened, and he gradually calmed down from his rage. He had been in Sanshan City for more than 10 days for this batch of car parts from Germany. If the deal went well, he would earn at least 20 million in net profit. After the high tariffs were removed, the profits brought by car smuggling were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Liang Hyaming naturally wouldn't go against money and create trouble at this time. He pondered for a long time with a gloomy face and said, "All right, I'll let him jump around for a few more days. But you have to send someone to keep a close eye on me." And Liang Hyaming picked up the stack of documents and flipped to one of the pages. It was a photo of Ling Qingxue. In the photo, Ling Qingxue was wearing a black professional suit and walking out of the Ling G.F.&B headquarters with a smile on her face. From the angle, it was probably taken secretly. Liang Hyaming's eyes were filled with lust as he pointed at Ling Qingxue in the photo and said, "Keep an eye on this woman and figure out her movement patterns. Before that kid dies, I'd like to invite him to enjoy a good show." Liang Hyaming's face showed a crazy and perverted look. The middle-aged man lowered his head in fear and said, "Yes. Young Master Liang. Go. Pay more attention to the deal, don't make any mistakes." Liang Hyaming said indifferently. The middle-aged man bowed and took his leave. After the middle-aged man left, Liang Hyaming turned his attention to Ling Qingshua's photo. Ling Qingshua's near, perfect body proportions, her beautiful face, and her two long, bouncy legs made Liang Hyaming feel like a fire was burning in his lower abdomen. At the same time, his heart was burning with jealousy. Motherfucker. This kid was really lucky. Liang Hyaming gritted his teeth and thought. He was a lecherous man to begin with, and Ling Qingxua was his enemy's girlfriend. So, he had already made up his mind. After the cargo ship successfully docked and the goods were cleared, he would stay in Sanshan to deal with Xia Ruofei. The first thing he would do was to capture Xia Ruofei's long-legged girlfriend and enjoy her. When she was tired of playing with her, she would throw her to her fierce underlings and let them take turns to fuck her, and then film it. What happened next was simple. He just had to send out his most powerful men to catch Xia Ruofei and break all his bones. He would also have to show him the exciting video before he died. He would definitely go crazy. This is the consequence of going against me, Liang Hyaming. Liang Hyaming shuddered at the thought of the bloody and perverted scene. He couldn't help but grab his phone and quickly found the phone number of a young model and internet celebrity in Sanshan City. "I'll give you half an hour. Come to my room." Liang Hyaming's voice was filled with undisguised desire. Just by looking at Ling Qingshua's picture and imagining the scene of his enemy's woman moaning in pain under him, Liang Hyaming's desire was already burning. At this moment, he urgently needed to vent. Xia Ruofei did not know that someone hated him to the core. In reality, Xia Ruofei had been passively responding to the entire incident. He had accused him of crippling Feng Luo because of Lu Yu's request for help. As for Zhao he had wanted to harm him, which had provoked his thunderous counterattack. Even the operation to eliminate the underworld and evil that had caused Liang Hyaming's setup in the underground world of Sanshan City to suffer heavy losses was entirely because Lu Yu had almost been injured. It had been personally initiated by Tian Huilan and had nothing to do with Xia Ruofei. However, some people in the world were like this. They would never see their own mistakes, and all the problems were others. Besides, in the eyes of people like Liang Hyaming, people like Xia Ruofei, who had no background, were no different from ants. Getting someone to cripple him was already giving him face. He should be at his mercy. What? You actually dare to resist? Then I'll crush you to death. Unfortunately, Xia Ruofei was not an ant. On the contrary, he was a peerless beast. When Noon provoked him, he seemed harmless. However, once he was offended, he would immediately bare his terrifying fangs. This also meant that someone was going to be in big trouble. When Lu Yu arrived at Taoyuan Farm, Xia Ruofei had also just returned not long ago. After she parted ways with Xia Ruofei at the Jade Market, she went straight back to Sanshan University, took the sheep, fat white jade, and headed to the farm without stopping. There was less than an hour's difference between the two. Lei Hu already knew about Lu Yu's BMW Mini, so he let her in without any obstruction. However, he still called Xia Ruofei to report after Lu Yu entered. Xia Ruofei was surprised to hear that Lu Yu was here. He had thought that even if Lu Yu helped Him with this matter, it would definitely take a few days. He didn't expect it to be so fast. However, she had done him a big favor, so he immediately went downstairs to welcome her. When Xia Ruofei arrived at the villa's courtyard, Lu Yu's car had just driven in. She stepped down from the mini BMW with a faint smile on her face. She walked straight to Xia Ruofei and handed him the red flannel bag. Here, the jade you wanted. So fast? Although he had guessed Lu Yu's intention, Xia Ruofei was still a little surprised. He took the red flannel bag and said with a smile, "Thanks." He didn't open it to check. Lu Yu already knew his requirements for the jade. Since she brought this piece of white jade over, it definitely met his requirements. Xia Ruofei trusted Lu Yu very much. Xia Ruofei asked, "By the way, how much did it cost? Give me your account number and I'll transfer the money to you." "I don't want money," Lu Yu said indifferently. The smile on Xia Ruofei's face froze and he quickly said, "How can I do that? You've already helped me solve a big problem by buying the jade that meets my requirements. How can I let you spend money on it? It's not worth much, just take it as a gift from me." Lu Yu said. "No, no, no." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "This grade of sheep, fat white jade is not cheap. You're a student, without any source of income. I can't take it. Then you can return it to me." Lu Yu extended his hand to Xia Ruofei and said, "I won't ask for money anyway." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Lu Yu, this item is too valuable. I can't take it for free. Besides, where did you get so much money to buy jade?" He knew that Lu Yu didn't live as luxuriously as the children of some high-ranking officials. Tian Huilan had always taught her not to have the thought of having special privileges. In fact, Lu Yu had done the same. Among her university classmates, the number of people who knew that her mother was Tian Huilan could be counted on one hand. The most valuable thing was this car, and it was a birthday gift from Tian Huixin. It was unlike in some offices where changing cars was as easy as changing clothes. It was as if he was afraid that others didn't know that his father was corrupt and accepting bribes. Such a large piece of sheep, fat white jade, would cost at least a few 100,000 yuan. Where did Lu Yu get so much money? "I didn't say that I bought it." Lu Yu pouted. Xia Ruofei was a little surprised. Then, he even thought maliciously, could it be that someone gave it to Secretary Tian and Lu Yu secretly took it out? Secretary Tian's face was full of righteousness. He didn't look like a corrupt official. If Lu Yu knew what Xia Ruofei was thinking, she would definitely be so angry that she would snatch the white jade back. Fortunately, she was not a worm in Xia Ruofei's stomach. So she thought for a while and said, "My aunt gave this to me a few years ago. I haven't had the chance to process it. Since you need it, I'll give it to you." When Xia Ruofei heard this, he quickly opened the red flannel bag and took out the suet white jade. The jade material was absolutely in line with the requirements. There was not a single trace of impurity in the whole body, and it was extremely warm and moist in his hand. Moreover, the size was much larger than what he had requested. In fact, this was a whole piece of jade, but the edges had been simply polished, and one side was carved with some faint symbols. It looked more like a semi-finished product. Xia Ruofei believed Lu Yu's words immediately. As for why Tian Huixin would give Lu Yu a half-finished piece of jade that was not processed and Not a jade that was made, Xia Ruofei could not figure it out. Perhaps it was a special hobby of the rich? For the rich young mistress of Hengfeng Group, a piece of high-quality jade didn't seem to be much. Even though he believed Lu Yu's words, Xia Ruofei was still a little hesitant. Even if Lu Yu didn't spend any money on this piece of jade, its value was real. How could he just accept something that was worth hundreds of thousands? Seeing that Xia Ruofei was still hesitating, Lu Yu furrowed her brows and said, Xia Ruofei, I'm just giving you a piece of jade. Do you have to be so conflicted? No, no. Xia Ruofei smiled awkwardly. Just take it as a thank you gift from me. Lu Yu said seriously, if you hadn't rushed over to save me in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Could it be that my life is worth less than this small piece of jade? Since Lu Yu had already said so much, Xia Ruofei had no choice but to accept it. Then I'll accept it, Xia Ruofei said. Lu Yu, thank you. Lu Yu finally revealed a satisfied smile and said, that's the way. But you don't have to thank me. Didn't you already agree to one of my conditions? It'll be fine as long as you're willing to fulfill my request. No problem. Xia Ruofei also smiled. Oh right, wait a moment, he said after some thought. Xia Ruofei put the white jade into the red velvet bag and turned around to walk into the villa. He kept the woolen bag in the space where Lu Yu's line of sight was blocked. Xia Ruofei was not worried that the fat white jade would be absorbed by the spirit map space. The booklet had mentioned that the soul puppet could be used in the space. This meant that the white jade could also exist in the space. Otherwise, as the core of the soul puppet, if the white jade was absorbed by the space, the soul puppet would become a puppet without any ability to think or move. Besides, the spirit map space had only absorbed jadeite other than the strange, black stone. Xia Ruofei had tried other jades in the jade shop, but the spirit map space did not react at all. That was why Xia Ruofei put the white jade away with a peace of mind. At the same time, Xia Ruofei took out 10 portions of jaded skin ointment from the medium. He had brewed more than 30 portions last time and had given away a lot recently. There were still more than 20 portions left. He took out half of them at once. Xia Ruofei found a paper bag and put the jaded skin ointment in it. Then, he carried the paper bag to the door. Lu Yu, I'm really very grateful for this. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, this is for you. You must accept it. Lu Yu didn't know what was going on, but she was still happy that Xia Ruofei had given her a gift. She took the paper bag and opened it with a trace of anticipation. When Lu Yu saw the familiar porcelain bottle, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, it's jaded skin cream. 1, 2, 3. Lu Yu quickly counted and realized that Xia Ruofei had given her 10 bottles of jade skin cream at once. She was so happy that her face turned red. The last time Tian Huilan had personally called, Xia Ruofei had only given her 8 bottles, and that included the few bottles for Tian Huixin. This time, he had actually given her 10 bottles. This made Lu Yu very surprised. Although the jaded skin cream was not circulated much, it had long become famous in the upper-class circle. Those who had used it were full of praise, and those noble ladies who had seen the extraordinary effect of the jaded skin cream but had no chance to use it had inquired about the news through various channels, wanting to get a portion for themselves. Unfortunately, the number of people who could get the jaded skin cream from Xia Ruofei could be counted on one's fingers. The noble women could only get information about Tian Huilan's level at most. The jaded skin cream was extremely limited, and Tian Huilan could not meet everyone's requirements. The rarer something was, the more expensive it would be. This jaded skin cream had become even more precious in this circle. After all, even Tian Huilan couldn't ask Xia Ruofei for the jaded skin cream again and again. What was she, a standing committee member of the provincial party committee, to him? Under such circumstances, Lu Yu was given 10 bottles of jaded skin cream at once. The happiness she felt could be said to be multiplied. So many are all for me? Lu Yu asked happily. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Yup. You've helped me so much. So this jade skin cream is a small gift from me. Thank you. Lu Yu held the paper bag full of jaded skin ointment tightly in her hands and said happily. The jaded skin cream was a huge temptation to girls. Even if Xia Ruofei gave Lu Yu the equivalent of gold, she would not be so happy from the bottom of her heart. Lu Yu was a little uncertain. She asked, Xia Ruofei, a gift is a gift, but the condition you promised me still counts, right? Xia Ruofei looked at Lu Yu's worried expression and couldn't help but find it funny. He said, yes, yes. This is my little gift to you in return, and it has nothing to do with my previous conditions. It's bright. Lu Yu gave Xia Ruofei a big thumbs up and said happily, thanks. Lu Yu, who had unexpectedly received 10 bottles of jaded skin cream, drove back to the city happily. Xia Ruofei watched the BMW Mini gradually disappear into the distance and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The encounters in life were really wonderful. When he and Lu Yu first met, they didn't get along. As long as the two of them were together, they would inevitably bicker. At that time, even if Xia Ruofei was beaten to death, he would not believe that their relationship would become so good in the near future. Of course, at that time, Xia Ruofei would not have thought that the tsundere Miss Lu would also smile and would even inadvertently reveal a coquettish expression. Xia Ruofei sighed with emotion. Just as he was about to go back and continue his research on how to make the spiritual jade, Feng Jing brought Peng Hao and Qin Xiaojun back to the farm from the city. Xia Ruofei had intended to go upstairs, but when he saw the black Mercedes Benz return to the farm, he gave up on the idea and walked out of the villa. This Mercedes Benz was a congratulatory gift from Grandpa Tang. He won the ribbon cutting ceremony was held for the completion of the complex 2 days ago. Xia Ruofei didn't like this kind of formal business style, so he used this car as the official car for the company's top management. In fact, he assigned the car to Feng Jing. Of course, if there were important business events that required Xia Ruofei's attendance, he would not mind using the car. The road from the entrance of the farm to the complex would make a turn at the small villa. Qin Xiaojun, who was driving, saw Xia Ruofei coming out of the villa to greet him. Naturally, he stepped on the brakes and stopped the car. After the job fair, Peng Hao had gone straight back to his home in the city, so Feng Jing was the only one in the back seat. Feng Rao immediately opened the car door and got out of the car when she saw Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei stood on the side of the driver's seat and cast a questioning look at Qin Xiaojun. Qin Xiaojun naturally understood Xia Ruofei's intention and said in a low voice, "Brother Xia, everything's normal. There's no one suspicious." Xia Ruofei nodded slightly and did not continue to ask about Ying's situation. Since they did not know about Ying's situation, there was no need to worry Feng Jing. Xia Ruofei didn't know that Liang Haiming's influence in Sanshan was not that strong. After all, the southeast province was under the Song family's traditional sphere of influence. The Liang family's influence was very limited, so Liang Haiming's revenge was only targeted at him. He didn't have any plans to deal with Taoyuan farm for the time being. In fact, Liang Haiming didn't like such a small farm. Hence, Xia Ruofei's worries were unnecessary. However, from his perspective, he had to prepare for the worst. Chairman Feng Rao called out to him with a smile after she got out of the car. Xia Ruofei also showed a gentle smile and asked, President Feng, you've worked hard. How's the situation today? Not bad. It's better than expected. Feng Rao smiled. Let's go, we'll talk while we walk. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it's almost time to eat. Ask sister, in law to make 2 more dishes. Then, Xia Ruofei turned to Qin Xiaojun and said, Little June, park your car and come over. All right, brother Xia. Qin Xiaojun said with a grin. Then, he drove away. Chairman, we've received more than 40 resumes today. Feng Jing said as she walked, I've done a preliminary scan and there are about 20 people who meet the requirements. The job fair will be over in a day, so I plan to go there tomorrow to see if I can get anything else. More than 40? Not bad. Xia Ruofei was also surprised. It seems that it's not easy to find a job now. There's actually someone who wants to sign up to work on the farm. Feng Jing pursed her lips into a smile and said, We're hiring under the name of Paradise Corporation. We didn't specify where we're working. However, if the applicants ask, we'll tell them the truth. I'm going to do a round of screening tomorrow night and send out the interview notice. The day after tomorrow, I'll interview on the farm. I think we should be mentally prepared, as some people will probably back out. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, That's not a big deal. We will welcome those who have met the requirements and are willing to stay, but we won't force those who are unwilling. However, I can be sure that it won't be long before those who voluntarily give up will regret it. Xia Ruofei's words were full of confidence. However, Feng Jing had a complete understanding of the situation at Paradise Corporation, so she didn't think that Xia Ruofei was arrogant at all. Instead, she nodded in agreement. By the way, how's the online recruitment going? Xia Ruofei asked. The response is pretty good too. Feng Jing said, We've clearly written down the location of the job and the relevant benefits on the recruitment website. There are quite a few people who are interested in it. As of this morning, we've received about 30 resumes. Not bad, not bad. Xia Ruofei was very satisfied with the result. However, some of the people who applied online are not local to Sanshan. Therefore, I plan to interview them separately. Those who applied online will be in the next batch. Feng Ke said. Sure. Xia Ruofei agreed without a second thought. The two of them chatted and soon arrived at the complex. Qin Xiaojun had already parked his car in the parking space behind the building. He had built a row of shaded parking spaces behind the building. His Mercedes-Benz was usually parked there. The 3 of them went to the staff cafeteria on the first floor. Other than Chao Taishu, the other farm employees had basically gone home after work. Lunch was provided for free at Qinshuan Farm, but dinner had to be paid. They could apply for a card at Peng Hao's office in the finance department, deposit money into the card, and use it. For their meals. The villagers were usually more frugal, so almost no one stayed for dinner. As for Chow Tai-shu, because his wife was here, he was too lazy to go back to cook. Thus, he ate his dinner at the farm. After that, he would stay behind to help his wife clean up the cafeteria. The two of them would then go home together. Hence, for the time being, it was dinner time in the staff cafeteria. There were only Lei Hu and a few others, Chow Tai-shu and his wife, two other staff members in the cafeteria, Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing. Today, in order to strengthen the security, Lei Hu and the rest did not eat in the cafeteria, making it even more deserted. Xia Ruofei greeted Chow Tai-shu, who was having his meal, and asked his wife to help him make a few dishes. Then, he brought Feng Rao and Qin Xiaojun to an empty table and sat down. Of course, Xia Ruofei also paid for his meals. The entire company was his. He would put food in his left pocket and take out food from his right pocket. Naturally, he was happy to set an example. Very quickly, Chow Tai-shu's wife served a few home-cooked dishes. Xia Ruofei, Feng Rao, and Qin Xiaojun chatted as they ate. By the way, President Feng, I remember that we still need to recruit 2 directors, right? Xia Ruofei asked, did you find anything in the past 2 days? It's not easy to hire someone at the director level in the talent market, Feng Jing said. However, I've worked in several big companies before and have some connections. I've been contacting around these few days and have a few suitable candidates, but it's not easy to make them make up their minds. Xia Ruofei nodded in understanding. He knew that Paradise Corporation was not attractive enough. There was no need for a director to work in a small company like this. Thank you for your hard work, President Feng. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, just do your best. If it really doesn't work, we'll look for a headhunting company. In short, we'll first set up the framework of the company's administrative team, and it'll be much more convenient for us to work in the future. All right, he said. Feng Ke said. Chairman, when are we going to the village committee to talk about renting land? She asked. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, we're all old acquaintances in Dongqing village, so we can meet up at any time. Let's do this. You should go to the job fair as usual tomorrow. Isn't the interview the day after tomorrow? Then let's go to the village council the day after tomorrow and try to finalize the land lease within a day. All right. Feng Jing nodded. After dinner, Feng Jing informed Xia Ruofei and went upstairs, to her office. Although it was already late at night, Feng Jing had no intention of resting. She had to organize the resumes she received today and check out the online recruitment. She also needed to get in touch with the director candidate and prepare for the interviews in a few days. Feng Jing was a standard strong woman who worked day and night. Moreover, she was now living in an apartment on the 3rd floor. It could be said that the company was her home. Xia Ruofei was very pleased with Feng Jing's enthusiasm. He did not say anything about not working at night. At the beginning of the company, it was normal to work overtime. Xia Ruofei would not try to dampen Feng Jing's enthusiasm at this time. After Feng Jing left, Xia Ruofei pulled Qin Xiaojun aside and asked him about the recruitment fair in detail. Of course, he was mainly asking about the safety issues. Qin Xiaojun told Xia Ruofei everything he knew. Xia Ruofei understood that Feng Rao and her group did not encounter any problems during the day. He pondered for a moment and then asked Qin Xiaojun to call Lei Hu over Huzi. Tell Hong Tao to retreat. Xia Ruofei said, you guys will have to work hard tonight. Strengthen the patrol. During the day. Pay attention to any suspicious people around the farm. If you find anything, don't alert the enemy and report to me at any time. Yes, Brother Xia. Lei Hu immediately said. Xia Ruofei patted Lei Hu's shoulder, then walked out of the staff canteen and returned to his small villa. After Xia Ruofei returned to his room, he did not rush into the spirit map space. He first took out the small booklet from the stone room in the new space, then calmed his mind and began to study the third page about the refining of the core of the spiritual puppet. Especially the mysterious runes that had to be carved by himself. Xia Ruofei studied them repeatedly and did not miss any details. His mental power was already very condensed, and the corresponding brain development was also far beyond the average person. If it was an ordinary book, even if he didn't have a photographic memory, he could at least read it 2 or 3 times, and he would definitely remember every detail. However, the contents recorded in the booklet were very mysterious, especially the core runes. Sometimes, 2 runes that looked the same might have many differences in the depth, curvature, and other details. The core rune was divided into several independent parts, and each part needed to be carved in one stroke. Otherwise, the whole piece of material would be wasted. With such high requirements and difficulty, Xia Ruofei naturally did not dare to let his guard down. He spent 2 hours and finally managed to engrave every detail and angle of the core rune in his mind. Next, he could start carving. However, Xia Ruofei was not a hot-headed person. The sheep, fat white jade was so precious that he naturally could not use it to carve right away. He would definitely need to practice a little at the start. Xia Ruofei was prepared for this. When he was strolling around the jade market today, he had bought some cheap ordinary jade. In order to practice better, he had chosen some white jade as much as possible. He believed that once he was familiar with white jade of similar materials, the chances of failure would be minimized when he tried to carve on the highest quality sheep, fat white jade. Other than buying ordinary white jade, Xia Ruofei also bought a few good carving knives. He didn't enter the spirit map space, but started practicing in his room. Xia Ruofei was sitting on a chair. There was a cloth bag on the coffee table beside him. It was filled with white jade that was about 10 centimeters in diameter. As for the booklet, Xia Ruofei had already put it back into the spirit map space. He had already memorized the core runes of the spiritual puppet, so he naturally did not need the booklet anymore. Xia Ruofei took out a piece of jade from the bag and held it in his hand. He picked up the carving knife with his right hand and took a deep breath before he started carving. He had chosen the relatively simpler part of the core rune. It was easy at first, but difficult later. The material of white jade was relatively soft and Xia Ruofei's grip was unusually strong. Hence, he easily drew a shallow mark on the surface of the jade. Xia Ruofei held his breath and focused. He turned his wrist slightly and the carving knife in. His hand drew an arc. Xia Ruofei had only drawn half of the line when he sighed and put away his carving knife. There was a special text in the booklet that emphasized that every independent part of the core rune needed to be carved in one stroke. The whole process had to be done in one go, otherwise the runes would not be able to achieve the desired effect when combined. Hence, Xia Ruofei's first attempt failed quickly. In fact, Xia Ruofei had already felt it when he was cutting. He did not control his strength well enough when he drew the arc. The arc was obviously too deep. Each individual part of the rune didn't look too complicated. But the requirements for the details were too high, so it wasn't as easy as one imagined. If one wasn't careful, they would make mistakes. Of course, Xia Ruofei was not discouraged. He did not throw away the piece of white jade. Instead, he changed to another position and continued to practice. There were still many empty spaces on the white jade. He was only practicing a certain part of the runes. One piece of jade was enough for him to practice many times. He tried the same rune for the second time. He failed when he was 1/3 done. The third attempt failed. The fourth attempt failed. Xia Ruofei tried more than 10 times and finally succeeded once. At this time, the surface of the white jade was already covered with dense runes. Of course, most of them were failed semi-finished products. Xia Ruofei did not think that this was enough. An occasional success did not mean anything. He directly flipped the white jade over to see that the other side was still empty, so he could continue practicing. Xia Ruofei drew the same rune that he had successfully drawn. The speed of the carving knife in his hand was getting faster and faster, and the success rate was getting higher and higher. After more than 2 hours, Xia Ruofei was able to succeed 8 to 9 times out of 10. Moreover, he felt that he should have fully mastered the rune, so he stopped. At this moment, there were 5 to 6 pieces of jade that were not covered in runes, besides Xia Ruofei. In the process of practice, Xia Ruofei had also gained some insights and comprehensions. If he had used the carving knife and followed the instructions in the booklet step by step, the possibility of failure would still be very high. After all, the rune required too much detail. However, Xia Ruofei had an accidental attempt and exerted his spiritual energy through his arm onto the carving knife. Suddenly, he had a mysterious comprehension. His control over the carving knife had suddenly increased by a lot, and he had a feeling of being extremely meticulous. Because the tip of the knife was also filled with spiritual energy, Xia Ruofei's control of the weight, depth, and angle of the carving process had become many times sharper. This way, the success rate would immediately increase. It was because of this realization and practice that Xia Ruofei's success rate in drawing the rune had increased. After he had successfully carved the rune on the last blank piece of the white jade, he finally put down the carving knife. He already had an idea of the first simple rune. On the entire core of the spiritual puppet, there were a total of 18 of these independent runes. The remaining 17 runes were each more complicated than the runes he had just practiced. He had only taken the first step of a long journey. Xia Ruofei rested for a while and took out a new piece of white jade from the bag. He grabbed the carving knife and started to practice the second rune. He seemed to have forgotten the passage of time. Under the light, the carving knife in Xia Ruofei's hand moved nimbly, and jade chips kept falling. Pieces of white jade were carved with mysterious runes that had no pattern. Xia Ruofei had already entered a state of complete oblivion. When he reached into the bag and found nothing, he suddenly realized that at least 100 pieces of white jade had been used up. The ground in front of Xia Ruofei was also covered with a thick layer of jade chips. At this time, the sky outside the window was already starting to turn white. Xia Ruofei had unknowingly practiced for an entire night. Xia Ruofei put down the carving knife and stood in front of the window. He stretched lazily and rubbed his sore wrist, a satisfied smile on his face. In just one night, he had already mastered 10 runes. And the success rate was very high. Xia Ruofei rubbed his sore eyes. He had stayed up all night. Even if he was made of iron, he still felt a little tired. Moreover, during the process of training, he had been constantly releasing his mental power. Although it was not much each time, it could not withstand such a continuous consumption. Therefore, his mental power was almost exhausted, and both sides of his head were aching. Xia Ruofei raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was around 5 in the morning. He simply locked the door and windows, summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm, and then entered the space with a thought. Xia Ruofei first drank a small bottle of diluted spirit heart flower petal solution. Then, with a flash of his body and mind, he appeared in the stone room in the new space. Xia Ruofei sat cross-legged on the jade futon and started to recover his spiritual power. The jade futon was a great help to the recovery of mental strength. In addition, Xia Ruofei had taken the petal solution of the spirit heart flower. After half an hour, Xia Ruofei felt that his mental strength was full again. He stood up in high spirits, and the fatigue on his body had disappeared without a trace. After Xia Ruofei recovered, he left the medium. He took the painting and went to the bathroom to wash his face. Seeing that it was still early, Xia Ruofei made himself a cup of tea and sat down in front of the computer. After turning on the computer, he lit a cigarette and started to search for the minerals and materials that he had ordered 2 days ago. Other than the supreme, grade mutton, fat white jade, the materials listed on the 3rd page of the booklet were not considered rare. Xia Ruofei could easily find them all on the internet. Besides that, considering that he would have to process these materials, forge, and process them, Xia Ruofei also ordered some small processing equipment. In order to solve the problem of electricity in the spirit map, Xia Ruofei even ordered a small diesel generator. He had already tested it when he drove the all-terrain vehicle in the spirit map space. The spirit map space had an automatic purification function, and the exhaust would not pollute the space. Xia Ruofei checked the orders on his computer and realized that most of them had already been sent out. Some of the smaller mineral materials were sent by express delivery, while the machines and equipment were delivered by logistics. Xia Ruofei checked on the logistics situation and turned on some music. He listened to the music while browsing the news. It was not until 7 o'clock that Xia Ruofei tidied up a little and went downstairs to the staff cafeteria in the complex, not far away for breakfast. Feng Rao, who was preparing to go to the job fair that day, had brought Qin Shaojun to the canteen to eat. Feng Jing had stayed up late the previous night, but she still seemed to be in good spirits, especially since her skin was not dry or dark at all. It still looked white and warm, with a faint luster. Chairman. Feng Rao saw Xia Ruofei enter and immediately greeted him with a smile. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He walked over to Feng Jing's table and sat down. He said half jokingly, "President Feng, you look especially good today." Could it be that he was in high spirits? Did you find a way to hire the director? Feng Rao's cheeks were slightly hot, but she quickly returned to normal. There was a trace of excitement in her eyes as she said, "Chairman, I was just about to look for you." "Oh? Did you really find a suitable director so quickly? Is it the marketing director or the administrative director?" Xia Ruofei asked. "It's not about the recruitment. Feng Jing's eyes were filled with eagerness as she asked, "Chairman, I wanted to ask you about the bottle of cosmetics you gave me 2 days ago." Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment and suddenly understood why Ying Luo looked so different today. She must have used the jaded skin ointment for the past 2 days. Xia Ruofei was already used to Feng Jing's reaction, because during this period of time everyone who asked him for the jaded skin cream, especially women, almost had the same expression. Hence, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It seems that President Feng has already used the jaded skin ointment I gave you." Jaded skin cream? This is a good name. Feng Rao's eyes lit up. Xia Ruofei didn't wait for Feng Rao to speak. He smiled and said, "President Feng, I still have some of this jaded skin cream. You can ask me for more after you've finished it." Feng Jing was now his company's right-hand man. Although the jaded skin cream was unbelievably effective, the cost was very low, so Xia Ruofei naturally would not be stingy. She did not expect Xia Ruofei to misunderstand. Feng Rao blushed and waved her hand. "Chairman, I'm not looking for you for that jade skin cream. I just wanted to ask you, is it possible to mass produce this cosmetic product?" Xia Ruofei was stunned and said, "Mass production?" "Yeah," Feng Rao said excitedly. "I remember you telling me that you made it by hand. This is the most effective makeup I've ever used, there's no other." Laplerie, SK Peaks 2, Dior, and Chanel were all weak compared to it. If this jaded skin cream can be mass-produced, it will definitely become our company's top product. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This career woman's brain circuit was indeed different from that of ordinary women. Whether it was a high-ranking official like Tian Huilan, a beautiful young lady like Lu Yu, or a wealthy lady like Madame Song, after experiencing the heaven-defying effects of the jaded skin cream, their first reaction was to ask Xia Ruofei for more jaded skin cream so that they could continue to use it. Yet, Feng Jing's first thought was to mass-produce the jaded skin cream and add a new product to the company. Seeing Xia Ruofei's dazed expression, Feng Rao asked nervously, "Chairman, is it difficult to mass-produce?" Xia Ruofei came back to his senses and said, No, I was a little distracted just now." "You mean mass production?" "Let me think." Xia Ruofei went through the process of brewing the jaded skin ointment in his mind. He found that although the whole brewing process was very complicated and had high requirements for temperature and time, modern automatic production processes were very advanced. If he had a customized production line, it did not seem very difficult to achieve automatic control of each process. Moreover, the medicinal herbs required to decoct the jaded skin ointment were very common and could be purchased in large quantities on the market. If he were to mass-produce them, he could directly purchase them from the farmers who grew these herbs. The raw materials didn't seem to be a big problem. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Mass production should be possible, but there doesn't seem to be a good way to keep the technology confidential for the time being. If we try to mass-produce it rashly, once the secret is leaked, others will be able to replicate it in large quantities." Feng Rao calmed down and said, "I see. Then we really can't be too hasty. We need a foolproof method to keep it a secret. Otherwise, we'd rather not do it." Feng Jing didn't even mention applying for a patent. She was also someone who had seen the world in a big company, so she knew very well what the so-called patent protection was. Not to mention that every patent had a corresponding protection period, even if someone stole the formula and directly produced It would be very troublesome to go to court. Moreover, China was essentially a society based on officials. Various powers and local protection would make such lawsuits even more difficult. In addition, once the jaded skin cream was produced, it would inevitably set off a storm in the cosmetics market. At that time, it would be inevitable that some cosmetics giants would be envious. These giant crocodiles would not play their cards according to common sense at all. They would probably directly use various means to steal the formula and process. They were not afraid of a lawsuit at all. Such companies all had a strong team of lawyers. Even if they were bound to lose a lawsuit, they could drag it out for a long time. Rich and powerful, they didn't have to worry about this at all. For a small company like Paradise Corporation, the legal costs would probably drag it down. Therefore, the only way was to come up with a technological barrier so that the competitors had no way to copy your products. Xia Ruofei nodded. Chief Feng, your suggestion is too sudden. I'll go back and think about how to keep it a secret. If this problem is solved, it's not impossible to mass produce. All right, Feng Rao said. Chairman, there's no need to be too anxious about this matter. After all, our company is still in its initial stage and there are still many other things to do. No matter when the jaded skin cream is introduced to the market, it will definitely be a phenomenal product, so we just have to take it slow and steady. I understand. Don't worry. If there isn't a foolproof method, I won't try to mass produce it. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Feng Rao nodded with a hint of excitement in her eyes. Feng Jing's confidence in Paradise Corporation increased when she accidentally discovered that Xia Ruofei had such a good cosmetic product. Perhaps in the near future, that seemingly insignificant 1% bonus will bring me unimaginable wealth. Feng Jing thought to herself excitedly. After breakfast, Feng Rao brought Qin Xiaojun to the city in a Mercedes-Benz to meet up with Peng Hao. They were going to continue casting their nets at the job fair. Meanwhile, Xia Ruofei had also left Taoyuan Farm in his pickup truck. He was preparing to go to the jade market again to buy more low-quality white jade to practice. The core rune of the soul puppet was the center of the entire soul puppet. He had to practice it to the point where his muscles could remember it. He had to be able to engrave all the runes even if he was slightly distracted. Only then would he try to engrave on the supreme, grade sheep, fat white jade. As the car left the farm, Xia Ruofei's eyebrows furrowed. The feeling of being spied on appeared again. It seemed that the other party had not given up. Xia Ruofei's eyes glinted. However, after the car turned onto the provincial road and drove for a few kilometers, that feeling disappeared. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows. He didn't bother to think about the reason and drove straight to the jade market. Xia Ruofei didn't know that the middle-aged man beside Liang Haiming had indeed arranged for a few people to keep an eye on Taoyuan Farm and monitor Xia Ruofei's movements through binoculars from afar. However, due to the skills that Xia Ruofei had displayed when she crippled Zhao yesterday, the middle-aged man had ordered his men not to get close to the farm or follow Xia Ruofei without permission. Hence, after Xia Ruofei's car drove out of a certain range, the feeling of being spied on completely disappeared. Xia Ruofei arrived at the jade market and quickly started to sweep up the goods. From the end of the street to the end, Xia Ruofei continued to spend money. He only bought white jade of average quality and did not even look at the other items sold by the merchants. Xia Ruofei would not touch white Jade of slightly better quality, just because it was good. Xia Ruofei was buying it to practice. Even if he had money, he didn't need to be so wasteful. When Xia Ruofei left the jade market, the bag in his hand already had more than 200 pieces of low-quality white jade. All the merchants in the jade market were very happy today because a spendthrift buyer came and bought all the low-end goods that they couldn't sell. The only flaw was that the color of this sucker was not deep enough. Although he was not picky about the quality, he was very familiar with the market. The price of those white jades could only let them earn a small profit. Xia Ruofei took the white jade and drove back to the farm. He would lock himself in his room and continue to practice like crazy. He didn't even eat lunch and locked himself in his room for the whole day. When he was hungry, he would eat a few mouthfuls of bread and gulp down the spiritual spring water. After a meal, he would continue to practice. The individual runes that Xia Ruofei had chosen ranged from easy to difficult. The remaining 8 runes were all very difficult. After an entire day, Xia Ruofei had finally mastered 3 of them. The remaining 5 runes were the most difficult. If Xia Ruofei wanted to master them all, he would need to spend a lot of time. There were still about 100 pieces of white jade left. With the principle of not wasting anything, Xia Ruofei picked out another 100 pieces of white jade from the used ones. These were the thicker ones. Xia Ruofei had bought a set of small cutting machines and grinders for cutting stones. He took the grinders out of the space, connected them to the power source, and started to polish the white jade. Soon, the shallow and deep rune marks left by the previous practice were all polished clean, and the smooth surface was restored. Xia Ruofei kept all the practice materials and put the grinder back into his storage space. Because all the practice was done in the outside world, his bedroom was already dirty and messy, so he cleaned the bedroom thoroughly again. After doing all this, Xia Ruofei raised his hand to look at his watch and realized that it was already around 5:30 in the evening. Thus, he hurriedly went to the bathroom to take a shower, changed into a clean set of clothes, and quickly walked downstairs. He had made an appointment with Ling Qingxue yesterday to have dinner tonight. Although the two of them were busy with their respective careers, it was still necessary for them to come out occasionally to have some alone time. Ling Qingxue's company ended work at 6 o'clock. Xia Ruofei's time was a little tight, so he went downstairs and drove out of Taoyuan Farm in the pickup truck, heading straight for the city. At the same time, at the Luoxing Bay Pier in Sanshan City's Luoxing district, Liang Haiming and the middle-aged man were bidding farewell to a customs officer. Liang Haiming was smiling brightly. His car parts had just arrived at the port last night, and all the goods had been cleared this afternoon. This efficiency was so high that it was scary. After the customs clearance was completed, the goods could be transported out of the dock with a legal identity. Liang Haiming's biggest purpose for this trip had been achieved. It wouldn't take long for him to earn more than 20 million yuan in profit. After the business came to an end, Liang Haiming's mind naturally fell on another thing that was stuck in his throat. Liang Haiming was not in a hurry to leave. He and the middle-aged man next to him watched the last container truck leave the dock and head for the neighboring province, Gannan. It was as if they could see a large amount of Chinese yuan flying towards them. Gannan province was the Liang family's traditional sphere of influence. Old Master Liang's hometown was in Gannan province. Many of the current provincial leaders were promoted by Old Master Liang. These car parts would not have any problems when they reached Gangnam province. They could be assembled into cars very quickly and be exchanged for a lot of money. If it weren't for the fact that Gangnam was an inland province, Liang Hyaming would definitely not have put so much effort into managing the southeast province. Liang Hyaming turned around and walked toward his Mercedes-Benz. The middle-aged man followed him. Liang Hyaming asked without turning his head, "Did you keep a close eye on him?" He didn't say who it was, but the middle-aged man naturally knew who he was referring to. He immediately replied, "Don't worry, young Liang. Heibao is personally watching over him with his men." Liang Hyaming nodded and said, "Call Heibao, do it." Now, the middle-aged man was stunned. He subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Liang Hyaming looked extremely crazy. Besides, this batch of goods had just been cleared through customs and were still in the southeast province. It would take at least 5 or 6 hours to pass through the southeast province and enter Gangnam province. If anything happened during this time, who knew what impact it would have on the goods? Liang Hyaming's expression turned cold. He turned to look at the middle-aged man and asked, "Is there a problem?" Liang Hyaming's eyes were so cold that the middle-aged man couldn't help but shiver. He quickly said, "No, no. Young Master Liang, I'll inform Heibao immediately. 1 hour, I want to see that girl on my bed," Liang Hyaming said. Then, he got into the Mercedes-Benz that the bodyguards had already opened the door for him and left. The middle-aged man stood there with a bitter smile on his face, and helplessly took out his phone to contact Heibao. "Heibao, young Master Liang ordered you to attack now. He wants to see that woman within an hour." The middle-aged man said, "After you succeed, send her directly to the Green Bull Mountain Resort." The Qingyo Mountain Resort was located in Qingyo County, a suburban county under Sanshan City. Liang Hyaming had booked a small villa in this resort for a long time. After all, many things were inconvenient to do in the hotel suite in the city center, but there were no such concerns in the suburbs resort during the off-season. After hanging up the phone, the middle-aged man's face showed a hint of worry. He felt that Liang Hyaming's actions this time were too aggressive, and it even gave him an inexplicable sense of crisis. However, he was just a person arranged by the family to take care of Liang Hyaming's specific affairs. He had little say in the family. As the grandson of the Liang family's old master, Liang Hyaming did not listen to any of his suggestions at all, and had always done things his own way. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and shook his head. He also got on the car and left the dock area. Sanshan City, Nantai District, Lingji Food and Beverage Headquarters. Ling Qingxue walked out of the building with an exquisite Loewe handbag slung over her shoulder. She had obviously dressed up well today. She was dressed in a long, light pink down jacket, paired with a pair of black slim-cut jeans. Her long, beautiful legs set off her tall and slender figure. She even combed her hair into a cute bun. She had exquisite light makeup on her face, giving people a sense of amazement. There was a faint smile on Ling Qingshue's face, because she was going to see Xia Ruofei soon. Although the two of them met every few days, and would even go to the hotel to have sex if they had enough time, she was still looking forward to every opportunity for them to spend time together. When she did not see Xia Ruofei, Ling Qingxue took out her phone from her Loewe bag and dialed Xia Ruofei's number. Xia Ruofei had already reached the Nantai district. He stopped the car and waited for the traffic light to turn green. There was a straight road in front of him. He could already see the Lingji food and beverage headquarters in the distance. He was about 200 meters away from his destination. When the phone rang, Xia Ruofei, who had better eyesight than ordinary people, had already vaguely seen Ling Qingshua's figure standing in front of the building. He picked up the phone with a smile and said, "Qingxue, I'm so sorry. I was delayed by something at the farm. I'll be there soon. I'm waiting for the traffic light and I saw you." "Oh. Okay. Drive slowly, I'm not in a hurry," Ling Qingxue said considerately. The red light at this intersection did not last long, so when Xia Ruofei parked, he switched to second gear and stepped on the clutch and brake. There was a smile on his face. He was about to meet his beautiful girlfriend, and his practice of the core runes of the spiritual puppet was progressing very quickly, so he was in a very good mood. "Don't worry, my driving skills." Xia Ruofei's expression suddenly changed when he was halfway through his sentence. Something was happening at the entrance of the Lingji F&B headquarters, 200 meters in front of him. A black multi-purpose vehicle suddenly sped out from the side of the street and stopped right beside Ling Qingxue. Two burly men in black jumped out of the car and grabbed Ling Qingshue's delicate arms, one on each side. Without a word, they pushed her into the car. Ling Qingshue's panicked screams came from Xia Ruofei's Bluetooth earphone, followed by a few muffled sounds. It was obvious that her phone had fallen to the ground. At this moment, the red light in front of them was counting down to the last 10 seconds. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate. He lifted the clutch and stepped on the gas in one go. The pickup truck's tires screeched sharply, and it sped away from where it was. It barely avoided the cars on both sides that were rushing through the intersection. Under the curses of the drivers, it rushed in the direction of the Ling's food and beverage headquarters. At the same time, the automatic cameras at the intersection flashed and recorded Xia Ruofei's behavior of running the red light. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not care about this. His eyes were bloodshot and his teeth were clenched. He stared at the black multi-purpose vehicle that was more than 100 meters away. The man in the van was obviously an experienced man. It only took him a few seconds to kidnap her, get into the car, and drive off. When Xia Ruofei drove the pickup across the intersection, the black multi-purpose vehicle also started to move quickly. It was past 6 in the evening, and the traffic on the street was heavy. Xia Ruofei drove the pickup truck nimbly through the traffic during the peak hour and chased after the black business car. A distance of more than 100 meters could be covered in a blink of an eye under normal circumstances. However, during the evening peak hour, there were dozens of cars in between. It was difficult to overtake each car. Xia Ruofei could only rely on his superb driving skills and clench his teeth to catch up. In the beginning, the black MPV didn't notice the pickup truck 100 meters away, so they didn't run away at high speed. In fact, it wasn't easy to drive at high speed in the evening peak traffic. This gave Xia Ruofei a chance to catch up. His car seemed to have gone crazy. There were a few times when it almost scraped against other cars, causing other drivers on the road to honk unhappily. There were even road fury who chased after Xia Ruofei, unwilling to be outdone. However, how could these ordinary drivers catch up with Xia Ruofei, who had undergone special driving training? Soon, they were left behind and could only curse in dissatisfaction. Xia Ruofei looked at the approaching black car and kept reminding himself to stay calm. Ling Qing Xue could only be saved if he handled the situation calmly. If he lost his cool now, there would be no hope left. He didn't know the reason why those people kidnapped Ling Qingxue, but he could already guess that. The person in the black car and the person who wanted to deal with him yesterday were the same person. Behind the scenes. If his guess was correct, then he couldn't let his guard down. A kidnapping like this could be for money, but if it was ordered by the person hiding in the dark, then Ling Qingxue would be in danger. The person hiding in the dark definitely had an irreconcilable hatred for him. Moreover, Ling Qingxue was a beautiful woman. The other party's motive for deliberately sending people to capture Ling Qingxue was self-evident. Xia Ruofei felt a little regretful and guilty. After he was followed by Zhao He, his first thought was the safety of the farm, Feng Rao, and the others. He did not expect the other party to be so shameless and unscrupulous as to change the target to Ling Qingxue. If something happened to Ling Qingxue because of him and because he did not warn her in time and protect her, he would never be able to forgive himself. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei's heart was burning with anxiety. He forced himself to remain calm and kept stepping on the clutch, gear, accelerator, brake, and steering. He controlled the car to accelerate and decelerate at times. The pickup truck was like an agile loach as it weaved through the traffic and gradually approached the black business car. However, just as Xia Ruofei's car was about 10 meters away from the black MPV, with two cars in between, the MPV suddenly accelerated. It was obvious that the other party had finally felt that something was wrong. Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth. The pickup truck made a dull roar and followed closely behind the commercial vehicle. The two cars began to chase each other in the evening peak traffic. In the middle row of the black business car, Ling Qingxue was sitting in the middle. Her head was tilted and she was leaning against the seat softly. Her eyes were closed. Although she was already unconscious, her face still had a panicked expression, which made people feel pity for her. Two burly men in black sat on either side of Ling Qingxue. In addition to the driver, there was a bald man in the front passenger seat. He had a long scar at the corner of his eye, and his eyes shot out a fierce light, looking very ferocious and terrifying. The driver of the business car was a thin man. He also had a crazed look on his face. This kind of pursuit at lightning speed and dangerous situation in the traffic made him feel very excited. At first glance, he also looked like a fugitive. The bald man in the front passenger seat looked indifferently at the pickup truck that was crazily chasing after them from the rearview mirror and said indifferently, "Monkey. Change our course. Take the nearest road out of the city."